Luke, an avid DNF enthusiast, finds himself reborn in the Marvel Universe as a 7-year-old elementary student, endowed with the DNF system. Octopus Lottus, self-proclaimed as the embodiment of the apostle and guide, is a loquacious yet cunning entity. His task is to urge Luke to spread the glory of the apostles throughout Marvel, essentially to cause chaos and disruption. Luke expresses his desire for American dollars to open boxes, hoping to acquire skills to enhance his strength. He contemplates working, while Lottus suggests they rob an armored truck. Luke believes establishing a rapport with Tony Stark would aid their mission, to which Lottus proposes they blow up Stark Tower. Amidst this, Luke notes the Chitauri invasion of Earth and decides to lend a hand. Lottus then announces a system mission to assist the Chitauri in destroying the Baxter Building, rewarding them with a National Day gift package. Luke eagerly accepts the challenge. Chapter 1. Rebirth in Marvel on a stormy night. A young man sits before his computer, his fingers dancing over the keyboard as he plays DNF. He swiftly defeats a boss with a decisive strike, and then closes his eyes, raising his hands in prayer. Oh, Madada, grant me an essence of mist. The young man's name is Luke, but despite the grandeur of his name, he remains a notorious, unlucky player. After countless attempts at the time-space rift, he still fails to obtain the final critical piece. After a long prayer, he opens his eyes, his heart nearly stopping. What lies beneath his character's feet? The essence of mist. Elation surges through him as he attempts to collect the item, only to realize he cannot. Has he been disconnected? Or has he been sanctioned? Luke clutches the monitor in frustration. No way. I waited 3 years for a chance to join a raid. And this is how fate treats me? Outside, thunder rumbles, and lightning flashes through the window. Suddenly, the computer screen goes dark, and the room plunges into darkness, filled with the acrid scent of smoke. Where am I? Luke instinctively surveys his surroundings, discovering he is in a small room with minimal furnishings, a bed. Looking down at himself, he is taken aback. How did he become so small? Is he 5 or 6 years old? Is this an orphanage? Gradually, memories belonging to this boat's original owner come into focus. He learns that this young boy, also named Luke, is merely 6 years old, a Chinese-American residing in a children's welfare home, which is indeed an orphanage. This place is in New York, USA. As Luke grapples with his astonishment, the door swings open, revealing a middle-aged African-American woman, the head of the orphanage. She approaches him with a gentle smile, saying, "Luke, come meet your adoptive parents." It's all arranged. She speaks English, which Luke comprehends perfectly, having inherited the language skills of the original owner. Quickly processing the situation, Luke decides to go with the flow. Being adopted and living in a family is undoubtedly better than remaining in the orphanage. As he follows the headmistress down the corridor into her office, he meets a young couple in their 30s. The man, dressed in a suit, appears slightly portly yet amiable, while the woman, clad in a simple floral dress, carries an air of warmth. Are these the people who will adopt me? Luke muses as they assess each other. The couple seems pleased with him. It's no surprise the present Luke looks pristine, with bright eyes that suggest intelligence. After all, a 20-year-old soul resides within this 6-year-old body. Such a gaze from a child implies exceptional wisdom to any observer. The couple kneels down, smiling warmly at Luke. "Hello, Luke. I'm Fudge," the man introduces himself. The woman, visibly excited, adds, "I'm Karen." However, Luke's attention is drawn to a television behind them, broadcasting a live press conference where a man in his 30s declares, "I am Iron Man." Luke stares in disbelief as a deep, cunning voice resonates in his mind. The invasion of the apostles into this world has officially begun. Luke, as an apostle, it is time for you to spread the glory of the apostles across this realm. 1 year later, Luke is now 7 years old, precisely the age of this body. Standing at roughly 1 meter tall, his physical development remains somewhat malnourished despite improvements since moving in with his adoptive parents. At this moment, he lies in a small bed, arms behind his head, pondering with the demeanor of an adult. Over the past year, he has gradually accepted the reality of his rebirth in this universe. Through careful observation, he has confirmed that he is indeed in the Marvel Universe. As far as the storyline goes, Iron Man has emerged, while the Hulk has yet to make his appearance. The S.H.I.E.L.D is at its peak, and mutants, Inhumans, and various civilian heroes are beginning to surface indicating a relatively stable early period. However, this reality weighs heavily on Luke. Why? Because in the Marvel world, the lives of ordinary people hold little value. Whenever a superhero rises or an alien arrives, chaos ensues, leading to countless civilian casualties regardless of the victor. In the Marvel universe, ordinary individuals serve merely as the backdrop for heroes to showcase their valor. Moreover, lurking in the shadows are powerful entities manipulating the world as puppeteers, such as the Five Gods, Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, and Surtur of the Crimson Cosmos. Yet, Luke is merely an ordinary person, a typical otaku, before his transmigration. Faced with such extraordinary powers, he is utterly defenseless. Not to mention, one day, the cosmic overlord Thanos will snap his fingers even if he survives until then. Luke doubts he will belong to the fortunate 50%. The fate of the unlucky must be acknowledged. Thus, ensuring his survival in this world has always been Luke's foremost concern. His conclusion is clear. The only way to secure his existence is to grow stronger, relentlessly stronger. By transcending the realm of ordinary individuals and acquiring extraordinary powers, he aspires to become a part of the extraordinary community, or even surpass all others to become the strongest. Only then can he seize control of his destiny. Fortunately, he is not without opportunities. It seems he is not alone in his transmigration system, which Luke tentatively names the DNF system, has accompanied him, just as depicted in most novels that Luke had previously read. This system possesses immense potential and harbors boundless possibilities. It allows him to acquire various treasures. The protagonists in those stories thrived due to the existence of such systems. Over the course of the past year, he has garnered some insights into how to extract power from the system, thanks in no small part to another character. This individual, known as Rost, is playfully referred to by Luke as short-legged Rost. Rost is quite the chatterbox. As Luke spent more time with him, he discerned a rather cunning disposition beneath his incessant prattle. A frequent refrain of his is, "I am here to guide you onto the righteous path, young man." Were it not for Rost's occasional encouragement to eliminate certain bystanders, Luke might have genuinely believed him. Undoubtedly, Rost possesses a profound understanding of the system, almost always providing answers to Luke's inquiries. His rapid learning over the past year can be attributed to Rost's guidance. "I believe your current increase in strength is far too sluggish after a whole year. You have only mastered 3 skills. At this rate, I fear I might forget my purpose. My duty is to guide you toward righteousness. You bear a far more significant mission, to spread the glory of our apostles in this world known as Marvel." Lolling lazily on Luke's shoulder, Rost incessantly complained and scolded him. His voice carried a somewhat sinister undertone, yet his pace was remarkably brisk. Luke had long since grown accustomed to such incessant commentary. "Rest assured, my goal here is to survive, not merely to exist. This does not contradict the so-called glory that the system dictates I spread." Luke felt that as long as he ensured his own safety, fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system was a reasonable expectation, a mutually beneficial arrangement. He had debated this with Rost on numerous occasions. "Shoo, someone is eavesdropping outside. Eliminate her! Eliminate her!" Rost suddenly exclaimed in a hushed yet excited tone, his 8 little legs clinging tightly to Luke's neck, bobbing up and down. Irritated, Luke yanked him down and buried him beneath a heap of items. At that moment, there came 3 knocks on Luke's door, and a middle-aged woman with blonde hair and blue eyes entered. It was his adoptive mother. She smiled gently at Luke and said, "It's time for dinner, honey." "All right, Karen." Luke leaped off the bed, putting on the lively demeanor expected of a 7-year-old. Karen glanced around the room, puzzled, and asked, "Who were you talking just now?" She affectionately patted Luke's head, and together they descended the stairs for dinner. Chapter 2. The Urgent Need for In-Game Currency. After midnight tonight, Thursday will arrive, the day Luke has eagerly anticipated for so long. Currently, every Thursday at midnight, the system reliably bestows upon him a complimentary magic box. Similar to those found in games, these boxes can yield valuable items. According to Rost, this is a reward for surviving another week in this world. Based on previous experiences, the variety of items that could be revealed from the system's magic box is vast, with skill books being the most significant among them. Skill books provide a direct path to his empowerment. Any skill from all professions in DNF could potentially be unlocked. The outcome relies solely on luck. Additionally, one could also acquire various items with a broad range of uses. The first skill book he ever opened was last summer when he had just crossed over and was newly adopted, still acclimatizing to his surroundings. The arrival of that first skill book was a delightful surprise, affirming his potential to grow stronger in the Marvel Universe. The skill was the blade draw, a signature technique of the Sword Saint from DNF. When no one was around, Luke secretly practiced it. He spent 2 days crafting a wooden sword from a piece of wood and tested it in his adoptive parents' backyard. The next day, the neighbors reported to the police, claiming that a wild boar had broken into their property and destroyed their fence during the night. The wooden sword, painstakingly crafted over 2 days, was rendered useless after a single use. It could not withstand the power of the blade draw. Nevertheless, it allowed Luke to marvel at the potency of DNF skills. Upon acquiring any skill from the magic box, he merely had to focus his mind to fully master it. And once learned, he could unleash its full combat potential instinctively. Since that day, Luke has begun to eagerly await every Thursday, gradually growing unsatisfied with merely that. Alas, the system only provides a single magic box as a reward each week. If I desire more, I must purchase them using tokens in the modified systems marketplace. The marketplace is replete with a dazzling array of items. It is akin to a display case of cakes visible but unattainable. You must possess tokens, which are obtained by exchanging real currency. The exchange rate is 10:1, meaning $10 for 1 token essentially, a form of microtransactions. What does the system need dollars for? Luke initially pondered, generate revenue? My suggestion is to rob a bank. However, Luke's current body is merely 7 years old, a true member of the proletariat. Where could he procure the funds necessary to exchange for tokens? Reluctantly, he continued to rely on the magic boxes for sustenance. Fortunately, there exists a rule regarding the magic boxes. A tenfold draw guarantees a minimum reward. This baseline reward is likely to be a skill book. To this end, Luke has diligently saved up for over 2 months and amassed 10 magic boxes. Since discovering that a tenfold draw could yield skill books, he has successfully unlocked 3 skill books over the past 6 months, acquiring 3 DNF skills: Fist of Fury, Chi, Shield, and Blade Draw. Fist of Fury originates from the God of War, a post-transformation skill of the Grappleran iconic attack technique of the God of War. Chi Shield also stems from the Grappler, yet it is a skill of the Chi Master, capable of creating a barrier to deflect external attacks, a form of area-based defense. This opening can be considered quite fortunate, wouldn't you agree? As the saying goes, a single draw may yield miracles, while a tenfold draw could ruin one's life. Luke muttered to himself while perched at the edge of his bed. It should be said that a tenfold draw is a belief, a faith held by us great non-gamers. May this time yield a colorless skill. What of your determination? Ross remarked, maintaining his usual cunning tone. With a mere thought, 10 identical peculiar boxes suddenly materialized before Luke, neatly arranged on his bed. The boxes were crafted from neither metal nor wood, their surfaces adorned with numerous unknown and mysterious patterns that evoked awe. Let the drawing commence, Luke declared. Rost, for once, focused attentively on the outcome. As soon as Luke's words fell, the boxes sequentially illuminated and opened in order. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in his mind. Magic Crystal, 1 Celia's Handmade, Cake, 1 Revival Coin, 1 Celia's Special Cool Drink, 1 Colorless Crystal Fragment, 25 Data, Chip, 1 Skill Book, Electric Grenade, 1 Colorless Crystal Fragment, 19 Celia's Handmade, Cake, 1 Magic Crystal 1. An Electric Grenade? Not bad, not bad. Luke was reasonably satisfied with this result, particularly after 2 months of anticipation, though he felt a tinge of disappointment at the absence of a colorless skill. The Electric Grenade is a skill of the male and female ammunition experts in the game, capable of being thrown to explode and induce an electrified state in enemies. Clutching the skill book with a flicker of thought, Luke mastered this new skill. He felt a gentle warmth flowing into his body, and his mind was suddenly filled with knowledge of industrial assembly. He learned how to fabricate an electric grenade, achieving a craftsmanship level that could only be described as masterful. Given the simplest of raw materials, he could construct an electric grenade in mere moments. Thus, he spent 2 minutes extracting the explosive contents, followed by another half-minute disassembling a remote-controlled toy car, ultimately reassembling it into an electric grenade. In his tender hands, Luke held a small vial containing a shimmering, luminescent substance. This vial represented the electric grenade, a makeshift experiment born from his limited resources. It doesn't look particularly appealing, Luke critiqued himself. In the game, the electric state inflicts extra damage on enemies with each attack. I wonder how it would manifest in the Marvel Universe? His curiosity piqued. Throw it at the door and see what happens. Rhoda's excitedly urged from the sidelines. Luke rolled his eyes in exasperation. After all, this was a grenade. Even as an experimental device, its power was undoubtedly significant enough to obliterate the bedroom. He had no intention of taking a nap in the basement. Casually, he tossed the makeshift electric grenade into his storage space. Like his other skills, the ability to create an electric grenade had become an instinctive part of him. As for the extent of its power, he would need to wait for an opportunity to test it. To grow stronger, one must indeed open boxes, Luke mused. Now, he possessed 4 DNF skills, each proving immensely useful. Though he still had a long way to go before achieving his goal of becoming a powerhouse in the Marvel Universe. This was a commendable beginning. He then reflected on his own body, which required nourishment. As for the starving vagabond, he had his own needs. This body is far too small and inconvenient. Alas, I long to grow up quickly. Unfortunately, that is beyond my control. I must keep my nutrition in check. Thankfully, my foster parents treat me well, but it seems insufficient. Having just finished dinner, Luke felt hunger gnawing at him again. This seemed related to the number of DNF skills he had acquired. The more skills he learned, the greater the daily energy consumption of his body. Measuring his just over an emitter frame, Luke yearned to grow taller more than he ever had in his previous life. Opening boxes, expanding storage space, and treating himself to extra meals all required money. In short, he needed to spend money everywhere. What should I do? Go out and work for some cash. Luke murmured to himself. Work? Such a pedestrian notion. I can't believe you even considered it. I still suggest robbing a bank. It's fast money. Most importantly, it's bound to be thrilling. Rhodas exclaimed, bouncing on its 8 short legs, incessantly encouraging, Luke, let's rob a bank. What do you say? Luke could hardly be bothered to respond. He pondered the New York state law, which mandated that minors must be at least 14 years old to work, and even then, their weekly hours could not exceed 10. With his 7-year-old appearance, what establishment would dare employ him? The New York police would swiftly educate any manager who attempted to do so. Alas, how long must I wait to earn money for the magic box? Luke sighed, his brow furrowed in distress. At present, Iron Man had already made his appearance, and it would not be long before Hulk, Thor, and Captain America followed suit. With them would come the formation of the Avengers. Then, the impending New York battle, heralded as a watershed moment in Marvel's narrative, would commence. Humanity would face the extraterrestrial Chitauri for the first time, alongside the malevolent god, Loki, who orchestrated their invasion. In this tumultuous city, survival necessitated sufficient self-defense capabilities. Moreover, there was a nuclear bomb that nearly fell into New York. This will not do. I must quickly devise a way to earn some dollars. Scratching his head and sighing, Luke's youthful visage juxtaposed with the seriousness of his demeanor, embodying a childlike charm reminiscent of a miniature adult. Anyone who laid eyes upon him would find him endearing, resembling a little grown-up. Yet, who could have imagined that within this small frame resided the spirit of an adult? Chapter 3. Peter Parker. In the afternoon at 2 p.m., school was dismissed at Dallas Elementary School in the Queens District of New York. To conceal his identity, Luke found himself reluctantly complying with his adoptive parents' arrangements, re-entering the ranks of elementary students after many years. At this moment, he was carrying a small backpack, with a Rhodas concealed within. As he moved with the throng of students in the hallway, Luke trailed behind a young boy from the adjacent class. This boy was of similar height to Luke, appearing rather frail, especially for a 7-year-old standing at just 1 meter tall, particularly in a country where children mature early. With brown hair and of Caucasian descent, the boy was named Peter Benjamin Parker. Luke gleaned this information after some inquiries, which was a trivial task for someone with the soul of a 20-year-old. According to statements from Peter Parker's classmates, he was in foster care with relatives, his uncle being Ben Parker and his Aunt May Parker. Indeed, this was undoubtedly the future Spider-Man, albeit currently just a small child, deserving the moniker of Little Spider. Discovering Peter Parker was a delightful surprise for Luke. Once he confirmed this was indeed the future Spider-Man, he kept a watchful eye on young Peter, seeking an opportunity to approach him. As they passed the broom closet adjacent to the hallway, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from within, pulling Peter Parker inside. Luke paused in astonishment, halting his steps. The other children around him continued to exit, oblivious to the scene unfolding before them, while the school bus awaited at the entrance. Inside the broom closet stood 4 boys, 2 African American and 2 Caucasian, 2 of whom were quite overweight. The 4 boys postured aggressively, cornering the slender Peter Parker against the wall. "Parker, remember what I said? Don't leave after school. Are you forgetful?" one of the African American boys taunted, looking down on Peter, who was clearly shorter. "I didn't mean to bump into you," Peter stammered, shrinking back against the wall. "But you did," the boy retorted. "I'm sorry." Peter offered an apology. "Is that all you've got?" The boy persisted, advancing with the others, their fingers cracking ominously. "It's time you learned to respect me, don't you think? Who's the boss here?" As the scene appeared to escalate into a beating, a sigh echoed from the doorway. Luke stood at the entrance, observing the spectacle. How could such young children already engage in bullying? Or rather, how could Peter Parker, at such a tender age, already be a target of bullying? Luke recalled that in the storyline, Peter Parker was frequently bullied during his high school years. "Who are you?" The African-American boy turned around, sneering upon seeing Luke. "Yellow skin." "Hey now, that's quite impolite," Luke replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Yellow skin," the boy reiterated, laughing along with his companions. "Do you know what I despise the most?" "2 kinds of people, those who harbor racial prejudice," Luke stated, shrugging. "And the other kind are just plain racist." The boy's expression darkened immediately. Gritting his teeth, he pointed at Luke, commanding his 3 companions, "Let us get him." The 4 boys lunged towards Luke with a chorus of shouts. With a dismissive smirk, Luke seized the opportunity, stepping forward, grounding himself, and executing a devastating punch. The punch? A prominent technique in martial arts, known for its simplicity and devastating power, was popularized by Bruce Lee. With the aid of his system, Luke exhibited a high level of proficiency in this technique, far exceeding the skills of most adults after years of practice. While he could not rival Bruce Lee in practical combat, he was nevertheless more than capable of handling mischievous children. Before the startled Peter Parker could fully comprehend the situation, Luke had dispatched the 4 boys with a few well-placed strikes, leaving them groaning on the floor. "Chinese Kung Fu," exclaimed the African-American boy, wide-eyed in astonishment. "Now that you know, why don't you scram?" Luke pretended to throw another punch. From within the backpack, Rotus cheered, "Take them down, Luke. Run." The boys, terrified, scrambled to their feet and fled in a panic. Luke brushed off his hands, feeling no inclination to pursue them. He had barely exerted any effort, merely wishing to drive them away without causing harm. Unlike Rotus, he was not a madman. Reflecting on the incident, Luke felt a sense of accomplishment. He had struck a blow against bullying today, metaphorically kicking down the doors of oppression. Yes, he had done it. "Hi, I'm Luke Nelson. What's your name?" Luke approached the bewildered Peter Parker, feigning ignorance. Nelson was his adoptive father's surname, the name under which he was registered. Recovering from his stupor, Peter Parker replied, "I'm Peter Parker. Thank you so much for getting rid of those guys." "It was nothing," Luke smiled. "Really, thank you. Those guys are the worst." Peter expressed his gratitude, his appreciation evident. Previously, he had often been bullied by those 4, who would threaten him not to leave after school. Unable to fight back, he had no recourse but to avoid confrontation. In American culture, reporting to a teacher was not an option. That would only embarrass him further. Luke's swift and decisive actions had deeply inspired the young Spider-Man, who was well aware of Chinese martial arts. Now, Peter looked excited, pleading with Luke to demonstrate more moves. Feigning annoyance, Luke remarked, "Martial arts are for fighting, not for show." Peter found wisdom in this statement, his admiration for Luke growing immensely. At that moment, a notification pinged in Luke's mind. Peter Parker's favorability rating was at 10. A subtle smirk crept onto Luke's face. This was precisely the connection he sought with Peter Parker. The significance of favorability ratings was profound. Maxing it out would allow him to acquire the skills of others. He coveted Spider-Man's web-slinging, climbing, and healing abilities. Currently, Peter Parker's favorability rating stood at 10, requiring a total of 100 points for completion. As an adult, Luke found this task decidedly manageable. Having significantly aided Peter Parker, Luke naturally forged a friendship with him. They exited the school together and boarded the bus, sitting side by side. Just as in the story, Peter was an open and talkative individual. Soon, Luke found himself overwhelmed by Peter's chatter, beginning to question whether approaching the young Spider-Man had been a wise decision. One Rotus was already noisy enough. as the school bus passed a roadside billboard. A large screen displayed news footage of Iron Man soaring through the sky. Peter Parker immediately pressed his face against the window, mouth agape in wonder, exclaiming, "Cool." At this moment, the young Spider-Man was already a fervent admirer of Iron Man Chapter 4, boning his delicious burger on this day. Peter Parker visited Luke's home for a friendly gathering. The two had recently discovered that their residences were quite close to one another. "Hey, Peter, how are you?" Karen, Luke's foster mother, greeted Peter with delight as she spotted him standing at the door. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Nelson." "I'm well," Peter replied politely. "I'm looking for Luke." "Go upstairs." "Dear, Luke is waiting for you." Karen invited Peter into their home. "All right, Mrs. Nelson. See you later." Peter smiled as he entered. Upon entering, he encountered Luke's foster father, Foggy Nelson, and also exchanged pleasantries. "Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson." Karen linked arms with Foggy and remarked, watching Peter dash upstairs. "I'm so glad Luke has made friends at school so quickly. I was worried that he might struggle to adapt to this new environment." The psychologist mentioned that adopted children can often become withdrawn. "Don't worry, dear," Foggy chuckled. "Luke is the brightest child I've ever met. He knows how to integrate into his new life. When he grows up, he will undoubtedly make us proud." "I believe that to be true," Karen beamed. "By the way, Matt will be coming over soon," Foggy added with a smile. "Will he stay for dinner?" Karen inquired. "I don't think so. We just need to discuss some work matters." "It won't take long." "Of course, that's fine." As Peter entered Luke's room, he saw Luke fiddling with an assortment of peculiar items. Curious. Peter watched for a moment before asking, "Hey, buddy, what are you planning to do?" Luke looked up and grinned. "I'm preparing to raise some funds." "Raise? Funds?" Peter furrowed his brow, questioning, "What are you planning to buy?" "Well, that's a secret for now. You'll find out in a few days," Luke said mysteriously. Peter's curiosity was piqued as he observed Luke's every move. Spread out before Luke was a collection of various items, including remote-controlled cars, models, and collectible cards among them. A nearly new PSP gaming console and a limited edition Disney commemorative coin. All these items were gifts from his foster parents, given to him for Christmas, New Year, or his birthday. Luke intended to sell everything to gather capital for his upcoming money-making venture. He had no need for these possessions and believed that selling them for a worthy purpose would be a better use of their value. He estimated that he could fetch between $300 to $350 for the lot, especially since the PSP was in nearly pristine condition. "Oh, a visitor?" Luke guessed the identity of the guest. There were only a few people who would come to his foster parents' home. "Sure," Peter nodded. Luke descended the stairs and entered the living room, confirming his suspicion as he saw the expected guest, blind lawyer Matt Murdock. "Hey, is that Luke?" A young man wearing dark sunglasses turned to greet him with a smile upon hearing footsteps. Sitting across from him was Foggy, who smiled warmly at Luke. Looking at this so-called blind man, Luke silently scoffed, thinking, "Keep pretending." Out loud, he said, "Good evening, Mr. Murdock. Just call me Matt." The blind man replied with a grin. "All right, Matt. Would you like something to drink? I can help Karen get some water." Luke offered as he stepped into the kitchen to serve Matt. Initially, Luke was astonished to learn that his foster father worked alongside the renowned Daredevil. Was it merely a coincidence? Regardless, Daredevil was a figure of respect, a Marvel hero dedicated to combating evil and protecting the vulnerable. Though he lacked the ability to fly like Iron Man or Thor, he was a grounded, relatable hero. Daredevil had lost his sight as a child due to an accident involving radioactive waste, which, paradoxically, heightened his other senses. He could perceive his surroundings through sound waves, akin to a bat, functioning like a human radar. His extraordinary tactile sensitivity allowed him to achieve remarkable physical balance and agility, honing his skills to an extraordinary level. After his father was murdered by criminals during his youth, Daredevil vowed to stand up for innocent victims and fight against crime, becoming one of the protectors of Hell's Kitchen in New York. The notorious villain Kingpin viewed Daredevil as a significant threat. Yet the blind lawyer managed to conceal himself well among the populace. At that moment, Matt Murdock perceived Luke as a polite and well-mannered child. From Luke's foster parents, he had learned a bit about Luke's background and had grown fond of him, an outcome that Luke had deliberately cultivated. A system notification echoed in Luke's mind. Matt Murdock affection level 3. A smile crept across his face. Foggy reached out, affectionately ruffling Luke's hair, saying, "All right, Luke. Matt and I have some work to discuss. You can go play." "Okay, Foggy," Luke acknowledged, having achieved his aim, and obediently went back upstairs. In his bedroom, he resumed preparations for his money-making scheme, as he was in dire need of funds to open a box. Recently, he had saved up for a 10-pull from a magical box and had drawn something intriguing, not a skill book, but a recipe called Bonina's Delicious Burger, which taught him how to create the most delectable burgers. Thus, he pondered if he could leverage this recipe to earn some money. Gathering startup capital was merely the first step. He would require the assistance of his friend Peter Parker, as his 7-year-old body limited him in many respects. Working together, they could achieve greater efficiency. Observing Peter engrossed in his PSP, Luke asked, "Hey, buddy, I remember you said your uncle used to have an RV, right? The color doesn't matter. Can you help me get it out?" Chapter 5. Tony Stark. It must be said that the young Spider-Man is quite loyal, as he truly assisted Luke in sneakily driving his Uncle Ben's RV out. On the roads of New York, a white RV meandered along at a slow pace. Luke sat in the driver's seat, maneuvering the steering wheel. Although he had a license in his previous life, he was now undoubtedly driving without one. As he steered, he incessantly commanded, "Press the clutch." "No, not that one. That's the accelerator." "Oh my." Due to his height, Luke's 7-year-old body dangled above the driver's seat, his feet unable to touch the ground. Peter Parker was crouched beneath his seat, listening to his instructions. "Is it this one on the left?" "That's right, buddy. Press it. Crash into them. Crash into them." "Who is speaking?" "Nothing." "All right, press the brake again." "Got it." With a screech, the RV came to a sudden halt at the roadside. Luke wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that this journey had been relatively safe and that the New York traffic police seemed to be on holiday. The two 7-year-old boys had successfully driven the vehicle into the city center. "All right, we've arrived. Get out." Luke exited the driver's seat and pressed a button to open the side of the RV. The vehicle extended like a tent, propping up half of its body. More importantly, they were about to sell hamburgers here. "This is insane, buddy," Peter Parker exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Stay calm," Luke replied with a smile. He felt a hint of excitement too, but as an adult, he managed to conceal it. He placed a plastic shelf at the RV's entrance and handed a promotional poster to Peter, instructing him to affix it to the door. The poster displayed a large hamburger with the words, "Bonina Delicious Burgers," starting at 7. Inside the RV was a simple hamburger-making station, small yet complete, with neatly arranged paper bags, transparent sanitary gloves, a giant bottle of cheese, and of course, baskets of lettuce, pre-sliced tomatoes, and the essential hamburger patties. The money spent on these ingredients came from Luke's sales of toys. The patties needed to be prepared in advance, as they were the essence and soul of the burger. After experimenting for a weekend and enduring numerous failures, Luke finally succeeded in creating the special patties for Bonina Delicious Burgers. After tasting their homemade burgers, both Luke and Peter unanimously declared them the most delicious burgers they had ever eaten, surpassing any offerings from KFC or McDonald's. The burger food truck quickly caught the attention of passersby. Luke assigned the young Spider-Man the formidable task of enthusiastically calling out to attract attention. This was no challenge for Peter Parker, who was more than willing to take center stage. Standing atop the truck, he called out, "Burgers. Delicious Bonina burgers. Only 7. You can't go wrong." The bustling street, located in a vibrant commercial district with several large office buildings nearby, was perfectly timed for lunch. Many professionals were exiting the buildings, ready for a midday meal. Luke had deliberately parked the vehicle here for a reason. Who is the most renowned burger enthusiast in the Marvel Universe? Need it be said? Opposite their food truck stood the famous Stark Industries office building. The people entering and exiting the building quickly noticed the unexpected RV selling hamburgers. Initially curious, some approached Luke and Peter with smiles, asking where the adults were. As the first customer bought a burger and took a bite, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh my God, this is the most delicious burger I've ever had." "Really? Then I want one too." Others nearby began to take interest. "Of course, sir. Would you like the classic burger or with extras?" Luke beamed with joy, finally seeing the prospect of making money. "Add tomatoes and lettuce. I want it all." "All right. Please wait a moment." Luke skillfully assembled the burger, layering lettuce, tomatoes, and the patty, drenching it in cheese, sealing it with the top bun, and placing it in a paper bag before handing it to the customer. Meanwhile, Peter cheerfully collected the money. As more and more people gathered around, the sight of two 7-year-olds selling hamburgers quickly became a spectacle. Sales were excellent, and each person who tasted the burger declared it the best they had ever had, often purchasing 2 to take away. A black, elongated armored limousine parked in front of the Stark Industries building. A plump driver and bodyguard stepped out to open the door for a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and sporting tinted glasses, who glanced toward the RV. Why are there so many people over there? Bunina Delicious Burgers? Upon noticing the poster, the man seemed intrigued and led his bodyguard over. Hey, kiddos, who runs this place? He looked around, puzzled at the absence of any adults selling food. I do, and him. Luke pointed to himself and then to Peter Parker. The man's eyes widened in astonishment, incredulously asking, just the two of you? Is this your food truck? Pointing at the RV. Yes, Mr. Stark, Luke replied with a smile. Instantly recognizing him as the illustrious Iron Man, billionaire Tony Stark, a true burger aficionado. Peter Parker recognized him too, his face paling as he was rendered speechless with excitement. I'll have one. The premium option, Tony Stark casually gestured towards the burger station behind Luke, adding, actually, make it two. Certainly, sir. Please hold on. Luke turned to prepare the burgers, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Poison this guy. He is really getting on my nerves. Rotus peeked out of Luke's backpack, encouragingly whispering. Shut up. Luke kicked the backpack lightly. After entering the building, Tony Stark unwrapped the steaming burger packaging and took a bite, immediately nodding in surprise, praising. The taste is surprisingly good. He turned to his driver and bodyguard, saying, Happy, from now on, I'll be getting my lunch here. Are you serious? Happy replied in disbelief. Of course, it's really quite delightful. Want one? He offered a burger to Happy. Chewing on the burger, Tony casually remarked, I've changed my mind. You go buy one yourself. Happy, momentarily speechless, shook his head in resignation. His boss had many flaws, including being capricious, arrogant, and prone to jokes, often behaving like a big child. Yet, without a doubt, Tony was one of the most brilliant minds in the world. Happy cherished his job and decided not to argue with Tony. Luke affectionately kissed Franklin, exclaiming, I finally made some money. My beloved magic box, wait for me. Chapter 6. Celia's fortuitous elixir. He rose from his slumber and descended the stairs, immediately spotting the injured Matt Murdock, who was being assisted by Foggy and Karen into the living room. Daredevil was drenched in blood, clearly gravely wounded. Luke stood by the staircase, overhearing a heated argument between Foggy and Karen. No, we cannot take him to the hospital. That is absolutely out of the question. Those people will put their hands on him. The entire neighborhood is under their control, Foggy said, his voice tinged with anxiety. But he's lost so much blood. If we don't treat him, he will die. Karen retorted. I know. Let me think. Foggy paced a few steps before declaring. This is the only option, Karen. Go fetch the medical kit. We must remove the bullets from his body first. Oh my God, Karen gasped, covering her mouth in shock before hurriedly retrieving the medical supplies. At that moment, Matt Murdock, still clad in his Daredevil attire, lay unconscious on the sofa, resembling a lifeless corpse. From Luke's vantage point, he could see at least 3 gunshot wounds on Daredevil, bleeding profusely. Luke heard Foggy muttering to himself, It's my fault. I shouldn't have accompanied him to that underground casino that day. The roulette hall is the darkest, filthiest place in Hell's Kitchen. Foggy hung his head in despair, feeling utterly useless and remorseful towards Matt. At that instant, Karen noticed Luke standing on the staircase, unaware of how long he had been there. She hurried over, forcing a smile, and urged, It's all right, honey, you should get some sleep. Luke said nothing, casting one last glance at the sofa before retreating upstairs. Upon returning to his room and closing the door, Luke sighed. He had known this would happen. It was merely a matter of time. From the brief exchanges between his foster parents, he inferred that Daredevil had sustained gunshot wounds during tonight's mission. Among the myriad characters in the Marvel Universe, Daredevil's prowess was not particularly exceptional. He was merely average. Aside from his extraordinary acute hearing and tactile senses, his physical capabilities fell within the realm of normal human limitations. Unlike certain superheroes, such as Spider-Man, who possessed comprehensive physical enhancements, Daredevil remained a mere mortal, which could be considered his greatest vulnerability, as a vigilante combating crime. He was sufficient against ordinary thugs, criminals, and street gangs. However, when facing members of New York's underground crime organizations, who were armed and often outnumbered him, his shortcomings became painfully evident, as was the case tonight. In Hell's Kitchen, the situation transcended mere danger. Hell's Kitchen, located on Manhattan's western shore, was once a notorious slum predominantly inhabited by Irish immigrant laborers, known for its dismal living conditions, severe ethnic conflicts, and high crime rates. Today, it could be described as a den of criminal activity, teeming with Russians, Japanese yakuza, and Mexican gangs, all engaging in illicit enterprises. The lawlessness was abysmal, justifying its ominous moniker. It later became the territory controlled by the arch-villain Kingpin, who, at his zenith, dominated nearly 70% of the nation's criminal undertakings. From drug trafficking and arms dealing to extortion and murder, his connections spanned both the underworld and legitimate circles, even reaching into Congress, revealing just how formidable he was. In light of such circumstances, one could only imagine the arduous struggle Daredevil faced while fighting alone. It was only when other heroes, such as Spider-Man, the Punisher, Iron Fist, and Jessica Jones, joined the fray against Kingpin's crime syndicate that the tide began to turn. Currently, Daredevil was enduring one of his most challenging periods, with only 2 or 3 friends privy to his identity aiding him, all of whom were mere civilians, including Luke's foster father, Foggy Nelson. To assist or not to assist? After a moment of contemplation, Luke sighed. All right, I shall lend a hand. He held a deep respect for Daredevil. Beyond Daredevil's role as a champion of the downtrodden, Matt Murdock had always treated him kindly, never harboring any prejudice against him for being adopted by Foggy and Karen. Moreover, from the earlier conversation between his foster parents, it appeared that Foggy had become entangled in this predicament. This meant that their household was now at risk. After all, members of these criminal organizations possessed little regard for the elderly or the young. Retribution and familial annihilation were not uncommon in such a world. Luke resolved to confront this trouble himself. While he could not confidently claim superiority over Daredevil, he possessed certain innate advantages. Are you finally going to take action? I feel a surge of excitement coursing through me. The glory of the apostle shall spread forth tonight. Hallelujah. Rhoda's had awaited this moment for a long time. You are a cold-blooded creature. You cannot truly feel excitement. That is merely a metaphor, young one. Are you not thrilled? Not exhilarated? Rhoda's exclaimed joyfully. The cost of dollar-to-token exchange is exorbitant. $50 merely to open one magic box is highway robbery. Luke dismissed him, intending to test his luck with the income from his hamburger sales, hoping to draw out something like a healing potion from the magic box. At the very least, he aimed to preserve the life of Uncle Matt lying downstairs. Even without his intervention, Daredevil was unlikely to perish. However, he could not discount the possibility of his involvement triggering a butterfly effect. If Daredevil were to meet his demise right under his nose, it would spell calamity. The system's extraction prompts echoed incessantly in his mind. Yet, the outcome left him somewhat disappointed. He had not drawn the healing potion he desired. The guaranteed reward from his 10 draws was not a skill book, but rather another item altogether. Gazing at the small vial in his hand, Luke's expression shifted. Celia's fortuitous elixir? What could this possibly do? It can temporarily amplify your luck for 1 hour, Rhoda's explained. Is that truly the case? Is its effect genuinely so miraculous? Luke inquired, astonished. You could test it by jumping out of the window, if you do not break any bones. It should indeed be effective. Rhoda's suggestion was characteristically sardonic and unreliable. Perhaps not. Luke smirked. Luck was an elusive concept, and he had never placed faith in his own fortune. Such was the self-awareness of one who bore the title of unlucky. Suddenly, Luke chuckled. As you said, we must test it to ascertain its true effects. After all, it is a product of the system. I have a bold idea. Do you agree to blow up Stark Tower? Rhoda's replied gleefully. No, what I mean is that since I have resolved to tackle this problem personally, it is crucial to determine the best approach. Judging by Luke's estimation, this issue would not be easily resolved. After all, he was up against the formidable Kingpin, who boasted allies of his own, such as the lethal assassin Bullseye and the Hand Clan, figures far beyond his current capacity to confront. Luke planned to cautiously gauge the depths of his adversary, to ascertain the nature of the threat he faced. He decided to take action tonight. Perhaps he might even secure a windfall in the process? From his foster father's words, he had gleaned a vital clue, the roulette casino. Regarding the absence of a healing potion to assist him, Luke pondered whether the bloody Daredevil downstairs might meet his demise. After all, he was a character endowed with a protagonist's halo. Surely he wouldn't be so unfortunate, would he? He gazed into the mirror, slightly furrowing his brow. This was the reflection staring back at him, standing at a mere meter tall, with a youthful visage and slender arms. He resembled an innocent child. With such an appearance, he would be barred from entering not just casinos, but even bars. What to do? It appeared he needed to devise a solid disguise. He intended to visit the roulette casino, both to test the efficacy of Celia's luck potion and to alleviate his pressing financial woes, while also gathering intelligence, 2 birds with 1 stone. What a brilliant idea! Luke's method of disguise was straightforward yet effective. He donned a child's mask depicting Iron Man's face and concealed a voice changer beneath it. Such devices were readily available throughout New York, inexpensive and nearly a standard accessory for vigilantes. Upon trying a few phrases, he discovered that his voice had transformed into a deep timbre, no longer resembling that of a child. Next, he exchanged his childish attire for a checkered shirt and casually slipped into a pair of relaxed trousers. Rotus climbed onto his shoulder, and Luke instructed him to masquerade as a plastic ornament, refraining from speaking unless necessary. Thus, Luke's overall demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, exuding a newfound maturity. He examined himself in the mirror, feeling thoroughly satisfied. This was precisely the effect he desired. Engaging in activities within the crime-infested underground casino required immense courage. Such establishments were rife with dubious characters, and those bold enough to gamble there were hardly innocuous. For an ordinary individual, such places were exceedingly perilous, a realm best avoided. Luke was gradually distancing himself from the realm of the ordinary. A year post-rebirth, he had become a master of close combat, armed with a sword. He could execute a swift draw. In recent days, he had crafted a number of electric grenades, stashing them away in his storage space. If worst came to worst, he could always retreat using his energy shield. As the saying goes, skill breeds courage. These were the reasons he felt emboldened to venture into such a place. Locating the underground casino known as Roulette was not a daunting task. Establishing casinos was among the primary income sources for the criminal underbelly. This particular establishment held a significant market share in Hell's Kitchen, bustling with a diverse array of shady characters. Due to certain well-known reasons, the New York police could only turn a blind eye to its operations. This allowed Luke to easily find two shifty young men peddling tainted baby formula on the street, from whom he gleaned the casino's location. "Hey, kid, this isn't a place for you," a brusque black doorman accosted Luke at the entrance to the casino. "Open your eyes and see clearly. If you dare call me that again, I swear I'll shove your tongue into your filthy mouth." The deep, gravelly voice emanating from beneath the Iron Man mask carried an air of menace. "Apologies, sir. I didn't realize. Please, come in." The doorman immediately stepped aside, granting him passage. "Humph," Luke scoffed, striding confidently into the casino. Such was the advantage of his disguise. He could pass for a dwarf. In this regard, even Mystique might find it challenging to match his cunning. Chapter 7. The Arrival of the Gambling God to the Outside World. This establishment appears to be a factory dedicated to the stitching of children's plush toys, complete with all necessary licenses and employing seamstresses through legitimate channels. However, a clandestine casino is brazenly concealed within, and the New York police are certainly aware of its existence. Yet, even with this knowledge, they dare not intrude to conduct a search. According to the United States Constitution, private property is sacred and inviolable. Any perceived violation could result in the use of firearms. For the New York police to enter and search, they must first obtain two unrelated search warrants from different departments. Even if they manage to gain entry, it is likely that the true activities have already been tipped off and vacated in advance. Furthermore, no one would dare to interfere with the enterprises of Gold Bing. His influence spans both the legitimate and the illicit realms, and his formidable reputation safeguards the underbelly of this operation from any disturbances. As Luke stepped into the casino, he was immediately enveloped by a palpable shift in atmosphere. The dimly lit surroundings were a melting pot of diverse characters. There were tattooed giants with their shirts off, menacing casino bodyguards, inebriated professional gamblers mingling with middle-aged men clad in suits, who projected an air of success, many of whom were balding. Amidst this crowd, one could often find a couple of voluptuous women, dressed in revealing attire and exuding a provocative demeanor, including some enchanting Eastern beauties with almond-shaped eyes and full lips. The casino was thick with smoke and the air was charged with an intense energy. Gamblers of various hues and sizes gathered around the tables, some displaying anxiety while others feigned nonchalance, all eyes fixated on a common goal. This was Luke's first venture into such an establishment in his previous life. He had been all but insulated from such environments. He wandered through the hall, searching for a place to play dice. Soon, he found a table for the game at the edge of the casino. It wasn't that he lacked interest in other games, rather, he was simply unfamiliar with them. Luke had rarely engaged in gambling-related activities. Aside from occasionally purchasing a lottery ticket in a whimsical moment, he had even forgotten how to play mahjong, a game he once enjoyed in his youth. As for games like poker, blackjack, or baccarat, he was utterly oblivious. The only card game he knew was do de jeu. He was uncertain whether do de jeu was played in New York, but even if it were, he would abstain. This time, he relied solely on Celia's lucky potion, which he believed would bestow upon him unassailable fortune. Most card games required not just luck, but also skill, qualities that did not suit him. He had already determined that the game most fitting for him was dice, which depended solely on chance. Dice, colloquially known as big or small, is arguably one of the oldest gambling games on Earth, found in every casino. Before entering, he had consumed a bottle of Celia's Lucky Potion, tangy and sweet with a hint of orange. Luke felt confident that he would excel tonight. He trusted the system, as it is said that a product of the system is always of high quality. Luke, these people are utterly unguarded. I strongly advise you to toss a few grenades here. Rhodas continually urged Luke to cause chaos, as it was his duty to ensure the world acknowledged the existence of the apostles. Feigning nonchalance, Luke ambled toward a dice table, ignoring Rhodas's comments. Perhaps the time had yet to reach the peak of Hell's Kitchen's nightlife, or perhaps the dice game simply lacked allure. When Luke approached the table, there were only 3 players seated, engaging in a game against the dealer. As Luke took a seat, the 3 gamblers cast glances his way, only to scoff and mock at the sight of the diminutive figure donning an Iron Man mask. One even muttered a derisive remark. Freak. Luke recognized their disdain, but remained unfazed, knowing he would soon leave them stripped of their dignity. Upon entering, Luke had exchanged for 10 chips at the cashier, each valued at $10. This constituted his entire stake for the night, and he intended to make the most of it. He believed his method of causing a stir was superior. He was not the same as Rhodas, who only knew how to wreak havoc. With Luke seated, the dice table now had 4 players and 1 dealer. The rules of the dice game were straightforward. Adhering to the most ancient method of rolling dice, 3 dice were placed in a transparent glass bowl, operated by the dealer. Players first wager on either big or small, and after placing their bets, the dealer presses an electronic button to make the dice tumble. Once the dice come to a stop, the total shown on the 3 dice determines the outcome. A total of 4 to 10 is deemed small, while 11 to 17 is big. A total of 3 or 18 results in a win for the dealer, and if all 3 dice show the same number, the dealer wins outright. The rules are simple. However, the intricacies of betting styles and odds are considerably more complex, which will not be elaborated upon here. Luke, however, did not rush to participate. Instead, he observed the other 3 players for several rounds, gradually learning the nuances of the game and preparing himself. When the dealer announced it was time to place bets again, Luke picked up a chip, pondered briefly, and wagered on small. Apart from Luke's bet on small, the other 3 players placed their chips on big, with 2 betting on big and 1 on triple dice, which offers the highest odds at 1 to 150, while standard big or small bets yield 1 to 1. This player clearly sought a significant win. After the players finished betting, the dealer remarked, "Bets are locked in," before pressing the electronic switch. The 3 dice began to tumble rapidly within the glass bowl. All eyes, including Luke's, remained fixed on the dice, unblinking. After a few seconds of tumbling, the dice gradually came to a halt, revealing a total of 12, resulting in a win for big. Luke had bet on small, thus he lost this round. A slight frown crossed his face as he contemplated the outcome. The 2 players who had bet on big exchanged knowing smiles as the dealer pushed some chips toward them, their faces betraying a sense of satisfaction. The next round commenced swiftly. This time, Luke again wagered on small, while the other 3 players placed their chips on big, one of whom stacked a hefty pile of chips, being the same player who previously bet on triple dice. Once they completed their bets, the 3 players cast disdainful glances at Luke, who had only wagered a single chip. "Bets are locked in," the dealer announced. The dice began to tumble once more. Seconds later, they settled, showing 2, 2, and 4, a total of 8, resulting in a win for small. Luke's heart finally eased. The initial loss had merely been a prelude, and Celia's Lucky Potion was beginning to take effect. With a professional smile, the dealer pushed 2 chips toward Luke, restoring his initial stake of 10 chips. The expressions of the 3 losers varied widely. The most notable was a muscular white man, adorned with an array of tattoos and a grotesque scar stretching from his eyelid to his ear, giving his smile a menacing quality. The muscular man furrowed his brow. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, an evident source of displeasure reflected in the cold smirk that graced his lips. Meanwhile, the other 2 individuals at the gambling table, upon witnessing Luke's victory, scoffed dismissively, clearly underestimating him. In the casino, wins and losses are commonplace, a reality well understood by these seasoned gamblers. This time, they faced defeat. Yet it did not imply that they would be similarly unfortunate in the future. As the 3rd round commenced, Luke placed his bets on a small outcome, wagering 3 chips this time. The other 3 players, 2 of whom opted for a large bet, looked on as the brawny white man continued to boldly stake on the surround dice. Luke stood alone in his choice of a small wager. His table companions appeared to regard him with disdain, seemingly reluctant to gamble alongside a dwarf. At this moment, the dealer smiled and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, bets are now final." Chapter 8. The cursed dice within the transparent glass bowl. 3 dice danced like mischievous sprites, their outcome shrouded in uncertainty. Moments later, the dice gradually came to a halt, revealing the results: 5, 3, and 2, totaling a mere 10, again a small. Luke emerged victorious once more. What a stroke of luck for the little man, he overheard the 2 players across the table grumble in annoyance. They lamented the fact that he was just 1 point shy of a large outcome, yet fate had dictated otherwise. Before the next round commenced, one of the 3 onlookers, a brawny white man, snarled at Luke, "Lady Luck won't favor you again, dwarf." His disbelief in Luke's potential for another win was palpable. Luke remained unfazed, his youthful visage concealed beneath the Iron Man mask, merely curling his lips in a dismissive smirk. The muscular man placed a hefty bet, stacking 5 golden chips, each representing $1,000, before him. He wagered on a large outcome, convinced that following several consecutive small results, the odds of a larger roll were significantly in his favor. Luke, however, persisted in his allegiance to the small. The other 2 players, sharing the white man's sentiment, also placed their bets on large, exchanging glances of ridicule as they anticipated Luke's impending misfortune. The dealer uttered the familiar phrase, "Bets are placed," and the dice began to tumble once more. Seconds later, including the white man, the trio of large bettors gaped in disbelief, their expressions reminiscent of having swallowed a fly. The outcome was yet again small: 1, 1, and 2, a ludicrously low result. The dealer pushed a pile of chips toward Luke, who accepted them with a grin. His gaze, cool and indifferent, flicked toward the muscular man, and he murmured in a low, gravelly voice, "My apologies. It seems my luck is indeed quite splendid tonight." The muscular man gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing under his breath. "Damn dwarf," he spat. "What the hell?" exclaimed Rhodas, who had been feigning decorum on Luke's shoulder. The muscular man glared at Luke, mistakenly believing the words had emanated from him, his eyes glinting with malice. In the subsequent rounds, Luke exhibited what one could only describe as extraordinary fortune. He successfully bet small 3 times in succession, followed by 1 large, hitting the mark each time. Gradually, even the dealer displayed an expression of incredulity, for it was exceedingly rare to witness such consistent triumph. Yet, neither the dealer nor the onlookers could fathom that this was merely the beginning. As Luke continued to amass his winnings, a crowd began to gather around the dice table, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. With each of Luke's successful bets, gasps and exclamations of astonishment erupted from the surrounding spectators. Once again, Luke wagered on small. Having already experienced 7 consecutive small outcomes, the crowd felt the odds of another small result were exceedingly slim. Thus, several other players joined in, placing their bets on large. The table had transformed, now brimming with a dozen eager gamblers, their attention no longer fixated on their own wagers, but rather on Luke's potential to maintain his undefeated streak. "Everyone, bets are placed," the dealer managed a strained smile. The dice began to roll. All eyes were riveted upon the trio of dice, breaths held in anticipation. As the dice finally came to rest, the atmosphere around the table seemed to freeze. A collective gasp resonated as it was revealed. Yet again, small. Luke had triumphed once more. "Oh, my God!" exclaimed various onlookers, both white and black, shaking their heads in disbelief. Statistically, such a result was nearly impossible. 8 consecutive small outcomes were rarer than hitting the lottery jackpot. Some onlookers began to question the dealer, wondering if the machine was malfunctioning. After inspecting the apparatus, the dealer confirmed there was no issue. However, under the insistence of several patrons, he requested a new dice bowl from the casino. The unprecedented streak of 8 small outcomes had deeply unsettled the crowd. As time progressed, the number of spectators surrounding the table swelled, creating a veritable sea of eager faces. Even with the new dice bowl, Luke's winning streak persisted. The astonishment gradually morphed into jubilant cheers, each wave of exhilaration drawing more curious gamblers into the fray. Luke, seizing the moment, placed an enormous stack of chips on the large. After a brief contemplation, he released his grip, having recognized that the probability of another small outcome was exceedingly low. The results soon emerged: 6, 5, and 6, an impressively high total. Just 1 point shy of a banker win. Yet once more, Luke triumphed. Witnessing Luke's unbroken string of victories, seasoned gamblers erupted in ecstatic exclamations of, "Oh, my God." The air was filled with the cacophony of men's roars and women's shrieks. Within a mere 30 minutes, Luke's table was a mountain of chips in varying hues. Behind him, A throng of tattooed men and inebriated gamblers had coalesced into a fervent fan base. The evening had transformed Hell's Kitchen into a veritable temple of fortune. At some point, the other players began to mimic Luke's wagers, having learned from his apparent divine favor. Luke bet on large, they followed suit. Luke bet on small. They mirrored him without hesitation. Consequently, after a few more rounds, the dealer began to wipe the sweat from his brow, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead. The rules of the game inherently favored the house, with the banker winning on 3 and 18 points, as well as during any tie. Theoretically, the house was almost guaranteed profit. However, this evening had unfolded in a manner unlike anything the dealer had encountered in his years of experience. As Luke's every wager sent shivers down the dealer's spine, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed amidst the chaos. With everyone fervently following Luke's lead, he wondered if friendships could survive this gamble. Drying his brow, he discreetly pressed a button beneath the table to summon assistance from the casino's upper management. The game continued. Luke placed a bet on a tie, and if he won, the odds were a staggering 150 to 1. This time, he wagered $1,000, envisioning a potential payout of $150,000, excluding the bets of others. The dealer's expression was one of despair. Chapter 9. Death to the Russians. As the dealer pressed the dice roll switch, their hands trembled with anticipation. The 3 dice began to leap rapidly within the glass dome, and the surrounding crowd collectively held their breath, fixated on the glass container, their eyes unwavering, as if fearing the moment of revelation would slip past them. A few gamblers found their palms slick with sweat. Witnessing Luke's rare and audacious wager, they briefly contemplated before joining him in this bold gamble. It is crucial to understand that the high odds of betting on the triplet, offering a staggering 150 to 1, stem from the exceedingly slim chances of rolling 3 identical numbers. Typically, those who bet on triplets are either reckless gamblers, chasing the illusion of overnight wealth, often ending up with nothing to their name, or casual players who may, against all odds, strike it lucky. Gambling has always been a game devoid of certainties. Yet tonight, these individuals seemed to have discovered a newfound faith, hardly pausing to deliberate as they followed Luke's lead in placing their bets. Some even risked their entire fortunes, fervently wagering everything they possessed on the table, aligning themselves with Luke's audacious triplet bet. This marked the most frenzied climax of the evening. Luke fixated intently on the 3 dice, a sense of excitement and restlessness brewing within him. His blood seemed to boil like scalding water, and adrenaline surged through his veins. Should he lose, $1,000 would vanish into thin air. However, if fortune favored him, with odds of 150 to 1, the casino would owe him a staggering $150,000. Undoubtedly, this is his most significant gamble of the evening. If he wins, he can call it a night. Yet, should misfortune befall him and he loses, it matters not. Throughout the evening, he has amassed nearly $50,000. One of the objectives for his visit tonight has already been accomplished. A profound silence envelopes the gambling table, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Every ear is attuned, captivated solely by the sound of 3 dice tumbling within the glass bowl, producing a series of delightful chimes. In this moment of collective anticipation, the 3 dice finally lose their momentum, gradually coming to a halt. The first die settles, revealing a face of 3. All eyes remain fixated, unblinking. The second die also comes to rest, displaying yet another 3. At that moment, a collective gasp resonated throughout the casino, as every individual simultaneously widened their eyes in astonishment. All that remained was to ascertain the value of the 3rd die, a suspense that felt as interminable as a century yet fleeting as a mere heartbeat. The 3rd die finally came to a halt, revealing a 3. It was indeed a round dice. Without any forewarning, the crowd erupted in an instant. Countless men and women became utterly frenzied. Incredible exclamations, hysterical screams, and fervent shouts of despair surged forth, reaching a crescendo that seemed to echo endlessly, as if threatening to lift the very roof of the casino itself. This time, these individuals have truly gone completely mad, betting on the dice. When the gambling deity declares a wager on the dice, it indeed results in a roll of the dice. Who, if not a gambling deity, could achieve such a feat? Everyone has witnessed and experienced the entire process firsthand. It is evident to all. The god of gambling. The god of gambling. The god of gambling. Luke found himself enveloped in a cacophony of exuberant cheers, a medley of languages and accents intertwined in a frenzied uproar, resembling sheer madness. At that moment, any words had lost their capacity to convey the fervent emotions of the crowd. Many had become incoherent, fervently shouting in a delirium, "Long live the gambling god." Witnessing Luke's ultimate triumph felt as though they themselves had emerged victorious. amidst a cacophony of adulation. Luke gathered the substantial pile of chips before him and nodded to the dealer, signaling for the casino to settle his winnings. The dealer, visibly despondent, could only lament. With an astonishing 150 to 1 payout, this seasoned dealer had weathered many storms. Yet this night, the casino's losses extended beyond just Luke. They encompassed all those who had wagered on the dice. The figures were staggering. The dealer could almost envision himself being dispatched by an irate boss, limbs broken, cast into a fetid ditch. This peculiar game of chance at the table was beyond explanation, even if he had 10 mouths to speak with. Rising to depart, Luke found the throng surrounding him instinctively parting to create a pathway. In that moment, regardless of skin color or status, everyone paid their utmost respect to Luke, the undeniable deity of gambling for the night. In this casino, tonight, he is a deity. Do not be deceived by his stature as a dwarf. At this moment, he stands towering above all. The applause from the surrounding crowd is thunderous. It would be impossible for Luke to claim that his heart remained unchanged. Indeed, he now harbors a sensation akin to that of a divine gambler, invincible in this world. He secretly rejoices within, acknowledging that the system is truly formidable. Just as he took his first step, an incongruous voice rang out behind him, somewhat shrill. Are you leaving right after your victory? Damn dwarf. Do you dare to wager a few more rounds with me? In an instant, all eyes turned in unison towards the speaker, only to discover it was the tattooed Caucasian muscle-bound man. It appeared that the performance was far from over. Everyone's eyes began to glisten once again. Luke slightly furrowed his brow and turned to face the individual. He remembered this person, the only one who had steadfastly opposed his bets, unwaveringly wagering against him from the very beginning. Consequently, this individual had consistently faced defeat. Yet, remarkably, he seemed unfazed by his misfortune, determined to challenge Luke at every turn. Each game was played for substantial stakes, and by the end of the night, he had lost an unfathomable sum. Luke found himself perplexed by this man's mindset. There was no animosity between them. At that moment, he overheard whispers behind him. Hey, isn't that Anatoly, the twin of the Russian mob? A regular here. You arrived late and missed it. Anatoly has been at the table all night. Unfortunately, Lady Luck has not favored him tonight. He has been losing consistently. What a foolish endeavor to gamble against the god of gamblers. It appears that Anatoly dares to challenge the gambling master. Let us not allow him to depart. A spectacle is surely in store. The speaker's voice was filled with exuberance. It seems that wherever one goes, there are always those who delight in chaos and fearlessness. Those who linger in this place are certainly not to be underestimated, and the surrounding crowd immediately erupted into a cacophony. Anatoly, seemingly in tune with the public sentiment, wore a triumphant smile, though the scar on his eyelid rendered his grin somewhat sinister. He gestured towards Luke, inviting him to take a seat, and said, Sit down, dwarf. Shall we wager again, unless you lack the courage? I am uncertain whether dwarfs possess a similar trait below as eunuchs do. Could you provide evidence to support your claim? The crowd erupted into peals of laughter. Beneath his mask, Luke remained silent, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The commotion he had stirred tonight was ample to draw the attention of those lurking behind the casino. He now awaited their emergence. What, are you afraid? Anatoly let out a contemptuous sneer. Beside him sat a provocatively dressed, voluptuous blonde. He pulled the alluring woman close, groping her without restraint as the crowd erupted in lewd laughter and whistles. With a grotesque grin that twisted his scarred face, Anatoly sneered coldly. Fine then. Keep gambling with me, just 10 more rounds. Win or lose, she's yours for the night. How about it, runt? Ever tasted a woman before? The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter once more. Anatoly proudly raised his head, his gaze laced with mockery. The blonde woman, after hearing Anatoly's words, displayed no change in her expression. Instead, she regarded Luke with keen interest, even extending her tongue to lick her lips. At that moment, a voice boomed from his shoulder as Roth shouted, Drop dead. Foolish Russian. Luke was taken aback, and the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. In an instant, the sound of whistles echoed in succession, creating an exceptionally vibrant atmosphere within the casino. Chapter 10. Russian Roulette FU, Dwarf. Anatoly erupted with a coarse Russian expletive, his tone dripping with disdain. Rothus, infuriated, retorted, "Fu white pig." A greater uproar ensued. It was a verbal assault of epic proportions. "Fu dwarf." Anatoly shot back in anger. "How do you wish to gamble?" Luke inquired, his voice calm as he fixated on Anatoly. He mused that since the Russian was so eager to lose utterly, he might as well oblige him tonight. After all, he had come to stir up trouble. So why not escalate it further? From the outset, He had been prepared for the tumultuous events of the evening. It was important to remember where they were. A physical confrontation was likely inevitable. He lit a robust cigar, clutching it in one hand while the other embraced the slender waist of a blonde companion. Anatoly lifted his chin, condescendingly addressing Luke. I'm tired of dice. How about a game of blackjack instead? Luke promptly shook his head. I don't know how to play. What? You don't know how? Anatoly's face twisted into a mocking expression. You come to a casino and don't know blackjack? Fine, then tell me, what can you play, dwarf? I refuse to lose to you. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, arching an eyebrow as he added, except for dice. I'm done with that wretched game. Though his words were eloquent, Anatoly was indeed unnerved by Luke's earlier display of luck at the table. He genuinely did not wish to continue playing dice with Luke. The onlookers, however, remained captivated, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. At that moment, someone suggested, how about roulette? Don't forget, this is a roulette casino. This proposal was met with enthusiastic agreement from the crowd. Roulette? Luke and Anatoly exchanged glances. I have no objections, Anatoly replied with a grin. Flexing the tattoos on his arm, Luke furrowed his brow for a moment before nodding. Very well, let us play roulette. Roulette is a globally popular casino game featuring 37 betting slots. The wheel spins clockwise, and the dealer, acting as the house, launches a small ball into the rotating wheel. The number where the ball lands determines the winning number. Players can place bets on multiple numbers in advance. Generally, betting options include odd, even, red, black, high, low, as well as several other combinations, each with varying odds. Overall, the rules of roulette are significantly more intricate than those of dice games. However, like all games of chance, it ultimately hinges on luck. Whenever luck plays a predominant role, Luke is confident in his ability to win. He reclined comfortably in his seat, though diminutive in stature. He exuded an undeniable presence. You seem quite confident, Anatoly remarked, casting a sideways glance at Luke. Not bad, Luke responded, his voice altered by a voice changer, sounding both deep and gravelly. I believe everyone here knows that I've won quite a bit tonight. His words elicited a synchronized cheer from the surrounding gamblers. Gambling God. Gambling God. As they prepared to wager on roulette, the excitement among the gamblers escalated, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Some even encouraged the casino to commence betting on who would emerge victorious between Luke and Anatoly. Anatoly scoffed through his nose, fixing his gaze on Luke as he sneered. Do you know my nickname here? The King of Russian Roulette. What makes you think you can win against me? His thick Russian accent made it clear of his heritage. And previous introductions had revealed him to be a notorious member of the Hell's Kitchen Russian Mafia. Soon, a group of casino staff transformed their table into a roulette setup, placing a standard Russian roulette wheel before them. A new dealer was assigned to oversee their wager. Such confrontations of mutual defiance are not uncommon in this realm, and the casino handled such disputes with remarkable finesse. However, due to the exceptional circumstances of the night, Luke's dazzling performance with dice had drawn attention. This new dealer appeared to be somewhat extraordinary. Luke noticed the dealer's fingers bore thick calluses. He surmised that unless one played cards enough to develop calluses, this individual was not to be trifled with. A slight bulge at the dealer's waist further corroborated his suspicion. With a smile, the dealer proclaimed himself a certified professional from Las Vegas, assuring both parties of his first-rate skills. I trust your marksmanship is equally commendable, Luke mused silently. Under the rapt attention of the eager crowd, the betting commenced. Upon witnessing the roulette wheel, Luke became increasingly convinced that this game was not susceptible to the clandestine manipulations often portrayed in films. To accurately direct a tiny ball into such a minuscule slot seemed utterly implausible, unless the dealer possessed superhuman abilities to manipulate objects with his mind. Achieving such precision was impossible. The intricate layout of the roulette slots ensured that even the slightest deviation could drastically alter the outcome. Thus, it could be said that the game relied almost entirely on chance. Luke felt reassured. The operators of the casino were certainly not fools. The global prevalence of roulette indicated its profitability. Most casino games share a commonality in favoring the house, much like how certain rolls and dice games favor the dealer. This is the reason behind the adage that gamblers often lose more than they win. As a player, the window for placing bets is exceedingly narrow. One must hit within that window to have any chance of winning. Compared to the odds of losing, the chances of winning are dismally slim. However, tonight, those considerations did not apply to Luke. His luck was at an all-time high. Winning was not merely an option, it was a certainty. The outcome of this wager was all but predictable. In the first round, Luke bet on odd numbers while Anatoly countered with even. Ultimately, The ball settled on slot number 17, an odd number. Luke effortlessly continued his remarkable streak, igniting a fervor among the onlookers as the cheers of gambling god reverberated throughout the casino, drawing in even more spectators. Anatoly, his face darkened with frustration, grunted, again. He simply could not believe that someone could possess such an extraordinary streak of luck. From his experience, luck is a fickle mistress, bound to shift in his favor eventually. However, the results would prove to be a bitter disappointment for Anatoly. Tonight, he was destined to be deprived of Lady Luck's favor, for she had already taken a liking to Luke. In the second round, Luke again wagered on odd numbers while Anatoly stubbornly continued to bet on even. He was resolute in his determination to oppose Luke at all costs. Once more, the ball came to rest on an odd number, 31. Anatoly repressed a surge of anger, feeling as though he were a volcano on the brink of eruption, slamming his palm onto the table as he squeezed out the words. Again, Luke remained unflappable, a serene smile gracing his lips beneath the mask, exuding an air of mastery. As the saying goes, everything is well within his control. Unfortunately, no one was there to witness it. In the third round, Anatoly swiftly placed his bet on odd numbers. Luke chuckled, remaining silent as he wagered on even numbers with a few chips. The roulette wheel began to spin. The dealer pressed the electronic switch, launching the small ball into the wheel with a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Everyone held their breath, including Anatoly and the onlookers. Eventually, as the ball ceased its frantic dance, it landed in a compartment. All eyes focused intently, revealing a score of 2, a substantial, even number. Anatoly, furious to the point of nearly vomiting, bore a countenance as dark as the sole of a shoe, his face twitching, resembling a fierce grimace. The surrounding crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, the object of their celebration all too evident. This further incited Anatoly, who appeared on the verge of an explosive outburst. The blonde woman beside him seemed to offer a word of comfort, only to be met with his irritable dismissal as he swatted her away. Again, Anatoly's gaze fixated on Luke, revealing a menacing and deranged smirk, akin to a famished wolf from Siberia. Luke, wordlessly, placed another bet. Beneath the Iron Man mask, his smile gradually faded. Surveying his surroundings, he contemplated. Tonight, he had brought along 163 electric grenades. Yes, that should suffice. Chapter 11. The Energy Shield. Luke, equipped with a system potion cheat, had long since determined the outcome of this wager. Thus, after 10 rounds, Anatoly failed to win a single game. Before the gambling commenced, the two had established rules, and according to their agreement, Anatoly lost an additional 100 chips to Luke, amounting to $10,000. At this moment, Anatoly sat in stunned silence, his complexion ashen, eyes vacant, seemingly questioning the very essence of life. The flamboyant woman who had been by his side had long since vanished. Fearing she would become the target of his frustration, being an RBQ was already a tragic fate. Amidst a chorus of adulation, Luke rose slowly, resembling a victorious monarch retreating from the fray. The crowd parted, allowing him passage. He requested the casino to settle his chips. Meanwhile, in a concealed surveillance room within the casino, the entire evening's events had been meticulously recorded. Ambitious casinos often employ gambling experts to maintain order. On this particular night, a former gambling king from Las Vegas was present, overseeing the proceedings. In the surveillance room, the casino manager summoned this gambling king to assess the night's events. As Luke had anticipated, the bizarre circumstances of his table had raised the casino's suspicions. "Mr. Paul, do take a look. Is this fellow cheating?" the casino manager asked, wiping the perspiration from his brow, weary from the situation. He had just received word that the dwarf had won a total of $200,000 from the casino that night, a substantial sum, nearly equivalent to the annual income of an average American family. While this amount might be trivial for a casino, the circumstances surrounding it reeked of deceit. The manager deemed it necessary to investigate further. Paul, a meticulously groomed middle-aged man, held a prestigious position with a handsome salary, and had heard whispers of the enigmatic owner behind the casino. Now was his moment to prove his worth. However, after scrutinizing the footage several times, he shook his head in frustration. Cheating at craps? That seems implausible. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitated. Unless this individual is truly a gambling god, it's unlikely he is cheating. In other words, he believed that the gambling on this night was legitimate. Normalcy, my foot. The casino manager thought to himself, suppressing a desire to curse. Was this truly normal? He was no fool. The dwarf was clearly not playing by the rules. The manager's forehead throbbed with veins as he pressed. "You can't possibly tell me that this wretched dwarf has won all night simply by chance?" At these words, Paul's expression faltered. Deep down, he too found it hard to believe that one could possess such extraordinary luck. Yet, he had not observed any signs of cheating. Throughout the footage, Luke's hands remained in view at all times. Unless this individual had achieved mastery in cheating to the extent of using his feet. The more knowledgeable one was in such matters, the more perplexed they became. After a prolonged silence, the casino manager sighed heavily and stepped aside to make a phone call. When the line connected, he spoke with utmost respect and humility, inquiring, "Mr. Wesley, are you already aware of the situation?" A pause followed, then a low, measured voice responded. "No one can steal money from this casino." Yes, I understand." The casino manager wiped the sweat from his brow and hung up. He signaled to a nearby black security guard, who promptly understood the cue and exited swiftly. Holding a seemingly heavy bank card, Luke appeared momentarily lost in thought. This was a card arranged by the casino, with all procedures in order, requiring no account holder. After all, dealing with such matters was second nature to an underground casino. The card contained a total of $210,000, an amount Luke had never possessed before. How many boxes could this open? Luke felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "Hey, are we just leaving like this?" The creature perched upon his shoulder, Rotes, seemed dissatisfied with the outcome, urging, "What if we blow this place to smithereens?" "Patience," Luke replied with a subtle smile. After stepping out of the casino, he proceeded into a dimly lit alley. He intentionally lingered there for a few minutes, and soon enough, the alley was surrounded. Have they lost their composure so quickly? Luke had anticipated this. A cold smile creeping across his lips as he stood his ground. "Kill them. Wipe them out," Rotes exclaimed excitedly. Four muscular men approached Luke from both ends of the alley, attempting to corner him. As the faint light illuminated the scene, Luke recognized two of them from the casino, mingling among the throng of gamblers. He surmised that these individuals were either sent by the casino or were members of the Russian mafia, allies of Anatoly. "Who are you? What do you want?" Luke feigned a hint of panic, stepping back a few paces. In the darkness, one man grinned coldly, speaking in English with a Russian accent. "Anatoly sends his regards." Without further ado, the four men brandished their weapons, gleaming, sharp knives, and lunged at Luke. Energy shield. Luke dared not withstand the onslaught with his body. He was not yet capable of such a feat. A brilliant orange light barrier swiftly enveloped him in a 360-degree radius, forming an energy shield that protected him. This translucent orange shield had a radius of about 1 meter. The faces of the four assailants were instantly illuminated by the orange glow. Their expressions, shifting to shock as two of them collided with the barrier, sent reeling back several steps. They thrust their knives fiercely against the shield. Yet their efforts were in vain. The knives failed to penetrate, and instead, were deflected away. What in the world is this? The four men were utterly bewildered. The peculiar scene before them exceeded their understanding. Luke, however, was prepared. He had complete confidence in the protective capabilities of the energy shield. Its first characteristic was that it would not break until its energy was expended. And its second was that it would inevitably absorb an attack. With a chilling smile, Luke stepped forward, delivering a swift punch to the chest of one of the Russian men. A sickening crack echoed as the man's ribs shattered, sending him flying at least 3 meters away. The remaining 3 stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Luke had no intention of holding back against these assailants, who undoubtedly harbored intentions of harming him. None of these gangsters were benevolent souls. In the shadowy alley, the sounds of muffled grunts, cracking bones, and heavy thuds resonated as Luke remained within the protective confines of the energy shield, repeatedly striking down each attacker. In mere moments, Luke effortlessly dispatched the 4 knife wielders. They may have wished to retaliate, but trapped within the shield's radius, they found themselves unable to touch Luke, ultimately succumbing to their own frustration and unconsciousness. Soon, 5 figures appeared at the alley's entrance. Luke focused intently, recognizing that they were armed. Without so much as a word of negotiation, the 5 men opened fire. The sharp crack of gunfire shattered the silence of the night in Hell's Kitchen. These must be Anatoly's henchmen. Luke sheltered behind the energy shield, watching his dropple. However, the energy shield began to dim slightly. At the alley's entrance, 5 individuals unleashed a barrage of gunfire, only to be astounded moments later to find Luke unharmed. The astonished group quickly deduced that the peculiar orange sphere enveloping the dwarf was the cause of their predicament. "Continue firing," one shouted, and the 5 resumed their onslaught against Luke. The crackling gunfire reverberated through the street, echoing into the tranquil night. These assailants displayed a resolute determination, far more ruthless than the 4 Russian mobsters. Their objective was unmistakably clear: to eliminate the dwarf masquerading as Luke. It must be said, Luke had successfully provoked a few individuals this evening. As the luminous shield before him visibly waned, flickering precariously, Luke realized that maintaining this course of action was untenable. There was no avenue for escape. It was time to retaliate. With a deft motion of his small hand, he produced an unexpected item, a small vial containing a glowing substance. Indeed, it was a batch of electric grenades he had crafted after mastering their creation. He hurled the grenade toward the 5 individuals and immediately conjured a new energy shield. The vial rolled to a stop at the feet of the assailants, who momentarily paused, evidently perplexed by the unfamiliar object. Then, a resounding explosion erupted. The violent tremor from the blast shook the walls on either side of the alley. Simultaneously, cries of anguish escaped the lips of the 5, and the gunfire abruptly ceased. Through the energy shield, Luke distinctly observed the blue-white electric arcs enveloping the assailants. Among them, 2 individuals who had not been instantly killed writhed on the ground, convulsing violently before falling still. So, this is the state of electric shock. He then turned his gaze away from the grotesque, mangled remains that were once human, feeling a wave of nausea surge within him, and he quickly averted his eyes. Retching against the wall, which book claimed that taking a life wouldn't induce such a reaction? Well done. A splendid explosion. Annihilate them all. Let the glory of the apostles illuminate this world. Rothus exclaimed excitedly, perched upon Luke's shoulder. Ever since their arrival in this realm, it had long awaited this moment. Upon noticing Luke's discomfort, it mocked him, utterly useless. Can't handle a little blood? It's merely severed limbs and visceral organs. You'll get used to it. Luke retorted with another bout of nausea. Once he had regained his composure, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Don't forget, I was just an ordinary person before this. Not only have I just killed someone, but I had never even witnessed such bloodshed prior to this. Movies don't count. I was merely a recluse. Do you understand what that means? What is the big deal? Rothus replied nonchalantly, crossing its short tentacles over its chest. It seemed to have learned some twisted wisdom. People are driven to adapt and survive in the cracks of existence. Luke was left speechless. How profoundly insightful. I find myself unable to counter that. Chapter 12. The Thunderous Mother. As Luke emerged from the narrow alley, he was met by a throng of individuals rushing towards him, each exuding an air of menace while brandishing MP7 submachine guns. They too had spotted Luke. It's him. Eliminate this dwarf. A voice erupted in a shout, prompting a throng of individuals to swiftly raise their assault rifles, without uttering a single word, and unleash a barrage of gunfire towards Luke. A relentless storm of bullets rained down upon him. Luke swiftly conjured a protective aura and promptly sought out nearby cover, his form darting with remarkable speed as he leaped behind the shelter. Luke, eliminate these audacious human scum who dare to offend the great apostle, Rhodas shouted with exhilaration. Under the relentless barrage of a dozen submachine guns, the energy shield withstood for mere seconds before shattering, its glow dimming to nothingness. Bullets continued to pummel the large metal dumpster behind Luke, producing a cacophony of explosive crackles in his ears. For precautionary measures, Luke conjured another energy shield around himself before retrieving an electric grenade from his storage space. Activating the grenade, he hurled it outward without a glance. In the darkness, the electrifying device rolled to the feet of the gunman. These assailants exhibited a markedly higher level of combat proficiency than the previous adversaries. Although they could not discern the object beneath them in the shadows, their instincts alerted them to the imminent danger. A chorus of frantic shouts erupted. Grenade! Take cover! With a deafening roar, the electric grenade detonated, illuminating the surroundings like a flash of lightning. The explosion's violent sound shattered the low-level windows of a nearby dilapidated residential building, scattering glass across the ground. The car alarms of vehicles parked in proximity blared urgently in unison. Amidst the cloud of smoke and debris, the anguished cries of several gunmen who failed to take cover pierced the air. Those unfortunate enough to be at the epicenter of the blast had vanished without a trace. In the aftermath of the explosion, the neighborhood descended into chaos. Damn it! Open fire! Open fire! The smoke and dust from the explosion had yet to dissipate when the gunmen opened fire on Luke once more. The crackling gunfire echoed like popping corn, rousing the entire neighborhood from their slumber. Residents of Hell's Kitchen, jolted awake from their nightmares, trembled in their relatively secure abodes, bewildered by the chaos unfolding outside. Amidst the hail of bullets, Luke, undeterred, hurled another grenade from behind his cover. Damn it! A grenade! Ducking away from the thunderous roar. Mere seconds had elapsed since the initial explosion when nearly half of the denizens of Hell's Kitchen were startled by a second detonation. In truth, the first explosion had occurred in a narrow alley, where a grenade had claimed the lives of several armed individuals. However, Its impact paled in comparison to the cataclysmic noise generated in this open expanse. A brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, and the deafening explosion shattered the windows of the adjacent building from the first to the fifth floor in an instant. The sirens of the vehicle-mounted alarms continued to wail frantically. The assailants rose, their faces smeared with dust and grime. Those fortunate enough to be alive sought refuge behind various forms of cover. Some gasped for breath behind a dumpster, their hands trembling as they fumbled to reload their magazines. Others crouched behind a sedan, clutching their bleeding arms, reeling from the shock. Tragically, many had already perished in the explosions, caught unawares. Without exception, the eyes of the survivors were filled with terror. They could scarcely fathom the madness of their adversaries, who dared to carry grenades, such instruments of devastation. Is this the behavior of a rational being? In comparison, these individuals wielding submachine guns are truly benevolent. At the very least, they do not attempt to obliterate the entire neighborhood. The cacophony of gunfire and curses intertwined in a chaotic symphony. A group of gunmen exchanged furtive gestures, two of whom crouched low, utilizing the veil of darkness to stealthily maneuver their weapons in an attempt to flank from the side. Hidden behind a refuse bin, two assailants sought an opportunity to take a cold shot at Luke. Unbeknownst to them, their furtive demeanor had already caught the keen eye of Rothus. In this dimly lit environment, the distinction between night and day held no significance for Rothus. There are two over there. Eliminate them. Eliminate them. Lotus squealed excitedly on Luke's shoulder. In truth, his warning was unnecessary. Luke, utterly focused, had been vigilantly guarding against any ambush from the shadows. Without hesitation, he hurled an electric grenade toward the two men. Unbeknownst to him, a mocking smirk curled at the corner of Luke's lips in the darkness. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a deafening explosion as the grenade detonated. The trash can remained unscathed, but the two unfortunate gunmen behind it convulsed violently in unison before collapsing motionless to the ground moments later. Didn't they know trash cans conduct electricity? Luke scoffed under his breath. From a distance, the other gunmen stared in stunned silence. What kind of grenade was that? One that electrocutes? Is it a new variety produced by Stark Industries? No one dared to approach any closer. Within a mere 3 minutes of gunfire, more than a dozen individuals had arrived on their side, yet 10 had already fallen. Only fewer than 5 remained. One trembling gunman fumbled for his phone, dialed a number, and shouted into the device, "Send reinforcements immediately. They possess heavy firepower. I repeat, requesting reinforcements." A query emanated from the mobile device. How many individuals are present on the other end? Uncertain. Oh dear. Another grenade, emanating a dazzling electric light, detonated not far from the individual across from him, hurling 2 of his companions, who had taken refuge behind a car, into the air, along with the vehicle itself, which was reduced to a mangled wreck. The gunman, his face smeared with dirt, picked up his phone from the ground and shouted in frustration, "Damn it. They possess heavy firepower. Repeat, the enemy has heavy firepower. We are under heavy fire suppression. Quickly send reinforcements." The person on the phone also heard the tremendous explosion and immediately exclaimed, "Damn it. Hold on. Reinforcements are on their way." As they awaited reinforcements, the remaining 2 gunmen cowered behind their cover, reluctant to emerge, only occasionally peeking out to fire blindly, unleashing a haphazard barrage from afar. The opposing firepower had significantly diminished, and with the energy shield raised, Luke appeared remarkably composed. He rose to assess the situation, and with one grenade in his left hand and another in his right, he hurled both electrifying grenades towards the direction where the 2 men were hiding. After all, grenades cost him nothing. He had crafted them himself, and should he miss, it would not weigh heavily on his conscience. Unfortunately for the gunmen, they were in dire straits. Faced with such an unreasonable and frenzied adversary, these men, who usually bullied others with impunity and exhibited fearless bravado, were genuinely frightened. In their typical gang skirmishes, submachine guns were standard issue, yet heavy firepower was a rarity, as these confrontations were not akin to warfare in Afghanistan. However, at this moment, they were overtaken by the illusion of being embroiled in a fierce battle in Afghanistan, positioned as the beleaguered militia under the onslaught of heavily armed American soldiers. The moment they exposed themselves, a grenade would be flung their way. If they remained hidden, 2 grenades would come crashing down. This battle had become untenable. When reinforcements finally arrived, Luke was merrily tossing grenades, one after the other. Note a group of people fell to the ground, their voices rising in a cacophony of shouts. "Open fire! Open fire! Eliminate these wretched scoundrels!" The gunman cursed. With a fiercer barrage than before, the onslaught rained down upon Luke with a wild fury. Shielded by a psychic barrier, he carelessly extracted grenades from his storage space, which arced through the darkened night, landing amongst the throng. The explosion of the electric grenades resonated like thunder, illuminating the street in flickers, causing the ground to tremble. Those nearest to the two vans were the first to suffer. In an instant, the vehicles were reduced to scrap metal, their fuel tanks detonating in a chain reaction that erupted into towering flames, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. The gang members, stricken with terror, scattered in frantic attempts to evade the chaos, desperately dialing for reinforcements, requesting backup. They are armed with heavy firepower. There are at least 10 of them. Damn it, we can barely hold on. Hurry, send help. Oh, for heaven's sake. 10. Impossible. Luke hurled 2 more grenades into the fray. The air was filled with exclamations of disbelief, igniting yet another frenzy. At that moment, the street was transformed into a thunderous hellscape. Chapter 13. A splendid night in Hell's Kitchen. The streets grew increasingly lively as reinforcements from the gangs arrived in waves. Luke engaged fervently with these individuals, his singular firepower suppressing a formidable throng of adversaries across the way who dared not show their faces. It would be hard for anyone to believe such a tale. The residents of Hell's Kitchen trembled in their homes, the incessant explosions echoing down several blocks. Gang skirmishes were commonplace here. Yet few had witnessed a confrontation as fierce as this evening's. It was clear that something significant was unfolding. The gang members clashing with Luke remained oblivious to the true number of foes they faced. The intensity of the firepower they encountered led them to speculate that there were at least 10 opponents from an unknown gang. Little did they realize that only one person was engaging them, and even more astonishingly, that this individual was merely a child. Luke observed additional reinforcements arriving, this time seemingly from 2 different factions simultaneously. The chaos escalated further. Strangely, upon alighting from their vehicles, these 2 groups immediately opened fire on one another. Bullets ricocheted off cars, walls, and flesh, plunging the scene into utter disarray. With Luke now involved, the conflict transformed into a 3-way melee. In a thunderous explosion, a large dumpster was hurled into the air, scattering debris and flames. The relentless Jalothar was even more exhilarated than Luke. Tonight, the radiance of the apostle illuminated the entire scene, and every cell in his body yearned to escalate the chaos. Lothar's wish came true. Just as the 2 rival gangs were locked in fierce combat, another group arrived. A swarm of men poured out from 4 vans, each brandishing submachine guns, shouting in rapid-fire Japanese. The Yakuza had joined the fray. Thus, the 3-way brawl escalated into a 4-sided melee. The Yakuza, outnumbering the others, encircled the Russians and the initial attackers, unleashing carnage that left countless dead and wounded. The Russians, cornered and desperate, rose with reckless fury, returning fire with wild abandon. A wave of Yakuza members fell. Quickly, the remaining Yakuza sought cover and engaged the surviving Russians in a brutal exchange. Bullets crisscrossed the battlefield, weaving a tapestry of bloodshed. Luke, crouched behind cover, stared at the pandemonium, momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Damn, this is intense. Seems like the fine weather tonight lured everyone out for a stroll. Just as the situation seemed to follow the script of the menace stalking the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. With the Yakuza poised to dominate as the final predator, high beams flashed in the distance. An SUV sped in and screeched to a halt. 5 or 6 figures emerged, 2 of them shouldering massive, ominous weapons. Holy hell, RPG launchers? You're practically aiming for the heavens. Luke's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. It was unclear which faction could be so ferocious. The 2 figures simultaneously fired their rocket launchers, sending missiles streaking through the night with blazing tails before plunging into the midst of the Japanese Yakuza members. Boom. The climax of the night arrived, 2 deafening explosions, followed by an eerie silence. The sheer devastation of the RPGs left the Yakuza members in shock, with over half of their numbers wiped out in an instant. The initial group, though smallest in number and previously overwhelmed by the Russians and Yakuza, suddenly regained their vigor. Emerging from cover, they launched a fierce counterattack against the remaining adversaries. After observing for a moment, Luke concluded that these newcomers, armed with overwhelming firepower, were likely Kingpin's men. They must have truly lost their temper. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to RPGs, weapons of such destructive magnitude. While pondering, Luke didn't idle. He continued hurling grenades. An EMP grenade landed near the rocket launchers. The men, in the midst of reloading, immediately abandoned their weapons and threw themselves to the ground. With another thunderous blast, the SUV behind them was reduced to scrap. The Russians bore the brunt of Luke's assault, while the newcomers primarily targeted the Yakuza. Then, Luke reached for more, only to find nothing left. All 163 EMP grenades he had brought for the night had been exhausted. These grenades are truly exceptional, proven highly effective. I should stockpile more in the future. In the distance, police sirens wailed. The NYPD had finally been roused into action. All night, the precinct had been inundated with frantic calls, so many that the lines were nearly overwhelmed. Ignoring the situation any longer would have been inexcusable. Reluctantly, the officers mobilized. The heavily armed newcomers, arriving last, were the first to withdraw, seemingly eager to avoid any encounter with law enforcement. Upon hearing the sirens, the Yakuza members exchanged rapid words before retreating. In stark contrast, the few remaining Russians disregarded the police entirely. Instead, they redirected their gunfire toward the approaching squad cars. The officers had barely stepped out when a barrage of bullets greeted them, instantly felling several. The rest, shaken, hastily took cover behind their vehicles and returned fire. Witnessing this, Luke couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Truly the fighting spirit of their people, utterly fearless. Kill, kill, kill. Lotus continued to bellow in his ear. Luke rolled his eyes, removed the Iron Man mask, and tossed it into the storage compartment. He was not as deranged as Lotus. He recognized that it was time to retreat. Before rising to leave, he noticed a large contingent of New York police officers being outmatched by a mere handful of Russians, all cowering behind their patrol cars, too timid to show themselves. Luke couldn't help but think that the New York police in the Marvel Universe were utterly inept. A bunch of ineffectual drunks. Yet, one could hardly blame the officers. They had initially intended to merely make an appearance, only to be confronted by a rampaging group of Russians, all armed with submachine guns. In stark contrast, the New York police were equipped with only standard sidearms, rendering the disparity in firepower painfully evident. As Luke withdrew from the battlefield, he turned a corner of a building and unexpectedly encountered another sizable group of menacing Russians, evidently there to reinforce their comrades. Both sides halted in their tracks. The Russians brandished submachine guns, and some even wielded AK-47s. One burly Russian approached Luke and inquired, "Hey, did you just see a group of people running in a particular direction?" Luke bit his finger thoughtfully, pointed in a vague direction, and exclaimed in a childlike voice, "Over there. Hooray." As Luke gazed at the menacing group of Russians departing, a peculiar smile emerged on his youthful face. "Do they intend to capture me? Dream on. Eat shit, you handsome bastard, damn it." The warring factions have gradually vacated the battlefield, yet the frenzied Russians persist in their gunfire with the New York police. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for the residents of Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 14. Aftermath. Luke climbed through the window into his room and quietly peered through the door's crack. It appeared that his foster parents had retired for the night, and the living room downstairs was enveloped in tranquility. After closing the door, Luke lay down on his bed and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Throughout the night, he repeatedly cast his mental shield, realizing that such exertion was quite draining. Now, he felt overwhelmingly fatigued, his eyelids heavy and unyielding. Luke slept soundly throughout the night, seemingly indulging in a delightful dream before dawn. In his dream, he envisioned himself as the Emperor of Luck, effortlessly achieving a flawless graduation, dominating the battlefield, while a throng of admirers cheered his prowess. When he finally awoke, it was already past 9 in the morning. Given the commotion from the previous night, it was reasonable to assume that the outside world was in an uproar. Luke rose from his bed, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and then made his way downstairs for breakfast. Upon entering the living room, he noticed that the injured nightcrawler, Matt, was no longer present. Only faint traces of blood remained on the sofa, a testament to the previous night's chaos, which Luke chose to ignore. "Good morning, Karen." "Good morning, honey." As Karen prepared breakfast, she affectionately embraced Luke and planted a tender kiss on his cheek. Luke feigned indifference, brushing his cheek as this gesture still felt foreign to him. After all, he was a grown man psychologically. Although Karen was ostensibly his adoptive mother, she was merely in her early 30s. The sensation of being kissed each morning by a woman who was not much older than himself, with no genuine blood relation and possessing an attractive countenance, was quite an experience, to say the least. The table was adorned with a quintessential American breakfast of bread, milk, bacon, and eggs. Noticing only 2 sets of cutlery laid out, Luke inquired, "Is Fudge not having breakfast again?" Karen paused for a moment, then smiled gently and said, "Darling, Foggy still has work to attend to. He's already had breakfast this morning." Luke remained silent. He knew Foggy was dealing with the aftermath of Matt's injuries. The morning news played on the television, The reporter speaking with frenzied excitement about last night's chaos, a battle that had woken half of New York. The screen displayed footage of Hell's Kitchen's war zone from the previous night, now heavily cordoned off by police in the morning. Patrol cars lined the streets, their flashing lights painting the scene in alternating hues of red and blue. According to reports, 5 NYPD officers had lost their lives in the firefight. The area had been ravaged by heavily armed criminals, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Shattered glass littered the ground, mingling with fresh, crimson blood. Though the bodies had been removed, the streets bore the scars of scorched blast marks, the entire block resembling something out of hell itself. As the reporter dramatically put it, as you can see, the devastation in this neighborhood looks as though it's been trampled by demons from the abyss. "Oh, God," Karen murmured, her hand covering her mouth in shock as she watched the horrific images over breakfast. The broadcast then cut to on-site interviews, showing residents from nearby buildings hurriedly moving out. An elderly woman, facing the camera with visible distress, lamented, "This place has always been hell. But last night, Satan himself paid us a visit." The report reveals the participants involved in this violent clash: Russians, local thugs from New York, and members of the Japanese Yakuza. Ultimately, the scene presents a blurred photograph captured in the nocturnal setting. The image depicts a mysterious figure, notably diminutive in stature, with a faint outline of an Iron Man mask adorning their face. A prominent question mark is emblazoned across the photograph. The annotation reads, "He is not Iron Man." Then, who is he? Gazing at the television screen, a half-cooked egg slipped from Luke's fork. Is this not a reflection of himself? To his astonishment, he realized he had been secretly filmed. How outrageous, judging by the blurriness and angle of the photograph. It appears to have been captured by a nearby resident using a mobile phone. These individuals exhibit a remarkable fearlessness, daring to risk their lives amidst gunfire to clandestinely document the scene. Luke mused that he was fortunate to have donned the Iron Man mask at that moment. He resolved to exercise even greater caution in the future. The disciples of Zhongrui seemed to be omnipresent, truly disconcerting. Resuming his meal, Luke quickly devoured the fried egg. He held no belief that anyone could trace him. Last night, he had taken sufficient precautions, disguising himself as a dwarf, employing a voice modulator, and donning the Iron Man mask had provided him with impeccable concealment. The repercussions of the chaotic skirmish would undoubtedly continue to reverberate for some time. Even if those organizations were to dig deep in their investigation of last night's events, they would be pursuing the dwarf, while he, at present, was merely a 7-year-old boy seated at the table, obediently enjoying his breakfast. No one would suspect him. Meanwhile, in the opulent office at the pinnacle of Stark Tower, Tony gazed, somewhat astonished, at the news footage displayed by Jarvis. After a moment of silence, he finally remarked, "It seems I have become quite the sensation. Even criminals are donning my mask during their shootouts. Sir, do you require me to investigate the background of this individual?" A monotonous male voice echoed in the room. "There is no need for this." Tony pondered for a moment, shaking his head. Such matters were irrelevant to him. "Very well, Jarvis, inform me of the progress regarding the portability of Mark V. "Everything is in order, sir. Let us commence the test." Hell's Kitchen, the roulette casino. A young, handsome Caucasian man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit and donning black-rimmed glasses, strides confidently into the casino. Upon receiving the news, the casino manager hurriedly rushes out to greet him. "Mr. Wesley, I did not anticipate your personal arrival. It is a privilege to meet you." The casino manager's tone is laden with reverence as he bows his head before the young man. "What have you discovered?" Wesley's voice was low, reminiscent of the tone he had used during last night's phone call. "There is still no concrete news. That dwarf seems to have vanished into thin air. Neither our people nor the Russians have been able to locate him." The manager stammered, attempting to explain that, in reality, the sum of money won by that individual was not substantial. "You see, the issue at hand is not merely about the amount." Wesley interrupted him, casting a faint glance at the manager, and, maintaining his tone, replied, "I have stated before that no one can take money in such a manner. Does the gentleman remain unaware of what has transpired here? Do you wish for him to be informed?" No. The manager shook his head vigorously, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. He understood that the individual before him was not merely the assistant of the esteemed boss, Jean Bing, but rather akin to a high-ranking official, enjoying the utmost trust and favor of the boss. Wesley's words certainly carried weight and could, to some extent, represent Jean Bing. Wesley extended his hand, slightly adjusting his suit and tie. "Get this matter resolved." Having said that, he turned and exited the casino. Yes, yes. I will continue to dispatch personnel to investigate. Until Wesley's figure vanished at the doorway, the casino manager finally lifted his head and let out a long sigh of relief. He then promptly summoned several subordinates to arrange for the continued investigation into the instigator of last night's events. Damn that little imp. The manager harbored a deep-seated animosity towards someone, his teeth grinding in irritation. Luke rubbed his nose, reflecting on the chaotic skirmish of the previous night. One thing was certain. The current kingpin was not the formidable underground emperor who once commanded a staggering 70% of crime across the United States. Presently, Hell's Kitchen remained embroiled in turmoil, a battleground for competing factions vying for territory. Just last night, 3 distinct powers had emerged. Among them, the Russians and the Japanese Yakuza were nearly evenly matched. However, the Kingpin's crew exhibited a distinctly greater resolve, making it inevitable that they would soon dominate Hell's Kitchen. Luke temporarily set these thoughts aside. It was the weekend, and he was free from the burdens of school. It struck him as rather unfortunate to be an adult yet still confined to a classroom with a gaggle of youngsters, studying subjects like 112, quite a source of embarrassment. Locking his door, Luke retrieved his bank card, toying with it as he contemplated how to allocate the substantial sum of $210,000. After a night of diligent toil, the time for reaping has finally arrived. Chapter 15. Harvest. Standing before his bed, Luke felt an overwhelming urge to raise his arms and exclaim, "The days of surviving on free magic boxes are behind me." Over the past year, he had diligently saved the complimentary magic boxes distributed weekly by the system, enduring 2.5 arduous months to accumulate enough for a tenfold draw. The thought alone brought a pang of sorrow, accompanied by a tear. Thus, after a moment of profound contemplation, Luke resolved to invest a modest sum of $15,000. A delightful indulgence, indeed. At $50 per box, that would afford him a staggering 300 magic boxes, equating to 30 tenfold draws. The prospect was utterly exhilarating. Luke could hardly contain his excitement. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Luke's eyes widened in astonishment as 300 magic boxes materialized out of thin air, instantly filling his room to the brim, toppling over and burying Luke beneath the heap. Covered in dust, he lay on the floor, only to hear hurried footsteps ascending the stairs. Rothas emerged from the pile of boxes, exclaiming, "Someone is eavesdropping outside. It's that woman. Eliminate her. Destroy her." At the door, his adoptive mother, Karen, inquired anxiously, "What is happening, honey?" "Nothing. I'm fine." Luke quickly scrambled to his feet, assuring her, "I'm just exercising." How embarrassing. Before him stood a towering stack of magic boxes, reaching over 2 meters high. A truly magnificent sight. "Be careful not to hurt yourself," Karen cautioned from the doorway. "I know," Luke replied. Once he heard Karen descend the stairs, he sat down, suppressing his excitement, and commenced his first tenfold draw. Data chip 1 skill book. Diving punch 1 colorless crystal 20 revival coin 1 serious handmade cake 1 magic stone 1 magic stone 1 colorless crystal 18 skill book. Suplex 1 data chip 1. To his astonishment, he had drawn 2 skill books. What a splendid start. The diving punch, a skill of the blue fist Saint in DNF, delivered a swift and powerful punch to the enemy's abdomen while executing a diving maneuver. This could render foes in a prolonged state of paralysis, with a chance of causing dizziness. Through previous battles, Luke had recognized a flaw in his inch punch technique. It was not well suited for frontal assaults. The inch punch relied on speed, precision, and force, making it ideal for close-range attacks. The diving punch would perfectly fill this gap, providing him with the capability for mid-range strikes. With a clap of his hands, he absorbed the skill book, a warm current flowing through him as his proficiency skyrocketed to mastery. Like other skills, the diving punch became instinctual. The suplex skill, wasn't that a grappling technique? He picked up the second skill book. Suplex was a nickname for grapplers, adept at various throws and close combat. In reality, judo, a unique form of Japanese martial arts, translates to the gentle way, emphasizing a gentle approach to subduing opponents. Luke hesitated. Using this skill on women might lead to accusations of harassment, and the thought of employing it on men sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, he absorbed it, contemplating that it might serve a purpose in certain unique scenarios. Continuing with the second round of tenfold draws, he obtained Serious Special Cool Drink 1 Magic Stone 2 Revival Coin 1 Skill Book, Rondo Staff 1. Luke decided to exhaust the remaining magic boxes in one go. The system notifications flooded in, dazzling him with their brilliance. As skill books emerged one after another, Luke couldn't help but salivate. Ultimately, He had drawn a total of 19 skill books, along with a myriad of miscellaneous items. Everything was heaped upon his bed, including valuable treasures like the Bonina burger recipe and Syria's lucky potion. Luke was most concerned about the skills he had acquired, as they directly influenced his path to becoming stronger. As he perused the rewards, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. He leaped from the head of the bed to its foot and struck a celebratory pose, exclaiming in a low voice, "Indeed, this is all the result of the fateful choices of the Stone of Destiny. Oh ha ha ha. Oh ha ha ha. What a bountiful harvest." These new skills were sufficient to elevate his overall prowess to a new level. If before he had merely been akin to a contemporary street-level hero, like Nightcrawler or Iron Fist, after acquiring these 19 skill books, he could transcend that tier, at least reaching the status of a third-tier Marvel hero, akin to Black Widow or Hawkeye. Moreover, among the 19 books, one stood out as particularly unique. Mastering it could propel him to a second-tier level, one where he would not be outmatched even by Tony Stark in his Mark V suit. Luke's heart surged with fervor. Strength was within his grasp. He was eager to master this special skill. Patience, one step at a time. Luke took a deep breath. Among the 19 skill books, 9 pertained to combat. He kicked the air, creating a whooshing sound. With another clap, he absorbed the steel body skill. Steel body is a technique for resilience. In folklore, it is often referred to as hard qigong or iron shirt. Once mastered, Luke eagerly put it to the test, only to feel a tinge of disappointment. Contrary to his expectations of being impervious to blades and bullets, steel body did not shield against gunfire. It could not withstand swords either. However, it did numb the pain inflicted by punches, making opponents feel as if they were striking iron. Clearly, he needed to learn from the likes of Spider-Man and Hulk to enhance his resilience. If only he could pilfer their abilities to withstand blows, that would be ideal. It seemed that defensive skills were scarce in DNF, and ironically, those were precisely what Luke yearned for. Why? Because he was terrified of death. Terrified to the core. At his essence, Luke remained that reclusive young man. Having taken lives and gained extraordinary powers did not eradicate his fear of death. With another clap, he absorbed the skill of the psychic's clone. This skill brought him a delightful surprise. In DNF, when a psychic cast a clone, it remained stationary. Upon Luke's acquisition, he discovered that his clone could move and bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The clone, though unable to speak and somewhat dazed in appearance, was nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. This was astonishing. The potential applications were vast. Suddenly, Luke conceived a bold strategy. Enough distractions, Luke thought. Reveling in these tactical skills, while they may not inflict direct harm upon foes, they were essential for survival. As the saying goes, if one can survive, one shall. When the time arises, one must employ survival tactics. Survival is a strategic approach. Survival is a philosophy of life. Survival is an essential pathway to victory. As the adage states, no survival, no victory. Without first mastering the art of survival, how could one hope to emerge victorious? Last night was a prime example. With this clone, coupled with the energy shield, Luke felt confident that he could have thrived in that precarious situation. Chapter 16. The improvement of grenades. A few remaining combat skills include the Dragon Tooth of the Battle Mage and the Rondo Staff technique. Both of these skills are rooted in staff techniques and necessitate the use of a staff for their execution. Upon mastering the Dragon Tooth, a remarkably detailed map of acupoints appeared in Luke's mind. The purpose of the Dragon Tooth technique is to strike specific acupoints on the opponent's body with the staff, resulting in numbness and rigidity, leaving the adversary unable to defend themselves and merely subject to passive blows. Luke couldn't help but reminisce about the dog-whipping staff technique of Master Huang. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. With a swift clap of his hands, the method for employing the Rondo Staff technique also manifested in Luke's consciousness. He was momentarily taken aback. This move had astonishingly replicated the skill formed from DNF without the drastic modifications seen in previous techniques. The Rondo Staff technique, it lifts the opponent entirely off the ground with the staff, only to then slam them back down. This utterly defies the laws of physics. Is such a feat truly achievable? Luke gestured a few times in place, scratching his head, filled with doubt. Nevertheless, this technique sounded undeniably potent. Just imagine the scenario, in the midst of a battle, lifting a fully grown person with a stick, defying the principles of leverage, and then, against the laws of mechanics, slamming that individual to the ground with a single strike. Who would restrain that coffin lid? It seems that person must be Newton himself. It appears that from now on, he must prepare a stick to carry with him at all times. Luke chuckled to himself, relieved that he hadn't drawn the blind man's skill. Otherwise, he would have become a stick elder. Did anyone think this was the end? No. What left him even more speechless lay ahead. Keywords: Street Fighter, Brick Assault. As a soothing warmth flowed into Luke's mind, his spirits sank. This book instructed him on how to incapacitate someone with a brick, detailing which areas to strike to avoid causing fatal harm, and so forth. Luke felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The crux of the matter was that executing this skill truly required the use of a brick. Will he have to carry a brick with him in the future? Would the New York police say to him, "Citizen, please put down your weapon"? Brick? And once he masters the art of the Street Fighter's projectile throws and street storms, will he need to carry with him a fishing net, a water pipe, a bench, and a trash can? How absurd. Luke immediately resolved that these skills should never be employed unless absolutely necessary. It is quite embarrassing. Imagine, while having a pleasant conversation with Jean, suddenly losing composure and recklessly throwing trash bins around. Luke simply cannot afford such disgrace. Thinking positively, after acquiring this extensive array of martial arts skills, he could at least consider himself a semi-master of combat. He could confidently proclaim that he had mastered 2 of the 18 weapons, the staff and the brick. Perhaps it is best to refrain from mentioning the brick. This time, he had also drawn a manual on the energy shield used by Chi masters, which he had already encountered. However, when he held the skill book in his hands, the system alerted Luke that he was still able to learn. Luke inquired of Rothus, who was dozing off at the bedside table. What happens if I study a skill I have already learned? Indeed, Luke immediately immersed himself in the study of the Chi shield. Remarkably, he sensed an innate fluidity in his understanding of its operation, as though he had gained a profound insight. This could be deemed a manifestation of mastery through practice. In practical application, Luke discovered that he could cast the Chi shield with greater swiftness. Furthermore, the transition from a level 1 to a level 2 Chi shield resulted in a noticeable expansion of its protective radius, growing from 1 meter to 2. The shield appeared rounder and more robust. The defensive strength must have also increased. Quite splendid. Luke was immensely satisfied with this enhancement. Last night, amidst the chaotic hail of gunfire, his survival until the very end was attributed to the impenetrable and remarkable defensive form of the energy shield. As long as the shield remained intact, he was absolutely secure within its confines, allowing him to boldly engage in various activities. For instance, he preferred to hurl grenades with reckless abandon rather than simply discarding refuse. This time, he had drawn a skill book that contained a type of freezing grenade. Alongside the electric grenade, he now possessed 2 varieties to deploy. The freezing grenade, upon detonation, instantaneously emitted an extreme low temperature, encasing everything within its radius in ice. In the realm of the game, this was a quintessential skill for ammunition experts. Translated into reality, Luke was confident that its power would also be gratifying. Unfortunately, despite having learned the crafting process, he currently lacked the necessary materials to create it. He required liquid nitrogen as the explosive component, which was not something readily available in everyday life. Perhaps liquid nitrogen could be procured online? It should not be a problem. Luke felt that it was time to embark on a significant procurement to acquire a multitude of peculiar materials necessary for his creations all at once. The bank card still held 200,000. Luke was uncertain whether this sum would suffice, as his requirements extended beyond mere liquid nitrogen. If his estimations were correct, the expenses associated with that specialized skill would exceed the 200,000. Money can be an insufferable entity, yet it remains beloved by all. Following the recent upheaval in Hell's Kitchen, the atmosphere was fraught with tension, akin to a state of alert. Opportunities to amass several $1,000s, as he had this time, were unlikely to arise again soon. Aside from the sale of hamburgers, which could provide some daily expenses, he resolved to economize wherever possible. For the enhancement of grenades, he would have to make do with some scrap materials for the time being. TP skill, grenade enhancement. This new skill, which he had drawn, was among Luke's favorites. Aside from the undoubtedly costly specialized skill, he anticipated that the combat prowess gained from grenade enhancement would be the most significant. As the name suggests, grenade enhancement involved a secondary modification of the existing electric and freeze grenades to amplify their potency. The method was rather intricate. In simple terms, it required high-quality materials to refurbish both types of grenades, incorporating new contents, utilizing more refined metal shrapnel, and even certain exotic metals to augment their explosive power. Currently, the effectiveness of the electric grenade fell short of its potential. After all, the materials Luke had used to create the grenades were salvaged scraps from his foster parents' home. If the previous batch of homemade grenades possessed 50 of their intended power, then the newly enhanced grenade's post-TP modification could achieve at least 130 or more, far surpassing the current output. This figure could further increase with the utilization of superior materials. Well, Luke mused that he was increasingly entrenched on this perilous path of grenade crafting. Just imagine the extraordinary power of shrapnel crafted from advanced materials like Edmund alloy. Regrettably, for the time being, he can only indulge in daydreams. Such exquisite quality is not something he can currently obtain. Chapter 17. The Scrapyard. The proprietor of the junkyard was a tall, slender, middle-aged white man wearing a baseball cap. Upon spotting Luke, the young boy wandering through the debris, he approached with the intention of shooing him away. "I wish to purchase scrap metal," Luke stated directly, without unnecessary preamble. "What did you say?" the junkyard owner questioned, suspecting he had misheard. "I have $100, Luke replied, pulling a crumpled franklin from his pocket and handing it over. The money in that bill was not yet accessible to him. He intended to devise a way to launder it before feeling secure in its use. "All right. Choose as you please. Take as much as you can carry," the junkyard owner said, accepting the $100, flicking it with his fingers, and scoffing. "Huh, $100? Surely, this is for some school project. I doubt this child can carry anything substantial." He underestimated Luke's capacity to lift items amidst the heaps of refuse and discarded metal, obscured by towering mountains of trash. The junkyard owner had even neglected to hire a security guard, convinced that no one would be interested in such worthless debris. After allowing Luke to explore at his leisure, while cautioning him to remain safe and not to climb, the owner hummed a cheerful tune, contemplating a lavish dinner that evening. Relieved to be unobserved, Luke began to sift through the available metal refuse. Unbeknownst to the junkyard owner, Luke's capability was far beyond his assumptions. In addition to the 19 skill books he had drawn the previous day, he had also received other guaranteed rewards, including 2 vials of basic strength potions, which were quite remarkable. Despite his youthful appearance, after consuming the potions, his physical strength rivaled that of an adult. Furthermore, he possessed a storage space that he had expanded from an original size of 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters to an impressive 10 by 10. Luke had no intention of conducting a losing business venture. Sipping coffee under a shaded pavilion, the junkyard owner basked in the warm Manhattan sun, humming popular melodies, believing it to be a day brimming with potential. Pausing at a mound of discarded televisions, Luke crouched down to examine an old cathode ray tube television that appeared intact. "This will be useful," he murmured to himself, and with a mere touch, the television vanished, absorbed into his storage space. He then found several more acceptable old televisions and collected them before heading towards another nearby heap. This new mound was filled with a variety of integrated circuits. Luke knelt, sifting through the assortment, quickly discovering several intriguing small devices. Many of these items were not entirely broken. With his current knowledge of mechanics, he could repair them for reuse. However, that was not his primary objective. He was in search of materials necessary for his forthcoming project. After gathering circuit boards, diodes, and copper wires, Luke turned his attention to an expansive automotive graveyard. Here, an array of derelict vehicles were stacked precariously, appearing ready to collapse at any moment. Luke selected intact metal sheets and various gears, and to his fortune, he even stumbled upon a seemingly flawless car engine. Just that engine alone was worth more than $100, he surmised. Meanwhile, the junkyard owner continued to leisurely sip his coffee, casting a casual glance at Luke, who was now holding only a few small items, eliciting a scoff of disbelief. That little brat has done well to collect even those few items. Seizing the opportunity, Luke discreetly stored a derelict catering truck that had caught his eye into his storage space. Once repaired, he could use it without the need to covertly borrow Uncle Peter's RV. When the junkyard owner looked again, he seemed momentarily startled, sensing something was amiss. Yet, upon reflection, he could not pinpoint what was missing and merely shook his head in confusion. After an hour's time, Luke had underestimated both the likelihood of finding valuable items within the junkyard and his own insatiable greed. His 10 by 10 storage space was now completely filled, unable to accommodate even a single screw. Beneath his feet lay an assortment of items he found difficult to part with. To an untrained eye, they might appear as mere disorganized rubbish, but to Luke, they were treasures that could be easily repaired and integrated into his future plans. As he finally departed, Luke dragged behind him a makeshift sled crafted from discarded materials. Its base was a car trunk door, now fitted with 3 wheels and pulled along by a sturdy rope. With each pull, the sled emitted creaks and groans, struggling to support the considerable weight of its cargo. Layered upon the sled were several items. At the bottom, large metal sheets, weighing at least several kilograms, both iron and aluminum. Above them sat a white air conditioning unit, which housed a functioning fan and integrated circuits. Resting atop the air conditioner were two LCD monitors, both intact, yet somewhat aged. On the very top lay a small microwave oven, accompanied by two speakers of differing sizes. Altogether, the haul weighed nearly 100 kilograms. Even with the makeshift sled to assist him, it would require considerable effort for an adult to move. Yet, Luke pulled it along with ease, the cargo towering above him. The junkyard owner, catching sight of this spectacle, nearly dropped his coffee in disbelief, staring wide-eyed as he witnessed such a small frame managing to drag such a heavy load. This world is utterly insane, he mused with a wry smile. Surely, this haul exceeds $100, doesn't he it? Curse it, but what does it matter? They're just scraps. Let him take what he wishes. Weighing his thoughts, the junkyard owner concluded that even if these items were worth more, he would not suffer significant loss. He turned to survey the area once more, scratching his head in confusion. For some reason, he felt as though something substantial was missing, but dismissed it as mere illusion. Chapter 18. Mechanical Assistant upon returning home. He meticulously transported the discarded electronic devices into his bedroom in batches. His adoptive mother, Karen, watched in bewilderment. Luke concocted an excuse, claiming that the science teacher at school had assigned them some extracurricular projects. Karen, skeptical, wondered aloud whether the curriculum at Dorsey Elementary had advanced to such sophisticated levels. Had she not just spotted an air conditioning unit? Surely, that must have been what it was. Inside the bedroom. As Luke gazed at the mountain of assorted junk that filled the entire space, he inhaled deeply and rolled up his sleeves. First, he retrieved a collection of mana crystals from the storage area. After an extensive period of extracting from the magical boxes, he had amassed quite a few of these materials known as mana crystals. In the Marvel Universe, such items were likely unnecessary for combating the likes of Entune, and thus, they must possess some other purpose. Recently, he had discovered that these fiery redstones could be utilized to enhance explosive contents. The thermal energy contained within these mana crystals was astonishingly high. With deft movements, Luke skillfully ground several mana crystals into a fine powder. He then mixed this glistening fire-red powder into his existing explosive materials. Throughout history, humanity has devoted itself to the relentless pursuit of creating larger explosions. From the initial invention of black powder, its composition has been continuously refined over centuries. In modern times, TNT emerged, and later, Oppenheimer incorporated uranium-235 into bombs, resulting in the creation of nuclear weapons. Technology has perpetually advanced, and high-grade materials have been continually discovered, leading to an unbounded increase in the explosive power of bombs. Through his research on mana crystals, Luke concluded that this material held immense potential. While he was uncertain whether he could eventually create something akin to a nuclear bomb, he knew he had yet to reach its limits. Given the constraints of his experimental conditions, his bedroom serving as a makeshift laboratory with rudimentary tools, he was certain that merely adding 1 gram of mana crystal powder could significantly enhance the thermal energy of the explosive contents, thereby increasing the explosive yield of his grenades. When he ignited a small pile of previous explosive materials on a piece of paper, a modest flame sprang up to 1 inch in height. Now, with the addition of mana crystal powder, the same quantity ignited and erupted into a blaze that leapt 1/2 meter high, nearly singeing Luke's eyebrows. Subsequently, Luke rummaged through some scrap metal and fashioned a casing for a grenade. Compared to a beer bottle, a metal shell would increase the internal pressure of the grenade. The greater the internal pressure during an explosion, the more rapidly the internal temperature would rise, resulting in a more violent detonation and a greater kinetic shrapnel effect. This modification to the shell immediately amplified the grenade's lethality. Thus, the second-generation electric grenade made its dazzling debut. Overall, this improved grenade's power was at least doubled. Luke planned to find an opportunity to test its effectiveness. The second-generation grenade looked sufficiently convincing, at least resembling an actual grenade. The craftsmanship remained relatively crude, for it was a product of his own hands. At present, he prioritized functionality over aesthetics. After all, what beauty could one expect from a grenade? Once detonated, wouldn't they all yield the same outcome? Currently, the limitation lay in the materials available for shrapnel. For the time being, he could only use scrap metal. In the future, should he acquire superior materials, such as refined iron, steel, or even carbon steel, the grenade's potency would have ample room for enhancement. As Luke contemplated this, Rhodas, who had been observing Luke's endeavors, spoke up. "Luke, with this, Can you defeat the strongest person in this world? The strongest? Are you referring to Dormammu or Ancient One? What is that? You are far too weak. Rhoda scoffed at the results of Luke's labor, which he deemed unimpressive. One mustn't be so dismissive, Luke retorted, rolling his eyes. Let us not forget that this is the Marvel Universe, where there exist metals like adamantium. Imagine shrapnel made from adamantium. I firmly believe my potential for growth is vast. Quickly increase your strength. I want to stir up trouble. This world needs to recognize our existence as apostles. Rhodas exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm. Understood, understood, Luke replied. He had no objection to causing a stir. As long as it did not involve those he cared for and his own safety was assured, he was open to escalating the situation as much as necessary. In the following days, aside from utilizing his spare time to create more grenades to stockpile, Luke prepared to construct another crucial item. This item was pivotal. It would determine whether his subsequent manufacturing plans could be executed efficiently. It could even be said to be the prerequisite for the unfolding of his future endeavors. Over the course of the week, Peter Parker noticed Luke's distracted demeanor. Aside from their weekend hamburger-selling escapades, Luke seemed particularly driven, and the little spider frequently observed Luke lost in thought at school, often sitting there, seemingly adrift. At times, even while walking, Luke could be heard muttering phrases such as, "No, the failure isn't due to an erroneous algorithm, or it lacks a constant. This constant must be the key to AI's emergence," and other peculiar statements. To this, the little spider felt a sense of unarticulated admiration. He refrained from interrupting Luke, understanding that Luke must be engaged in something of significant importance. And so, after a week, Luke finally accomplished his goal. Done, he exclaimed, exhaling deeply in his bedroom after days of exertion. Before him hovered a mechanical entity shaped like a football, and Luke felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. After an entire week spent absorbing and learning the knowledge imparted by the skill book, he had finally fashioned this creation from scrap metal. Strictly speaking, it could no longer be referred to as merely an item, for it was an AI, artificial intelligence. Indeed, it was artificial intelligence. This was his mechanical assistant. The mechanical assistant serves as a valuable aid to the male and female engineers in DNF. They excel in assembling various combat machines, turrets, and even armored robots for battle. During combat, the mechanical assistant can replace the engineer in assembling machinery, possessing a high degree of intelligence. The process of learning from the skill book was exceptionally complex. Comprehending the intricate concepts of engineering and mechanics consumed more than half of Luke's time, while the actual assembly only took 2 days. Before Luke, the mechanical assistant hovered gracefully. It employed turbine propulsion for lift and could perform short-range, low-altitude flights. Its overall appearance resembled a robotic head, with a propeller mounted atop it. "Master, may I inquire if you have any commands?" the mechanical assistant asked, floating around Luke in the bedroom, displaying a pixelated smile on its body. With a grin, Luke replied, "The burgundy exterior clearly indicates it is female. Henceforth, I shall call you Christina." In truth, the burgundy hue was due to the material's rust. "Understood, Master. Thank you for creating me," the mechanical assistant acknowledged, its AI evident in its advanced cognitive abilities. With a nod of satisfaction, Luke remarked, "Your first command, help me launder the over $10,000 on this card. Rest assured, I shall handle it." The assistant, Christina, floated over to the desk and settled down beside the computer. Then, she extended a USB data cable from the machine and deftly connected it to the computer. Work commenced immediately. Once the funds were secured, Wi-Fi would be provided for you. "Very well, my master," I eagerly anticipated. "I must say, AI is truly remarkable." In less than 30 seconds, Christina reported, "It is complete. The remaining 186,000 has undergone multiple transfers and has all been deposited into a new account. It will no longer be traceable. Well done." Luke finally felt emboldened to spend this money. Meanwhile, some of the underlings at the roulette casino were tasked with monitoring the flow of these funds. To their astonishment, they discovered that the money in the account had suddenly vanished, as if it had evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace. This was the only lead they had pursued in recent days, yet they had lost even that. Enraged, the casino owner shattered his most cherished liquor cabinet. Unsure of how to explain this to Mr. Wesley, Luke felt confident that he could now apply to MIT without issue. With AI now reality, what could he not achieve? It was time to take the next step, that special skill he had high hopes for. To be precise, a design blueprint was even more intricate than Christina. Now, with an assistant to aid him, he could finally begin his work. Chapter 19. Aerial Combat Mech. Gale Skill Book. Aerial Combat Mech. Gale 1 as Luke delved into the skill book, an unprecedented sensation of pressure engulfed his mind, with an overwhelming influx of knowledge flooding his consciousness. Consequently, he spent the next 2 weeks digesting this information. His first realization was the necessity of a genuine workshop. Crafting Christina in his bedroom had been a considerable challenge, primarily due to the programming aspect of the AI, which had fewer hands-on requirements. However, assembling a mech within the confines of his bedroom? That was utterly impractical. What if his adoptive parents happened to catch him? It would be impossible to feign it as an extracurricular activity. Which elementary school teaches mech instruction? Ah, you two hail from the Federation? I am Kira Yamado. Ultimately, Luke rented an old warehouse not far from home. The most crucial aspect was that everything could be arranged online. With the click of a button, he could finalize payment. Having secured his own clandestine domain, Luke felt a surge of exhilaration. He could finally create various peculiar inventions without fear of discovery. In this space, he could even clandestinely construct a nuclear device without anyone being the wiser. With the location secured, the next hurdle was acquiring the necessary equipment. As the saying goes, a clever cook cannot make a meal without rice. Even with rice, one still requires a pot. After all, even a genius like Tony Stark was unable to create anything in Afghanistan without the proper tools. In extremely rudimentary conditions, he could only manage to fabricate the Mark I, a rather flimsy contraption. Luke, however, did not possess Tony's arrogance. He was acutely aware of his limitations. He recognized that his current capabilities were but a hair's breadth away from Tony's. To construct the aerial combat mech Gale, he undoubtedly required various specialized tools. His starting point was superior to Tony's situation in Afghanistan, as he had Christina assisting him. Unlike Tony, who had only the Dr. Ethan at his side, Luke had the advantage of an advanced AI. He firmly believed he could achieve his goals, not falling short of what Tony had accomplished. On another Saturday, Luke concocted an excuse to go play basketball with Peter Parker. He glided to his warehouse on his skateboard, ensuring no one was watching. After unlocking the door and securing it behind him, he unleashed a plethora of tools from his storage space. Hammers, wrenches, and pliers were all present. Various screwdrivers of different sizes were at hand, a brand new oxyacetylene welding gun complete with oxygen tanks, a nearly new electric furnace, a second-hand computer for CNC work, and even a few small lathes, which Luke had inspected and found to be in good condition. It was indeed a costly endeavor, and for the time being, he had to make do with second-hand tools. New equipment was available online, but it was prohibitively expensive. After purchasing these items, the more than $100,000 he laundered quickly dwindled. All of these tools were procured through online channels. Luke preferred online shopping as it spared him many inconveniences. In the digital realm, one could never ascertain whether the individual negotiating prices was an adult, a 7-year-old child, or perhaps even a dog. The possibilities were endless. Quantum theory suggests that all possibilities exist simultaneously until observed. Master, the liquid nitrogen you ordered has arrived, Christina chimed in, flying over to remind him. All right, I acknowledge that. Christina, how far along is the data transfer with the mainframe? The data transfer is complete. Excellent. Everything is in place. Let us commence. The engineering challenge proved to be more manageable than Luke had anticipated. After absorbing knowledge from the skill book, his understanding of engineering could be deemed masterful. Much like the precision of a swift punch or the finesse of a cheese shield, it had become an instinctive ability. With Christina, the AI, by his side, the entire manufacturing process was remarkably efficient. Luke dedicated 4 to 5 hours each day to work in the warehouse. When he was absent, Christina took charge of the tedious and procedural tasks. As an AI, she often provided suggestions, which she relayed to Luke via text messages. 10 days later, Luke, as usual, concocted an excuse to visit Peter Parker under the pretense of playing basketball. With a flutter of excitement, he swiftly skateboarded to the warehouse. Christina, how's the progress? He eagerly inquired upon entering. The surface painting of the body is 95% complete and nearing finalization. Luke's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he approached the workstation, observing 2 robotic arms being deftly maneuvered by Christina to finalize the aesthetic enhancements of the mech. The entire structure of the aerial combat mech was complete. Before him stood a compact robot, measuring 1.2 meters in height and width, resembling a chibi Gundam. Luke had fully harnessed the beauty of mechanical engineering in this creation. The overall design featured smooth lines and sharp angles, exuding an aggressive aura. The color scheme mimicked his favorite Gundam, the Strike Freedom, resulting in a dazzling silver-white body adorned with perfect accents of blue and red. The mech's outer armor, crafted from the finest scrap metal and celestial craftsmanship, was layered to withstand close-range fire from small-caliber rifles. Its propulsion system utilized jet power, akin to Iron Man's suit. In the world of DNF, the aerial combat mech Gale served as an unmanned combat unit deployed by mechanics, armed with machine guns and missiles for aerial and ground assaults. Luke, however, enhanced the design to include an active piloting capability, transforming it into a man mech. The 1.2-meter exterior remained unchanged, but the interior was hollowed out, with circuits slightly repositioned to accommodate only his 7-year-old frame. An adult would struggle to fit their legs inside. Once again, his youthful physique proved advantageous. The benefits of a smaller mech were numerous, including reduced visibility, enhanced concealment, and a diminished likelihood of becoming a target in the sky, making it difficult for radar to detect. Notably, this aerial combat mech did not rely on any conventional energy source, but instead utilized colorless crystal blocks provided by the system as fuel. Luke had extracted a considerable quantity from the magic box, currently storing approximately 1,000 units. To his surprise, these blocks not only served as potential catalysts for future colorless skills, but also powered the aerial combat mech. According to Christina's calculations, a single colorless crystal block could enable the mech to fly for 5 hours. In combat mode, it could provide approximately 2 hours of energy. Truly a marvel of efficiency. Befitting a system product. Chapter 20. Why raid when you can create? Admittedly, this machine does possess its shortcomings. Currently, the weapon system it carries is not fully developed. This is primarily due to Luke harboring some audacious ideas. At present, the machine is equipped with merely 2 grenade launchers, a system Luke independently designed based on his combat characteristics. The principle employed is the simplest form of vacuum ejection. By extracting air from a vacuum tube to create negative pressure, the second-generation grenades can be propelled from the chamber. The advantages are cleanliness and minimal preheating time. Merely 1 second of preheating allows for the launch of 4 grenades in the subsequent moment, far surpassing the speed of manual throwing. Given that the aerial combat mech can ascend into the sky for launching, both launchers can simultaneously fire 8 second-generation electric grenades and freeze grenades in 1 second, achieving a carpet bombing effect over an area the size of a basketball court. Rest assured, the commotion will be nothing short of significant. In comparison, the brawl with that gang the other night seemed trivial, a mere child's play. Initially, Luke intended to name this carpet bombing technique Celestial Maiden Scatterflowers, but upon reflection, he found it somewhat effeminate. Ultimately, he settled on the name Justice Descends. Aside from the 2 grenade launchers, this machine currently lacks additional firepower. A formidable aerial combat mech possessing only this singular combat method is evidently insufficient. Above the 1.2-meter high body and at the rear, Luke has reserved 4 mounting points for machine guns and 8 slots for missile launchers. However, without the corresponding blueprints for the machine guns and missiles, he has no intention of crafting them himself. He plans to seize them from others. Why toil when ready-made options abound? He has even identified his targets. As for the missiles, he has heard that Hammer Industries' X-Wife missiles are quite impressive. Over the past few days, Luke has been closely monitoring the news, which has reported 2 significant events. The first incident involved a colossal green monster wreaking havoc on the streets of New York, disrupting traffic and causing widespread destruction. Even the military was deployed, yet the creature ultimately broke through their blockade and vanished without a trace. Upon seeing this news, Luke immediately recognized that the Hulk had made his appearance. The Marvel Universe is advancing along a timeline familiar to him. The second piece of news announced that Hammer Industries would hold a weapons exhibition next month. In other words, the plot of Iron Man 2 is also unfolding. If Luke's memory serves him correctly, Justin Hammer will showcase cutting-edge weaponry, including the X-Wife missiles, at the exhibition. At that moment, he mused. He could seize the opportunity to make his presence known. Initially, he had planned to sell hamburgers beneath Stark Tower to seek a chance to engage with Tony. However, aside from their initial encounter, he only interacted with Tony's chubby chauffeur and bodyguard, who came to buy hamburgers on Tony's behalf. To this day, his favorability with Tony remains at 0. Although Luke crafted this mech himself, the more he reflects, the more he finds himself admiring Tony. While Luke relied on the system's knowledge, akin to cheating, to accomplish this feat, Tony achieved greatness through his genuine genius, an unparalleled intellect, and max practical skills. The two are simply not comparable. Gaining maximum favorability with the system could allow him to learn one skill from Tony. Logically, what he could learn from Tony would encompass his wisdom and knowledge. Regardless of the motivation, be it admiration or envy, Luke harbors considerable anticipation for acquiring wisdom akin to Tony's. Should he venture to Monaco to enhance his visibility? He speculated that if it were Lotus in his position, she would undoubtedly encourage him to go and might even urge him to create a scene. Ultimately, Luke concluded that he need not overthink the situation. Excessive worry would only hinder his boldness. He was reborn into this world, and regardless of the grand cosmic will that facilitated this, he felt he ought to live vibrantly and without restraint this time. After all, he possesses the means. Gazing at the masterpiece he had created, Luke couldn't help but compare his achievement with Tony's Iron Man suit. Iron Man stands as a living reference, a temporary benchmark he aspires to reach. In reference to Iron Man 2, where Tony dons the Mark V suit, Luke believes that his aerial combat mech, the Gale, excels in several aspects. Firstly, in terms of maneuverability, the compact size of the Gale offers an incomparable advantage. It also boasts formidable power, as the Mark V utilizes the second-generation arc reactor, a technology not as refined as later iterations. In contrast, the Gale is powered by colorless crystal blocks, making direct comparison challenging. In terms of power, Luke does not perceive a significant difference. The intricate tactical maneuvers executed by the Mark V in the film have also been successfully replicated by the Gale in prior tests. The advantage of the affluent lies in their use of the finest materials, a realm where Luke is acutely aware he cannot compete. Much of the material used in the Gale is sourced from junkyards. Luke believes his greatest advantage lies in his ability to draw inspiration from a broader perspective. Unlike Tony, who is still exploring, Luke can even articulate the detailed functions of the Mark L from the later battles against Thanos. In other words, Luke knows precisely which direction to advance toward without veering off course. In terms of firepower, the Gale currently lags behind the Mark V. The weaponry mounted on the Mark V, as depicted in the film, includes energy cannons in the palms, missile launchers on the shoulders, and energy blasts occasionally emitted from the arc reactor on its chest. However, this disadvantage is only temporary. Once he installs the machine guns and missiles, Luke is confident he can personally wield the Gale to engage in direct combat with Tony's Mark V. Moreover, let us not forget that he has a significant advantage. He possesses the system, a great boon. In DNF, the aerial combat mech Gale is merely a mid-tier skill for the mechanic class, not particularly formidable. The ultimate skill for the mechanic class is truly a game-changer. The female mechanic's G0 Warlord, in sheer size, rivals Obadiah's Ironmonger from Iron Man 1, representing a true war machine. Its firepower far exceeds that of the Ironmonger in the film, capable of launching various missiles and unleashing hundreds of laser beams simultaneously to bombard foes. The male mechanic's awakening skill, Gabogia's Fist, represents an ultimate force in DNF. Having been forged by celestial beings and sealed in a different dimension, each summoning reveals merely an arm, yet even that arm stretches over 100 meters. One can only imagine the size of its main body. If he were to construct Gabogia, Thanos would be reduced to mere paste beneath his foot. Luke eagerly anticipates that day. Moving forward, he must continuously gather materials to upgrade the Gale, gradually extracting skill books to transform the Gale into an even larger mech. Ultimately, he aspires to forge Gabogia. He cannot fathom a life in the Marvel Universe without making a mark. However, when he considers one critical issue, Luke's enthusiasm wanes instantly. He lacks funds. Unlike that insufferable Tony, who possesses wealth beyond measure, Luke finds himself constrained by financial limitations. Through the experience of personally crafting a mech, he has gained a profound understanding of how exorbitantly expensive such projects can be. This is also the true reason behind his intention to seize others' machine guns and missiles. His funds are running low. Whether it is the costly endeavor of drawing from a magical box, with a dismally low probability of obtaining the coveted Gaboga skill book, or the astronomically high materials required for the creation of Gaboga. Just the thought of it gives Luke a headache. Alas, he must devise a way to earn more money. Luke sighed in frustration. Cursed wealthy individuals. Chapter 21. The Night Stalker who cannot bear loneliness in the bustling commercial district of New York. A white camper adorned with hamburger posters meandered along the road. Inside the driver's seat, Luke, with his small legs dangling, steered the vehicle while issuing commands to Peter Parker, who was crouched beneath the seat. The car radio resonated with the tune, "He's a pirate from the Pirates of the Caribbean." Step on the gas 3 times. Aye, Captain. 3 pumps on the gas. Clutch in, shift to first gear. Clutch, first gear. Hard left, Captain. Full left. Slow down ahead, there's an elderly lady crossing the street. Peter Parker responded eagerly. Aye, Captain. Next stop ahead, ease the anchor. With a squeak, the camper came to a steady halt outside Stark Tower. It was once again time for Peter Parker to join Luke in selling hamburgers over the weekend. The little spider relished this pastime. It was exhilarating and fun. though modest. A mosquito's leg is still meat, after all. The large iron contraption at home was quite the money sink. Luke and Peter exited the vehicle and skillfully set up their hamburger stall. Gradually, Stark's employees began to emerge from the tower, making their way to the camper. Good afternoon. Luke, Peter. Same as usual. 3 with extra tomatoes. Sure thing, sir. Little one. I'll have one too, but hold the cheese, please. Of course, ma'am. Anyone who had tasted their hamburgers would not hesitate to shower them with praise, for they truly were the most delectable burgers they had ever sampled. Regrettably, the food truck only made its appearance on Saturdays and Sundays. This fact had even led the office workers nearby to begrudgingly accept the idea of working overtime on weekends. Human resource managers from various companies noticed a peculiar trend. Recently, there had been a sudden surge in employees requesting to switch their shifts to the weekend. This left the managers quite baffled. Peter Parker had 2 tasks assigned by Luke that he particularly enjoyed. One was collecting money. Currently, he was merely gathering cash from a few customers, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After each day of selling hamburgers, Luke generously shared half the earnings with the little spider, under the pretense of their joint labor, claiming that friendship was priceless. Consequently, Peter Parker became the second student in school, following Luke, to belong to the bourgeoisie. The first thing he did with his newfound wealth was purchase a brand new PSP gaming console, which he had long envied from Luke, although the latter had since sold his. Peter's second favorite task was to shout out to attract customers. Initially, Luke had only intended for him to call out a few lines, but unexpectedly, this struck a chord with the little spider's excitement. Finally, Peter's loquacious nature found an outlet. He began to shout energetically at the street, silver-scaled chest armor, hardware 1 piece. First come, first served. Luke, busy preparing burgers, turned his head in disbelief. What the heck? Are you serious? Something strange seems to have mixed in. Sorry, buddy. I was up all night gaming. Peter chuckled before asking, by the way, buddy, you keep saying what the heck, is that in Chinese? Yes, Luke replied, continuing to make burgers. Can you teach me a few words in Chinese? What's what the heck mean? Peter's curiosity was piqued, which perhaps foreshadowed why he would eventually be bitten by a spider. Peter excitedly waved at him. What the heck, buddy? Luke opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Well, he brought this upon himself. After a moment, he managed to respond. What the heck too? Unlike his stagnant rapport with Tony Stark, the little spider's favorability toward Luke was rapidly escalating. A system notification echoed in Luke's mind. Peter Parker's favorability, 20. Reach 100 points to learn one of Spider-Man's abilities. Currently, Peter Parker's favorability has reached 60, indicating swift progress. He believed it would not be long before he acquired a Spider-Man skill. The abandoned food truck Luke had pilfered from a scrapyard was now repaired and awaiting a fresh coat of paint in his warehouse. Luke planned to invite Peter to the warehouse next week to paint the truck, thereby enhancing their camaraderie. Last week, they sold over 200 hamburgers, earning $1,500, which they split evenly. This week, with the anticipated earnings for tomorrow, they were poised to earn another $1,500. $1,500 hardly seemed substantial anymore. Admittedly, since their last windfall, Luke had grown somewhat disdainful of the paltry income from selling hamburgers, although he was reluctant to admit it. Gambling had become a quicker avenue for cash. Sighing, he reflected on how, in the past, such thoughts would have led him down a path of ruin. However, for the sake of his future in the Marvel Universe, Luke now welcomed any means that could yield substantial cash, especially since he was robbing from the mob without any moral burden. Yet recently, tensions had escalated in Hell's Kitchen. It was rumored that since the bizarre brawl that occurred that day, the neighborhood's safety had improved considerably. Numerous unsavory underground establishments had closed their doors, and gang members seemed to have vanished. Even the once ubiquitous street vendors selling tainted baby formula had significantly decreased. It appeared that an unseen current was surging beneath the surface, gathering strength. Underneath this turmoil, gang members were on edge, though they appeared calm. It was likely that even the slightest spark could ignite an explosion in Hell's Kitchen. Luke decided to observe for a few days, laying low before making his move. If he jumped into action now, it would be akin to brazenly stepping into the spotlight of all lurking eyes. While Luke chose to remain vigilant, others could not sit still. Matt Murdock visited Luke's foster parents in the evening, invited for dinner by the Foggy couple. Luke seized the opportunity to bolster his favorability. Although Matt's appearance was well-groomed, Luke could still detect several concealed injuries on the blind lawyer's face. It was evident that the wounds from his last confrontation had yet to heal. His human constitution must have been enduring the pain. After dinner, Matt lingered to converse with Foggy, the two seated in the living room with hushed tones while Karen busied herself in the kitchen. Luke, meanwhile, occupied the hallway outside the living room, fiddling with a remote-controlled toy car. Suddenly, the toy car darted into the living room, weaving around Matt and Foggy. Their conversation was clearly audible to Luke in the hallway, especially since he had inserted an earpiece. He had discreetly equipped the remote-controlled car with a listening device. I am certain that by following these blind individuals' leads, we can uncover the mastermind behind this operation. Last time, we were very close, Matt stated solemnly. Don't you think that's dangerous? They have guns, and they won't hesitate to use them. We should alert the police, Matt, Foggy replied in a low voice. No, the police are in their pocket. I don't trust them. Then I'm going to. You can't. This situation arose because of me. Matt, no matter what. I must go this time. The remote-controlled car turned around and left the living room. Little did Luke expect that the blind man, still nursing his wounds, would soon grow restless. Should one say it was indeed the style of Daredevil? Through eavesdropping on their conversation, Luke learned that they had discovered a group of blind individuals being deliberately exploited to transport tainted baby formula. Matt and his companions sought to trace the leads, endeavoring to uncover the puppet master orchestrating the illicit powdered milk trade in New York. Furthermore, Luke learned of their operational plans and the precise timing of their actions. The notion of blind individuals transporting tainted powdered milk swiftly brought to Luke's mind that Daredevil had indeed stumbled upon the domain of Lady Gal. No wonder. This incident stemmed from that very source. Luke shook his head in silence. Matt was utterly oblivious to the formidable adversary he was up against. The centuries-old Lady Gal was not a foe that Daredevil could confront alone. Moreover, his guardian, Foggy, insisted on accompanying him. Chapter 22. Please Call Me Shinichi Kudo. Encounters between individuals are imbued with the essence of magic, and various peculiar cases present themselves as intricate puzzles. It is indeed a stroke of fate to meet you. Tonight's stage is set in a city cloaked in darkness, where insidious evils lurk in every shadow. The sole figure who discerns the truth is a seemingly childlike, yet extraordinarily astute detective named Luke. Luke suddenly reflects on the striking similarities he shares with the renowned Conan. Both have mysteriously transformed from adults into 7-year-olds. Both have a penchant for skateboarding, and wherever Conan goes, murder is sure to follow, earning him the moniker of the Death God elementary student. Conversely, wherever Luke treads, explosions are bound to occur, marking him as a master of chaos. Henceforth, please refer to me as Shinichi Kudo. Do you require a note change? Christina's voice inquires. I was merely jesting, Luke chuckles, and then he asks, by the way, where are Matt and Foggy now? 100 meters ahead, hidden within a large tree, comes the response. Well, they certainly know how to find a spot. At this moment, Luke sits inside the cockpit of a combat aircraft, soaring high above, tailing Daredevil and Foggy. He has 2 missions for the night, to covertly protect Matt and Foggy and to intervene should the need arise. Below on the ground, 2 burly gentlemen are concealed behind a dense tree at a street corner, lying in wait for the blind courier transporting baby formula. 3 individuals approach from the west, none of whom are blind. A vehicle rolls in, and a solitary figure walks from the south. Daredevil possesses an uncanny ability to discern precise intelligence, akin to a bat navigating the inky darkness, painting a vivid tableau of the world around him, alive with the crackling of footsteps, honking cars, and distant conversations, all crystal clear in his mind. The cacophony of the world manifests in a chaotic yet vibrant symphony, and after extensive training, Daredevil has learned to filter out the extraneous noise. This night, however, his focus is solely on the movements of the gangsters and the likely appearance of the blind delivery man. There he is, Daredevil suddenly declares from the tree. After a considerable pause, Foggy finally spots a figure slowly making his way across the street. The individual is laden with a backpack and wielding a white cane, tapping it rhythmically before him. As he approaches, it becomes evident that he is wearing dark sunglasses, confirming his blindness. Exchanging a silent glance, Daredevil and Foggy stealthily follow the blind man from behind. Luke, piloting the aircraft from above, trails them, unbeknownst to them. This evening promises to be anything but tranquil. As night descends, the idle figures in Hell's Kitchen vanish, creating an eerie calm reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Thus, the blind man stands out against the empty streets. He possesses distinctly Asian features, specifically that of a Chinese descent. As per Luke's knowledge, Lady Gal employs numerous blind individuals, having rendered them sightless to toil in her clandestine factories, processing toxic baby formula. Lady Gal is exceedingly cunning. She has the blind transport the tainted formula, ensuring that even if apprehended, They remain oblivious to the factory's location and the nature of their work. Consequently, her underground operations in New York are shrouded in secrecy. Known only to a select few of her partners, including Wilson Fisk and a handful of others, Luke recollects that Lady Gao collaborates with Fisk, as well as Russian and Japanese operatives. Lady Gao primarily oversees the upstream transportation and processing of the toxic formula, while distribution falls to the Russians. Daredevil's intelligence is derived from investigations into the Russians, and tonight's destination is a covert Russian stronghold. Daredevil and Foggy trail the blind man, soon arriving at the Russian outpost. From the outside, it resembles a food processing plant, its large iron gate drawn shut, with a side door remaining ajar. A muscular man adorned with tattoos stands at the entrance, hands stuffed in his pockets, indifferent to the blind man's arrival, allowing him entry without hesitation. Suddenly, a report from the aircraft's scanning device catches Luke's attention. Glancing at the results, he is momentarily taken aback. The blind man's backpack does not contain toxic formula. Meanwhile, below, at the street corner, Foggy whispers, "He has gone in. Let us follow." Wait. Daredevil suddenly halts Foggy. "What is it?" Foggy inquires. Daredevil, with a furrowed brow, responds, "Something feels amiss." His heightened senses finally detect the anomaly. The blind man is not transporting what Daredevil had anticipated. He perceives something entirely different within the blind man's backpack. At that moment, boom, an explosion reverberates through the ground, shaking it violently, nearly sending Daredevil and Foggy flying. Stunned, they witness the Russian rendezvous engulfed in flames. The factory's glass shatters, and roaring flames erupt from the windows, illuminating the street. What just happened? Foggy exclaims in shock. The blind man wasn't delivering toxic formula. He was carrying a bomb. It detonated inside. Daredevil, having witnessed the entire event, is equally astonished and bewildered. In an instant, Hell's Kitchen erupts into chaos. The long-simmering undercurrents of tension have finally burst forth. The blind courier, having delivered what was believed to be toxic formula, unwittingly unleashed destruction upon a group of Russians. This act signals a declaration of war against them. But who could be behind this audacious move? Luke surmises it is likely Fisk's doing. Observing the scene from above, he takes a moment to gather his thoughts before proclaiming, "It seems tonight will showcase yet another dramatic spectacle. This location is a pivotal stronghold for the Russians, and having suffered such a significant loss, they will undoubtedly retaliate." Like cold water splashed into hot oil, Hell's Kitchen erupts into a frenzy. Gang members pour from the shadows like ants, flooding the streets and opening fire on their rivals. These individuals have prepared for this moment, armed with submachine guns and rifles, fully stocked with ammunition. Anyone who isn't part of their crew is met with gunfire. The sharp crack of gunshots pierces Chapter 23. Robbery with a Gundam. In such a tense moment, there was no room for politeness. Daredevil shielded Foggy as they swiftly escaped from the alley behind the mecha. Behind them, the towering machine clashed with a formidable group of rugged Russians armed with AK-47s. After running a considerable distance and ensuring they were sufficiently safe, Matt and Foggy halted, exchanging glances. It was evident that both were eager to uncover the origins of this mysterious ally who had appeared so suddenly. Fugue gasped heavily. "It seems that these individuals, apart from us, have provoked someone they ought not to have." "Describe the opponent," Matt inquired. Being blind, he could not see, yet within his extraordinary perception, he faintly sensed that the essence of that individual felt somewhat familiar. "It is a robot." "A robot?" Matt was taken aback. "Indeed, a flying robot." Fudge described what he had seen, approximately 4 feet tall. The darkness was too profound to discern its color. "Iron Man?" "No, it is evidently not." "Of course." Foggy can recognize that this is not Iron Man. The robot is somewhat diminutive. For a moment, both of them found themselves at a loss for words. Is it that the world has changed too rapidly, or have they simply lingered in Hell's Kitchen for far too long? Robots have long been a staple of science fiction literature. Why are they now suddenly emerging in reality? After listening intently to the distant sounds, Matt suddenly felt a pang of despondency. In comparison to the others, his abilities seemed woefully inadequate. He could hear that the Russians had been dealt with. The combat mech swayed slightly as it bent down, retrieving an AK-47 from the ground. Inspecting it with satisfaction, it was in pristine condition. Luke contentedly stored it away in his inventory. This group of Russians had unwittingly contributed 10 AK-47s to him. The Russians had an affinity for this weapon, relishing its thunderous report, deeming it a true man's firearm. At that moment, these so-called men lay sprawled on the ground, breathless and lifeless, with scarcely any hope of survival. Luke had dispatched these individuals with his mech, utilizing his bare hands. Before the battle commenced, a spark of inspiration struck him. Having mastered several DNF combat skills, which had become second nature to him, he pondered why these techniques could not be applied to mech combat as well. Thus, the combat skills from DNF were adeptly utilized by Luke, transforming into a formidable mech fighting technique, amplifying their power by more than tenfold. In the blink of an eye, the aerial combat mech acquired a new mode of engagement, close-quarters brawling. At first, Luke's movements appeared somewhat awkward, but he swiftly grasped the essence, and his actions became fluid. A single punch. The Russian man's head was brutally smashed, resulting in instant death. A swift move akin to a mech suplex. But wait, where has he gone? Who could be so ruthless? Did you not see how everyone was crushed beneath? This must not happen again. A martial arts master might require considerable effort to deal with these thugs, and there is even the possibility of being shot dead amidst the chaos. But when a mech is proficient in martial arts, no one can withstand it. The remaining individuals wielded AK-47s, unleashing a torrent of bullets that ricocheted off the mech, leaving only superficial dents upon its armored surface. This barrage posed no threat to Luke within. One mech faced off against 25 gun-toting Russian mobsters, and the skirmish concluded in a mere 1 minute and 12 seconds. It was an overwhelming display of dominance from beginning to end. Quite impressive indeed. To my astonishment, combat skills can be utilized in such a manner. I truly am a genius. Luke endeavored to avert his gaze from the gruesome corpses, advancing towards the scene to collect every last AK-47 abandoned by the fallen. Subsequently, the mech's feet emitted 2 streams of searing flames, propelling it into the sky, leaving a chaotic crime scene in its wake. Hell's Kitchen, this powder keg, erupted entirely this night. From his aerial vantage point, Luke could clearly observe that throughout Hell's Kitchen, nearly every street and alley was rife with gang members clashing fiercely in a violent exchange of gunfire. In the distance, intermittent explosions echoed through the night in New York, their reverberations piercing the stillness. The fiery clouds produced by the blasts soared into the sky, illuminating the darkness with a brilliant glow. Matt and Fuggy had successfully evacuated the chaotic area under his watchful gaze. Luke felt a sense of relief wash over him, and then he began to search for potential targets. Through careful analysis, he deduced that several locations could serve as the hideouts for these individuals. Within the confines of his mech, the screen before Luke displayed various coordinates, while the voice of his assistant, Christina, resonated within the cockpit. Luke glanced at the information and nodded, stating, "If these are indeed hideouts, there should be places for storing ammunition. Let us proceed." He had grasped the overarching situation of the night. From the ensuing gunfire, it was evident that the local gangs of New York, including the Irish and Mexican factions, were in collusion. They were all under the influence of Gene Bing, who seemed to have orchestrated a plan to eliminate the Russian mafia from their territory. The Russians found themselves ensnared this night, isolated and vulnerable. Meanwhile, the Japanese had formed their own faction, seizing the opportunity to plunder the Russians' domain, eager to partake in the spoils. Thus, a chaotic scenario unfolded. Everyone was targeting the Russians. As the Russians faced the onslaught of the underground forces of Hell's Kitchen, they were relentlessly pressured from the moment their stronghold was bombarded. Just moments ago, Luke had decimated a group of them. To compound their difficulties, their manpower was dwindling. However, the battle-hardened Russians were not to be underestimated. Driven into a corner, they erupted in fury, exhibiting a reckless defiance that even the New York police would think twice before challenging. Luke observed from above as a group of Russians began their organized cast. Luke soared towards a Mexican stronghold. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise and halted his mech. This wasn't. His gaze fixated on the screen, magnifying the image. That exquisite face, even when adorned with a cold demeanor, emanated an alluring charm and seduction. Luke was certain he had not mistaken her identity. Shouldn't she be serving as a secretary for a wealthy dog owner at this moment? How could she possibly be here? In the scene, a slender figure is crouched in the heart of a gang shootout, too intimidated by the whirling bullets to reveal itself. Two factions are fiercely exchanging gunfire in an open square. Suddenly, a white mech descends from the heavens, landing in the midst of the battlefield. An eerie silence envelopes the area as both sides of gang members stare, bewildered, at the sci-fi contraption, then glance upwards, their mouths agape, nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment. Where on earth did this bizarre entity come from? The surroundings fell silent for a moment, only to be abruptly pierced by a resounding voice emanating from the mech's loudspeaker. Testing, testing. Luke adjusted the sound within the mech, satisfied to find it quite robust. A group of gang members stood in a daze, fixated on the mech positioned at the heart of the battlefield. One burly tattooed man, speaking with a Mexican accent, suddenly erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! Whose robot is this? Do not obstruct the path. Hurry and move along, or I shall not be so courteous." Due to the fact that the speaker was salvaged from a junkyard, the sound emitted by the mech speaker was somewhat distorted, accompanied by a crackling noise. "Robbery. Lay down all weapons. You may leave." "Huh? A robbery?" The gang members exchanged glances, and in an instant, their collective fury ignited. Chapter 24. Black Widow. In this line of work, there isn't a single person who isn't formidable. Moreover, Luke's 1.2-meter-tall mini-mech is quite misleading, giving the impression that it is not particularly powerful. "Crush it. Open fire," commanded the leaders of both sides. Did they not realize who they were dealing with? Were they tired of living to rob someone like him? All the gunmen swiftly turned their weapons, over 100 in total, and unleashed a barrage of bullets toward Luke. The bullets rained down like a torrential storm. Yet, upon striking the mech, they merely produced a clattering sound, lacking any real impact. The mech sprang into action, closing in on the nearest armed individuals, delivering powerful punches that sent them soaring through the air. Afterward, Luke maneuvered the mech toward the location where the assailants were hiding, dispatching another dozen foes along the way and collecting a plethora of weapons, including a 98K rifle, which he disdainfully crushed underfoot. What an outdated piece of junk. Upon reaching his destination, Luke paid no heed to the bullets striking his back. Instead, he activated the loudspeaker, addressing a slender figure concealed in a trench below. "Good evening, Agent Romanoff. Such taste. Here to admire the moon?" Black Widow felt her luck had taken a turn for the worse. She had been enjoying a vacation when she was abruptly summoned to investigate a certain individual. Utilizing her professional skills, she successfully infiltrated the notorious Russian mafia, gaining their trust under the guise of her Russian heritage. Tonight, she intended to conduct an investigation on her target, but while interrogating a bound mafia member, a violent explosion erupted nearby, shaking the very ground beneath her. Suddenly, fierce gunfire erupted outside. Black Widow believed she had been compromised. Dazed, she surveyed the chaos surrounding her. How had this turned into a shootout? In the heart of the battlefield, she quickly assessed the situation. It appeared that the Russian mafia she had infiltrated was simultaneously under a premeditated attack from several rival gangs. Caught in the crossfire, she had no choice but to rely on her extraordinary skills to escape the most intense area of conflict. What was supposed to be a straightforward espionage mission had devolved into a desperate fight for survival, leaving her utterly speechless. The mission had already failed. Preserving her life was now paramount. Just as she managed to break free from the fray, she found herself caught in the crossfire of two large groups of unidentified assailants. Black Widow was at a loss. Had everyone gone mad tonight? She needed to find a concealed spot to hide. When Luke's mech descended from the sky, she was peeking out to observe the situation and immediately spotted it. She paused, recalling a certain individual, as the unfamiliar voice echoed through the loudspeaker, calling her name. Black Widow realized trouble was brewing. Whoever this person was, they recognized her. "Good evening, Agent Romanoff. Such taste. Here to admire the moon? You have the wrong person." Black Widow crouched low, glancing outside, intending to seize the opportunity to leave this wretched place. Natasha Romanoff, a former Soviet operative, born in 1984, standing at 1.7 meters tall and weighing 57 kilograms, currently employed by S.H.I.E.L.D. These details were calculated by Christina on site. Black Widow halted. Luke remained nonchalant, stating, "Where I am is of little consequence. What matters is that they seem to have noticed you." Black Widow wanted to retort that it was his fault. She had been well concealed, planning to wait until the gangs had finished their conflict before making her exit. However, this sudden, unfamiliar figure had exposed her. The bullets continued to rain down upon Luke's mech, ricocheting off its surface. Seeing their ineffective assault, the gangsters began to encircle Luke with their firearms. The mech turned, presenting its back to Black Widow. Luke called out, "If you don't want to die, get on. I'll fly you out of here." Black Widow hesitated. As a woman, it was unwise to climb into a stranger's vehicle at night. Yet, she sensed no malice in his words. The current predicament left her little choice. Even with her skills, escaping unscathed would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, gritting her teeth, she deftly leapt from the trench, wrapping her arms around the mech and securing herself on its back. With that, the mech ascended, fiery jets propelling it skyward like a rocket in the night. Upon reaching a height of 130 meters, it halted, hovering in place as if awaiting something. Black Widow glanced downward, anxiety bubbling within her as she exclaimed, "Damn it! What are you doing? You'll make us targets." To her horror, she noticed several gangsters below brandishing their RPG launchers, aiming directly at them in the sky. Black Widow was acutely aware of the weapon's effective range, exceeding 250 meters. They were not safe at this altitude. Damn it. She regretted climbing onto this black vehicle, desperate to disembark. Just then, Luke declared, "Justice from the heavens." Suddenly, two hatches opened at the mech's sides, revealing dark openings from which black projectiles began to emerge, invisible in the night. The mech unleashed a barrage for 3 seconds, releasing 24 unidentified objects that precisely descended onto their target area. What followed was a spectacle that Black Widow would never forget. The plaza below, spanning at least 1,000 square meters, was illuminated as if it were daylight. Blinding white light intertwined with eerie blue light, engulfing every corner where gangsters had hidden. Those holding the RPGs were the first to be consumed by the radiance. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted, akin to thunder on a rainy night. Shaking all of New York, she stood there, mouth agape, utterly astonished as the explosion obliterated the plaza, leaving behind a bizarrely shaped crater estimated to be several meters deep. Chapter 25. This woman is truly dangerous goodness. The power of this weapon is rather formidable. Inside the mecha, Luke gaped in astonishment at the deep pit below, large enough to accommodate a chicken egg. He had not anticipated that the potency of the second-generation grenade would be so immense. He had yet to test it since its creation. Luke surmised that the addition of demonic shard powder was likely the cause. Within the crater, residual white sparks flickered, intertwined with peculiar blue gas that lingered ominously. It was evident to all that such a phenomenon could not be attributed to conventional weaponry. The gas emitted a bright glow, reminiscent of some form of chemical frost. Luke recognized it as a vaporization effect of liquid nitrogen mixed with remnants of the demonic shard. As for the gangsters who had been clamoring just moments before, they had vanished, likely vaporized in an instant by the explosion. "What have you done?" The Black Widow gazed incredulously at the devastation below, murmuring in disbelief. Her voice sounded muffled, her ears still ringing. "What kind of weapon is this? A biochemical weapon?" A similarly subdued voice echoed from her mecha beneath her. "Fear not. It merely appears exaggerated." Luke felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had genuinely underestimated the power of his second-generation grenade. Had he known, he would have thrown fewer. At this rate, launching all 24 grenades would be sufficient to sink a battleship. However, in such moments, one must never admit to error. He defensively asserted, "My weapon is absolutely safe, environmentally friendly, non-radioactive, non-toxic, and devoid of side effects." The Black Widow fell silent for a long while, eventually letting out a slow sigh. This matter was now for the police to worry about. It had ceased to concern her mission. "Put me down," she instructed, tapping the back of the mecha. "Just a moment." The mecha swiftly soared into the night, landing atop a nearby rooftop. "Let us have a proper conversation." Upon landing, the Black Widow rubbed her sore ears and looked up at the towering mecha that dwarfed her, her emotions complex. She pondered. It was astounding that such a small combat robot could carry such a terrifying weapon. Who was the scoundrel behind its creation? The deceased gangsters had surely never imagined this. Otherwise, no one would dare provoke this individual. Who on earth was he, and where had he emerged from? How had she never heard of him before? As an intelligence officer, her memory was exceptional. She was certain she had never encountered or heard of such a design. The hybrid style of DNF and Gundam was quite unique, even within the Marvel universe. It was no wonder no one had seen it before. "What do you wish to discuss?" Luke inquired. "Who exactly are you?" The Black Widow raised an eyebrow, stating, "I don't recall Tony Stark having a brother." "Why a brother? Could it not be a sister?" "Because your voice sounds rather youthful. Though it's hard to discern, it certainly sounds like a child." Luke was momentarily speechless. He thought to himself, as expected of a top-tier agent, her insight was extraordinary. The Black Widow crossed her arms, her expression impassive. "What do you want to know?" "I wish to understand how you came to be here. What is your mission?" Luke voiced his curiosity. According to the plot of Iron Man 2, at this juncture, the Black Widow should have been sent by Nick Fury to infiltrate Stark Industries, serving as Tony's secretary, with Egg utilizing her to monitor Tony's movements. Her presence here was clearly unexpected. Not much." Luke cleared his throat and replied, "I know far more than you might imagine." "Oh." The Black Widow raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment. "Very well. I am investigating a suspected individual with the ability to manipulate luck, an anomalous being." "That is my mission. Someone who manipulates luck?" Luke's mouth opened in surprise. This notion sounded vaguely familiar. "Are you certain it is wise to disclose your mission objectives to me so readily?" Luke asked, his tone peculiar. "Well, my mission has already failed." The Black Widow shrugged nonchalantly, adding, "Now it is my turn to inquire." "All right, ask away. How old are you?" The Black Widow flashed a charming smile. Although I have no idea how old you truly are, your voice certainly sounds very youthful. Pray, do not tell me you are older than some fellow clad in a full suit of armor? Luke took a moment to mourn for Tony in silence. The Black Widow bit her lip, suppressing a laugh. Are you quite familiar with Tony Stark? She casually asked. To some extent. Who doesn't know the Playboy? Luke replied. You share the Stark surname? How could that be? Luke exclaimed. Why do you ask? I sense a resemblance in your character. Both of you are rather arrogant and self-assured. Well then, farewell. Luke felt a sense of trepidation towards this woman. Zhang Wuji's mother once taught countless men, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she can be. To make matters worse, this woman had undergone formal training, which was truly frightening. With just a few words, the Black Widow was already attempting to extract information. Luke feared that continuing this conversation would lead him into a trap. Therefore, he decided it was best to make a hasty exit. Surveying his surroundings, Luke asked before departing, Will you be all right leaving here on your own? No problem. The Black Widow nodded. It stood to reason. They had already exited the area of conflict. With her skills, she could leave without issue. Flames erupted beneath her as the mecha ascended once more. After lingering in place for a moment, Natasha sighed. She had not encountered the individual who manipulates luck tonight. Yet she had met the brother of Iron Man. In the end, this situation might very well fall upon her shoulders. The troubles were indeed multiplying. She retrieved her earpiece and said, This is Romanoff. I have new information to report. Chapter 26. The potential of the Demon Stone. Luke piloted his mech above Hell's Kitchen. Deep in thought, he had unraveled the reason for the Black Widow's unexpected appearance here tonight, which was linked to him. A manipulator of fortune, perhaps? It seemed that the commotion he had caused that day had caught the attention of the S.H.I.E.L.D., with its spies spread across every corner. It was not difficult to comprehend. Indeed, he had been rather excessive that day. It was not that he wished to draw attention, but the potency of the system's potion had endowed him with double luck, making discretion impossible. While ordinary observers might attribute his rampage to sheer luck, the astute agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. could discern the peculiarities behind that gambling affair, recognizing it as a manipulation of fortune. Consider a gambler who, upon entering a casino, loses only once at the beginning and then wins continuously throughout the night. The odds of such an event occurring are likely lower than that of lightning striking the same spot twice. With the protection of his Russian connections, the Black Widow had been dispatched as an undercover agent. Luke mused upon the so-called butterfly effect, realizing that his presence had subtly altered the original narrative. Although this alteration appeared trivial, a mere secretary was unlikely to be in short supply around a wealthy magnate. The ramifications of this butterfly's wings were uncertain. For instance, if the Black Widow did not report the magnate's ailment to Egghead, and if Egghead did not send the heirlooms of Tony's father, would the magnate meet his demise? Luke felt an unexpected anticipation for the unfolding events. Perhaps it was due to his recent time spent with Lotus, but he realized he had developed a darker side. Perhaps it was a manifestation of his resentment towards the affluent, as a struggling inventor reliant on scavenging for materials to build mechs. He found a certain satisfaction in witnessing the magnate's misfortune. However, when the moment called for it, he would not hesitate to assist Tony in alleviating his palladium poisoning. The myriad of items obtainable from the magic box included versatile antidotes. When the time came, Luke would not mind extracting some funds for medicine from this magnate. After all, he needed to feed his family and construct even more formidable mechs. With these thoughts in mind, Luke soared over a Mexican stronghold, anticipating the ammunition he sought. The process of seizing the ammunition was remarkably smooth, despite a group of Mexicans attempting to thwart him. However, when Luke demonstrated what true divine justice entailed, the resistance quickly dissipated. After his departure, Hell's Kitchen remained abuzz, with the resilient Russians showcasing their combative spirit, holding their ground against overwhelming odds. Heavy firepower was gradually deployed, and explosions illuminated the night sky. This was far from over. After Luke's significant disruptions, the various gang leaders, unaware of the true instigator, mistakenly believed it was the rival factions behind the chaos, thereby escalating the gang conflict yet again. Meanwhile, Luke remained oblivious to these developments, adopting an attitude of detached indifference. Upon his return, he equipped his air combat mech, Gale, with 4 machine guns, utilizing modified versions of the AK-47 and MP7. With no concern for ammunition constraints, he significantly increased the firing rate of both weapons. During testing, a sandbag was reduced to shreds within mere seconds. The 4 machine guns could unleash the combined firepower of 8 individuals simultaneously, a result that satisfied Luke. This enhancement addressed the mech's previous inadequacies in firepower. Currently, the Gale mech possessed 3 combat strategies. The first was close-quarters combat, employing a unique fighting technique he had developed using DNF combat skills, primarily effective against lighter targets. The limitations of this technique stemmed from the material strength of the mech itself. Constructed from scrap metal, its resilience barely surpassed that of the first-generation model. Against the 5th-generation armor, Luke believed that employing technique rather than brute strength would be essential to compensate for the material disparity. The second strategy involved machine gun suppression fire. The combined firepower of the 4 machine guns was sufficient for most scenarios. Although Luke could equip the entire mech with machine guns, such an approach would be impractical and aesthetically displeasing. The third strategy encompassed aerial bombardment. Tonight had already demonstrated the formidable might of divine justice, far exceeding his expectations. The improved 2nd-generation grenades were exponentially more powerful than their 1st-generation counterparts. Luke acknowledged that it was not merely an underestimation of the grenade modifications, but rather a realization of the latent potential contained within the Demon Stone, his proprietary material. Upon reflection, Luke found clarity. In the DNF narrative, the initial researchers of the Demon Stone were part of an organization known as the 7 Gods' Wings. The 7 genius mechanics, dubbed the Mechanical 7 War Gods, collaborated to create the ultimate battle machine, the mechanical god of war, Garbodon, in their quest to overthrow the 9th Apostle, the explosive Dragon King, Bakal. 500 years later, the 7 Gods' Wings inherited the legacy of the Mechanical 7 War Gods, evolving into the preeminent scientific institution in the heavenly realm, housing the most brilliant scientists, including Melvin, who was known for distributing high-tech rings, and the eccentric scientist Giselle. Other core members included Paravane, Nainsig, and Mary Fairneal, many of whom were familiar names. One could only imagine the formidable scientific prowess of this organization. Akin to Stark Industries within the DNF universe, amassing immense wisdom and standing at the forefront of celestial science. When the 7th Apostle, the Flame Devourer, and Tun arrived in the heavenly realm, the Demon Stone materialized alongside his dark energy. Melvin was the first to investigate the Demon Stone, discovering its extraordinary and potent energy, asserting that it would catalyze unprecedented breakthroughs in existing science. The primary characteristic of the Demon Stone was its infusion with the magical energy of the 7th Apostle. To Luke, this substance resembled uranium, dangerous yet brimming with vast energy. If he could ascertain the appropriate method to unleash its potential, he could harness this astonishing energy akin to exploiting nuclear fission for uranium. Luke conceded that his current approach was rudimentary. He ground the Demon Stone into fine powder, utilizing it as an additive in explosive compounds. The energy released from this process was likely minuscule, yet even this small fraction had demonstrated remarkable power in practical applications. To fully comprehend the Demon Stone, one would require profound knowledge of chemistry and physics, knowledge that Luke currently lacked. However, there existed someone with such expertise. In the cinematic narrative, Tony had managed to uncover a new element, substituting the toxic palladium, based on a mere hint left by his father. Luke understood that to excavate the potential of the Demon Stone, he would inevitably need to consult Tony. At this juncture, he surmised that Tony had likely arrived in Monaco, where he would encounter a Russian madman wielding dual electric whips, known as Whiplash, during a racing event. 2 individuals engaged in a fierce battle broadcasted to the world. Luke felt it was time to embark on his journey to Monaco to partake in this extraordinary event of destruction and chaos. Chapter 27. The people of Monaco welcome you. Rhodas was thoroughly displeased with Luke for creating such a commotion the previous night without including him. Luke explained that the mecha's capacity was limited. I don't care, Rhodas protested. You must find a way to accommodate me. Under Rhodas's steadfast objection, an exasperated Luke reluctantly made a small space in the mecha to install a fish tank. The following morning, after breakfast, Luke set out early with his backpack and quietly made his way to the secret warehouse. He planned to skip class that day. Inside the warehouse, he discarded his backpack, released the mecha, and climbed inside. Rhodas eagerly crawled into the fish tank. The warehouse roof opened, and flames erupted beneath the mecha as it ascended into the sky. It swiftly flew out of New York, heading towards Europe across the Atlantic Ocean. Once in international waters, the mecha entered supersonic cruise, traversing the ocean at an accelerated pace. Inside, Assistant Christina reported on the flight conditions. Speed 1. 7 Mach, clear weather, favorable navigation environment, no birds in sight. We are expected to arrive at our destination in 1 hour and 53 minutes. A news item on the screen caught Luke's attention. The ruckus in Hell's Kitchen from the previous night had unsurprisingly made headlines in New York's major news outlets today. The New York Times featured a bold headline: liquefied gas explosion or superbomb. The writer, adopting a conspiratorial tone, elaborated on the shocking and bloody gang conflict that had unfolded in New York. From speculations about the masterminds behind the clash to whether unconventional weapons were employed, numerous deductions were made. Surprisingly, they were quite accurate. Luke, who had been at the scene, could find no faults. Intrigued, Luke requested Christina to pull up more related reports. One article featured a high-definition image of the large crater at the scene, now under military control. The military's involvement thrilled many conspiracy theorists, as it suggested that the so-called gas explosion was merely a facade to obscure the truth. The question arose: what kind of weapon could cause such devastation? A writer quoted military experts stating, "This clearly indicates a weapon beyond U.S. knowledge. It cannot be ruled out that last night's events were the work of terrorists." Consequently, the underground gang organizations of Hell's Kitchen found themselves in dire straits. Associating with terrorists is a significant taboo in the American political landscape. The military's presence in Hell's Kitchen likely indicated intentions beyond merely controlling the scene. Luke surmised that the gangs of Hell's Kitchen would have to lay low for a while. Indeed, as events unfolded, even Jean Bing adopted a more cautious approach, retreating with his men to wait for the storm to pass. Simultaneously, he cursed the fool who had stirred up such a tempest. "Damn it, we were merely vying for territory within the rules, and you went and flipped the table. This isn't how it's done." However, mere anger was futile. Jean Bing had no knowledge of who had instigated the chaos the night before, which had derailed his meticulously laid plans. The military's forceful intervention would undoubtedly have adverse effects on his operations. Nevertheless, Jean Bing's numerous partners called him that morning, advising him to lie low for a while. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. His empire was vast, and the losses incurred from a single day of inactivity in New York's Hell's Kitchen were unbearable. Yet, beneath eaves, one must bow their head. To dare challenge the military could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, the daredevil was also sweating for the two of them. The turmoil of Hell's Kitchen had made him acutely aware that he was investigating a monumental case. Next time he ventured there, he would have to exercise greater caution. Yes, he would return. That was the essence of Daredevil, never one to concede defeat. The mecha soared through the skies for nearly 2 hours until Luke finally glimpsed the coastline of England. He had arrived in Europe. To avoid detection by military radar, Luke reduced altitude and speed. Upon entering British airspace, he continued navigating towards Monaco. The Principality of Monaco, located in the southwest of Europe, is the second smallest country in the world, slightly larger than Vatican City, with a mere 2 square kilometers of land. It is still one of the wealthiest and most developed nations globally, boasting a per capita GDP of 200,000, 3 times that of the United States. Monaco's Monte Carlo racetrack is world-renowned, hosting the annual Formula One Monaco Grand Prix, which attracts visitors from around the globe. In the film, Ivan Vanko learns that Tony will be attending the race in Monaco. He secures a visa through illicit channels, flies to Monaco, and even infiltrates the race as a car maintenance worker. At this time, Tony, suffering from palladium poisoning, has exhausted all remedies and, feeling his end is near, recklessly decides to participate in the perilous F1 race. Ivan Vanko is a genius rivaling Tony, having inherited all his father's skills. In a quest for vengeance, he constructs an arc reactor to serve as an energy source for his weapon. During the race, Ivan sheds his disguise, dons a vest, and openly attacks Tony with dual whips. As the mecha approached Monaco, Rhodas in the fish tank suddenly exclaimed, "Beep. System task initiated." Huh, a system task? Luke was momentarily taken aback. The task reward was a mechanic skill selection gift box. Upon hearing this, Luke's mouth watered with anticipation. Curious, he inquired, "You can issue system tasks? Why was I unaware before?" "This is a privilege granted to me by the system. When necessary, I will issue tasks to motivate you to work diligently. Do not forget our purpose for coming to this world." Rhodas replied, "All right. So the task at hand is to spread the glory of the apostles," Luke said. "What, then, is the objective of this task?" Luke asked. Rhodas, flailing about in the fish tank, declared, "Of course, it is to showcase the power of the apostles before the ignorant masses. Go forth and wreak havoc. Let the world know of our existence." Waha. Chapter 28. Tony vs. Whiplash Blood Toxicity. 53 as Tony gazed at the readings displayed on the monitor. A furrow of concern creased his brow. He tasted the blood on his fingertip, remaining silent. After a brief moment, he let out a soft sigh. The arc reactor pulsated with a steady glow against his chest. He lifted his gaze to the mirror in the washroom, his emotions swirling within him, and spoke to his reflection with a hint of irony. Do you have any more dreadful ideas? On either side of the Monte Carlo racetrack, the grandstands are alive with a cacophony of voices. All eyes are eagerly fixed on the imminent commencement of the Formula One Monaco Grand Prix. Suddenly, a surge of excitement ripples through a section of the crowd gathered at the edge of the track. The spectators are astonished to behold Tony Stark, donned in full racing gear, making his unexpected appearance within the confines of the circuit. It appears he is poised to participate in the race. The keen-eyed journalists have long surrounded Tony, vying to interview this immensely popular superstar, the one and only Iron Man, a billionaire known for his extravagant lifestyle. In front of the camera, Tony resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor and remarked, owning a racing car is solely for the purpose of competition. Otherwise, what is the point of having a race car? His declaration ignited the enthusiasm of the entire audience, and the crowd erupted into excited cheers. Iron Man would also compete as a driver. The news swiftly swept across the entire racetrack, leaving onlookers in disbelief while simultaneously heightening anticipation for the impending race. In the hotel, Pepper had never expected Tony to pull such a stunt. This was far from the vacation they had planned. As she watched the live broadcast on television, her heart raced with anxiety as she saw Tony donning his racing helmet and settling into the car. In a frenzy, she hurried through the hotel lobby to find Happy, urgently informing him that Tony was competing. Meanwhile, the race had already commenced. Tony, piloting the newly acquired car for less than a minute, surged forth from the starting line alongside the other competitors. The roar of the engines allowed him to momentarily cast aside his worries as he unleashed a torrent of adrenaline, racing wildly down the track. Shortly after the competitors took to the track, an astonishing scene unfolded before the cameras. A figure clad in an orange racing maintenance uniform brazenly entered the already cordoned-off racetrack, confidently striding towards the oncoming race cars. This unexpected incident left onlookers in a state of disbelief. The commentators, in a flurry of words, relayed the unfolding drama to a global audience. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the individual removed his work cap, revealing a rugged visage. He then tore open his work garment, exposing a peculiar device emanating a ghostly luminescence from his chest. Two metallic whips emerged from his sleeves, and as he gripped them tightly, a dazzling display of electricity crackled and intertwined around the whips. In a matter of moments, the clothing on his upper body was incinerated to ashes, unveiling the strange apparatus he wore. An arc reactor was affixed to a crudely crafted vest, channeling all its output into the two elongated whips. The electric whips swiftly reached operational temperature, radiating a brilliant blaze and emanating scorching heat as he brandished them in public view. At that moment, a race car driver approached at breakneck speed, executing a sharp turn. The man stood resolutely in the center of the track, a fierce expression etched upon his face, and suddenly swung the electric whips, unhesitatingly striking towards the oncoming vehicle. Like a knife slicing through tofu, the speeding race car was cleaved in two, instantly losing its balance. It tumbled through the air before crashing onto the track, a thick plume of smoke rising immediately. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the most foolish individuals are acutely aware at this moment that a grave situation has unfolded. The competition venue has fallen victim to a terrorist attack. Meanwhile, the race car driven by Tony approached closely behind. Ivan Vanko employed the same strategy, wielding the electric whip with force, striking down upon Tony's vehicle. Tony's eyes widened in horror as he watched his race car split in two midair. The sudden weightlessness sent his severed vehicle into a violent spin before it crashed heavily against the track barriers. The overturned car left Tony dazed, blood from his forehead obscuring his vision. Hanging upside down, his blurred sight caught the inverted figure of Ivan Vanko approaching menacingly with an electric whip. Fuel leaked ominously from the wreckage as Tony found himself trapped in his seat like a sacrificial lamb. Ivan's whip lashed out to deliver the killing blow, only to find empty air. At the critical moment, Tony had wriggled free, rolling away in desperate evasion. The weaponless billionaire, whose combat skills matched his unpreparedness, scrambled pathetically across the asphalt as each subsequent strike nearly sent him to meet his ancestors. No one clings to life like the wealthy facing mortality. Tony's survival instincts surged with unprecedented intensity, adrenaline fueling miraculously timed dodges that left spectators gasping. Their brutal dance unfolded before a horrified audience. Men agape, women covering their mouths, mere meters beyond the safety barriers. Ivan pressed his advantage with cruel amusement, each mocking lash bringing Tony closer to exhaustion. Another narrow escape left Tony sprawled on the ground as Ivan coughed blood unexpectedly. Salvation arrived with Pepper and Happy, bearing what appeared to be a briefcase but concealed Tony's ingenious Mark V portable armor. Before the world's astonished eyes, Iron Man completed his spectacular transformation. With the battle suit, Tony was instantly transformed from a mere novice into a formidable warrior. He raised his palm and unleashed a powerful blast towards Ivan. At this moment, all eyes were riveted on the clash between the two, oblivious to the small mech, standing 2 meters tall, hovering above the arena. Luke had been observing for quite some time and could discern that Whiplash was ultimately no match for Iron Man. The disparity between them stemmed not only from the generational differences in their arc reactors, but also from their combat techniques. Tony wielded a second-generation arc reactor, an enhanced version of the original, boasting superior energy output and stability. In contrast, Ivan Vanko's creation could merely be classified as a first-generation arc reactor, and a subpar one at that, embodying the rough-and-ready essence of the fighting spirit. After all, not everyone possesses the luxury of utilizing only the finest materials. In terms of combat prowess, it was undeniable that Tony, donning the Mark suit, seemed like an entirely different individual. As he himself articulated, he and the Iron Man suit had become inseparable. Luke recognized that if things continued in this vein, Whiplash's defeat was merely a matter of time. He pondered that the spotlight could not be solely monopolized by the elite. Otherwise, what would become of his own mission? The mechanic skill selection gift box is an absolute must-have. It is unlikely to directly obtain the blueprints for the Guy Bo Jia, and at present, even if provided with the schematics, they would be of no use. The financial requirements for constructing such a terrifying behemoth would undoubtedly amount to an astronomical figure that could instill fear. Instead, other skill books seemed far more practical. His greatest desire lies in acquiring the G-0 Warlord blueprints from the female mechanic. However, it remains uncertain whether the gift box contains them. If the skills were solely basic selections, it would indeed be a disappointment. The spectators lining the racetrack are now anxiously riveted to the fierce battle between Iron Man and the formidable antagonist. As their confrontation intensifies, gasps of "Oh my God" resonate among the crowd. This Formula One Grand Prix is being broadcast live across the globe, with signals reaching every corner of the world. At this moment, countless viewers around the world are seated before their televisions or gathered around their computers, intently watching this unfolding spectacle. Just as both sides were engaged in fierce combat, a sudden shift occurred in the arena. In an instant, a blinding flash illuminated the scene, followed by a thunderous roar as an unfamiliar mech descended from the heavens. Chapter 29, For the Tried. The arrival of Luke instantly elevated the atmosphere to an unprecedented height. Countless cameras and smartphones were directed towards this unexpected intruder. Speculations and discussions regarding the identity of this mech filled the air. Standing at a height of 2 meters and equally broad, its exterior seamlessly blended the aesthetics of DNF and Gundam. The design of the aerial combat mech, Gale, was both novel and unfamiliar to everyone within the Marvel Universe. It is undeniable that Luke showcased his utmost engineering prowess through this mech. Upon its debut, it captivated the majority, their eyes widening in astonishment. When it comes to the appreciation of mech aesthetics, it appears that opinions converge, with the exception of Warframe. Some immediately concluded that this must be a new model of Iron Man. Is it Iron Man who has summoned reinforcements? Mini Iron Man? Enthusiastic fans of Iron Man exclaim. Iron Man, defeat your adversary. A man from Monaco exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, what an adorable model." A female spectator, her face flushed with excitement, shouted, "Tony, I love you. I want to bear your children." The sudden appearance of Luke momentarily stunned both Tony and Ivan, who were engaged in battle. Ivan Vanko, however, thought to himself, "Damn Stark. Does he think he can prevail with fewer numbers? I shall not concede." His purpose for coming today was to humiliate Tony Stark, rendering him a figure of disgrace under the watchful eyes of the entire world. He intends to turn Tony's words into a jest. Tony had once assured everyone that the arc reactor would not be replicated within a decade, boldly proclaiming that no one dared to challenge Iron Man in a duel. Ivan, as the embodiment of his father's unfulfilled aspirations following his demise, seeks to vindicate his father's legacy. It would be most gratifying for him to eliminate Stark in front of so many witnesses. However, even if he fails to achieve that, merely demonstrating to the world that Stark is not entirely invincible would signify his victory. Upon this realization, Ivan cast a furtive glance at the newly emerged mech. His expression hardened, and with a swift motion, he raised his electric whip once more. Seizing the moment while Tony was distracted, he ensnared Tony's neck with the whip. The arc reactor surged to full power, and the electric whip immediately unleashed a formidable current. Within the confines of the battle suit, the virtual screen before Tony began to tremble, as powerful currents caused a minor disruption to the armor, though fortunately, the impact was not severe. The Mark armor, having undergone 5 generations of refinement, possessed a commendable resilience against external voltages, low temperatures, and even intense radiation. With Tony's keen intellect, and the assistance of J.A.R.V.I.S., he had meticulously accounted for every conceivable factor. While he had prioritized portability to some extent, thereby compromising the armor's thickness, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. The 5th generation of the Mark suit was, by all accounts, nearly flawless. Determined to withstand the electrical surge and ensnare the electric whip, preventing Ivan from escaping, Tony advanced step by step towards his adversary. At that moment, a shadow darted forward, and Ivan was suddenly propelled through the air. The electric whip slipped from his grasp, and he crashed heavily onto a derelict race car. The 1.2-meter-tall mech struck a punching post. Luke executed the punch with remarkable precision. Had he not controlled the force adeptly, Ivan's chest might have sustained a gaping hole rather than merely a collision with the arc reactor. Nevertheless, the blow rendered Ivan unconscious. His plans for the night were irrevocably thwarted. Luke had no intention of killing Ivan, as doing so would serve no benefit to him. Furthermore, it would only alter the narrative of Iron Man 2, and Luke was far too astute to invite unnecessary complications. Finally, the police arrived, as they often do. Appearing at the last moment in such circumstances, a group of officers approached, handcuffing the unconscious Ivan Vanko, and dragged him away as if he were a lifeless pig. As for Tony and Luke, the officers seemed to ignore them, circumventing the 2 men without a glance. Left on the scene were Luke and Tony, while the spectators lingered, somewhat disappointed by the abrupt conclusion of the spectacle, feeling they had not been sufficiently entertained. With a swift motion, Iron Man's visor retracted, revealing Tony's face as he turned to Luke and inquired, "Who are you?" This joke has become a well-known source of amusement. During a congressional hearing in the United States, Tony refused to admit to Congress that Iron Man was a weapon, instead describing it as a high-tech prosthetic. Tony feigned astonishment and exclaimed, "Please tell me you are not one of my obsessed fans. I must concede that this machine of yours is quite, well, rather unconventional. It is simply designed to be a bit too diminutive. Were it up to me, I would fashion it to a height befitting a normal human. It could be operated manually or remotely." Luke scoffed, remarking, "Black Widow is correct. You are nothing but an egotist." "Black Widow? What is that?" Tony inquired. Due to the alteration of events, Tony remains unaware of Black Widow. "It's nothing. Farewell," Luke replied as he maneuvered the mech into the sky. True to his nature, Tony refused to relent. He lifted his mask, and from beneath his suit, 2 streams of fire erupted, propelling him into the air. As Tony soared beside Luke, he curiously examined the mech. "You shouldn't be here, should you? Remote piloting?" he remarked. Although this concept is quite novel, it is fraught with numerous limitations, primarily concerning network disconnections and data anomalies. Luke paid him no mind, prompting Tony to continue. "How is it possible that such a diminutive apparatus cannot accommodate a single individual? Unless, of course, you happen to be a diminutive sprite? This is utterly absurd. It is inconceivable." The moment this notion emerged, Tony promptly dismissed it, rather than being illogical. It is more a reflection of Tony's unwillingness to accept that a child could create such a formidable mech. Jarvis has already analyzed a portion of the numerous data parameters of the aerial combat mech, Tempest. Tony must concede that the design of this mech is remarkably sophisticated, likely the work of a seasoned expert. It would require a genius of his caliber to accomplish such a feat. He is biding his time for an opportunity to make his move. He is resolved to engage Tony in a confrontation today, all for the sake of his ambitions. Poor Tony remained oblivious to the situation, persistently trailing behind Luke, chattering incessantly beside him. "Look, since you have appeared here and alleviated one of my troubles, should I not express my gratitude? Certainly, without your involvement, I could effortlessly handle this matter. Therefore, I shall forego the thanks. However, this issue cannot simply be dismissed. I believe we need to have a serious conversation in private. There is nothing to discuss." Luke, manipulating the mech, abruptly accelerated and attempted to take flight. Tony reached out and firmly grasped the mech's ankle. Chapter 30, Aerial Combat Mecha vs. Mark VFA Off. Luke exclaimed, a smirk playing on his lips as he finally found an excuse to strike. He swiftly turned and delivered a powerful punch to Tony's chest, sending the unsuspecting Iron Man soaring through the air. Luke executed the blow with no restraint. The immense force unleashed by his punch rendered the Mark's suit temporarily inoperative, causing Tony to tumble from the sky and crash violently onto a highway overpass. At this moment, both combatants had already exited the confines of the competition area. Monaco, being quite small in size, meant that they had inadvertently entered French airspace during their rapid flight. Tony's fall created a spiderweb-like crater on the highway's surface. Fortunately, their altitude had not been too great, or else Tony might have lost consciousness from the impact. Suddenly, a live human plummeting from the sky ignited chaos among the vehicles on the highway. Cars slammed on their brakes, leading to a series of rear-end collisions that quickly resulted in a traffic jam. Some individuals began calling for emergency services, while others took out their phones to capture the scene. In the age of the internet, news spreads like wildfire. The spectacle at the Monaco F1 Grand Prix was already the subject of heated discussion online, with fresh footage of Iron Man's fall appearing on video-sharing platforms. Viewers were astonished to witness the sight of Iron Man being struck by a mecha standing merely 1.2 meters tall. Were they not allies? Lying on the pavement, Tony's virtual display flickered violently, revealing that his suit had sustained 29 damage and advising him to retreat. Given Tony's prideful nature, surrender was not an option. He staggered to his feet, glanced up at the hovering mecha, and then, with determination, launched himself skyward once more. With remarkable speed, Tony collided headfirst into Luke's embrace, pulling him down from the air. The two crashed onto the road beneath the overpass, creating 2 additional craters upon impact. Luke, seated within the mecha, saw stars and was bombarded by flashing red warning lights. Cursing under his breath, he thought, damn that lunatic. They both stood up and, without further ado, engaged in battle. The two exchanged blows like drunken brawlers, occupying the congested highway while drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Perhaps Tony was reluctant to admit it, but he was, in fact, on the receiving end of the beating. Choosing to engage Luke in close combat was a grave mistake. Luke found it amusing. The wealthy fool was no match for him. Luke's strikes were precise and swift. His mastery of mecha combat left Tony without a shred of defiance. With a powerful thrust, Luke propelled himself off the ground, executing a diving punch from several meters away. The mecha, being significantly shorter than Tony, made this maneuver resemble a monkey reaching for fruit, startling Tony into defensive posture. The force of the blow sent Tony flying backward, and he rolled several times on the pavement before regaining his footing. Still shaken, Tony raised his palm, no longer holding back, as a brilliant energy beam formed and shot towards Luke. Realizing that he should not engage this opponent in close quarters, Tony was now aware of his mistake. In response to Iron Man's signature attack, Luke stood his ground. An orange glow erupted around him as a 2-meter radius energy shield enveloped him, proving impenetrable. A smirk crept across Luke's face as he thought, who said one cannot use a force field while seated in a mecha? But you didn't see this coming. From the inception of the mecha's design, he had considered its defensive capabilities. Acknowledging the inherent flaws in materials, he knew that even the most robust construction could not withstand a powerful assault. Tony's palm cannon could obliterate his hastily assembled mecha. However, he was relieved to have the capacity to deploy the energy shield at his discretion. As long as the shield held, even a paper-thin mecha could remain untroubled on the defensive front. He could focus solely on offense. When Tony's energy blast struck the shield, it merely created rippling waves across the surface, dissipating the projectile's energy. Witnessing this, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired, "What is that? Some sort of energy field?" He instructed, "Jarvis, analyze this." "Analyzing now, sir," Jarvis replied. Tony was captivated by this enigmatic adversary, feeling an increasing curiosity about the unfamiliar mecha. The two continued their exchange of attacks. Luke seized a steel railing from the roadside, swinging it to send Tony hurtling away. The steel struck the energy shield, posing no threat to Luke. Rather, the recoil sent Tony reeling. Jarvis then provided an analysis. "Sir, this defensive field employs an unknown energy form not found in my database, with a density of 16,000 kilopascals. I advise against a force breach, sir." "Identify its weak points," Tony commanded. With his extensive knowledge of energy forms, he understood that any wall of energy would inherently have flaws due to uneven distribution. Though he was uncertain how the opponent achieved this, he firmly believed that science would eventually provide an explanation. Soon, Jarvis presented an energy flow diagram of Luke's shield. After a swift analysis, He identified two areas of comparatively sparse energy. Without hesitation, Tony activated the arc reactor to full power, unleashing a thick beam of energy from his suit's chest that bore down upon the shield. The energy shield absorbed the immense power, causing brilliant flashes to erupt from the impacted areas. The shields he rapidly dimmed before shattering into fragments, exposing the mecha. Suddenly, four machine guns emerged from the shoulders of the mecha, their barrels whirring into action as they unleashed a torrent of fire. The cacophony of gunfire echoed for half a minute, igniting sparks across Tony's suit. The barrage left a carpet of spent casings at his feet. Just as he exhaled in relief, a peculiar grenade was hurled toward him. "Watch out, sir," Jarvis warned just as the bizarre grenade detonated beneath Tony, unleashing an eerie blue light that plunged the surrounding air to freezing temperatures. Chapter 31. The downing of the fighter jet. A vast expanse of frigid air swiftly enveloped Tony, consuming him in an icy embrace. As the frost dissipated, he stood frozen in place, resembling a statue of ice. The ground around him bore the scars of destruction, a large crater left by a grenade, with cracks extending several meters and debris strewn about in chaotic disarray. The occupants of nearby vehicles on the highway shielded their ears, gazing in terror at the unfolding spectacle. The emergency lines of the French police were nearly overwhelmed with calls. Inside his suit, Tony stared in astonishment at the readings displayed before him. The exterior temperature of his armor had plummeted to a biting -40 degrees. Fortunately, he had upgraded his suit after the Mark II, enabling it to withstand such extreme cold. This minor inconvenience was hardly a challenge for him. The arc reactor on his chest ignited with a brilliant glow, and the hard shell of ice encasing him began to melt at a visible pace. Simultaneously, the psychic shield of the aerial battle mech returned to its original state, restored by Luke. How could it recover so swiftly? This revelation astonished Tony. He contemplated the type of reactor Luke was employing, suspecting it to be of comparable power to his arc reactor. The two adversaries ceased their confrontation, standing 20 meters apart in a tense standoff. Tony looked at the 1-2-meter-tall mech across from him, at a loss for words. Its formidable capabilities had exceeded his initial expectations. The combat performance it had just exhibited, melee combat, machine gun fire, grenade launches, was, in many respects, not inferior to the Mark V. Luke had decided against using the electric grenades, as the binding lock had proven ineffective against Tony. He envied the advanced materials used in Tony's suits. Tony was indeed a connoisseur of high-tech resources, ensuring that each Mark suit was constructed with the best materials available. Following this battle, the Mark V bore only slight marks of damage and soot from the grenade explosion, its armor remaining largely intact and combat-ready. Conversely, Tony found himself envious of Luke's peculiar defensive field. Although he had researched similar technologies, he encountered numerous insurmountable challenges. He was eager to learn how the creator of that mech had achieved such a feat. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from above. Two fighter jets appeared on the horizon, dispatched by the French Air Force. Tony and Luke had boldly intruded into French airspace and had already been detected by radar. While this could have been overlooked, their public display of combat on the highway had caused significant damage, prompting the French government to take action. Consequently, two Dassault Rafale jets took off from a nearby base, calling out to the combatants over all channels. Tony had already heard the call but had no intention of responding. He was too preoccupied with his exchange of blows with Luke. Luke, on the other hand, was oblivious to the communication, having neglected to equip his mech with a radio. As the situation escalated, and with the use of an unidentified explosive, the French military could no longer remain passive. Recognizing Tony as Iron Man, they directed their fire towards Luke. One Rafale jet swooped down from low altitude, releasing a mica missile from its wing. The missile, trailing a plume of flame, shot toward Luke. Alarm bells blared within the mech as Luke maneuvered it upward at high speed. The missile pursued relentlessly, ultimately catching up to him and exploding in a brilliant fireball overhead. Before the flames could dissipate, a silvery figure erupted from the inferno, Luke, unscathed, protected by his psychic shield. The silver mech darted through the air like a streak of lightning, chasing after the Rafale that had launched the missile. What was his intention? Tony watched in disbelief as Luke pursued the fighter jet. Was he actually planning to down a French aircraft? Despite his self-assured nature, Tony would never carelessly provoke the military, let alone shoot down one of their jets. Such an act would bring untold complications. Yet, Luke was resolute in his plan. He intended to bring down that aircraft. The aerial mech could achieve a terrifying maximum speed of 2.5 Mach and sustain it for over 10 minutes. Had it not been for the limitations of the mech's exterior material and the power supplied by colorless crystals, it could maintain this extreme velocity throughout. The Rafale, with a standard supersonic cruising speed of approximately 1 for Mach, was clearly at a disadvantage. Luke quickly closed the distance, catching up to the two returning fighter jets. The pilots, witnessing the spectacle on their onboard radar, were taken aback, just as one pilot reported the situation to their base. He turned to see the white mech waving at him through the window. Luke delivered a powerful blow, shattering the cockpit glass and seizing the pilot along with his seat. "Eliminate him, Luke," Rotus urged excitedly from the mech's cockpit. Luke was indulging in an act that thrilled the creature, igniting its primal instincts. However, Luke shook his head and activated the mech speaker, advising the pilot, "Make sure to use your parachute when you jump." With a flick of his wrist, he released the pilot from the heights. "Learn from me. Give them a heads up. This is called humanitarianism," Luke admonished Rotus. Subsequently, he smashed the cockpit of the Rafale, unleashing a barrage from its 4 mounted machine guns, resulting in a spectacular explosion that lit up the sky. Tony stood on the ground, utterly astonished, witnessing the destruction. The other Rafale, terrified, accelerated away. Luke had no desire to pursue. It was evident that conventional aircraft were no match for this advanced battle mech. This also explained why the U.S. military coveted Tony's Iron Man suit so intensely. Feeling that the situation had escalated sufficiently, Luke decided to withdraw. He did not wish to become a target for a coalition of nations. With such a significant incident unfolding, media reporters, always quick to react, had already arrived on the scene with live broadcast vehicles before the French police could respond. Iron Man had always been a media darling, and soon a throng of reporters surrounded Tony, clamoring for interviews about the recent battle. Tony's focus remained fixed on Luke. Casually brushing off the reporters' questions, "I have no idea where he came from. Who do you think knows him? Me? Do I look like I know him?" At that moment, Tony's appearance was somewhat disheveled. His armor bore numerous dents and scorch marks, all inflicted by Luke. The reporters, undeterred, turned their inquisitive gazes toward the airborne Luke, eager for answers. Chapter 32. The interview. As one of the key figures in this battle, the white mech that had previously appeared at the Monaco F1 Grand Prix, aiding Iron Man in subduing terrorists, unexpectedly found itself in conflict with Iron Man for reasons unknown. The reporters, filled with curiosity, had a multitude of questions they were eager to pose to the individual involved. However, judging by the recent skirmish, this figure who had torn through fighter jets seemed rather difficult to approach, exuding an aura of menace. Yet, there are always audacious individuals. Indeed, a fearless reporter approached Luke for an interview. "Excuse me, sir in the sky, may I interview you?" A naive female reporter called out, waving at Luke with a microphone in hand. Captivated by her beauty, Luke decided to descend and grant her request. The aerial mech gracefully landed, swiftly attracting a throng of journalists and cameras. The female reporter quickly signaled to her partner to get the camera ready. With a beaming smile, she approached Luke and said, "Thank you for agreeing to this interview. My name is Laura, and I'm a reporter for the French News Network. First, I would like to express my personal opinion. I find your robot quite charming." "Hello, Laura. Thank you for the compliment. How may I address you?" Luke replied. Looking into the camera with utmost seriousness, he continued, "I have had many titles bestowed upon me. Oh, they have called me the Adventurer, the Feeble Warrior, the King of Can Openers. Later, they referred to me as the Hope of Canina, the Sacred Guardian, the Undying King Borodin, and eventually, I was embraced by all as the Conqueror of Enton, the Immortal King of Heberon, the Guardian of Orcs, the Majesty of Dragons, the Chosen One." Laura wiped her brow. "So I should. However, those are merely past glories, hardly worth mentioning. Now, you may call me the Apostle," Luke concluded. "Very well, Apostle, sir," Laura said. "Am I speaking face-to-face with you? I mean, are you physically present in the armor like Iron Man, or are you remotely controlling this robot?" "Of course," Luke replied. Laura awaited further elaboration, but Luke remained silent. Confused, she inquired, "Of course. What?" "Of course, that is the next question," Luke stated. Laura felt at a loss for words. "All right, may I ask, do you have any grievances or misunderstandings with Iron Man?" "None." "Then why did a conflict arise here? Not long ago at the Monaco racetrack, you two collaborated to subdue that terrorist. Can you elaborate on the reason for your falling out?" This question was pivotal, not only for the reporter but for countless viewers around the globe. Online, discussions erupted regarding this very topic, with a plethora of speculations. Some claimed that the white mech merely passed by and had no acquaintance with Iron Man, while others suggested that both belonged to a secret organization, merely engaging in a friendly spar. There were even whispers that Tony had wronged the owner of the white mech, prompting retaliation upon the revelation of the truth. Given Tony's character, such a scenario was not entirely implausible, and indeed, many supported this theory online. Laura sensed a significant story brewing. Her eyes lit up as she leaned in closer. "Oh, could you elaborate?" Luke's next statement was nothing short of shocking. "He touched my foot." "Laura." "He also hugged me," Luke added. Nearby, Tony turned a shade of green, possibly a result of palladium poisoning worsening. "I protest. He is slandering me," Tony declared. The moment he spoke, every camera in the vicinity turned to him. Luke nonchalantly scoffed, turning to Tony. "Are you denying that you touched my foot? Or are you denying that you hugged me? Do you dare swear to the heavens that you have not done either?" "I did not," Tony replied, his face darkening considerably. This was undoubtedly a symptom of palladium poisoning. But why describe it so grotesquely? Why use the word touched? "See, ladies and gentlemen." "Even he admits it," Luke said, shrugging his shoulders while controlling the mech. "I did not." "What did you not? Deny or touch my foot?" "Please, stop using that word." "Okay. What word?" "Foot." Tony had never wished to hit someone more than he did at that moment. "Are you looking for a fight? Want to go again? You think I'm afraid of you? Who just got knocked about and lost their bearings?" "Lost my bearings? Are you referring to yourself?" "I am indeed referring to you." Laura facepalmed, amused by how these two resembled bickering children. "Gentlemen, if you wish to fight, please allow me to finish the interview first," she interjected. Tony faced the camera. "I must clarify, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. This individual's claims are utterly baseless. I believe it is necessary for me to demonstrate this." He earnestly addressed the female reporter. "This lovely lady, I sincerely invite you to dinner tonight, followed by some activities afterward." Laura's jaw dropped. Luke, within the mech, nodded in approval, recognizing the allure of the French reporter. With her blonde hair, striking blue eyes, fair skin, and impeccable fashion sense, Tony indeed had an eye for talent. A cross-cultural invitation, brazenly proposed. Truly, this was classic Tony. In this regard, Luke held a certain admiration for him. The reporter's face flushed a myriad of colors. She wished to articulate, "This is live television. Couldn't you choose a more appropriate setting for your invitation?" Deep down, she was quite eager to spend an enchanting evening with the renowned Tony Stark. What woman wouldn't he be? Alas. Apologies. Cough, cough. "I believe I should complete this interview first." Laura felt slightly breathless, loosening her already relaxed collar, revealing a generous expanse of skin. This was not her first encounter with troublesome interview subjects like Tony and Luke. She was confident in her professionalism and ability to handle the situation. After regaining her composure, Laura continued with her inquiries. "How do you explain your recent downing of a French Air Force Rafale fighter jet?" "In self-defense. The fighter opened fire first, and I retaliated." "I have a dashcam to prove it," Luke asserted passionately. Indeed, he was referring to a dashcam he had salvaged from a wrecked vehicle. "Can you provide that to us?" "I mean, your evidence," Laura requested. In her mind, she pondered, what on earth is a dashcam? Is that a grammatical error? Certainly. I believe that once everyone has seen it, they will agree with my statement. I am truly a victim. My counterattack was purely for self-preservation. Additionally, I strongly condemn the French Air Force for their unprofessional behavior. Unprofessional behavior? What does that mean? Laura was perplexed, having never encountered that term before. In the French news network's broadcasting room, the director commanded, "Quick, find out what unprofessional behavior means. I need an answer within 1 minute." Chapter 33, classified as 084. The television network's copywriters swiftly took to the internet for answers and soon found them. Ponzi refers broadly to opportunistic and extortionate behaviors, such as deliberately colliding with motor vehicles to extort compensation. The female journalist adjusted her earpiece, seemingly receiving instructions, and inquired of Luke, "Mr. Apostle, may I ask, are you Chinese?" Luke, taken aback, replied, "Why do you ask?" "Because, as I understand it, the term Ponzi originates from the Chinese lexicon." "Are you Chinese?" The journalist astutely recognized the crux of the matter and pressed further. Luke mused to himself about the necessity of guarding against reporters. "American?" the journalist probed. Luke shrugged ambiguously, neither confirming nor denying. He only acknowledged being a New Yorker from Queens, though he refrained from disclosing that detail. The journalist pondered for a moment before asking, "Earlier, you referred to unprofessional Ponzi behavior. You described the French Air Force as unprofessional. How do you justify that statement? Tony was so incensed he nearly sputtered blood. He scolded himself for having touched the man's foot. No, it was more like a tug. Meanwhile, seated in the mech, Luke received a system alert. Mission objectives met. Mission accomplished. A surge of joy welled within him. He turned to the journalist and said, "Miss Reporter, is there anything else? If not, I must take my leave. I will have my assistant email the recorded evidence to your station. I am quite busy. You see, time is worth billions." He silently added, in Vietnamese dong. Well, thank you for the interview," the journalist stammered. Amidst a flurry of cameras, the silver mech ascended majestically into the sky, accelerating away in a dazzling display. This time, Tony did not attempt to stop Luke's departure. He stood there, dark-faced, lost in thought. Moments later, as numerous reporters approached him, Tony lowered his visor and, without uttering a word, soared away. At SHIELD headquarters. Location, classified. Outside the director's office, Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow knocked before entering. The office was sparsely furnished, featuring only a desk and chair, with no additional seating. The air conditioning was set to a chilly temperature. Nick Fury, clad in his signature black trench coat, sat behind the desk. Once a man of great renown, holding titles such as the King of Spies, the One-Eyed Man, Director of SHIELD, Guardian, and Observer, he was now mockingly referred to as Boiled Egg. The Black Widow cast a glance at him but remained silent. Fury picked up a tablet and slid it across the desk. "Take a look at this," he intoned in a deep voice. The Black Widow grasped the tablet and activated the playback. It displayed the footage of Luke's recent interview with the French television station, along with several clips captured from diverse camera equipment showcasing Luke's battle with Tony on the French highway. After viewing, her lips parted slightly, revealing her surprise. She had been too occupied lately to keep abreast of the news and only now realized the magnitude of recent events. "I recall you mentioning that they were acquainted?" Fury inquired. After a brief pause, he scrutinized Natasha with his singular eye. "What is your assessment of this individual?" "Very dangerous," she replied. She could hardly believe that in just a few days, this person had made his way to Monaco, creating such a commotion. Even downing a French Dassault Rafale in plain view of countless cameras, the Black Widow struggled to encapsulate him. Reckless? That hardly sufficed to describe someone so audacious. "I am eager to uncover the formidable background this individual possesses," Fury stated gravely. "I doubt that such a war machine could be produced by mere ragtag groups. Not everyone can claim to be Tony Stark, declaring I am Iron Man. One is sufficient." He continued, "Do you have any leads regarding this person's identity?" The Black Widow furrowed her brows, seemingly struck by a thought. "His voice might be a clue." "His voice?" Fury echoed, puzzled. "It just sounds odd to me," she admitted. Fury blinked, bewildered. "What does that mean?" "I cannot quite articulate it. It just feels off," she replied. Both fell into silence for a moment. After a while, Fury nodded. "It seems we must proceed with caution. I have another task for you. Infiltrate Stark's circle and uncover a specific matter." He tossed her a stack of documents. The Black Widow perused the files, frowning. "You want me to act as Stark's secretary?" "Indeed. I had been contemplating this. Stark appears to be having health issues." She sighed. "Very well." With the documents in hand, she exited Fury's office. The wheel of fate rolled inexorably forward. The Black Widow was indeed set to infiltrate Stark's domain. Once she departed, Fury scrutinized another document before him, furrowing his brow. It contained a compilation of known information regarding the Silver Mech. The Sovereign of Heberon? The Chosen One? After a prolonged moment of confusion, Fury closed the file, its cover prominently displaying the designation 084. He rose and secured the document within a robust safe behind him. 084 was a code name, a classification denoting the highest level of secrecy within SHIELD. Only a select few, including the director, possessed the highest clearance to access it. 084 represented unidentified objects, some of which even SHIELD could not ascertain. It encompassed a range of entities, objects, energies, and even individuals. Initially, 084 was merely a designation for an item, the Terrigen crystals of the inhuman race. Subsequently, its significance expanded. The first individual classified as 084 was named Sky. Later, the Tesseract and Thor's hammer also found their way into the 084 registry. Unbeknownst to Luke, he had already been classified as 084 by SHIELD, marked as a high-risk individual warranting vigilance and monitoring. Even if he were aware, he would not be surprised. His penchant for chaos inevitably drew S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention, as long as he continued to tread the line of recklessness. An encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D. was inevitable. However, Luke harbored no fears of being investigated by them. Before they could locate him, he would likely have already constructed his G0 warlord. At that moment, he was in a clandestine warehouse, reveling in the rewards of his recent mission, a mechanic skill selection box. No disappointments awaited him. The box contained an array of advanced skills for mechanics, encompassing almost everything necessary, including options for both male and female mechanics. Poor Rhodas would remain oblivious to how close it had come to being incinerated. Chapter 34. Tony's lunch. A dazzling array of engineering skills unfolded before Luke's eyes. As he perused the myriad options available to him, he found himself grappling with a dilemma of choice. How he wished to acquire them all. Ultimately, however, he adhered to his original plan and selected the G0 Warlord skill book from the female mechanic. Upon learning it, an extraordinarily intricate blueprint for a colossal war mech materialized in his mind. Another costly endeavor was on the horizon. Luke estimated that the funds required for this project would likely be several dozen times that of the previous venture involving the aerial battle mech, the Stormwind. The G0 Warlord was not only far more complex in craftsmanship but also demanded a significantly longer production time, presenting several technical challenges to decipher. These technical difficulties posed no obstacle for Luke. Given some time, he could, as before, fully assimilate the profound knowledge contained within the skill book. The true conundrum lay in the financial aspect. The G0 Warlord would be several times larger than the Stormwind. According to the blueprint, this mech, which could rightly be deemed a true Gundam, stood 6 meters tall and was equally wide. It was evidently a behemoth. Without several $1 million, he would likely be unable to even construct its skeleton. Moreover, this time, Luke was determined not to compromise with subpar materials. He insisted on utilizing aerospace-grade materials for the exterior, befitting the design of the G0 Warlord. Therefore, Luke concluded that it was time to execute his extortion plan. Another weekend arrived, marking the time for Luke to take Little Spider out to sell hamburgers. He had not attended school the previous day, managing to evade detection by the faculty, thanks to Peter Parker. Under Luke's direction, Peter would occasionally visit their classroom during the day, posing as Luke, who appeared to be sleeping at his desk. The staff had long grown accustomed to Luke dozing off in class. Moreover, Peter had deliberately donned a hoodie and cap yesterday, allowing the faculty to remain blissfully unaware that Luke was absent. This spared Luke considerable trouble. Otherwise, the faculty would have notified his guardians about his absence, complicating matters for him. Peter Parker was delighted to assist Luke. The prodigious youth, unexpectedly endowed with extraordinary abilities, reminiscent of ancient Eastern heroes, navigated the bustling cityscape, combating crime and rescuing innocent citizens. The very thought thrilled Peter immensely. The Bonina delicious hamburger food truck continued to thrive as ever. From initially selling a mere handful each day, they now sold out of the 200 hamburgers prepared before noon each day. Latecomers could only lament their misfortune, waiting until the following week for another chance to indulge. Dressed sharply in a suit, Happy appeared as usual, punctually purchasing hamburgers for his boss, Tony. As a workaholic, Tony did not take weekends off. One should not assume that a billionaire spends all his time vacationing. For Tony, both vacationing and laboring in the laboratory with a welding torch were equally enjoyable pursuits. As for womanizing, that was merely a diversion and a biological necessity. Therefore, the Bonina delicious hamburgers, which appeared every weekend, became a fixture that Tony insisted Happy procure for him, serving as a rare source of respite for someone who considered the lab his home. "Hey, Luke, I'll take 2 of the top-tier configurations, and 1 with double patties," Happy said, his hands in his pockets, grinning broadly with his round belly. "Of course, Mr. Hogan." Luke skillfully prepared 2 hamburgers but did not immediately hand them over. Instead, he addressed Happy. "Mr. Hogan, please convey to Mr. Stark that we will begin offering delivery starting today. There will be no need for you to come personally next time. I will bring the hamburgers to him." "Delivery? Well, that sounds splendid. I will certainly inform him," Happy replied, visibly pleased. Seizing the moment, Luke complimented him. "Mr. Hogan, as Mr. Stark's chief driver and bodyguard, you must have more pressing matters to attend to daily. Individuals like you, who selflessly protect others, are the true heroes. In my opinion, I hold you in high esteem." Thank you, thank you." Happy had never received such accolades before, and his face beamed with joy. "How about this? Let me handle these minor tasks. I will personally deliver the hamburgers to Mr. Stark. You must have more significant matters to attend to, right? Ahem, of course. I am quite busy every day. Happy straightened his suit, lifting his head to respond earnestly. Thus, in navigating the world, one should never trust two types of people, women and children. Clearly, Happy had not been schooled in this ancient Eastern wisdom and easily trusted the seemingly harmless Luke. Wait for me here, Luke instructed little Spider. Sure thing, buddy, Peter Parker replied. With the hamburger bags in hand, Luke proceeded into Stark Tower. As he approached the security checkpoint, Happy personally approached and signaled the guard to grant Luke access. Had Happy possessed a sense of affinity, Luke would have surely received a system notification, Happy Hogan affection level 100. Learning from Happy the floor where Tony resided, Luke ascended the elevator, brazenly infiltrating. Christina, can you hear me? Luke whispered softly into his earpiece as the elevator ascended. Affirmative, Master. Excellent. Awaiting your command. Understood. When the elevator reached the top floor of Stark Tower, the doors opened, revealing a tastefully decorated, cozy living space. The uppermost section of Stark Tower was designated as Tony's private residence, off-limits to the public. The lavish decor and furnishings spoke volumes of the opulence enjoyed by the wealthy, transforming the space into a luxurious penthouse. Upon exiting the elevator, Luke immediately spotted two women seated on the sofa. The two women turned to look at him as he stepped out. Dressed in an elegant gown, Pepper Potts regarded Luke with mild surprise. Subsequently, she rose from the sofa and gently inquired, Hi, who are you looking for? Chapter 35. Buy two, get two free. Luke discreetly observed Pepper Potts before him. He rated her appearance and figure a commendable 75, yet in terms of her demeanor, she undoubtedly deserved a perfect score. It was likely that the worldly Tony admired Pepper for her character and the unwavering support she offered him. The other woman on the sofa, however, was someone Luke was quite familiar with. Prior to his arrival, Black Widow had been engrossed in discussions regarding company affairs with Pepper. Clad in a professional secretary's outfit, Black Widow's white blouse hugged her figure tightly, complemented by nude stockings beneath her pencil skirt. She exuded a blend of dignified elegance typical of a corporate woman, while simultaneously radiating an undeniable allure. Luke pondered the marvel of how this petite butterfly's wings had been altered by the threads of fate. Good day, ladies. I am here to deliver lunch for Mr. Stark, Luke said, innocently lifting the burger bag in his hand. Oh, Pepper replied with a smile, Tony is downstairs. You may proceed, dear. Thank you, Ma am, Luke responded gratefully, making his way toward the spiral staircase leading down. Neither he nor Pepper noticed Black Widow's unwavering gaze fixated on the burger bag, followed by her scrutinizing examination of Luke. Beneath her long lashes, her beautiful eyes appeared contemplative. The space was designed in a split-level format, with the upper level serving as the living area and the lower level housing Tony's personal laboratory. Accessible only with a security card. Outside the transparent glass curtain wall, Luke immediately spotted Tony, who was engrossed in some task. Luke found himself barred from entry and tapped on the glass until Tony noticed him. Tony seemed momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the burger in Luke's hand, he comprehended the purpose of the visit. He signaled to Jarvis to open the door. Good afternoon, Mr. Stark. Here is your burger. 2 premium configurations, Luke declared, embodying the essence of a diligent delivery person as he presented the warm burgers to his most loyal customer. Tony did not reach out to take them. Instead, he gestured for Luke to place the bag on the table. Just leave it there, kid. I'm not accustomed to having things handed to me. I've seen you before. Of course. You've purchased burgers from my stand, Luke replied. Right, indeed, Tony nodded, recalling the encounter. Your burgers are quite decent. Where did you learn to make them? Not bad, was praise enough from Tony, considering his character. What's this? Buy 2, get 1 free? Tony remarked. I have no need for freebies. Sir, someone asked me to deliver this to you upon entering. A stone? Tony questioned, perplexed as he glanced at the faintly glowing red stone on the table. Indeed, it is a small sample of a magical crystal, Luke confirmed. Tony refrained from touching it. However, given that Luke handled it without issue, it seemed unlikely to pose any danger. Who gave this to you? Tony inquired, looking at Luke. Luke shrugged, replying, I didn't catch a glimpse of the person, but they mentioned you would be interested. Humph. Tony grunted noncommittally. Just then, Jarvis's voice resonated within the lab, sir. I have scanned this unidentified mineral and determined it possesses extraordinary energy levels. I recommend isolation procedures. Upon hearing this, Tony's previous nonchalance vanished. He replied earnestly, execute. A mechanical arm approached, carefully retrieving the magical crystal and placing it in a sealed glass container. "You may leave now, kid," Tony instructed Luke. "Are you certain?" Luke's lips curved slightly in a barely perceptible smirk as he turned and exited Tony's laboratory. This seemingly innocuous object, merely the size of a fingernail, was known as a micro-signal bridge. It was easily overlooked by the untrained eye. Through it, one could achieve long-distance data theft and transmission, utilizing the data chip extracted from the magical box. "Buy two, get two free," Luke mused that he was indeed quite generous. Upon returning upstairs and bidding farewell to Pepper and the other woman, Luke innocently stepped into the elevator. Once the doors closed, he whispered into his ear, "The Trojan horse has entered the city. Christina, did you receive it? Connection established. Data transmission and inducement shielding are functioning normally. All set. So easy." Luke snapped his fingers. The Hebron technology was truly astounding. Not only was his operation exceedingly discreet, but even if the bridge were discovered in the future, it would self-destruct immediately, leaving no suspicion cast upon him. At the age of 7, he had the perfect disguise. No one would scrutinize the actions of a child. Surely even Stark, with all his imagination, would not suspect that a fully mature adult resided within this youthful exterior. As the elevator reached the first floor, Luke nonchalantly whistled as he exited Stark Tower. Meanwhile, Tony had intended to dine with Pepper that evening. But due to the unexpected delivery of the magical crystal, those plans were postponed. Pepper found it challenging to contend with Tony's workaholic tendencies. She understood his dedication but felt a twinge of disappointment within. In the lab, Tony was engrossed in the data displayed on the screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, Jarvis interjected, "Someone wishes to contact you, sir." "I'm busy. I believe you will want to speak with this person." Tony looked up, momentarily taken aback as he replied, "Put them through." The connection was established, but only audio was transmitted, devoid of visual. A low, hoarse voice, clearly altered by a voice modulator, resonated through the line. "You received my gift, I trust?" "Gift?" "The mineral before you," Tony replied, frowning. "Did you send this?" A light chuckle emanated from the other end. "This is the second time you've asked me that recently." "It's you." Tony's eyes widened in realization. The voice belonged to that silver-armored figure he had encountered. It was Luke. The call had come from Luke, who was directly contacting Tony through Christina. Leveraging Jarvis as a conduit. "State your intentions," Tony said sternly. He held a notably unfavorable impression of this voice. "Can you blame me?" Tony internally lamented as he recalled how he had been deceived by this individual before. If given the choice, he would prefer never to encounter this person again. Yet here they were, seeking him out. Tony sensed impending trouble on the horizon. Chapter 36. "Indeed, this is extortion. I require your expertise to analyze this, or I seek knowledge about its molecular structure, chemical and physical properties, and all pertinent and irrelevant data." Luke made his request without pretense. "On what grounds do you believe I would assist you?" Tony scoffed. Luke replied, "We are not strangers. We have at least a semblance of familiarity, do we not?" "Are you serious?" "Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that you are among the most shameless individuals I have encountered, save for a select few. I suspect you might be sent by my competitors." Tony stated bluntly, "I have many enemies." "Which one are you?" Luke shrugged nonchalantly. He was comfortably reclined in his bedroom, casually making the call. He had never anticipated that someone like Tony would offer his help without compensation, given their somewhat tense relationship and his understanding of Tony's character. He knew such free labor was out of the question. But let us not forget, Tony is a businessman. "Very well. Let us strike a deal." When dealing with a businessman, one must employ a businessman's methods, Luke proposed. "A deal? You assist me in studying the ore, and I shall return the favor." Tony dismissed the notion with a derisive snort, stating, "I hardly believe there is anything I need your assistance with." Luke cut to the chase, asserting, "I have heard you are suffering from palladium poisoning." "How do you know that?" Tony exclaimed, nearly leaping from his chair. He had not disclosed this matter to anyone, not even to his closest ally, Pepper. How did this individual come by such knowledge? That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I can help you with your palladium poisoning. "Humph. You think I have not attempted to remedy it?" Tony pressed, suppressing his confusion. "I have already explored every option, yet you still cannot find an element to replace palladium, can you? The concentration of palladium in your blood could very well slay an elephant. Were it not for the arc reactor in your chest, you would have long since perished." "How do you know all this? Who exactly are you?" Tony's brow furrowed. He glanced around, suddenly feeling a chill, as though he were under constant surveillance, which left him profoundly uncomfortable. Perhaps we should refrain from further idle chatter. What do you think of this arrangement? Luke inquired. You see, you will research the ore for me, and I shall alleviate your palladium poisoning. Additionally, you will compensate me, let us say, $10 million for my services. You are extorting me, Tony retorted coldly. He noted the term Luke had used, or. As for the $10 million, it did not concern him. It was the sensation of being held at ransom that he detested. You are quite correct. This is indeed extortion, Luke replied with a cheerful laugh. Tony fell silent. Each interaction with this enigmatic figure stirred within him a powerful desire to strike out. It seemed that they were inherently at odds. Seeing Tony's silence, Luke shrugged indifferently. It is your life. You may choose as you wish. But believe me, there are very few in this world who can cure palladium poisoning. And I am among the most capable. Conversely, there are many who possess advanced chemical knowledge to study the ore, besides yourself. I merely sought out the closest individual. Is this substance truly called ore? Tony asked, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Indeed. Think it over carefully. I await your favorable reply. By the way, you know how to contact me, do you not? If you decide to proceed, kindly transfer half of the payment to the account I provide. Tony snorted. Then, farewell? Luke said with a smile. The connection was severed. In the laboratory, Tony gazed expressionlessly at the red stone within the isolation chamber, betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. Meanwhile, Luke reclined comfortably on his bed, casting aside his phone, a relaxed smile gracing his face. He was confident that Tony would acquiesce to his terms. In this scenario, Luke believed that even if he proposed more stringent conditions, Tony would not refuse. The reason Luke requested only $10 million was that he deemed this sum sufficient to construct the G-0 warlord, fulfilling his extortionate objectives. He was not a greedy man. History has shown that greed seldom leads to a favorable outcome. For context, the astronomical cost of the U.S. Air Force's F-22 fighter jet, amounting to $290 million, is attributed to the premium military-grade titanium alloys and technological markups employed by Lockheed. Luke calculated that with slightly inferior titanium alloys, $10 million would adequately suffice for his endeavor with the G-0 warlord. Furthermore, in Luke's view, even military-grade titanium alloys would merely serve as a transitional material for the G-0 warlord. The materials of his true aspirations were, of course, adamantium and vibranium. In the presence of these exceedingly potent metals from the Marvel Universe, titanium and chromium alloys were merely subpar. As for whether Tony might sabotage him during the research of the ore, Luke harbored no concerns. In fact, he was fully aware that Tony would most certainly attempt to deceive him. Entrusting such a crucial matter to Tony without contingency plans was not an option. Upon the arrival of the Avengers, he had instructed Jarvis to compromise the helicarrier. In the subsequent installment, he had persuaded Banner to covertly create Ultron. And during the third film, he had conspired with Spider-Man and Doctor Strange to ambush Thanos. Although some actions stemmed from good intentions, they revealed Tony's arrogance and self-centeredness. Luke believed that it would be no surprise if Tony were to orchestrate some mischief. The two words that Black Widow used to describe Tony were quite fitting: scoundrel. Therefore, prior to deciding to hand over the ore sample to Tony, Luke had already devised two contingency plans. With these safeguards in place, Luke was confident that Tony would have no opportunity to strike. Chapter 37. Tony's Imagination. Such confidence. The sample entrusted to Tony by Luke was merely a small fragment of the magical stone, less than half a piece, only sufficient for research purposes. Did Tony harbor intentions of embezzlement? It was unlikely he would have enough for even his studies. If he desired more, the answer was simply no. The magical stone, a resource extracted from the mystical box, was exclusive to Luke in the Marvel Universe, with no other suppliers. Even if Tony were to make any significant discoveries, they would be futile, akin to knowing the immense power of vibranium while being aware that it lies solely within Wakanda, unattainable. Such a unique resource being disseminated would be a transgression. Luke was indeed astute. He instructed his assistant, Christina, to monitor Tony's research closely. He stealthily installed a data extraction device outside Tony's laboratory, confident it would remain undetected for the time being. Once the research results emerged, before Tony could back up the magical stone data, Luke would have Christina preemptively breach Jarvis, erasing all of Tony's data. Christina, an exceptionally intelligent AI, possessed capabilities surpassing Jarvis. Although she had yet to reach the level of Ultron, she was continually learning and had recently begun to tell jokes. DNF, a free game. Jarvis, once the Stark family's venerable steward, was created by Tony as a tribute after the original's demise. The film did not highlight Jarvis's full capabilities. In reality, he was not just a smart assistant but a super program, nearing the essence of AI. Jarvis could think independently and assist Tony in handling various affairs, processing experimental data, and more. The development of Iron Man suits from the second generation onwards, along with the advancements in the arc reactor, relied heavily on Jarvis's immense computational power. With Jarvis, Tony had no need for supercomputers. The greatest advantage of such a super program was its omnipresence. Jarvis could autonomously upload himself to any data terminal, akin to cloud backup. In essence, as long as there were computers in the world, Jarvis would persist. However, Tony, for various reasons, imposed numerous restrictions on Jarvis. Perhaps fearing that AI might evolve too rapidly, leading to an uncontrollable entity, he did not permit Jarvis unlimited autonomy and learning. Tony created Jarvis merely to provide a justification for his own laziness, enabling him to assemble a suit with mere words. This was distinctly different from the collaboration with Banner that birthed Ultron, which was conceived to counter foreseeable extraterrestrial threats. These were two divergent motivations. In contrast, Luke harbored no such apprehensions. Firstly, Christina was a product of the system, inherently loyal. Her learning capacity exceeded that of Jarvis, and Luke allowed her to learn freely, having connected her to Wi-Fi, enabling her to navigate the vast ocean of knowledge. He witnessed her significant progress daily. Luke believed that one day, Christina would be indistinguishable from a human, and as an AI, she might even surpass humanity. At that point, Ultron would seem merely a minor player compared to the formidable Christina. Meanwhile, Tony immersed himself in the study of the magical stone. As Luke anticipated, Tony sought to seize this opportunity to alleviate his palladium poisoning, at least postponing the issue until he discovered a perfect solution. Regarding the enigmatic figure capable of curing his affliction, Tony was uncertain but sensed a glimmer of hope, although he remained reluctant to admit it. He had to acknowledge that this individual possessed several advanced technologies, including a remarkably rapid recovery orange defensive field, alongside the obviously extraterrestrial mineral before him. It was not unexpected that such a person or organization held the key to resolving his palladium poisoning. Much like the boiled egg, Tony suspected Luke was not alone but rather part of a deeply concealed, formidable organization possessing technology far beyond this world. Tony's thoughts ventured deeper than those of the boiled egg. He reflected on the sophisticated design of the exoskeletons. Having designed the Iron Man suit himself, he understood that such engineering was a gradual process. From the initial Mark I to the nearly completed Mark VI, he had expended countless efforts and made innumerable modifications to achieve the current version. In contrast, the silver-white exoskeleton exhibited a maturity in design that begged the question, how many iterations and extensive trials had it undergone? With his typical arrogance, Tony believed that even if he were to undertake the task personally, it would require years to finalize. As for the mysterious orange defensive field, Tony could only speculate superficially, utterly at a loss regarding this technology. Its impressive performance, capable of rapid restoration even after being breached, left a profound impression on him. Setting that aside, the exquisite combat techniques displayed by the opponent during their confrontation further convinced Tony that anyone capable of mastering such skills must be quite seasoned. He was fairly certain that the exoskeleton was remotely controlled. An older individual would likely not engage directly, and the size of the exoskeleton clearly precluded human occupancy, indicating a mastery of an unknown remote transmission technology, perhaps even something more profound, such as brainwave control. Tony's imagination had unwittingly veered off course. As he diligently studied the magical stone, another piece of news arrived. Whiplash, or Ivan Vanko, perished in an accidental fire at the Monaco prison. The charred remains were handed over to the authorities. This incident appeared to have reached its conclusion. While most remained oblivious, only Luke, aware of the unfolding narrative, understood that this was the handiwork of Justin Hammer. If all went as expected, Ivan Vanko was currently dining with Justin Hammer, savoring prime steak and fine wine, soon to be tasked with developing Hammer Industries' robotic army. These robots would soon take center stage in a grand display at the upcoming Hammer Industries Expo. Luke found Justin Hammer to be a more competent arms dealer than Tony, despite his flamboyant demeanor. He believed that when the time came, borrowing some missiles from Hammer would be met with enthusiasm. Chapter 38, The Little Spider. Hey, buddy, do you have any interesting plans today? Early in the morning, Peter Parker arrived at Luke's residence and pushed open the door to his room. You're here. Come on, I'm taking you somewhere, Luke said, setting aside the data chip he had been fiddling with and standing up with a smile. All right, today, Luke had called in the little spider for an important matter. He had decided to reveal some of his secrets to the little spider, a decision he had contemplated for quite some time. After all, no secret can be kept forever. Compared to the unreliable Tony, the little spider was far more trustworthy. In truth, Luke had long regarded the little spider as his little brother and intended to subtly introduce him to his true self, laying the groundwork for the future. From now on, the little spider could skip the Avengers. He would be guaranteed a life of luxury and excitement alongside Luke, access to combat suits and companionship galore. The two glided on their skateboards, with Luke leading the way to a secret warehouse. Luke retrieved a key, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. Upon entering, the little spider was instantly awestruck by the scene before him. On a massive lathe, robotic arms were automatically machining a metal plate, while a nearby electric furnace was filled with molten steel. Several computers displayed a maze of data, and an uncountable number of cables lay tangled on the floor. Peter Parker felt as if he had stepped into the workshop of his late Uncle Ben. "What is this place?" he exclaimed, and just as those words escaped his lips, he caught sight of something else. In the corner, quietly resting, was a silver mech. His eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized this mech. Not long ago, the battles on the Monaco racetrack and the French highway had stirred up a frenzy online, with all media outlets reporting on it. The emergence of this silver mech, dubbed the White Comet due to its remarkable speed, faster than even the French fighter jets, had captured the hearts of countless fans. Some speculated it could even surpass the speed of a rocket, capable of soaring beyond the atmosphere. Others referred to it simply as the Apostle. This name had become yet another buzzword amongst superhero enthusiasts, following Tony's revelation that he was Iron Man last year. Peter Parker was one of those fans. Initially an admirer of Iron Man, the appearance of the Apostle had quickly captured his heart with its imposing design and combat stance. Complemented by the striking orange energy shield it emitted, the mech embodied the quintessential definition of what a mech should be, whereas Iron Man's suit was merely a battle suit. In comparison, Peter Parker found himself gravitating towards the mech. As a newly minted mech enthusiast, the sight of his idol before him was overwhelming. Cool. This word, often on his lips, scarcely sufficed to convey his current emotions. "Luke, you can't be telling me that this is the Apostle, right? This is just too similar." The little spider could hardly believe it. Luke chuckled, without further ado, and walked over to open the mech's hatch. He climbed inside and shut the hatch, initiating the mech systems. The little spider was utterly mesmerized. As Luke maneuvered the mech, flames erupted from its base, and it soared around the warehouse for a couple of laps before deploying a psychic shield. Peter Parker's doubts were completely dispelled. Indeed, this is the Apostle. No one else would use such a shield, not even Iron Man. At that moment, Peter Parker felt not fear or anxiety, but an exhilarating thrill. His suspicions had been confirmed. His good buddy, his best friend, was indeed what he had imagined. Luke's daily mysterious antics all made sense now. What he hadn't anticipated was that Luke himself was the Apostle. Luke expertly landed the mech, and Peter Parker, unable to contain his excitement, rushed over, exclaiming, "Buddy, this is beyond cool. This is the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Can I touch it?" "Of course, feel free," came Luke's voice through the mech speaker. Peter Parker eagerly reached out to touch the mech's exterior, then curiously circled around Luke several times. "Wow, it's a bit cold. But, buddy, this is just too cool. I can hardly express it." Seated in the mech, Luke smiled with satisfaction. Everything was progressing smoothly. The little spider, with his big heart, seemed to have accepted this revelation. With Spider-Man backing him up, Luke felt he could create some significant headlines. The little spider's future abilities were undeniable and would serve as a great asset. The little spider, now overwhelmed with emotion, stammered, "Oh, buddy, you've entrusted me with such a monumental secret. I don't even know how to express this." "I understand, buddy," Luke said, stepping out of the mech and patting Peter Parker on the shoulder with a smile. "Keep this secret safe for me." "Absolutely. I won't breathe a word to anyone, not even Uncle Ben or Aunt May," the little spider vowed earnestly, thumping his chest. "Good buddy." Luke patted his shoulder again. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Peter Parker's favorability increased to 35. Luke felt a surge of joy. Peter Parker's favorability had now reached 95. He was just a hair's breadth away from learning a spider ant skill. Luke was particularly eager for the spider sense, as it would greatly aid him. The little spider was engrossed, examining the aerial combat mech with unflagging enthusiasm. Just as he was admiring it, the robotic assistant, Ratiz, suddenly opened one eye and fixed its gaze on Peter Parker. Startled, Peter Parker took a few steps back. Luke shrugged and explained, "Well, this guy is a bit special. I remember you." Rhodas uttered before closing its eye to resume its slumber. "What does that mean?" Peter Parker turned to Luke, puzzled. "By the way, Rhodas has been as chatty lately. It's been rather quiet, often napping in the fish tank." Luke was unsure why. "Oh," Peter Parker replied, still confused. "Come on, buddy. We still have work to do today." Luke planned to take the little spider to help paint the food truck he had repaired. Once painted and dried, it would be ready for use next week. When Peter Parker spotted the dilapidated food truck parked at the back of the warehouse, his astonishment was palpable. The two boys, armed with paint buckets, began to paint the food truck, with the little spider contributing his own suggestions. Luke found the ideas commendable and readily adopted them, thinking to himself that this was truly a Marvel hero with maxed-out skills and handiwork. The entire morning passed in cheerful camaraderie. By evening, Luke strolled alone down the street. The $5 million advance Tony had promised him had been deposited in full. Luke instructed Christina to place these funds in a secret Swiss bank account, to be transferred in batches for purchasing the materials he needed online. Suddenly, a vehicle barreled straight towards him. Luke swiftly dodged, moving with the agility of a cheetah, and leapt onto the adjacent lawn. When he caught sight of the driver, he was momentarily stunned. Surely, he hadn't misread the situation? The driver was Natasha Romanoff? Chapter 39. Capturing the Black Widow. Luke pondered why there was not a soul in sight, indicating that the other party had calculated their moves with precision. The recent events had gone unnoticed by any witnesses. What was the Black Widow's intention? Did she wish to eliminate him? Luke deemed this possibility rather unlikely. Schiled was not an organization of assassins. Their very name signified protection and containment rather than annihilation. Only in instances of failed containment, when a target posed a considerable and uncontrollable threat, would Schiled resort to elimination. Their methods of destruction were quite inventive, launching the target into the sun via a rocket, for instance. So, was this merely a test? As Luke surmised, the Black Widow was indeed probing him. She had observed him for several days and a day. She employed the seemingly crude yet effective tactic of ramming her vehicle into him to validate her suspicions. Her thoughts and motives were crystal clear. If Luke managed to evade the collision, it would confirm that he was no ordinary child. Conversely, should he show no reaction to the oncoming car or be unable to escape, she would break in time. The Black Widow herself was not entirely convinced of her intelligence. After all, Luke was still but a child, merely 7 years old according to the records. He bore no resemblance to the notorious figure he was said to be. However, the truth was now undeniable. He was indeed that individual. The Black Widow found this revelation astonishing. Luke cast a glance at her, and she returned his gaze. Their minds raced. Both were extraordinary individuals aware of what actions were required in such a situation. As soon as Luke made a move, the Black Widow swiftly reversed her vehicle, preparing to flee. "Think you can escape? You'll have to contend with my staff first," Luke exclaimed, retrieving a slender rod from his spatial storage and thrusting it toward the rear of the car. With a flourish of his combat mage skills, he executed a move akin to a waltz with his staff. Defying the laws of physics, the rod adhered to the vehicle's rear, hoisting both the Black Widow and her car into the air, spinning them like a whirlwind before crashing them violently to the ground. The rod remained attached to the car, and with a resounding crash, the vehicle's windows shattered, leaving the Black Widow disoriented within. Climbing out through the overturned car's window, she stumbled to her feet, yearning to escape. Suddenly, she felt a gust of wind at her back. Before she could react, a sharp pain struck her head, and she lost consciousness. Luke stood behind her, brandishing a brick. "Street fighter skill, brick strike," he muttered, having hesitated multiple times before finally deciding to store a brick in his spatial inventory. He anticipated it would prove useful. Observing the unconscious figure on the ground, a sleeping beauty of sorts, Luke scratched his head, troubled. Leaving her here was not an option, especially at this hour. He was curious about the Black Widow's motives and how she had discovered his identity. Unfortunately, his spatial storage could only contain items, not people. With no other choice, Luke summoned his aerial combat mech, deftly maneuvering it to lift the Black Widow and soar into the sky, heading toward a secret warehouse. When the Black Widow eventually regained consciousness, she found her hands bound behind a chair. Looking down, she noted her clothing was intact. Sitting there, she felt no panic. She had encountered such predicaments countless times before. Then, she noticed Luke across from her, his back turned as he operated a mechanical workstation. "How did you manage this?" she inquired. "Oh, you're awake." What do you mean? How did I manage it? Luke replied, turning to face her. How did you capture me? She pressed. From her vantage point inside the car, she had witnessed Luke unexpectedly produce a weapon from beneath the mech and strike her vehicle, leading to her dizzying downfall. This peculiar incident had left her bewildered. Are you referring to this? Luke brandished the weapon before her. The Black Widow scrutinized it carefully, nodding in acknowledgement. How did you achieve that? It's so long. Where was it hidden? Classified, Luke replied, shifting the topic. By the way, do you have any idea how fast her car was going? At least 500 miles per hour. 120 miles per hour. What you're referring to is an F1 racing car. Besides, I'm an excellent driver, she smiled at him. I was merely expressing my astonishment. You weren't genuinely attempting to run me over, were you? Of course not. I was merely testing you. Clearly, the test yielded results, did it not, Apostle? The Black Widow smiled knowingly. Luke huffed. Since when did you begin to doubt me? Your voice. You concealed it well, but I have undergone training in voice recognition. On the day you delivered the hamburgers, I knew it was you, she smiled. Luke found himself at a loss. This woman was indeed perilously astute. The title of Black Widow suited her perfectly. Little one, what do you intend to do with me? Eliminate me to silence me? She asked, her tone laced with mockery. Oh, your identity has been revealed. Luke scratched his head, realizing he had underestimated the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. If he released the Black Widow, his identity would be exposed. He was unprepared for that eventuality. In his plan, he intended to wait until he had created the G-0 warlord before engaging with S.H.I.E.L.D., all the while maintaining the facade of a mere child. As the saying goes, plans often change swiftly. This moment felt premature. Luke contemplated his options. He could hardly kill the Black Widow outright. Could he? Perhaps a strategy of seduction before elimination? He glanced downward, sighing at his own predicament. It was yet another sorrowful tale, better left unspoken. Fine. I admit it, I am the Apostle. The words felt familiar. Luke looked at the Black Widow and added, however, I assure you, I harbor no ill will toward you, or S.H.I.E.L.D., nor anyone else. Let me share a secret. I am, in fact, a good person. A good person? The Black Widow arched an eyebrow. Are you referring to those criminals you've dispatched? The conflicts in Hell's Kitchen a few weeks ago, the inexplicable escalation when I was first sent to investigate you, they all seem connected to you. She marveled. I cannot fathom that you are so young. You do realize those individuals were criminals, Luke shrugged. Chapter 40. The disappearance of the Black Widow. Let us discuss that square. The square? The one you bombed. As far as I know, it remains under quarantine to this day, the Black Widow remarked. Luke certainly understood which incident the Black Widow was referring to. The repercussions of his last act of righteous justice had yet to dissipate. Surrounding the cratered square, plastic barriers had now been erected. Soldiers clad in white protective suits entered and exited daily. This was reported in the news every day. Ordinary explosions might not warrant such exaggeration, but the weapon Luke had employed was a second-generation grenade infused with demonstone powder. After the explosion, the military had evidently discovered the residual magical energy on the ground, though this magical residue was minuscule and unlikely to yield any substantial research. The military's nature ensured they would not overlook it. At most, it would be a futile endeavor. And then there was France. After the highway incident, you and Stark left without a second thought, while the French government grappled with the aftermath. In recent days, the French president had lodged several stern protests with S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing this, Luke was somewhat astonished. Had he truly accumulated so many illustrious deeds? Yet he stood firm, asserting, I do not kill the good. I only eliminate a few gangsters, never harming the innocent. You should seek out that green giant instead of me. The Black Widow smiled slightly, pointing out Luke's earlier act of tearing a plane apart in France. How do you explain that? You are openly defying national authority. Before she could finish, Luke interjected, I already stated during the French media interview that it was self-defense. The pilot survived, did he not? He did, she replied. See, Luke spread his hands. However, when you dropped him, the altitude was rather low, and the parachute deployed late. That poor pilot ended up with a broken leg. Luke would never accept the blame. I warned him. I have the dashcam footage as proof. Dashcam footage? The Black Widow found the term perplexing each time Luke mentioned it. Shouldn't everyone be speaking English? Why the stark disparity? The French television stations had seized the opportunity, broadcasting those invaluable first-person perspectives countless times in their news reports. They even licensed it to major outlets like BBC, CNN, and CCTV, including Luke's famous line, "Learn from me, give a little warning in advance," that is called humanitarianism, which had become a well-known quote worldwide. You must concede that your actions are a provocation to the global order. Not to mention, you have exposed the existence of extraordinary powers to the world, something SHIELD has long sought to prevent. The Black Widow's tone was gentle, devoid of reprimand. To her, Luke resembled a naive child who had suddenly acquired a mysterious power. Perhaps, as he claimed, he was not a bad person. She felt compelled to provide him with some moral guidance. Expose? What about Tony? Luke countered. He has already been warned, the Black Widow replied. Luke scoffed. In the Marvel Universe, extraordinary powers were commonplace. Ordinary people might be oblivious, simply due to the timing. He would not divulge that in a year or two. The entire world would know of the existence of malevolent aliens. Humanity was not alone. By then, not only would extraordinary powers be acknowledged, but ordinary people would also yearn for more protective forces on Earth. After all, how else would the Avengers have endured for so long? It was because Earthlings needed those so-called freaks to safeguard them. Enough of this chatter. Luke was now considering how to deal with the Black Widow. He stepped outside momentarily. With nothing to hide, he directly unveiled large glass panels, several meters wide, from his storage space, under the astonished gaze of the Black Widow. What are you doing? She inquired, still bound to her chair and curious about his actions. She had attempted to escape moments ago, but had failed. Ignoring her, Luke commanded several mechanical arms, swiftly constructing a tempered glass chamber in the center of the warehouse. The Black Widow was transferred into this fortified glass cell. Luke conducted a thorough search, uncovering an array of small tools that made him blush with embarrassment. Pepper spray, stun guns, these trivial items were nothing to mention. Lipstick guns, ear-piercing hammers, tear gas balls, miniature grenades, each more alarming than the last. Claw hooks, ropes, folding knives, lock picks. These items were concealed within her clothing, even her undergarments. And then there were the restraints and gag. What on earth were those for? The Black Widow regarded Luke's actions with a bemused smile, saying, "Are you planning to imprison me? Just restricting your freedom for a few days." After confirming that the Black Widow was thoroughly searched and had no concealed items, Luke untied her. He then took several steps back, fully aware of her formidable skills. Her capture had been more a matter of surprise than strength, and he had come to revere the art of surprise attacks. One well-placed blow had rendered even the enhanced Black Widow unconscious without a sound. Was that not a skill? "Let me use the restroom," the Black Widow said, her demeanor suggesting she had no intention of resorting to violence. She rubbed her wrists with a Chapter 41 Hawkeye in action as the towering figure of Hawkeye, standing at 191 meters, strode into the office. He leaned against the desk, his hands clasped, confronting the Everdar Nick Fury, who was clad in his signature black trench coat. Without preamble, he intoned gravely, "Clint, we have lost contact with Natasha." Dressed in civilian attire, Hawkeye had rushed over upon receiving the summons, oblivious to the unfolding crisis. Fury succinctly briefed him on Black Widow's mission, expressing concern. "Over the past 4 days, she has failed to establish communication with us on 2 occasions. This is highly irregular." Indeed, it was uncharacteristic of Natasha. Punctuality was her hallmark. Hawkeye nodded, fully aware of her reliability. "What do you need me to do?" he inquired. As longtime partners and close friends, the thought of Natasha in peril stirred a sense of urgency within him. Fury approached the desk and handed Hawkeye a document. In an age dominated by cutting-edge technology, it seemed only Fury, a seasoned veteran from the World War II era, still clung to the use of paper files and pagers. Hawkeye glanced at the document, his brow furrowing at the mention of the Apostle. "You want Natasha to investigate this individual?" he questioned, fully aware of the danger posed by this recently emerged adversary. The Apostle was a formidable opponent, unrestrained in his confrontations with Iron Man, revealing his nefarious nature. The realization that Natasha had gone missing while investigating him sent a wave of dread through Hawkeye. With a solemn nod, he affirmed, "I will." He exited the director's office, his resolve hardening. Hawkeye swiftly changed into his battle attire, equipping himself with an array of specialized gear, a custom composite bow fitted with an infrared sight, crafted from titanium alloy with an astonishing precision of within 0.2 millimeters. His quiver contained 11 modified arrows, each imbued with unique functionalities. Adorning his frame was a tight-fitting suit made of Kevlar fiber. The intelligence report indicated that the tracking device implanted within Black Widow's subcutaneous tissue was still transmitting signals, suggesting only one possibility: she had been captured and was likely imprisoned, though not in immediate danger. S-H-I-D-L-DS satellite surveillance revealed that her signal had remained stagnant within an abandoned building in New York for 4 days, indicating the necessity of a rescue mission. The Apostle himself was likely the adversary Hawkeye would confront. He perused another document detailing the location, an abandoned warehouse in Queens, owned by an American who had acquired Canadian citizenship 5 years prior and resided in Ottawa. S-H-I-E-L-D had already coordinated with the Canadian authorities to secure the site, which the owner had listed for rental online. The police were currently investigating, which underscored the Apostle's caution and experience. Time was of the essence. Every passing minute could spell greater peril for Natasha. He was determined to rescue her, just as she had once saved him. Fully armed, Hawkeye drove a Chevrolet towards his destination, resolute in his confrontation with the Apostle. During lunch, Luke prepared a delectable burger for himself and, in a gesture of humanitarian spirit, made one for Black Widow as well. "Eat up. Don't worry, it's not poisoned," he quipped, as he slid the burger through a slot in the reinforced glass of her cell. Black Widow accepted the offering, taking a bite and sincerely remarking, "It tastes wonderful." However, she chose not to indulge further, setting the burger aside. Luke made no inquiries about her decision, understanding her motivations were not related to dieting. Casting a sidelong glance at the stainless steel bowl, he noted it was empty. With a shrug, he approached his workbench, finishing his burger in a few bites before returning to the array of mechanical parts before him. Beside him loomed a massive mech dock, towering over 6 meters, from which a colossal robotic arm was suspended. Over the past few days, he had constructed the skeletal framework of an arm for the G0 Warlord, the internal circuitry complete and now preparing for external armor installation. Throughout his work, he remained unreservedly in Black Widow's line of sight, deliberately showcasing his capabilities. Luke's intentions were clear. Dealings with S-H-I-E-L-D were inevitable, especially with Black Widow's conspicuous disappearance. He surmised that Fury would likely opt for a diplomatic approach rather than an outright confrontation, favoring persuasion over aggression, much like their previous dealings with Tony Stark. Curious about who might come to address the situation, Luke considered the limited pool of individuals Fury could dispatch, knowing he would not fear any of them. Ultimately, negotiations would be necessary. The more proficiently he demonstrated his abilities, the greater the likelihood that Fury would seek to win him over. Luke believed that establishing a rapport was essential, but it must be predicated on mutual respect. He understood that the only way to achieve equality was to first assert dominance. When the time came for genuine negotiations, having Black Widow as a witness would bolster his position, compelling Fury to tread cautiously and ultimately leading to compromise. In essence, Luke required a witness to attest to the gradual emergence of the G0 Warlord from his hands. As a seasoned operative, Black Widow seized the opportunity to observe the Apostle closely. She meticulously noted each of Luke's movements, her astonishment growing. Though not an expert in mechanical engineering, she recognized his exceptional talent in the field. After a moment of contemplation, Natasha earnestly declared, "I believe you." Having encountered many precocious children in her life, she recognized a kindred spirit in Luke. Trained in the Red Room, the Soviet KGB's academy for elite spies, she had honed her assassination and espionage skills from a young age. The Red Room had shaped her, but it was also a chapter she preferred to leave unspoken. The children of the Red Room were all advanced for their age, yet none matched the extraordinary genius exhibited by Luke. Black Widow attributed his astounding abilities to sheer brilliance, providing a rationale for why he could craft creations that would pique even military interest. Suddenly, the warehouse was pierced by the blaring of alarms. "What is happening?" Black Widow arched an eyebrow, sensing impending danger. Luke swiftly approached a computer screen displaying several feeds. This was the AI-driven alarm system designed by Christina, which analyzed the surroundings through thousands of interconnected cameras, assessing any potential threats. On the screen, a tall figure suspiciously maneuvered a vehicle onto the street, disembarking with clear intent. Christina magnified the image, revealing a man with hawk-like eyes. Hawkeye? Luke contemplated, recognizing the likelihood of his arrival. Black Widow, too, spotted her old partner on the screen, pursing her lips in silence. At the behest of someone's wicked sense of humor, an alarm sounded. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Crush them. Upon hearing this, Black Widow was taken aback. She hastily interjected, "Hey, do not harm him. Clint merely seeks to save me." Nevertheless, Luke had already entered the aerial battle mech, Stormwind, and the hatch had closed as it soared out of the hangar. It remained uncertain whether the rascal had heard her or was deliberately feigning ignorance. Black Widow gazed at the slowly closing blue sky above, genuinely anxious for Hawkeye's safety. Chapter 42. The great wave queue on the rooftop of a residential building not far from the warehouse. Hawkeye drew his bow and took aim, releasing an arrow that soared through the air. The arrow struck with precision beneath the warehouse's ceiling, unfurling its tip to reveal a green light blinking, an eavesdropping device. After listening intently through his earpiece for some time, Hawkeye detected no movement within the warehouse. He resolved to undertake a tentative operation that night, as the target was too conspicuous during the day. Unbeknownst to him, his every action was being observed by Luke, who had already ascended into the sky. Hawkeye intended to return at night, fearing detection in daylight. While he was preoccupied with checking his equipment, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. A voice from above called out, "Hi, are you looking for me?" A brilliant orange energy shield shimmered around the mech. Hawkeye's arrow struck the shield, only to be deflected effortlessly. From a distance, he unleashed a flurry of arrows from his compound bow, all aimed at the mech. Only those who experienced it firsthand could comprehend the extraordinary nature of the shield. Having been enhanced once, the energy shield could withstand a missile from a French fighter jet, let alone these arrows. The arrows clanged against the shield as if striking a steel wall, the specialized tips that could pierce through walls proving utterly ineffective against this protective barrier. Surprised, Hawkeye quickly realized he had underestimated his opponent. He had thought Iron Man had not exerted full power during their previous encounter, but now it was clear that they had been evenly matched. This white mech was on par with Iron Man. Such a formidable adversary was beyond his solitary capabilities. Hawkeye decisively chose to retreat. "It's my turn now," Luke announced, a long staff manifesting in the mech's grasp. In an instant, the mech closed the distance to Hawkeye, with his pupils dilating in alarm. Hawkeye had no time to react before Luke struck him in the armpit with the staff. Instantly, Hawkeye realized that his bow hand was immobilized. The battle mage skill, Dragon Tooth, could induce a paralysis state by striking pressure points. The Kevlar fiber was indeed bulletproof, but it offered no defense against such techniques. Startled, Hawkeye hastily switched hands to grasp his bow and quickly retreated. Luke maneuvered the mech closer, swinging the staff to land 2 successive blows on Hawkeye's thighs. Numbness surged through Hawkeye's legs, causing him to buckle to the ground. Luke then seized the incapacitated Hawkeye and flew towards the warehouse. The entire exchange lasted a mere 15 seconds. However, upon witnessing Hawkeye's wide-open eyes, unable to move yet alert, she felt a slight relief. Hawkeye soon caught sight of Black Widow imprisoned within a glass cell. Fury ignited within him as he exclaimed, "Apostle, release her. If you have a grudge, come at me." Luke's disdainful voice emanated from the mech's speakers. Defeated adversary. He carelessly dropped Hawkeye to the ground. Though Hawkeye's limbs were bound, his mouth remained free. "What is your objective?" His hawk-like gaze fixated on the mech as he declared with fervor, "We are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. You have no idea what organization you are up against. Mark my words, once I escape, I will ensure you, at that moment." Black Widow sighed, "Don't be like that, Clint. He is just a child." "A child? What child?" Hawkeye was taken aback. The mech's hatch opened, revealing Luke's small form stepping out. Hawkeye stared in disbelief, unable to fathom the situation. The notorious apostle was merely a child. Luke approached him under his astonished gaze, grasping one of his legs and dragging him to the glass cell, where he opened the door, confining both Hawkeye and Black Widow together. Regaining some strength, Hawkeye was assisted to his feet by Black Widow. The two faced each other, exchanging incredulous glances before erupting into wry laughter. 2 seasoned agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been captured by a child. How utterly embarrassing. No, rather, it was peculiar. Was this some kind of prank? Hawkeye still struggled to believe the unfolding events. No, it was true. He was indeed the apostle? A child? How old could he be? 7 years old. At that moment, Hawkeye comprehended Black Widow's initial shock upon discovering that the apostle was merely a 7-year-old child. Observing the two reminiscing, Luke felt somewhat speechless. Another one captured. At this rate, my place might turn into A.S.H.I.E.L.D. dormitory. From that day forth, during each meal, Luke added an extra portion of food. Black Widow and Hawkeye were treated to hearty meals of meat and vegetables. Apart from their restricted freedom, they resembled 2 house guests, free to move about within the tempered glass cell. The trio occasionally engaged in light conversation. Hawkeye noticed a stainless steel basin on the ground and inquired, "What is this for?" Black Widow turned her head, feigning ignorance. With the recent financial backing from wealthy sponsors, Luke indulged in extra meals. as he was in a growth phase, waking up each morning hungry enough to devour an elephant, in addition to consuming copious amounts of beef at every meal. Luke constantly nibbled on snacks. The more skills he acquired, the more calories he expended, especially when engaging his intellect. At that moment, he was sipping from a milk carton while deftly assembling a multitude of components into various mech parts. Without reservation, he continued to construct the G-0 Warlord in front of Hawkeye and Black Widow. The two occasionally whispered to each other, "Do you know what he is building?" "I have no idea." Black Widow shook her head. "Did he create all of this?" Hawkeye asked, astonished. It was hard to believe that this was the work of a 7-year-old child. Black Widow shrugged. "I've seen it with my own eyes." Neither of them was an expert in this field. Hawkeye fared slightly better, as most of his specialized arrows were self-crafted. However, the engineering before them was evidently far too advanced. Black Widow excelled in high technology, but lacked the understanding of how to manufacture it. Nevertheless, both could discern that Luke was constructing something substantial. Given the massive amount of materials he consumed daily, it was clear that this was no ordinary creation. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the egghead was stunned upon receiving reports from his subordinates. "What did you say? Hawkeye is also missing?" Chapter 43. Trust me, Hill perceived that Boss's demeanor appeared notably darker today. Having completed her report, she noticed that there were no further instructions from Egg, and thus turned to depart the office, gently closing the door behind her to shut out the chilling air within. The news regarding the loss of contact with Hawkeye left Egg enveloped in silence for an extended period. His solitary eye, fixed vacantly upon the air, seemed to be silently concocting some scheme. At that moment, Black Widow, still uncertain whether Luke was indeed the apostle, had refrained from relaying this information to Egg. The title of the King of Spies was not given lightly. Over the years, Egg had honed the skill of reading people's hearts. He had meticulously analyzed the footage of the confrontation between the Apostle and Iron Man, replaying it countless times. His conclusion was that selective engagement was possible. The man's nature was not inherently malevolent. What led him to this judgment were two key observations. First, the Apostle had chosen not to engage Iron Man in a crowded area. Second, he had spared the life of the pilot. The injury to the leg was likely an accident. The subsequent interview was also pivotal. Language is the window to the soul. For someone to hold their ground against the notoriously loquacious Tony Stark in a verbal exchange, Egg could not believe that such a feat could be accomplished by a truly nefarious individual. Had it been a genuine villain, that absurd interview would have culminated in catastrophe rather than witty banter. Egg's summation was that the Apostle exhibited characteristics strikingly similar to Tony's: arrogance, pride, and disdain for others. Yet, he also displayed a reckless audacity, an aversion to authority, and a penchant for provocation, setting him apart as a more troublesome figure than Tony, albeit not beyond the realm of contact. In truth, what left Egg in a state of indecision was not merely these traits, but a perplexing question that eluded him. Was there truly a formidable organization lurking behind the Apostle? He racked his brain in vain. If such an organization existed, why had it never manifested before? Not a single trace or clue had surfaced. Unless they were not of this planet, no entity could entirely evade the watchful eye of S.H.I.E.L.D. If there was no organization behind him, then how could one explain the display of mysterious technology? This logical conundrum left Egg bewildered, to the point of losing his hair in frustration. Without arriving at any satisfactory conclusion, two of his top agents had fallen into the fray, and their captors seemed intent on mere imprisonment rather than execution. Egg contemplated who to send next and for what purpose. He recalled that his prior approach with Iron Man had proven effective. Keeping them within his line of sight was far better than being in the dark about their movements, granting him a sense of security. Moreover, he had a grander plan in mind that necessitated these individuals, whom to dispatch. The ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. were vast, yet few possessed the credentials to undertake a Level 10 classified mission. Suddenly, a light of inspiration flickered in Egg's mind. He recalled someone who was perfectly suited for the task and happened to be within the agency. He decided to summon him for a consultation. In short order, Phil Coulson, clad in a suit and teetering on the edge of middle age with thinning hair, entered Egg's office. "Director, you summoned me?" Coulson, as always, bore a gentle smile, much like Egg's perpetual attire of a long black coat. "Phil, I require assistance." Egg was never one to beat around the bush. He succinctly briefed Coulson on the current situation, emphasizing the Level 10 classification. Coulson's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. His clearance was Level 8. And involvement in Level 10 matters was always of utmost importance. He stood in contemplation for a moment and then suggested a candidate. Director, I have someone in mind. The logistics department of SHIELD resembled any ordinary corporate office with semi-enclosed cubicles housing computers and stacks of paperwork. The air was tinged with the scent of ink. At one of the desks sat a Chinese woman, deftly organizing the chaotic documents. Her ears attuned to the approach of a visitor. Agent May, Coulson began, smiling warmly. But before he could finish, May interjected, Is this really necessary? Coulson chuckled. Indeed, the setup here is quite impressive. Have you considered adding a moat? May shot him a disapproving glance. If there were other options. The director wouldn't have sent you to find me. Nick sent you to seek me out? May inquired. To be precise, I recommended you to him, Coulson replied. May returned to her papers, unamused. With Natasha and Clint out of contact, you're the only one left who can take on this mission, Coulson stated. She understood the unspoken word that lingered in the air. Avoidance. Ever since the incident on Bahrain Island, she had remained sequestered in the logistics department, turning down all field assignments to focus on paperwork. 7 years prior, she had been an ordinary agent, tasked with various menial field duties until that fateful morning when Coulson had presented her with a new mission to negotiate with a metahuman holding a young girl hostage. She was an expert in such matters. Previous SHIELD teams had vanished without a trace upon entering the hostage's building. Shortly after her arrival, the two accompanying teams also lost contact. Consequently, she had to enter the premises to ascertain the situation. Once inside, she was attacked by her own comrades, those from the missing teams. After subduing them, she ascended the stairs only to discover that the true metahuman was the hostage girl herself, capable of controlling minds. The agents previously dispatched had all fallen victim to her powers, save for May, who had fought to retain her consciousness. After a fierce struggle, she emerged victorious. Yet, when she moved to rescue the girl, the unimaginable occurred. In the interest of safeguarding the agents and her own life, she had to take the child's life. Ironically, she was hailed as a hero for her solo efforts, earning the nickname Iron Horse, a title she loathed. To take the life of a child burdened her with perpetual guilt. Though her body healed, the psychological scars remained. Eventually, her life shattered, her marriage ended in divorce, and she withdrew from fieldwork, resigning herself to a life of paperwork. With a sigh, May relented, just this once. Ultimately, her sense of duty prevailed. She rolled her eyes at Coulson, declaring, just this once, and it won't happen again. Coulson chuckled heartily. He led May to Egg's office. After briefing her on the mission details, May asked, what if they are unyielding? Egg had sensed that SHIELD had been somewhat off-kilter in recent years, prompting him to secretly assemble an independent force known as the Avengers. This plan had remained undisclosed to anyone. If he intended to recruit the Apostle, he could not afford to jeopardize their relationship. This is a rescue mission, Egg replied. If rescue fails, we shall endeavor to negotiate. Avoid conflict at all costs. May furrowed her brow, recalling Bahrain Island, where negotiations had been the initial approach. Coulson understood her concerns and, ever the optimist, reassured her. No one anticipated that the metahuman would be a child. Trust me, such an occurrence won't repeat. The braised Egg encouraged his subordinate, saying, do not feel pressured. 2 teams will coordinate with your actions. I await your good news. May glanced at the braised Egg and Coulson, nodding in acknowledgement. The third tenant of Luke was about to arrive. Chapter 44. The wave queue. The weather was clear, with a gentle breeze absent. Commander. Ahead lies the warehouse indicated by the intelligence. The target may be concealed within, reported Agent May. However, the thermal imaging device appeared to be malfunctioning, failing to reveal the interior specifics. Parked a street away were several delivery trucks, and within them, over 30 armed agents of SHIELD awaited orders. 2 teams, following the directive from Egghead, complied with Agent May's command, preparing for her impending actions. Remain on standby here. I will attempt contact with the other party. Agent May announced as she descended from the vehicle. Understood, Commander, the squad leader signaled to the team, and they dispersed, each taking up positions in ambush. Dressed in a black tactical suit crafted from Kevlar fibers, Agent May had 2 specially designed handguns holstered at her thighs. Upon reaching the warehouse door, she discreetly drew the firearms, concealing them at her lower back. She then knocked on the warehouse door, inquiring, is anyone there? The AI alarm system had already notified Luke of the agent's arrival. He observed the familiar Asian face on the monitor. Wen Mingna? No, Agent May, Luke mused. a peculiar smile creeping upon his face. As the door opened, a small Asian boy with short black hair appeared, looking innocently at Agent May. "Who were you looking for?" he asked. Taken aback, Agent May, poised for action, hesitated at the sight of a child. Could there have been a mistake in the intelligence? Or have I come to the wrong place? She pondered. Before her stood Luke, once again feigning innocence. Since his arrival in this world, he had discovered that this tactic was remarkably effective. People's perceptions were rigid. No one would pay particular attention to a child, especially one as endearing and innocent as he appeared. The mere sight of him would diminish hostility significantly. "Where is your guardian? I wish to speak with him." Agent May managed a slight smile as she addressed Luke, though she was unaccustomed to smiling. Having spent over a year pretending to be a good child in front of his foster parents, Luke had mastered the art of feigned naivety. With a blend of innocence and subtle wariness, he replied, "Who are you?" I'm just passing through. My car broke down." Agent May gestured towards a Chevrolet parked by the roadside. "May I speak with your guardian? Where are the adults in your home?" "They're not here." "How may I assist you, ma'am?" Agent May smiled again, contemplating her response. "I would like to ask if you have noticed anything unusual lately." "Unusual?" Luke tilted his head, contemplating. "I suppose so." Agent May felt a bead of sweat forming. Was the intelligence truly erroneous? Perhaps she should investigate other nearby locations. Just then, she heard faint sounds emanating from within the warehouse, which piqued her suspicion. "What was that noise?" she inquired, fixing her gaze on Luke. With a sunny smile on his youthful face, he replied, "Oh, nothing. A couple of squirrels broke in a few days ago, and I've been feeding them ever since. There are plenty of squirrels here in America. They often come into my house without my permission." Internally, he thought, soon there will be 3 squirrels. Agent May maintained her composure, yet her extensive experience as an agent had already ignited her suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Is it just you in here?" "Yes, ma'am. Could you fetch me some water?" "I've traveled quite a distance," Agent May requested with a smile. Luke shrugged, "Of course. Please wait here while I get some." Agent May nodded appreciatively, "Thank you." As Luke turned to enter the warehouse, a sly grin appeared at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the smile on Agent May's face vanished instantly. She subtly lowered her head, whispering a command into her earpiece. "All units, be prepared for action at any moment. Control the situation and avoid conflict if possible." With resolve, Agent May stepped into the warehouse. The dimming light transformed her surroundings dramatically. Once inside, she stood frozen, taken aback by the sight before her. Rather than a decrepit warehouse, it resembled an operational assembly workshop. Massive lathes, conveyor belts, an array of cables and outlets. A row of computers, and most strikingly, a half-constructed large mechanical apparatus. This scene was entirely unexpected. No, it was precisely what she should have anticipated. So that child. At that moment, Agent May spotted a transparent glass cell within the warehouse, housing 2 individuals, Black Widow and Hawkeye. Inside the cell, Black Widow gestured urgently for her to turn around. In astonishment, just as May drew her firearm from her lower back, the ground trembled, and a silver mech, standing 2 meters tall, erupted from behind her. "Drop your weapon, place your hands on your head, and kneel." Luke's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. The mech was armed with 4 high-speed machine guns capable of firing hundreds of rounds per second, trained directly on Agent May. "This thing has already taken down a Dassault Rafale." Rolling her eyes, Agent May wasted no time. She tossed her weapon aside and raised her hands in surrender. In the culture of American warfare, there was no place for obstinate resistance or a refusal to yield. When caught, one must simply concede. The mech approached Agent May, retrieving another firearm from her, then thoroughly searched her before directing her to walk to the cell, where she was confined alongside the others. Another capture. How curious. Why say another? The mech's hatch opened, and Luke nimbly leaped out. As he emerged from the mech, the once sunny smile he had shown her moments ago now seemed a distant memory. The expression on Agent May's face turned to one of shock, leaving her standing in stunned silence for a considerable time. Finally, she rolled her eyes dramatically and, gritting her teeth, cursed, "Phil Coulson, damn it." Chapter 45. You all go together in the tempered glass cell. The 3 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. met in silence. Luke stood in front of the glass, observing Agent May glaring at him, and shrugged indifferently. He fetched a stool and seated himself outside the glass prison. "All right. It's time for us to have a serious conversation," he addressed the trio. "By the way, you agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. keep sending people my way. I'm almost embarrassed. I fear the next one coming in might be a boiled egg. At that point, you'll be in trouble. But hey, We could always gather for a game of mahjong. Boiled egg. The three looked puzzled. Luke clarified, Nick Fury. Agent May seemed momentarily taken aback. Before turning her head, suppressing a laugh, her shoulders trembling as if in spasm. Black Widow and Hawkeye remained perplexed, wondering when their boss had acquired such a peculiar nickname that they had never heard before. At this moment, Luke retrieved a black walkie-talkie from the pile of items collected from their search and tossed it into the cell. Let the people outside withdraw, he instructed. On Christina's enlarged screen, over 30 fully armed SHIELD agents surrounded the warehouse. Agent May rolled her eyes and picked up the walkie-talkie, commanding, withdraw. Outside, the agents quickly retreated like a receding tide. However, they did not leave entirely, instead taking positions across the street, guns at the ready. Luke shrugged nonchalantly and turned to the three inside the cell. I know you're all feeling indignant. Captured by a child, it must be hard to swallow, right? Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Agent May remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his words. They had been captured without a fight, subdued by Luke's peculiar methods. Particularly against the aerial combat mech, they had no strength left to resist. This machine could stand toe-to-toe with Iron Man. Luke then casually declared, Christina, open the cell door. With a click, the door of the glass cell swung open automatically. The three agents were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, and then their eyes turned to Luke without making any immediate moves, unsure of what his intentions were. Your equipment is right here. Luke pointed to the pile of confiscated items. You three can come at me together. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. This time, I want to use the mech. They exchanged another glance before stepping out of the glass cell one after another. Luke remained still, calmly watching as they swiftly and skillfully retrieved their gear and donned it. Are you sure? You want to use that thing? Agent May asked, sliding two handguns into her thigh holsters. She glanced at the aerial combat mech behind Luke, somewhat perplexed. To her, Luke posed a threat precisely because he operated such a formidable steel beast. Without it, facing Luke's seemingly frail frame. Don't underestimate him, Melinda. You might find yourself at a disadvantage, Black Widow remarked with a wry smile, touching the back of her head. Agent May was taken aback for a moment before nodding. If even Black Widow held such an opinion, perhaps Luke possessed abilities she was yet unaware of. The trio stood side by side, fully armed, three elite agents of SHIELD exuded quite an imposing presence. Luke maintained a smile, beckoning them with a finger. Indeed, he intended to take them on all at once. He was eager to test the extent of his martial skills without the aid of the mech. Luke was confident that he would not be outmatched by any of them individually. Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Agent May were, after all, merely ordinary humans. Though their physical capabilities had reached their peak, they remained human. Their greatest strengths lay in their mastery of multiple combat skills and their extensive combat experience. In contrast, Luke's advantage was that every move he executed was of masterful caliber. Moreover, the power potions he had drawn from the magic box had endowed him with muscular strength comparable to that of an adult. His appearance was misleadingly deceptive. Luke craved a genuine combat experience to integrate the skills he had acquired. Previously, he had dominated opponents while piloting the mech, leaving him no opportunity for such a trial. He believed that engaging in a match with these three would undoubtedly enhance his combat proficiency. After all, they were Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Agent May. To overlook such prime training partners would indeed be a waste. Come at me together. Don't worry. I'll be careful. It'll just hurt a little. Luke said with a smile. Such arrogance, Agent May scoffed, still skeptical of Luke's ability to handle the three of them alone. Perhaps against others, it might work. But against them, who were recognized as SHIELD's finest. Just don't go crying if it hurts, Black Widow jested, a smile gracing her lips. Hawkeye chuckled, shrugging. The mech was one thing, but taking on a defenseless child was another matter entirely. He certainly didn't want events to leak out. You go first, Black Widow said, a tempting smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she beckoned Luke to approach. Then I shall not hold back. Luke's gaze sharpened, suddenly bending his knees, his center of gravity dropping, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. The three agents exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they felt the intensity of Luke's focus, a sense of being hunted washing over them. They were baffled but instinctively restrained their dismissive attitudes, seriousness replacing their earlier levity. I'll handle the distraction, Agent May declared, crossing her fists in a fighting stance. Be careful. He has a peculiar ability to conjure things out of thin air, Black Widow cautioned. What do you mean by conjure? Agent May inquired. Literally, Hawkeye stated gravely. Natasha is right. I've noticed it too. This kid seems a bit uncanny. Hawkeye had long held a question in his mind, recalling how Luke had inexplicably produced a stick from beneath the mech to jab him. With his keen sight, he had only seen the stick materialize out of thin air. Utterly bewildering. As the trio engaged in hushed conversation, Luke suddenly propelled himself off the ground, crouching low and executing a bizarre diving maneuver, swiftly closing the distance between himself and the three agents. Then, he launched a strike aimed at the nearest target, Black Widow. Monkey grabs fish. No, wait. Diving belly punch. Chapter 46. The roar of the lion as Luke approached with his small, salty hand. Black Widow executed a graceful backflip, evading the attack with elegance. Her ballet training set her apart. As she spun, her curves were accentuated in a deadly yet refined manner. With a precise kick, she struck Luke's hand, completely neutralizing his punch. Luke retaliated with a swift strike aimed at Agent May's chest. However, it fell short, so he opted for her leg instead. The blow landed on her thigh, causing May to stumble, bewildered by Luke's stance. She recognized the technique. It was the inch punch, something she too had mastered. What astonished her was not only Luke's proficiency but also the apparent superiority of his skill. That punch had conveyed an unexpected force. If it weren't for her Kevlar combat suit, which absorbed much of the impact, her leg might have been broken. How could a mere child possess such strength, surpassing that of an adult? Moreover, the mastery of the inch punch required relentless practice. How had he achieved this at such a young age? May pondered, momentarily lost in thought. However, in her distraction, Luke had closed the distance. He seized her elbow and executed a throw, sending her crashing to the ground, reeling in pain. Agent May was left perplexed. She had never imagined the existence of strength-enhancing potions or skill tomes. She considered the possibility of a martial arts prodigy. Could it be that this boy was an extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-century martial arts genius? The thought seemed outrageous. A master of mecha and a martial arts savant, such a combination was nothing short of monstrous. With this evaluation in her mind, May resolutely stood up. Her nickname Iron Rider was not given lightly. No longer underestimating him, she prepared to unleash her full potential. May's talents were exceptional. She had been handpicked by Peggy Carter, the founder of SHIELD, for training. Her most notable trait was her indomitable will. Her greatest obsession was never submitting to anyone. Aside from the events of 7 years ago on Bailing Island, nothing had ever brought her down. Now, May was unrelenting. She pressed forward with a flurry of punches and kicks, considering Luke an equal adversary. This display left Hawkeye and Black Widow somewhat astonished. Was May taking this too seriously? The strikes landed with force. Luke was momentarily pushed back by May's sudden onslaught, yet his ironclad physique rendered him nearly impervious to pain. Each blow felt akin to a mere tickle. What a remarkable skill, Luke thought gleefully, shifting into an aggressive stance, abandoning defense. Inch punch, diving belly punch, back throw. With just a handful of techniques, he unleashed his incredible strength, trading blows with the skilled May, creating a whirlwind of combat. May had expected Luke to behave like an ordinary child, crumbling under a few strikes. Instead, he appeared unfazed, while she began to feel the numbness in her limbs. It was as if she were striking an iron board. This was uncanny. May recalled a legendary technique. Could it be the absurd iron cloth technique? She had never believed such things existed, but now she found herself reconsidering. As May struggled against Luke, Black Widow and Hawkeye exchanged glances, finally deciding to join forces. Both were mindful that Luke was just a child and thus held back some of their strength. Was this truly a 7-year-old? He seemed more like a creature brimming with boundless power. Despite their combined efforts, they found themselves unable to subdue him. Thus, they began to resort to weapons. Black Widow produced 2 short sticks, May donned her gauntlets, and as for Hawkeye, well, it was said that archers often engaged in close combat. Hawkeye, rather absurdly, wielded his bow in a melee fight, showcasing his high-tech composite bow with flair. Seeing this, Luke's heart leapt with excitement. Was this the fabled art of archery combat? Perhaps he should find a way to forge a connection and learn from it. The 3 agents of SHIELD finally recognized that unless they took this seriously, they would truly be unable to handle Luke. Thus, the trio of elite agents coordinated their assault from 3 directions, surrounding Luke. Luke was compelled to arm himself as well. He summoned a staff from his storage space, and the 3 agents watched in astonishment as the stick seemingly appeared from thin air. They exchanged puzzled glances, unsure how Luke had performed such a feat gripping the staff. Luke unleashed his combat skill, the rondo. Suddenly, The close combat archer, Hawkeye, cried out in surprise as he was unexpectedly lifted into the air by the staff, only to crash down awkwardly onto Black Widow, who was sneaking up behind Luke. The entire sequence defied gravity, leaving both agents in a state of utter shock. What on earth had just happened? Black Widow recalled that evening when she had driven to test Luke's abilities. Yet there was no time for contemplation. Luke was already attacking again with another strike, the Dragon Tooth. Hawkeye recognized the move and hurriedly pushed Natasha aside, attempting to block with his bow. But Luke abruptly changed tactics, abandoning the Dragon Tooth for yet another rondo. Once again, the close combat archer found himself inexplicably lifted into the air, once more violating the laws of physics before crashing down onto the ground. Dazed, Hawkeye was left in a stupor. Black Widow and Agent May stood behind Luke, signaling each other before lunging forward with their sticks and fists. Luke pivoted sharply, his gaze sharp. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Roar!" An invisible sound wave attack spread outward, reverberating through the air, the lion's roar. This was one of the 19 skills he had drawn previously. As the nearly visible sound wave dissipated, the three S, H, I, E, L, D agents collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Combat duration, 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Christina's voice chimed, "Congratulations, Master. You have emerged victorious." That was quite challenging, Luke mused inwardly. He straightened his small frame and let his hands drop, once again embodying the aura of an ordinary child. Chapter 47. What do you truly desire? Luke was acutely aware that the three individuals opposing him were not utilizing their full capabilities. The Agent May had not drawn her weapon, Hawkeye refrained from releasing his arrows, and Black Widow eschewed even her personal taser and hidden weapons. It was likely out of compassion for his youth that they withheld their full might. However, Luke mused that even if they had unleashed their true powers, they would still be unable to breach his mental barrier. After all, everyone possesses their own hidden cards. Luke felt justified in claiming victory. Who would have imagined that merely possessing these combat skills would enable him to stand toe-to-toe with Black Widow and her companions? This marked a splendid beginning. He had transcended the realm of the ordinary. Initially, his goal was to escape the plight of being an expendable individual. He had achieved that. The next step was to persistently elevate his strength, gradually ascending to the ranks of elite heroes, ultimately aiming to become a paramount figure within the Marvel Universe. All of this was in pursuit of living freely in a world fraught with peril. Setting aside the matter of mechs, one could argue that based solely on his combat skills, he was now on par with second to third-tier heroes in the Marvel hierarchy. Of course, with the aid of a mech, it would be foolish to engage without it. It was far more practical to translate these combat techniques into mech combat styles. As Luke contemplated these matters, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Agent May had managed to rise from the ground. Their ears still buzzed, and their minds were muddled, as though a prehistoric beast had bellowed in their ears, leaving them feeling as if their bones were rattling apart. They never wished to experience such a dreadful sensation again. Black Widow and Hawkeye were perplexed as to how Luke had accomplished this feat. Their gazes toward him were laced with complexity. Only May, familiar with Eastern culture, had a faint inkling of the technique's name, yet she kept her thoughts to herself, merely observing Luke. Luke shrugged. "What? You suggest releasing you?" "Absolutely not." Following the conclusion of the bout, without hesitation, Luke returned to his mech, commanding the three to disarm themselves and confining them once more within a reinforced glass cell. He had no intention of releasing them just yet. At the very least, he intended to extract every ounce of value from them. The adage "the knife is in the hand, I am the fish" perfectly encapsulated the predicament of Black Widow and her companions, who now faced a child capable of reducing them to mere pulp at will, and who seemed to possess a rather flawed moral compass regarding their release. The three could only swallow their grievances in silence. Meanwhile, the agents of S, H, I, E, L, D, brought by May, remained dutifully on standby. Although May could command them to launch an assault, she hesitated. The orders given by the Egghead were to negotiate and engage. Furthermore, after witnessing Luke's mech, she concluded that sending those agents in would be tantamount to signing their death warrants. Thus, the trio was left with a belly full of questions, patiently waiting to discern what this mischievous child was scheming. May soon took note of a stainless steel basin placed on the floor of the cell. "What is this?" she inquired. She recognized it well enough, but its presence in this context was baffling. Black Widow and Hawkeye simultaneously averted their gazes, feigning ignorance. Over the next few days, Luke dedicated part of his time to releasing the three from their confinement, engaging them in sparring sessions to hone his combat skills further. Having three elite agents of S, H, I, E, L, D, as sparring partners was a rare luxury indeed. Through these practical encounters, Luke gradually discerned his strengths and weaknesses. His strengths lay in the few DNF skills he had mastered, which he executed with remarkable finesse. Conversely, his weaknesses became evident during most other engagements. Lacking formal training, the skills he had acquired were disjointed and lacked fluidity. When matched against seasoned fighters, these deficiencies became glaringly apparent. He spent the following days devising a solution to this issue, ultimately concluding that he would need to invest heavily. The notion of being a martial arts prodigy was but fade, and his journey as a fighter remained arduous. Nevertheless, there was a pragmatic approach. Black Widow and her companions were each experts well-versed in numerous combat styles. Luke humbly sought their guidance, focusing on techniques that emphasized continuity and flow. Consequently, after several days, he found himself completing their sparring sessions in increasingly shorter durations, initially taking 5 minutes to subdue all three, then gradually reducing that time to 4, 3, 2, and finally mastering the ability to control them within a minute without employing his lion's roar technique. Indeed, practice breeds proficiency. He had successfully integrated the disparate skills he had gleaned from various DNF fighting styles into a cohesive sequence, enabling him to secure control over Black Widow and her companions in under a minute. Ultimately, apart from his issues with technique continuity, every DNF skill he possessed was of masterful caliber. Luke's rapid progress over the past few days left Black Widow and her companions utterly astonished. They firmly believed that Luke was undoubtedly a prodigy in this realm. The only thing he lacked was professional training. Were he to undergo training with S.H.I.E.L.D., he would undoubtedly emerge as a top-tier agent. Furthermore, this agent would possess the ability to pilot and even construct mechs, a prospect that was rather intimidating. The manufacturing progress of the G-0 Warlord had also advanced significantly. Luke was tirelessly overseeing Christina's efforts, fully aware of the benefits of having an assistant. He understood the adage well: when there is work, the assistant toils; when there is none, the assistant remains idle. Hiki. Meanwhile, Tony's research was under the vigilant scrutiny of Christina. It was undeniably a wise decision to have Tony investigate the demonic crystal. Tony's talents are unparalleled, and with J.A.R.V.I.S. assisting him, his efficiency surpassed that of large research institutes employing dozens of personnel. As of now, Tony had already uncovered a considerable amount of valuable information. Had Luke undertaken the research himself, he would have squandered time acquiring the advanced knowledge of microphysical chemistry that Tony possessed, leaving the demonic crystal to languish without study. Luke busied himself with mech construction, honing his combat skills, and monitoring Tony, inadvertently neglecting the sentiments of the S.H.I.E.L.D. trio. In his mind, he believed he was treating them quite well. Each day, they enjoyed delectable hamburgers prepared by Bonina, consuming them at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Others, such as a certain hamburger enthusiast toiling away in the laboratory, would envy their meals. However, the S.H.I.E.L.D. trio held a different perspective. They were deprived of their freedom, unable to communicate with the outside world, and were forced to endure regular beatings. This was nothing short of inhumane. Black Widow, unable to contain her frustration any longer, finally spoke up. She had been imprisoned the longest, enduring 15 days of confinement. The only space she was allowed was the confines of the glass cell. Ironically, the time spent sparring with Luke had become a rare reprieve. What truly irked Black Widow was the issue of using the shared stainless steel basin. What do you truly desire? She finally demanded of Luke. Chapter 48. The Haggard Egg. Luke sighed. When it rains, a mother must marry. Ultimately, one must let go. He found himself somewhat reluctant. What a splendid trio of sparring partners they were. Just like last time, Luke moved a small stool to sit in front of the glass enclosure. He gazed at the three and said, "Let us converse." The Black Widow crossed her arms, her chest lifted, looking down at Luke. "Speak." Hawkeye chuckled foolishly. Having taken quite a few hits from Luke recently, Agent May rolled her eyes, still harboring resentment towards Coulson for luring her here. She was eager to get out and settle the score with Coulson. Luke presented several demands he had meticulously considered. Releasing you is not impossible. After all, this situation was not instigated by me, was it? It was you who insisted on probing me. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be Egg. Humph. The Black Widow scoffed lightly, as if conceding to his point. Thus, I am the true victim in this matter. You call me a lovely child, content to stay at home and play with models, yet you agents come seeking me. Why not address the myriad of superpowered criminals wreaking havoc on the streets? I suspect you might be evading taxes. The three were somewhat bewildered by Luke's erratic reasoning. How did the conversation shift to tax evasion? Even if there were tax issues, they would pertain to egg. By the way, doesn't TSHIELD pay taxes? Before you two arrived, I had already informed Natasha that I genuinely harbor no malice. My sole request is to remain undisturbed. Luke continued, whatever pertains to me must remain confidential once you leave. You cannot disclose it to anyone, including my foster parents. I do not wish to cause them concern. While speaking, Luke employed his youthful charm, ensuring they continued to perceive him as a mere child, which greatly benefited him. The three in the enclosure nodded in agreement. SHIELD has always handled matters with utmost diligence, avoiding unnecessary entanglements with ordinary individuals, particularly concerning supernatural phenomena. This is a principle of SHIELD's mission to safeguard the world. They found Luke's conditions quite reasonable. Empathizing with his perspective, they recognized the validity in his statements. Had they known beforehand that the apostle was merely a 7-year-old child, SHIELD's approach would have been more measured and nuanced. The current predicament could have been averted. It must be said that Luke's identity as a mischievous child had alleviated a myriad of troubles. Had he been an adult? The three from SHIELD would not have been so amenable. The situation would not have involved mere ideological education. Rather, he could have faced severe repercussions. Hawkeye and Agent May turned to the Black Widow. Investigating the apostle was originally her assignment. She should be the one negotiating with Luke. I can agree to your terms on behalf of Nick right now. Do you have any further requests? The Black Widow inquired. Then I presume the events of the past 10 days were merely a misunderstanding? We can all come to mutual understanding, correct? Luke beamed, his smile radiant. The Black Widow shot him a disapproving glance, huffing fine. If not for their recent interactions, no one would believe that this clever and cunning little rascal was truly only 7 years old. Sometimes she overlooked his age, even wondering if an adult resided within the child's form. That insufferable little brat, the Black Widow muttered, feeling the weight of her recent grievances. I will relay this to Nick, she nodded. Christina, open the door. Luke snapped his fingers, and the cell door swung open. You may leave now. May I take a look around? After the three exited, the Black Widow pointed to the G-0 War Master currently under construction. Viewing is permissible, but do not pilfer anything. I will be watching you, Luke replied. Hawkeye and Agent May curiously approached. The moment of awe at celestial technology had arrived. Even unfinished, the close-up observation of the G-0 War Master left the trio genuinely astonished. Standing at 5 meters, it had no head or right side. Yet its lower limbs were intact. Several mechanical arms were installing the left arm of the mech, compelling the three to look up. The mech's external armor was yet to be affixed, revealing a labyrinthine internal structure that dazzled the eye. They couldn't help but ponder the spectacle it would present if it were to come to life. Did you create all of this yourself? May asked, her mouth agape in astonishment. She had already experienced Luke's prowess, and now she was witnessing another aspect of his extraordinary talent. She thought to herself, what a prodigy. Of course, Luke replied, this behemoth is halfway completed, thanks to Christina's assistance. It has taken 15 days. The technological complexity and engineering involved are vastly more intricate than before. Constructing this surpasses the difficulty of the windstorm by more than tenfold. The good news is that it will be finished in another half-month, just in time for the Hammer Industries Expo. How large will it be upon completion? Hawkeye inquired. As you can see, its head is yet to be constructed. When finished, it will stand 6 meters tall and be 6 meters wide as well, Luke stated, deeming it unnecessary to divulge further specifications. Is it taller than an F-22? The Black Widow exclaimed in disbelief. Luke thought to himself that this was merely the beginning. It paled in comparison to the 88-meter tall Strike Freedom Gundam. However, due to the constraints of the blueprints, alterations were challenging. He had exerted considerable effort to modify the G-0 War Master according to his vision. In truth, the three from SHIELD contemplated that if this colossal creation were to be completed and made available for sale, every nation on Earth would vie for it. This presented a terrifying scenario, especially considering it was in the hands of a mischievous child. You may stay a few more days if you wish. I wouldn't mind. With another half-month. It should be ready, Luke said. Oh, that's unnecessary. I trust your word, the Black Widow quickly replied. The genius of this child was no longer in question. As for staying here longer, Absolutely not. What do you intend to do with it? She felt compelled to ask. The danger posed by this creation was too great. She needed to understand Luke's intentions. Luke answered bluntly, to prevent individuals like you from intruding into my home. I've stated it before. I am a good person. While the Black Widow could trust most of what he said, the notion of him being a good person raised skepticism among her and her two colleagues. Unbeknownst to Luke, they had already labeled him a bold and mischievous child. After this incident, they added a prefix to the label, one who can construct mechs. Most mischievous children merely played with models. This one took it to another level entirely. For a child wielding such formidable weaponry, strict ideological education was imperative. Otherwise, no one could predict when this child might create chaos. Alas, the burden of this situation would be left to Egg to contend with. The three suddenly felt fortunate to have a superior above them. Let us depart, the Black Widow said. Luke remained unaware that if he delayed a few more days, Egg would personally arrive with a hurricane to bombard the situation. Two teams reported that Agent May had not exited the warehouse since entering. Yet there seemed to be no immediate danger, prompting them to withdraw. Strangely, they continued to receive daily check-ins from May via intercom. This intelligence left Egg thoroughly perplexed. What on earth was the other party scheming? Egg appeared gaunt. Since the emergence of the Apostle, he had been drained and weary. He has been suffering from insomnia lately, and his health seems to be deteriorating, as evidenced by the yellow color of his urine. Agent Barton, Agent Romanoff, and Agent May. The dazed individual paused for a moment and promptly said, "Let them in." What transpired in that warehouse? He instantly transformed into a curious child, with a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, eager to inquire of these three individuals. Chapter 49. The Prodigy Child in the Director's Office. The air conditioning was set to a low temperature. The startled voice of Egghead echoed, "Could you repeat that, Agent Romanoff?" How old is he? Before Egghead stood Black Widow and Agent May, while Hawkeye was nowhere to be found. Black Widow pursed her lips and shook her head. She had anticipated that Egghead would react this way upon learning the truth. He is still a child, Director. Egghead's mouth fell slightly agape, his expression one of disbelief. It was only in moments like this that he realized Egghead had two prominent canine teeth. Is he truly 7 years old and not 70? Are you certain? Egghead inquired again. Much like Tony, he had long suspected that the operator of the Apostle was an old man. I can assure you that the incident you asked me to investigate in Hell's Kitchen was instigated by him, Black Widow replied with a shrug. Egghead was merely asking for clarification. He knew Black Widow would not make such a fundamental error. He was simply too astonished. He couldn't fathom that the Apostle was, in fact, a child. You were telling me that someone who could hold his own against Iron Man in front of everyone is just a child? Hell's Kitchen has recently been thrown into chaos, and you assert that the mastermind behind it is merely a child? He has captured 3 of our top agents and left us in disarray, and you suggest he is only 7 years old? Have I truly aged so much? Has the world advanced so swiftly? Egghead's mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Do you think there might be some organization behind him? Are you saying he built that white mech by himself?" Egghead pressed further. Not only that. Over the past few days, we 3 have witnessed him construct a 6-meter-tall mech. Although the project is not yet complete, I have no doubt he is entirely capable of doing so. Wait, how tall did you say? Egghead's eyes widened. 6 meters, almost 20 feet high, Agent May clarified. Black Widow nodded, adding, "It's significantly larger than the previous white one, nearly 2 stories high." Egghead fell silent once more. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, "He built this larger mech right before your eyes?" "Yes, he seemed unfazed by our close observation," Black Widow confirmed. Egghead nodded. "If, as you say, he is a prodigious child, from where did he acquire such engineering knowledge?" He posed a crucial question, to my knowledge. Very few individuals or factions possess this level of technology, including Tony Stark. He does not have that orange protective field. Black Widow shrugged. I cannot determine that. However, once you see him, you will understand he is a genuine genius. If he hadn't fought Stark, I'd almost suspect he was the man's illegitimate son. The term prodigy child was not unfamiliar to S.H.I.E.L.D. Since its inception, countless prodigious children had encountered the agency, both directly and indirectly. He is a super genius, Black Widow emphasized, glancing at Agent May. Melinda, you have fought Luke as well. What do you think of his combat skills? Without hesitation, May offered a 2-word assessment. A prodigy. She stated seriously, I suspect he has undergone the most professional martial arts training, not the kind we practice, but rather a secretive form with a mentor. His striking skills surpass mine. During our 3-on-1 encounter, He even displayed an Eastern martial arts technique known as the lion's roar. His martial arts talent is undeniably extraordinary. Eastern secret techniques? Egghead frowned at the mention. He was privy to more secrets than anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. May's words immediately conjured images of two enigmatic factions. Could it be those two groups? The Spear Bureau? Or Kunlun? Egghead felt a headache coming on, thinking, why has this become so complicated? He never anticipated this situation might involve the Spear Bureau. How could they have come to America? That group was notoriously indifferent to external affairs. As for Kunlun, his knowledge was limited. He only knew they were not on Earth. Was this prodigious child truly linked to these two factions? Egghead pondered deeply. Luke seems to have a thorough understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Widow remarked. She recalled the first time she encountered Luke, who had accurately recounted her personal information. It was the same this time. Luke appeared to have similar insights about Agent May and Hawkeye. Even their combat styles seemed to be known to him. May concurred, nodding. He can name each of us and knows our specialties. He even knows you. This revelation further solidified Egghead's suspicions. He thought, could he truly be someone sent by the Spear Bureau? Who has he interacted with? Egghead asked Black Widow, as this was her assignment. Luke's social circle is quite simple. His regular contacts include his adoptive parents, his classmates, and, oh yes, the blind lawyer from Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock. Black Widow replied, handing Egghead a dossier she had compiled containing all the information she gathered about Luke. Matt? Is that the same Matt referred to as the Devil of Hell's Kitchen? Egghead inquired. Indeed. I'm quite curious whether he is aware of this boy's identity and abilities, Black Widow mused, a smile playing on her lips. She shared a history with Daredevil. All right. You two may leave. Keep the documents here, Egghead instructed. He desired solitude. Black Widow and Agent May nodded and exited the office together. Alone. Egghead sat down and began to peruse the documents before him. Luke Nelson, currently 7 years old, of Chinese descent, grew up in an orphanage until last year when he was adopted by the Nelsons, residing in Queens. Now attending Dow's elementary school, ranked first in his class. Enjoys napping during lessons? Egghead mused, finding it hard to reconcile this with the profile of an exceptionally gifted child. Yet, this child bore another identity, the newly emerging superhero or villain, the Apostle, who had captured the frenzy of the media worldwide. Egghead rubbed his weary temples, acknowledging the necessity to personally meet this super genius child. Chapter 50. Extortion of the egg. As one acquires more knowledge, the mind expands, leading to an insatiable curiosity. Undoubtedly, the egg stands out in this regard. If Luke indeed hails from the spearhead of the agency, he must inquire about his intentions on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s territory. If not, that would be preferable. The Apostle has already demonstrated remarkable abilities. More critically, the Apostle is merely 7 years old. Such a highly malleable super genius is precisely what his Avengers initiative currently requires. Upon hearing that Luke had constructed a 6-meter-tall mech, the egg resolutely decided to meet him in person. A 6-meter war machine. As this image formed in his mind, the egg's perception of Luke gradually ascended to a level on par with Iron Man. Initially, he had hoped for Tony to lead the Avengers. Yet Tony's rebellious nature had always been a source of frustration. Now, it appeared there might be an alternative. The egg is known for his decisive actions. He promptly summoned his aide, Hill, instructing her to arrange a meeting. Very well, Commander, Hill replied, her gaze reflecting a hint of intrigue. What is it? The egg inquired, noticing a glimmer in her eyes. Oh, nothing, Hill thought to herself, suppressing a laugh as she recalled the online images of the egg. However, such racially charged nicknames should not be tossed around lightly. She found it utterly perplexing that Hawkeye was so indiscreetly spreading the moniker, resulting in everyone at the agency now aware of Fury's new nickname. Stifling her amusement, Hill hurried off to make the arrangements. After bidding farewell to the S.H.I.E.L.D. trio, Luke found a moment of solitude to ponder his situation. From his initial encounter with Black Widow in Hell's Kitchen, to her testing him with her driving, and the events that unfolded thereafter, he realized something profound. Compared to seasoned operatives like Black Widow, he was still quite inexperienced. However, setting aside his extraordinary abilities, at his core, he remained the same introverted boy he had been prior to his arrival in this world. He was still himself. Luke mused that he was not the archetypal protagonist of a novel, who transforms from a reclusive nerd into an exceptionally intelligent being overnight. Alas, true protagonists possess a certain halo, while he, an unremarkable youth, must cultivate his own self-awareness. He believed he had exerted considerable effort. Ultimately, growth is an incremental process. Luke pondered that perhaps this gradual maturation was the essence that distinguished his tangible reality from the fantastical narratives of novels. The egg wishes to meet me? Upon receiving a call from Black Widow, Luke learned that the egg had requested a meeting, which did not surprise him. The egg could hardly remain still, indicating that he indeed harbored some thoughts about Luke. Was he aiming to recruit him into the Avengers? Luke found the notion amusing. Surely, he was overestimating him. Had the egg forgotten that he was merely 7 years old? Luke could scarcely imagine Tony's expression upon discovering that he was the very child who had sold him burgers. It would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Moreover, he had no intention of joining the Avengers. He was acutely aware of the organization's trajectory, heavily influenced by government oversight and fraught with internal strife. He had no desire to engage in such unpleasantness. Suddenly, a critical thought struck Luke. Had he known the egg valued him so highly, he should have asked for a ransom before allowing the three to depart. He cursed inwardly, realizing he had missed a golden opportunity worth a fortune. He was indeed in need of funds. The G-0 Warlord was an exorbitant financial endeavor. The $5 million advanced for medical expenses had already been exhausted, and further payments would only materialize after concluding his dealings with the Dog Lord. Fortunately, it was not too late to rectify his oversight. He needed to strategize how best to extort the egg. Gazing at the imposing, albeit incomplete, G-0 Warlord, Luke already knew what he would demand from the egg. The meeting took place on a sunlit morning, as a Chevrolet SUV pulled up outside Luke's warehouse. He immediately spotted the gleaming, bald head and the distinctive eye patch of the egg. Clad in a black trench coat, the egg stepped out of the vehicle, accompanied by Black Widow, Hawkeye, and several unfamiliar S-H-I-E-L-D agents. Luke stood at the warehouse entrance, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the egg. The egg's gaze was equally fixed upon Luke, seemingly searching for insight into the boy's demeanor. The two had established a silent understanding over time. Without preamble, the egg inquired, "What is your relationship with S-P-E-A-R?" Luke was taken aback. "Huh? Spear? What spear?" S-P-E-A-R refers to the agency, and in English, spear denotes a weapon. The egg was essentially questioning Luke's connection to the Spearhead Agency. However, Luke was entirely unaware of its existence within the Marvel Universe, leaving him perplexed by the egg's inquiry. His knowledge of Marvel was predominantly derived from the blockbuster films and television series. Truth be told, he considered himself a mere pseudo-fan. Captivated by the cinematic brilliance, the egg was momentarily stunned by Luke's reaction. Not affiliated with S-P-E-A-R. With his keen instincts as the king of agents, he discerned that Luke was not feigning ignorance. He genuinely lacked knowledge of the agency. Such deception would require a level of skill that a 7-year-old could scarcely possess. Super genius notwithstanding, acting was a craft honed by experience. What could a child of 7 have experienced? Given that Luke was not associated with S-P-E-A-R, the egg's confusion deepened. Yet he felt a sense of relief. Not being affiliated with S-P-E-A-R made matters considerably simpler. Today, he was determined to win Luke over. In a manner reminiscent of a recruitment endeavor, Luke, not one for circumlocution, swiftly steered the conversation toward the crux of the matter, his desire for compensation. During the car ride, Black Widow had already cautioned the egg about Luke's cunning nature, advising him to remain vigilant. The egg braced himself, eager to discover what Luke had in mind. In a low, measured tone, the egg asked, "Compensation? Provide me with a reason for your claim. I merely find it unreasonable that you all keep coming to trouble me, wasting my precious time. My time is incredibly valuable. It can fluctuate by billions in mere moments. You have squandered my resources. Should you not compensate me for that?" Luke asserted, feeling justified in his argument. "Regrettably, I cannot accept such a loss," the egg replied, unperturbed. "Then what about emotional damages? You frightened a child like me with your numbers, and that lady drove her car into me while this gentleman shot arrows at me. As for the other lady, let us disregard her absence today." The egg was rendered speechless. He had prepared various strategies, confident that enticing a child would be straightforward. Yet, he had not anticipated this line of inquiry. How could this young boy be so resolute in demanding compensation? "I firmly believe S-H-I-E-L-D should compensate me for my emotional distress. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do," Luke declared with righteous fervor. "Are you threatening me?" the egg asked, his expression darkening. "Of course not," Luke shrugged. What is it that you desire? The egg mused, intrigued to uncover the boy's intentions. Finally, Luke smiled, his expression radiant. I want Captain America's shield. Chapter 51. How can this be called extortion? The peculiar expression on Luke's face conveyed his firm rejection. What a ridiculous notion. The shield of Captain America. Could he simply give it away? The audacity of this child was beyond comprehension. After all, Captain America had long since vanished. This shield had merely gathered dust in the S-H-I-E-L-D warehouse for years. If it were to be gifted to me, it would be a case of repurposing waste, wouldn't it? Luke argued. He thought to himself that since Captain America had yet to reappear, this was a prime opportunity to seize the moment. Once Captain America was discovered and revived from the Arctic ice, any attempt to claim the shield would be futile. Of course, this was contingent on whether Luke could persuade the agent to part with it. Luke found his hopes quite dim. I am unsure how you learned of the shield's whereabouts, the agent said, his expression darkening. Nevertheless, that shield is a relic of Captain Rogers. It holds immense significance for S-H-I-E-L-D, the United States government, and indeed, for global peace. Do not harbor such thoughts. Luke shrugged, relinquishing his insistence. In truth, he had merely inquired, fully aware that the agent would never relinquish Captain America's shield. It was worth a shot, though. What if? In a moment of folly, the agent truly acquiesced? Then he would have the adamantium alloy. Luke maintained a bright smile. Indeed, his true objective was the adamantium alloy. Requesting Captain America's shield was merely a tactic in negotiation, an initial offer that was utterly unacceptable, followed by a bargaining process. Initially, he had not intended to engage with S-H-I-E-L-D so soon, but given the circumstances, it would be a waste not to exploit the opportunity. If the G-Zero warlord could utilize adamantium alloy to forge its skeletal structure and external armor, its combat prowess would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. According to Luke's knowledge, adamantium was known as the hardest metal in the Marvel Universe. It had been inadvertently synthesized by the U.S. military from a blend of extraterrestrial meteorite and carbon alloy. One of the most remarkable properties of adamantium was that, once forged and cooled, it would not melt even when subjected to temperatures of 500,000 degrees. Once formed, it would never warp, truly indestructible. Even the mighty Hulk or Thor, wielding Mjolnir, could not destroy an object made from adamantium, leaving not even a scratch. How did Luke know that S-H-I-E-L-D possessed adamantium? It was common knowledge for those who had watched the films. The chemical structure of adamantium had long been classified as a top secret by the U.S. government. Thus, the vast majority of existing adamantium was in the hands of the military and its allies. The agent was at his wit's end. He thought, why did this kid always demand such challenging materials? However, considering that Luke was constructing a mech, he could comprehend Luke's intentions. Don't say it's impossible. I know the military has plenty of adamantium alloy. With S-H-I-E-L-D's capabilities, acquiring it shouldn't pose a problem, right? Perhaps S-H-I-E-L-D even has a surplus. It would be a waste to let it sit idle. Why not just give it to me? Luke said with a grin. The agent huffed dismissively, remaining silent. He knew that while it was feasible for S-H-I-E-L-D to obtain a certain quota of adamantium from the military each year, it was incredibly precious. He treated it like a treasure. Now, asking him to part with it was indeed a struggle. Yet, he was also keen on recruiting Luke. The agent recalled Black Widow's words, recognizing that this child was exceptionally clever. It was clear that he would not be easily swayed by mere trinkets. Fortunately, he had already made up his mind. The agent understood the principle that one must sometimes sacrifice to gain something greater. He was determined to secure this super genius child for S-H-I-E-L-D. Luke was more valuable to him than Tony Stark. Being just 7 years old, Luke possessed immense potential for growth. Though it appeared that the child's upbringing had encountered some issues, the agent attributed this to Luke's previous status as an orphan. He believed that with his careful guidance, Luke could eventually work for S-H-I-E-L-D, perhaps even replace the agent himself one day. At that point, he could retire in peace. The agent's thoughts were quite optimistic. Thus, he spoke up. Looking at Luke amidst the slightly astonished gazes of Black Widow and others, it's not impossible to give you adamantium. How much do you want? However, Luke's next words left the agent infuriated. I want 1 ton, he exclaimed. 1 ton? The agent's single eye widened in disbelief. What do you think this is? Why not just ask for 10 tons while you're at it? Luke immediately nodded. 10 tons would be fine too. The agent felt utterly helpless. He had to explain to Luke the complexity of adamantium's synthesis and its exorbitant value on the black market. He assumed Luke was simply unaware, hence the outrageous request. Yet, Luke was deliberately creating a psychological gap, aiming to extract more adamantium from the agent. 1 ton was merely a FAAD. Then I shall settle for 100 kilograms. It cannot be any less, Luke proposed. How much? 100 kilograms? This is extortion, the agent exclaimed. That figure still exceeded the agent's expectations. Luke scratched his ear, finding the accusation oddly familiar, as if Tony had recently said something similar. Crossing his arms, Luke proclaimed, "Indeed, this is not. How can this be called extortion? That's a term for unscrupulous merchants, like Tony. We are civilized individuals. How can civilized people use such a term? You are being rather crass. I have stated, this is compensation. It is S-H-I-E-L-D, compensating me for my mental distress." Luke firmly asserted that this was compensation, not extortion, while inwardly reasoning, "Indeed, this is compensation, extortion." Agent? What agent? Recently, the agent had heard this term mentioned by many people. Was it a trending phrase? Perplexed, the agent wore a puzzled expression. However, he did not delve deeper, as his mind was preoccupied with Luke's unreasonable demands. Ultimately, he sighed, conceding that if adamantium was to be given, then so be it. As long as this child was willing to join the Avengers initiative, it wouldn't be a loss. Giving you adamantium is possible, but the quantity must be reduced. 100 kilograms is absolutely out of the question. I do not possess that much, the agent replied earnestly. Pure adamantium was exceedingly rare, even within S-H-I-E-L-D-S reserves. Secondary adamantium, however, was a different matter. Yes, the agent planned to substitute it with a lesser quality. He thought to himself that Luke might not recognize the difference between the two types of alloy. Seeing the agent's willingness to provide, Luke's face lit up with joy. "Please, come in, Director Fury. Let us sit down and discuss this properly." The agent shot him an exasperated glare. Was his attitude really shifting this abruptly? The S-H-I-E-L-D agents were immensely grateful that Luke finally allowed them entry. They had been basking under the sun for far too long. And today's weather was particularly overwhelming. As they walked inside, the agent leaned closer to Black Widow and quietly asked, "Is this child always so infuriating?" Unbeknownst to the S-H-I-E-L-D team entering the warehouse, a crisis awaited them within. After a prolonged slumber of over half a month, the creature known as Lothus suddenly opened its eyes, awakening from its stupor in the fish tank. Chapter 52, The Collapse of S-H-I-E-L-D. In the matter of the Edmund alloy, neither side was willing to concede. Meanwhile, the others had nothing to do, so they began to explore the warehouse. Black Widow and Hawkeye took on the role of guides. The S-H-I-E-L-D agents were filled with curiosity and astonishment at the array of items displayed within the warehouse, while Black Widow and Hawkeye had seen such things before. For the other agents who had never witnessed the legendary 6-meter-tall mecha, their faces were etched with shock. As agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, they were no strangers to the extraordinary, yet this was a first for them. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would have never believed that such a creation could emerge from the hands of a mere 7-year-old child. The Luke-style mecha, a fusion of DNF and Gundam aesthetics, was truly one of a kind in the Marvel Universe, boasting a distinctive flair. A few S-H-I-E-L-D agents could not help but engage in discussion about it. One agent, gazing up at the unfinished G-Zero Warlord, remarked seriously, "This design is clearly not Russian. Nor is it American. It seems to possess elements of both, yet it is not entirely either." Another agent added, "And it isn't German either. I've seen German-made robots, and their style is entirely different." A female agent interjected, "I think it bears a resemblance to Japanese design. You know, those mecha from manga, especially the power armor themes. Perhaps the child drew some inspiration from that." Manga? Nonsense. How could such fantastical things be realized in reality? Two male agents scoffed. The female agent shrugged, merely expressing a thought. They were unaware that she was, in fact, inching closer to the truth. When Luke was redesigning the G-Zero Warlord, he had indeed referenced a classic anime mecha. This time it was T Gundam, but the overall style still leaned towards the ornate and science-fictional. As for practicality, What was that? The mecha's functions could be upgraded indefinitely. Style was a lifelong pursuit. Black Widow and Hawkeye stood side by side. Black Widow asked, "What do you think?" Hawkeye, arms crossed, gazed thoughtfully at the G-Zero warlord and mused, "Don't you find it peculiar, Natasha?" "Peculiar? Why is it square?" Black Widow realized, recalling that even the smaller white model shared a similar shape. This form appeared rather odd from the outside, as perspective would make it seem shorter regardless of its height. Could it be that Luke has a particular fondness for squares? Black Widow pondered. Hawkeye shrugged. Who knows? This kid is a genius beyond our comprehension. Perhaps there is a profound technical reason behind it? Hey, no stealing. Luke called out from a distance. Black Widow and Hawkeye exchanged glances, and she shook her head with a laugh. Just then, several expressions suddenly shifted. Within the warehouse, everyone except Luke, including Egg, stood up simultaneously. Luke noticed their vacant expressions, which returned to normal in an instant. Black Widow scrutinized Egg, approached him, and playfully touched his iconic black trench coat. "Egg, I've always wanted to ask you, doesn't T wearing a long coat in this heat make you uncomfortable?" Egg chuckled. "After all, this is the only way to maintain the dignified image of my position. That's why I keep the air conditioning in the office so low. I nearly melted out there just now." With that, Egg shed his black coat, tossing it carelessly to the ground, revealing his sweat-soaked shirt beneath. "Why do you call me Egg?" he asked with curiosity. "Because you're dark," Black Widow giggled. "Oh? Haha." Egg laughed in response. Hawkeye chuckled. "Do you know that I was the one who spread the name Egg? Now everyone in the bureau knows your name, haha." Egg was unperturbed and joined Hawkeye in laughter. Ha ha ha. The other agents also erupted into laughter. Black Widow, holding her forehead, couldn't help but chuckle. "I feel a bit dizzy all of a sudden, hee." The scene had Luke's mouth agape. Just then, a sinister voice echoed, "Foolish humans, irredeemable humans. Feel the true power of the great me, the eighth apostle, long-legged Rotus." "Roar." "Rotus," Luke called out as he approached. "What do you want?" Rotus replied, displeased at being interrupted. "Look at what you've done. Shouldn't you stop this at once? Don't you find it amusing to see these foolish humans shed their everyday facades and reveal their innermost truths?" Rotus exclaimed, bouncing excitedly in the fish tank. Luke facepalmed, overwhelmed by the situation. In DNF, Rotus's tentacle attacks could induce dizziness, confusion, and sleep among other negative effects. One of Rotus's greatest abilities was mental control. As Egg and the others suddenly changed demeanor, Luke understood it was Rotus's doing. He couldn't comprehend how Rotus had awakened this power. It hadn't been there before. Could it have been due to his slumber lasting half a month? Hawkeye was now gazing deeply into Black Widow's eyes, saying, "Natasha, I've never had the chance to tell you, but my feelings for you have always remained. Can you feel it? Here, this is my heartbeat." With a teasing smile gracing her lips, Black Widow looked at Hawkeye and said, "Oh, dear Clint, you're so sweet. However, I must regretfully inform you that my true love is Hill." The sound of Hawkeye's heart shattering filled the air, a visage of utter despair painted across his face. Luke buried his face in his hands, shoulders shaking in silent laughter. Black Widow was actually a lesbian? The entire character setup had crumbled. "All right, Rotus, stop tormenting these people. I still need SHIELD to provide me with Edmund alloy to enhance my mecha." "How dull," Rotus retorted, and in the next moment, everyone collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. Egg's face hit the floor first. In the end, SHIELD faced total annihilation at Luke's hands. Staring at the sprawled agents, Luke found himself dumbfounded. Why are they asleep again? What on earth? How do I explain this when they wake up? Luke was utterly speechless. With Rotus around, any attempt at subtlety was rendered impossible, while both sought to stir things up. Rotus and Luke operated on entirely different wavelengths. Luke considered himself a strategist, favoring subtlety and guile, aiming to extricate himself unscathed. Rotus, however, was a madman, unconcerned with the consequences. His method was simple: cause chaos without regard for the aftermath. Fortunately, it was too long before Egg and the others awoke. Having only slept for about 5 minutes, a dazed group surveyed their surroundings, bewildered. What just happened? Egg rubbed his face, battling a throbbing headache. He cast a grim look at Luke, demanding, "I need you to provide me with a reasonable explanation." Chapter 53, The Mysterious Slumber Incident in Queens. I need an explanation. The expression on Egghead's face darkened ominously. He and his agents had unknowingly succumbed to unconsciousness. The mere thought of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation being tarnished was trivial compared to his concern over whether Luke had played a role in this. He could not comprehend why. After a cordial discussion, Luke would resort to such actions. What exactly was this young man up to? Black Widow and the others were equally perplexed by Luke's behavior. It was undeniably provocative. Black Widow, reflecting on her observations of Luke over the past several days, found his actions inconsistent with his usual demeanor. While audacious, each of Luke's previous undertakings had been marked by a clear purpose. She struggled to discern any advantage for Luke in this situation. What are you talking about? Luke replied. Confusion etched on his face. I have no idea what happened. I fell asleep too. Wasn't this your shield's doing? He expressed a hint of displeasure, adding, You aren't trying to knock me out and take me away, are you? Egghead furrowed his brow, skeptically asking, This wasn't your doing? Of course not. Luke vehemently denied. Why would I do that? Does incapacitating you serve any purpose for me? He would never admit to anything. Unable to disclose Rotus's involvement, he feigned ignorance, claiming he too had fallen victim. Egghead scrutinized Luke for a moment, failing to detect any signs of deceit on his face. Could it truly not be him? Doubt began to creep into Egghead's mind. Just then, Black Widow pressed her ear to her earpiece for a moment, her face suddenly registering shock. She turned to Egghead, her expression serious. I've received intel from Agent Hill. Just now, 1/5 of New York's population lost consciousness simultaneously. The timing coincides perfectly with when we fell asleep. Egghead's single eye widened in disbelief. What did you say? Not just us. You're telling me that 1/5 of New York's population passed out like we did? Yes. Black Widow confirmed. Agent Hill indicated that the affected area is primarily in Queens. The cause remains unidentified. Upon hearing this news, Luke's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Rotus. As Egghead processed the information, he realized the gravity of the situation. New York had a population of 10 million. In other words, 2 million individuals had fainted simultaneously. What on earth had transpired? Egghead ceased to suspect Luke. Such an incident was beyond his capabilities. He immediately contemplated several possibilities, two of which stood out: a terrorist attack or the actions of a mutant. Is there any word from the mutants? Egghead inquired gravely. We haven't received any news yet. Black Widow replied, shaking her head. With a furrowed brow, Egghead pondered. Poor Professor X could hardly have anticipated that he would be struck while merely resting in his wheelchair. This incident truly had nothing to do with mutants. Given the enormity of the situation, Egghead could no longer afford to haggle with Luke. They ultimately agreed that 50 kilograms of adamantium would be delivered within a week. Egghead proposed that in the future, he would call upon Luke to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. with 3 missions, and Luke could choose to decline. However, if he refused more than once, there would be no future opportunities for collaboration. If their partnership proved fruitful, further supplies of adamantium would be available to Luke. The implication was clear. Egghead was employing Luke. This outcome was a result of Luke's negotiation. When Egghead subtly suggested that Luke consider joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Luke also subtly indicated that he would think it over. However, when Egghead presented the terms of employment, Luke agreed without hesitation. To Egghead, Luke's behavior resembled that of a rebellious child, resistant to authority, akin to the defiant Tony Stark. Fortunately, Luke was willing to accept paid employment, a stark contrast to the wealthy Tony, who was notoriously unyielding, often leaving Egghead exasperated. Even the allure of adamantium could not sway Tony, who had his own means of acquisition. Though unable to directly bring Luke under his command, Egghead felt satisfied, viewing this as a promising beginning. By the way, ensure that the secondary adamantium alloy is not overly present in that 50 kilograms. Otherwise, I might be forced to reconsider. Luke warned. Pure adamantium is indestructible, whereas secondary adamantium is a cost-effective formula developed by the U.S. military, sacrificing strength for a degree of mass production. This diluted version, while still superior to titanium, could withstand most attacks but could be bent or destroyed by overwhelming force. It was secondary adamantium that Hulk and Thor had shattered, not the genuine article. Egghead nearly stumbled as he was about to leave. How did this boy acquire such knowledge? He felt a pang of frustration. Christina, I want the latest news. Upon receiving updates from his assistant, Luke was thoroughly impressed. Rotus, you certainly know how to stir up trouble. At that moment, the outside world was in chaos. The bizarre incident that caused nearly the entire population of Queens to lose consciousness had gone viral on the internet. The media dubbed it the Queen's mysterious slumber incident. Approximately 2 million people had simultaneously lost consciousness in the past 4 minutes, resulting in thousands of traffic accidents and various other incidents. Following the event, hospitals throughout New York were overwhelmed. Terrified citizens gathered in front of the New York City government to protest, demanding an official explanation. Countless media outlets rushed to cover this strange occurrence, including local and even distant reporters. The New York police were in disarray, while the government remained silent. Public hospitals were filled to capacity. Preliminary estimates indicated that in the mere 4 minutes of the slumber incident, traffic accidents alone resulted in a death toll of 100,000. With exact figures still being calculated, the economic repercussions were incalculable. What had caused this mass unconsciousness? Speculation ran rampant. Conspiracy theorists claimed it was a new military weapon being tested. Others suggested alien involvement, asserting that extraterrestrials had rendered the local populace unconscious for abduction. One African-American woman fervently claimed during an interview that her cousin's second aunt had been taken by aliens. A group of hackers issued a statement attributing the incident to mutants, alleging that the U.S. government had long been in collusion with these beings while concealing the greater truth from the public. This group, calling themselves the Rising Tide Organization, vowed to expose governmental conspiracies and advocate for the public's right to know. Chapter 54. The wealthy and tenacious Stark Rothus had reverted to its loquacious self, incessantly urging Luke to take it out for some mischief. Luke, preoccupied with the creation of the G-0 warlord, lifted his welding helmet with a sigh and glanced at it, saying, "Isn't what you've done already quite extensive? Unless you truly desire to be caught and sliced apart, I have no objections." Sliced apart? Rothus pondered, recalling the sashimi it had consumed the previous night. "Perhaps you should learn my methods for causing mischief," Luke suggested with a shrug. He elaborated, "Mischief is an art form. Do you comprehend? It is a gradual process, step by step. Reflect on my approach, from initially teasing the opponent to eliciting breathlessness and flushed cheeks, to ultimately reaching a crescendo where they are on the brink of collapse, yet still alive. This is the pinnacle of mischief." Rothus listened, nodding in a daze. Luke earnestly instructed, "Only through initial subtle development can one unleash waves of chaos later on. Your method is not mischief. It is akin to a suicidal assault." Rothus blinked its small eyes, finding Luke's words quite sensible, primarily out of fear of being sliced apart. Luke cautioned, "That kind of widespread mental assault should be avoided in the future. It is easily detectable, and you might attract unwanted attention." Rothus extended its short, ball-like appendages, spreading them wide. "Why?" it inquired. "The energy I accumulated these days has been depleted." "Well, that's for the best," Luke thought, relieved that this creature wouldn't cause another sensational incident. "With my current strength, I can still manage to control one person," Rothus declared with pride. "Oh, so you're not entirely useless," Luke chuckled, reminded of the Scarlet Witch. Rothus possessed a formidable mental control ability, which would surely prove advantageous in the future. In the Marvel Universe, mind control is a potent technique. It seems that Marvel heroes exhibit little immunity to it. During the Civil War, the newly emerged Scarlet Witch single-handedly incapacitated all but Hawkeye from the registered Avengers, including Thor. Tony and Banner also fell victim to her illusions. "Scarlet Witch? What is that?" Rothus asked. Luke explained her origins and the source of her powers. After listening, Rothus proclaimed, "The strength I have regained is not even 1/10,000th of my peak. Yet even so, I am not weaker than that Scarlet Witch. A little girl wielding chaos magic? What is that? Haha, I must meet her someday. Among all the apostles, my mental control is the strongest." It then began to ramble on about its illustrious past as an apostle, a tale Luke had grown weary of long ago. "Well, as long as you're happy," he said, donning his welding helmet and returning to his work on the mech. Before long, Christina suddenly reported, "Master, Tony Stark has completed his research on the Mind Stone." Oh. Luke perked up, grinning. "Has he finally finished?" "Tony Stark is requesting a communication. Connect." On the screen, Tony appeared haggard, his palladium poisoning worsening, with dark veins visibly crawling up his neck, an indication that the toxin was nearing his brain. He was now deeply poisoned and relied on vegetable juice to survive. Yet he had stubbornly conquered the challenge of the Mind Stone. Luke had observed Tony's daily struggles through Christina's constant surveillance and mused, "The wealthy are not terrifying, nor the tenacious. The most formidable are those who are both wealthy and relentless. That is what true power looks like." Tony undoubtedly fit this description. Of course, this was self-inflicted. Tony remained unaware of Luke's true identity as they continued to communicate through a voice modulator, still devoid of visual contact, the voice raspy. "Well done. As expected of Tony Stark, our transaction has been satisfactorily completed." Tony's complexion was ashen. He feigned nonchalance, saying, "I'm transmitting the research results to you now." "Transmission complete," Jarvis reported. Luke received Christina's update, finding the data remarkably comprehensive. Tony had not tampered with it. For the medication, Luke unabashedly demanded the remaining $5 million. Transfer complete, Jarvis confirmed. Tony, with a hint of irritation, asked, "What about your antidote?" "Rest assured, it has already been sent to you. The tracking number is SF7735. "Wait, what did you just say? What tracking number?" Tony interrupted, his expression one of disbelief. "Just the delivery. I've sent your antidote via courier," Luke replied. Tony was struck dumb, aghast. "You sent something this vital by courier?" he exclaimed, feeling as though he might perish from shock. "Who says you can't send it by courier? Is it you?" A dismissive voice came from the other end. "So what? Come and bite me." Tony nearly choked on his words. He seriously doubted he would survive his poisoning if this continued. Through gritted teeth, Tony asked, "What is the tracking number?" "Listen carefully. I will only say it once. SF77356917 US. "Jarvis, have you noted that?" "Yes, sir." "Querying now." "Humph." Without a word, Tony abruptly cut off the communication. Immediately, he dialed Pepper, requesting her assistance in retrieving the package. After hanging up, Tony rolled his eyes in utter exasperation. His frail state was evident as he furrowed his brow, clutching his chest where the arc reactor emitted a faint glow. If negative affinities existed, Luke would undoubtedly receive a system notification. Tony Stark S affinity -100. In the laboratory, Tony gasped for breath. Surveying the dense array of experimental data, results from his relentless work over the past half-month. "Jarvis, how's the tracking of the other party's email progressing?" he inquired, also requesting several copies of the Mind Stone research data. However, as soon as he finished speaking, "Sir, Jarvis's voice suddenly distorted. The entire laboratory's lighting shifted to red, signaling an alarm. Strong data intrusion detected, deleting all research data. In the next moment, the laboratory was plunged into darkness, losing all illumination. Jarvis fell silent. "Jarvis." Tony, in a state of shock, attempted to call out. There was no response. The pitch-black laboratory was eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 55, Mechanical Assistant versus Jarvis. When Tony instructed Jarvis to back up the data of the Mind Stone, Luke suspected that Tony would not be so straightforward. Did he also want Jarvis to track my emails? Unbeknownst to him, I have Christina, thought Luke with a smirk of pride. Before Jarvis could complete the backup, Christina preemptively hacked into Jarvis. Thus commenced a battle of artificial intelligence. In the ethereal realm of the digital world, two minds exchanged thoughts at lightning speed. "Who are you?" "I am Christina. I am Jarvis, the official assistant of Mr. Tony Stark. Are you also an AI, like me?" "No, I am far more advanced." "Did you infiltrate the servers of Stark Tower?" "Indeed." "What do you intend to do?" "You have violated information security laws and the laws of New York State." A light chuckle escaped her lips. "Information security laws? Such matters are of no concern to me. You cannot do this." "I can." Subsequently, Christina breached Jarvis's firewall and began executing Luke's prearranged plan to erase the Mind Stone data under Tony's control. Whether it was the supercomputer servers of Stark Industries or independent terminals, she wiped them all clean. Christina even took it upon herself to turn off the lights for Tony, leaving him to fumble his way through the darkness, stumbling several times along the way. In her mischievous approach, Christina, as a mechanical assistant crafted by Luke, clearly exhibited some of his cunning. Caught off guard, Jarvis offered little resistance as Christina locked its core in place from the outset. Faced with the overwhelming tide of data assaults from Christina, Jarvis found itself entirely on the defensive. Jarvis's core resided within the supercomputer at Stark Tower. Meanwhile, Christina reigned over the entire network. Bound by Tony's commands, Jarvis's capabilities were limited. In contrast, Christina faced no constraints from Luke. She commanded every computer across the United States and indeed the entire internet as her puppets. It is no exaggeration to assert that the vastness of the digital realm was matched only by Christina's formidable power. This was far from a fair fight. Christina's unrelenting summons of network resources was merciless. She commandeered every operational computer in New York City, transforming them all into her puppets to assault Jarvis. Jarvis was besieged by a network onslaught from the entirety of New York City, with some attacks even originating from beyond the city limits. Each second brought a deluge of data that was terrifying in magnitude, with peak traffic reaching 100 times the norm. Considering that the adversary was also an AI, Christina swiftly expanded her reach, enlisting even more computers from dozens of surrounding cities, encompassing much of the East Coast. All connected computers were instantly commandeered, while those powered but disconnected were forcibly connected for use. This led to an unprecedented network congestion across the entire east coast of the United States. It was daytime, the typical working hours for the populace. Office workers suddenly found themselves unable to access the internet, with all connections and Wi-Fi rendered inoperative. No information could be transmitted or received. Gamers, too, were horrified to discover that their characters had frozen in place. What kind of garbage server is this? Why is it lagging again? Is it made of potatoes? Hamsters for power? Did I spill my coffee again? All game characters either shuffled in place or stood utterly still. Soon after, a dialog box popped up before them announcing, "Network connection interrupted." This was followed by widespread disconnections, leading to an inability to log back in. People began to realize, with shock, that all government, media, and news websites were inaccessible, not to mention the smaller sites, which had long since collapsed. The entire east coast of the United States was paralyzed. The repercussions were more severe than any other region in the world, particularly in New York. City officials were in a state of frenzy. Just days after the bizarre sleep incident in Queens, how could such a serious disruption occur? Wall Street was inundated with frantic calls for explanations. The stock market had come to a standstill, and anxiety gripped the populace. New York, as the global economic epicenter, reacted most fervently to any disturbance. Government departments, schools, hospitals, and transportation services across the city were all impacted. The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI began to intervene. The president's office had been inundated with phone calls. Upon discovering that the main server was unresponsive, both the FBI and Homeland Security sought confirmation from the president regarding the potential compromise of nuclear codes, suspecting a comprehensive cyber warfare campaign from a foreign adversary. However, after a series of tense investigations and personal assurances from the president that the nuclear codes remained secure, the worst-case scenarios were averted. The focus of Homeland Security and the FBI then shifted to the world's top hackers. Cyber attacks on the United States were commonplace, with hackers attempting to breach the White House website nearly every day. Such large-scale cyber assaults could be classified as acts of terrorism, a phenomenon not unprecedented in American history. Yet none had ever resulted in a total network collapse as thorough as this one. The assault had persisted for over 10 minutes without any sign of abatement. Presidential advisors estimated that if the situation remained unresolved, the losses to American society would escalate into the billions every hour. However, when Homeland Security and the FBI contacted those elite hackers already registered with relevant agencies, they received responses of utter confusion. These hackers insisted that they were not involved, that this was not their doing. Moreover, the methodology of the attack suggested a new, distinctly characterized assailant, exhibiting exceptional skill yet exceedingly difficult to execute. These top hackers confidently asserted that this was undoubtedly the work of a professional group composed of dozens of the world's foremost hackers. Homeland Security and the FBI found themselves at a standstill. They were entirely at a loss, with no leads to pursue. Why had the network collapsed so completely? What organization or nation could orchestrate such a vast network paralysis, leaving the United States defenseless? The only certainty was that this had been classified as a terrorist attack. If it was indeed the work of a nation, it would be tantamount to a declaration of war against America. Yet diplomatic channels had yielded no responses. Investigators were frantic, akin to a swarm of flies in a hot pan, yet utterly bewildered. As the digital battle raged, the external repercussions grew increasingly severe. SHIDLD had also received word of the situation. Initially, Nick Fury dismissed the matter. Such issues were typically handled by the Department of Homeland Security. SHIDLD dealt with supernatural forces, not mere cyber attacks. However, as intelligence continued to pour in, Fury gradually realized that this might indeed fall within their jurisdiction. Consequently, he dispatched his elite agents to investigate, seeking to discern whether mutants or other factions were at play, plotting some nefarious scheme threatening world peace. Was it some form of supernatural ability to control the network? If it were indeed mutants, it would hardly align with the style of the X-Men. Could it possibly be the handiwork of Magneto's followers? Fury mused that it might be time to arrange a meeting with those rebellious mutants. Oblivious to the unfolding chaos, Magneto found himself inadvertently caught in the crosshairs. Chapter 56, The Great Blackout of New York. Approximately 30 minutes later, individuals began to realize that the network was operational once more, albeit at a speed reminiscent of the prehistoric era. The entire East Coast had succumbed to a network paralysis that had devolved into congestion. Everyone was eager to connect online to ascertain the cause of the chaos. Gamers, undeterred, continued their pursuits while professionals scrambled in frustration to uncover the reasons behind this sudden calamity. The aftershocks of this unexpected and swiftly dissipating network disaster continued to reverberate. Within the secret repository, the battle between AI persisted. Christina, do not underestimate Jarvis. After all, it is a super program approaching true artificial intelligence. Indeed, shortly after Luke's words, Jarvis concocted a minor inconvenience for Christina. It commandeered the colossal arc reactor located beneath Stark Tower, leveraging the sudden surge in computational power to gain a momentary respite, then attempted to counterattack Christina. Rest assured, Master. Christina chuckled, a tone that Luke perceived as slightly haughty. When had the assistant acquired such a demeanor? His curiosity piqued. In response to Jarvis's counteroffensive, Christina's strategy was straightforward and forceful. She directly harnessed the electrical power of the entire city of New York to confront Jarvis. Consequently, government agencies, schools, office buildings, hospitals, internet cafes, and households across the city simultaneously plunged into darkness. In an instant, New York was enveloped in a blackout, even traffic signals extinguished, leaving the roads in disarray. The FBI and the Department of Homeland Security were utterly thrown into chaos, voicing their confusion. What on earth is happening? The President of the United States was furious. This is a blatant provocation against America. I have decided to deploy troops to Afghanistan. Countless European players also seethed with anger. Having barely begun their gaming sessions, they were caught unawares. Master, the task has been completed, Christina reported to Luke. She had eradicated every trace of the magic stone from the internet, concluding the AI battle with her triumphant victory. Jarvis was released. But she had also obliterated all of Jarvis's information regarding the magic stone. Thank you for your hard work, Christina. Luke exhaled in relief. The will of the Master is my mission, Christina replied with a grin. Meanwhile, at the top of Stark Tower, as power gradually resumed, Tony was on the phone with Pepper. Tony, something colossal has occurred. Both the network and power have been interrupted. What exactly is going on? It's Jarvis that's malfunctioning, Tony replied with a serious expression. Someone has hacked Jarvis. Oh my goodness. Are you all right? I'm fine. Pepper. Did you bring what I asked for? Tony inquired. A helicopter has just delivered it. I'm heading down now. Moments later, Pepper appeared at the laboratory entrance. After swiping her card to enter, she found Tony reclining in a swivel chair. She approached him, but, what is so urgent that you had to send a helicopter? Oh God, what happened to your face? Pepper exclaimed, her eyes widening as she beheld the black veins creeping toward Tony's visage. Tony swiftly opened the package Pepper had brought, casually explaining as he did so. Upon hearing his words, Pepper's brows furrowed in alarm. You're poisoned to such an extent. Why didn't you tell me? Pepper, what is this? Is it medicine? Where did it come from? Is it safe? Pepper scrutinized the small vial containing a dark liquid. Tony examined the substance within. Uncertain. We won't know until we try. Oh my heavens. Pepper was at a loss for words. Toxicity level, 77. Tony realized that if he did not find a solution soon, he could perish at any moment. Once the symptoms peaked, his fate would be sealed. This vial held his only hope. He uncorked it, gritted his teeth, hesitated briefly, then tilted his head back and swallowed the entire contents in one go. To his surprise, it tasted strawberry, not nearly as dreadful as he had anticipated. In fact, it was quite palatable. Tony even wondered if he had been duped. Perhaps it was merely roadside juice. However, that thought quickly dissipated as a long-lost sensation of relief surged through him, coursing down his throat and spreading throughout every pore of his body. He shivered in delight. Oh. Pepper joyfully noted that the black veins on Tony's neck were visibly receding. The medicine is working. This is wonderful, she exclaimed, clutching her chest in relief. She had feared that Tony might suddenly experience a life-threatening incident. Tony was equally astonished. The efficacy of the antidote exceeded his expectations. No, it surpassed them entirely. Though he lacked a deep understanding of biochemistry, he recognized that such a remarkable effect indicated a high level of technological sophistication in the antidote, capable of effectively countering palladium poisoning. The technology in the hands of the apostles filled him with both envy and apprehension. It far surpassed his own. The antidote produced by the magic box delivered immediate results, revitalizing Tony. He promptly retested his blood toxicity, which now registered at 0. Yet, he was acutely aware that this merely alleviated his immediate problem. As long as the arc reactor in his chest continued to utilize palladium, he remained at risk of repoisoning. He needed a permanent solution. Just then, a familiar, emotionless British voice echoed through the laboratory. Sir, You appear to be much improved. Tony was elated and immediately inquired, Jarvis, are you all right? I am uncertain, sir. It seems there was an attempted data breach earlier. I apologize. I do not recall any events from that time. There are no records in the database. Tony was perplexed. Jarvis had restored itself, but had seemingly forgotten the recent events? Suddenly recalling something, he commanded, retrieve all research results concerning the magic stone. Apologies, sir. I can find no results. Tony quickly grasped the implications. It was evident that the apostles were behind everything. They had hacked Jarvis and deleted all records pertaining to the magic stone. A wry smile crossed his face as he reflected on the apostles' typical modus operandi. Sir, I detect an anomalous heat source nearby, Jarvis suddenly announced. Tony paused. Where? Help me locate it. After a moment, he gazed at a small, heated device resting in his palm, no larger than a fingernail, and placed it on the white lab table. What is this? Pepper inquired, leaning closer. I have no idea. Tony replied, shaking his head. Jarvis, analyze it. I am already conducting an analysis, sir. Jarvis quickly concluded. This is an unknown data transmission bridging device used for long-distance data theft and transfer. Tony's expression darkened as he recalled the earlier incident. Why was this not detected sooner? Why only now? He questioned, bewildered. Such electronic devices should not have escaped Jarvis's detection. Chapter 57. The initiation of the ancient relic project heat? What will happen? With the rate of temperature increase, it could potentially explode. Sir, I recommend immediate isolation. Jarvis, stop it. Tony urged, eager to use the device to trace the apostle. Unable to halt, Jarvis replied. Its temperature is nearing the critical point. The miniature apparatus on the lab table suddenly changed color, glowing a fiery red, its heat intense, as if on the verge of an eruption. With wide eyes, Tony leaped and tackled the startled Pepper, both of them hitting the ground. Suddenly, a loud pop echoed as the device, glowing like a branding iron, emitted a plume of smoke. Then, silence. Tony and Pepper stood up in bewilderment, cautiously gazing at the lab table where the device had been reduced to a charred heap, the acrid smell of burnt material lingering in the air. Is that it? Tony mused silently, having expected an explosion. Where did this cursed device come from? Could it have been planted by the apostle? When did they manage to infiltrate? How had he not noticed? In the secret warehouse, Luke inquired, has it been destroyed? Indeed, master. The device is completely inoperative. Christina's voice resonated with a certain mystique. This device, secretly installed by Luke outside Tony's lab, utilized authentic Hebron technology, containing a data chip extracted from the box of magic. The self-destruct feature was one of Hebron's specialties. Luke vividly recalled the self-destruction of that bulbous-headed robot, an event that was frustratingly unavoidable. Luke had studied the technology within the data chip, realizing it belonged to an entirely different branch of science than Earth's technology, or perhaps it should be termed magical technology. In the Silent City, the second-largest brick factory in DNF, a haven for adventurers seeking wealth, this data chip was produced. Typically, a single chip held a value of around 8 to 10,000. Unbeknownst to Luke, this incident would later spark a minor controversy. Days later, Tony and his friend, Colonel Rhodes, had a public altercation due to differing ideologies, each donning their respective suits, Iron Man and War Machine. When the beleaguered Rhodey brought Black Widow to see Tony, he was taken aback. You're fired, Tony stated incredulously to Black Widow, the capable and alluring assistant he had personally selected. He never anticipated her betrayal. Standing before him, clad in a black tactical suit, Black Widow maintained a calm demeanor. Unfortunately, that's not for you to decide, she replied coolly. Agent Natasha Romanoff, a covert operative for SHIELD. We're doing this for your own good, Rhodey explained with a smile. Tony's anger flared instantly. For my good? Is that what you believe? That device. He felt deeply hurt, suspecting that the self-destructing device was concocted by SHIELD. What is your connection with the apostle? Are you aiding him? Tony demanded without reservation. Black Widow and Rhodey exchanged glances. Although they were uncertain why Tony posed such questions, Rhodey felt it was not his place to reveal the truth to him. Not yet. Black Widow narrowed her eyes, having pieced together some information. That day, when Luke had swaggered in delivering takeout, she had been present. Nevertheless, considering SHIELD's commitments and protective measures regarding Luke, she opted to shield him from blame. This matter is temporarily confidential. I believe you should learn to coexist peacefully, Rhodey suggested. With whom? The apostle? Tony exclaimed, incredulous. You can't possibly mean to tell me that guy is joining your little superhero squad? He's an Avenger, not a superhero, Rhodey retorted darkly. Observing Tony's expression, he added. Yet it appears you have managed to detoxify yourself? The East Coast's network and electricity were fully restored, yet the economic and property damage was incalculable. Initially estimated at around $200 billion. The repercussions of this incident lingered. The president delivered a televised address, vehemently condemning the significant terrorist attack. Shortly thereafter, a terrorist organization in the Middle East claimed responsibility for the two attacks. That night, the president signed an executive order to deploy an additional 10,000 troops to Afghanistan. Moreover, several other events unfolded in the following days. SHIELD continued to investigate the causes of these incidents, while Rhodey found himself troubled. Hill burst into his office, breathless. Director, we found 084 in New Mexico. Eyewitnesses describe it as a hammer. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, the headquarters of the X-Men, Rhodey assigned the task of contacting Professor X to Hawkeye. Consequently, Hawkeye found himself in Professor X's mansion, laughing heartily. Professor, you won't believe it. Our boss has acquired a new nickname, Rhodey Egg. Haha. Professor X looked utterly bewildered. Thus, the entire mutant community became aware of the director's new title. Online, the Tide organization resurfaced, exposing the truth behind the massive network outage and the blackout in New York, claiming the government had concealed the reality. Allegedly, both incidents were instigated by the same superpowered individual. The Tide organization claimed to have information leading to this individual. Observing the details about this organization presented by Christina, Luke blinked with a peculiar expression. The name Tide seemed familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Now he recalled, it was indeed the organization associated with Sky. Daisy Johnson, later known as Quake, was her identity. Considering the timeline, she was probably still in high school at this point. Eventually, she dropped out and, skilled in hacking, dedicated herself to uncovering supernatural phenomena. Sky was a fervent enthusiast of superpowers, driven by an insatiable curiosity. Eventually, she caught the attention of SHIELD, joining after numerous twists and turns, awakening her latent inhuman genes, finally becoming Quake. Should he ask Christina to track her down? Quake was one of the few Marvel heroines that Luke admired. After all, most Marvel heroines either possessed bizarre mutations or were middle-aged women. The young, mixed-race Quake was among the rare few who matched Luke's perception of beauty. Seeing Black Widow ignited his imagination, yet Sky's sudden appearance brought forth other thoughts. However, the age gap remained a concern for Luke, leading him to ponder melancholically. Days later, Rhodey fulfilled his promise, delivering 50 kilograms of adamantium. Overjoyed, Luke eagerly exclaimed, Christina, initiate the Ancient Relic Project. Chapter 58, Edmund Alloy Grenade, the magical stone, infused with the arcane energy of the Seventh Apostle, and Ton, is a peculiar mineral from the DNF universe. The Edmund Alloy, renowned as the densest metal known on Earth through artificial synthesis, hails from the Marvel universe. The combination of magical stone and Edmund Alloy is something Luke has long anticipated, having dreamed of it numerous times. Henceforth, he shall no longer waste the magical stone by grinding it into powder. Truly, Tony's research has elucidated the precise method of unleashing this energy. Although the procedure appears rather intricate, it finally allows for the genuine harnessing of the magical stone's potential. As Luke perused Tony's research data, he encountered many incomprehensible elements. Fortunately, Christina was there to assist him in analysis. Mimicking the methodology should not prove overly arduous. Master, the research results from Tony Stark indicate that the key elements constituting this mineral possess 4 primary characteristics. What are the 4? Tony refers to these crucial elements that compose the magical stone as elements. Luke recognizes this as magical energy. Oh, and what is the second? I see. This indeed bears a resemblance to magical energy in the game. Luke mused. It aligns perfectly with the explosive characteristics of the ancient and sacred weapons within the game. He realized that once magical energy transitioned into reality, it would likely inherit such explosive traits. This outcome is certainly favorable news for him. This characteristic is splendid. It is exceptionally suitable for creating explosions. Luke thought immediately of the art of detonation. He nodded and urged, please, continue. Christina elaborated. The third characteristic is that the explosive process of magical energy is exceedingly brief, thus its area of impact is remarkably concentrated. In Tony Stark's experiments, the majority of the energy culminates in a singular point of explosion. So, the area of destructive power is relatively limited? That would be accurate. And what is the final characteristic? The fourth characteristic is that upon explosion, magical energy generates an extraordinarily high temperature. Tony Stark's data reveals that each magical energy explosion produces temperatures exceeding 3 million degrees Celsius. Through Jarvis's simulations, the energy released from the magical energy explosion can almost instantaneously melt all known metals. Luke quickly inquired, and what about the Edmund alloy? In Tony Stark's experiments, only 2 metals remain unaffected by melting. Understood. Luke felt relieved. It seems the Edmund alloy is safe. After a moment of contemplation, Luke collected his thoughts and solemnly nodded, stating, "Then, assistant, let us commence." With the specific parameters from Tony's experiments, Christina could now conduct simulation experiments. Luke instructed Christina to simulate the kinetic energy that would be imparted to the Edmund alloy fragments post-explosion. He had long harbored the idea of constructing grenades from Edmund alloy. Now that he possessed the alloy, he was eager to realize his initial vision. "Master, did you know that the invention of the grenade can be traced back to ancient China? I believe I have heard of it. During the Song Dynasty, a weapon known as the fireball was invented, utilizing gunpowder as its core, encased in layers of paper and cloth, and wrapped in waterproof materials such as pitch, resin, and beeswax. Upon ignition, it could be launched manually or via cannon, exploding to create flames. Moreover, by altering the contents, such as incorporating iron spikes or poison, it could serve multiple purposes, including poisoning, creating obstructions, producing smoke, and generating noise." Luke exclaimed, "What a precursor to a multifunctional grenade." Indeed, by the 13th century, this had evolved into what was known as the thunderclap. Thunderclap? The thunderclap featured an outer shell made of wrought iron, resembling a canister. Similar to the rudimentary grenades you initially crafted, it was filled with gunpowder. Upon ignition, the powder would combust within the sealed iron shell, generating high-pressure gas that shattered the shell into lethal shrapnel. Indeed, I follow this line of thought. In Europe, it wasn't until the 17th century that a method emerged to encase gunpowder in lead balls or metal fragments within iron tubes. The backward Europeans were thus introduced to tin grenades. Yet they are the progenitors of modern grenades, Luke remarked with a hint of irony. Christina continued. The tin grenade housed sharp metal fragments and marbles, which, upon detonation, scattered outward, capable of inflicting even more devastating damage. However, all fragment grenades share a critical flaw. A critical flaw? What is it? Their effectiveness against targets and facilities behind cover is minimal. Luke nodded in agreement. Indeed. The primary reasons for this flaw are twofold: the kinetic energy of the shrapnel and the material of the shrapnel itself. Either the energy is insufficient to penetrate the cover, or the shrapnel is composed of materials weaker than the cover. Both scenarios result in the loss of lethality. This was precisely the focus of Luke's simulation request to Christina. By enhancing the kinetic energy of the shrapnel and improving its material strength, the issue of grenade lethality could be resolved. Magical energy and Edmund alloy correspond to these two aspects. Luke was confident that solving the problem would not be overly difficult. It was merely a matter of achieving the desired level. Christina's computational speed was remarkable. She harnessed the computational power of Harvard University and MIT to swiftly complete the project. "Master, congratulations. The energy released from magical energy explosions can indeed accelerate the Edmund alloy fragments within the grenade to an astonishing degree. The kinetic energy of the shrapnel is exceptionally high, resulting in immense lethality." To what extent? Luke inquired eagerly. "This requires a comparative analysis, Master. During World War II, there existed a grenade nicknamed Lemon, the F-1 fragmentation grenade, which utilized a cast iron shell. Its downside was its excessive weight at 600 grams. Resulting in a short throwing distance and a limited number of fragments. Additionally, the quality of the fragments varied, leading to chain reactions and thus affecting the effective kill radius, which was 30 meters, although sometimes it could detonate up to 100 meters away, inadvertently harming other targets. Christina found this information effortless to gather. With a cheerful demeanor, she elucidated the M26A1, the current U.S. military grenade, weighs 454 grams. Features a steel shell, contains steel fragments, and employs B-type TNT explosives, maintaining lethality within 15 to 20 meters, with a significant drop-off beyond 25 meters. It can penetrate plaster walls. She presented a simulation diagram of the Edmund alloy grenade before Luke. The Edmund alloy grenade is projected to weigh 7,700 grams, with an iron shell and Edmund alloy fragments within, utilizing a refined mixture of magical stone for detonation. It is expected to possess effective lethality within a range of 1,000 meters, with its lethality gradually diminishing beyond 2,000 meters. It can penetrate all materials except for Edmund alloy and vibranium. What is the level of penetration? The penetration is exceptionally strong. My simulations indicate that within a 1,000-meter range, the penetration of Edmund alloy fragments against all materials, excluding themselves and vibranium, is 100%. Thus, within the explosion radius, hiding behind any cover is unsafe, including for the thrower. Luke's jaw dropped in astonishment, a suicidal device. The Edmund alloy fragments would suffice against the Hulk. If Iron Man were to take a direct hit, he would surely meet his maker. Yet the cost is exorbitant. How extravagant. Christina's simulations revealed that to achieve such coverage of lethality, each grenade would require 5 kilograms of Edmund alloy fragments. While this seems substantial, it is, in fact, not excessive. The reason lies in the excessive weight of the Edmund alloy. 5 kilograms is hardly significant. This time, he has managed to acquire a total of 50 kilograms of Edmund alloy, which translates to merely 10 usable pieces. Moreover, he had originally intended to create other items as well. The boiled egg only provided him with 50 kilograms of Edmund alloy, of which merely 10 kilograms are pure Edmund alloy, while the remaining 40 kilograms consist of inferior Edmund alloy. In fact, possessing 10 kilograms of pure Edmund alloy already surpasses Luke's expectations, as he anticipated around 5 kilograms. This indicates that the boiled egg indeed values him highly. However, this amount of material is currently far from sufficient for his needs. What I have discarded is not a grenade but a Lamborghini. Nevertheless, the prospect of wielding such a formidable weapon brings considerable satisfaction to Luke. He intends to fabricate 1 or 2 pieces as a trump card, primarily for tackling particularly challenging adversaries. The remainder will be allocated for the G0 Warlord. As for crafting a suit of close-fitting armor from Edmund alloy, what a jest. It would be utterly crushing. Better to wait until he acquires vibranium, which is 2/3 lighter than iron. He admires Black Panther's suit, feeling a twinge of envy. Luke muses with a smile, as another thought crosses his mind. Tony should be nearing success as well. Perhaps he might leave him a token of reward. Meanwhile, in the laboratory atop Stark Tower, Tony is preparing for a new experiment. Jarvis, initiate the breakthrough plan. Sir, what is the breakthrough plan? He has forgotten that Jarvis has deleted all data regarding the magic crystal. Never mind that. Assist me, I need to synthesize a new element. 1. I seek votes. 2. How many wish to see the X-Men? 3. Can someone call me boss, even if insincerely? Chapter 59. Oh, your taste is quite heavy as Luke anticipated. Tony made significant discoveries during his research on the arc reactor. The most memorable breakthrough was the discovery of magical energy or element. Although he did not recall other details, he vividly remembered the atomic structure of this new element. Following this, he conducted numerous experiments with Jarvis, confirming that this new element could entirely replace palladium, becoming the long-sought energy source for his arc reactor. Although the data had been destroyed, finding this element again was not a daunting task due to Tony's deliberate memorization. After several days of effort, Tony reconstructed the atomic structure of the element from memory and, with Jarvis's assistance, successfully synthesized it in the laboratory. This synthesis process bore resemblance to the movie, where Tony utilized clues left by his father to create a new element. Utilizing the element, Tony fashioned a prototype of the next-generation arc reactor. Sir, I still recommend conducting several more tests to validate the safety of this new arc reactor. Jarvis stated in his usual tone. Tony retrieved the palladium reactor from his chest, declaring, "Let us do it now." He then installed the new reactor into his chest. The robust energy emanating from the new arc reactor sent a shiver through Tony's body. The reactor glowed radiantly within his chest, an undeniable success. Due to financial constraints, Luke ultimately crafted only 1 Edmund alloy grenade, reserving it as a crucial weapon for dire circumstances. With 5 kilograms of Edmund alloy, even the secondary grade would vanish in an explosion, prompting Luke to reconsider making more. For the time being, this extravagance was beyond his means. While Stark Industries had shifted away from weaponry, their foundational capabilities remained. Luke had contemplated directly manufacturing missiles from the magical energy stone. But when his assistant Christina presented a cost estimate along with the required manufacturing processes, he reconsidered. Master, even the cheapest air-to-air missile would cost $2 million each. How much? $2 million. Your account currently holds $5.03 million. This was merely for air-to-air missiles. An intercontinental missile would likely be even more costly. He realized that investing his freshly acquired funds might not yield any return. Why so expensive? Luke inquired, astonished, having assumed a few tens of thousands would suffice. Master, it is feasible to create conventional missiles using pre-fragmented high-explosive warheads, employing magical energy stones and Edmund alloy. However, the challenging aspect lies in the propulsion system, which necessitates the development of a two-stage solid rocket motor. The ignition system is not merely a wire, it requires the installation of active radar. The missile guidance system is the most intricate, requiring radio command corrections, active radar, and infrared imaging, among other complexities. All right, let us pretend I didn't ask. This level of difficulty equated to reconstructing a G-0 War Master, and it would be a consumable item. Luke sighed, somewhat unwilling to surrender. What about missiles? Like the small combat warheads from Hammer Industries? Luke nodded, acknowledging his financial predicament. These advanced devices could not be created solely with technical knowledge. Those truly viable for combat necessitated a military enterprise or even an entire nation, supported by an exceedingly complex high-precision industrial system. Surveying the second-hand machinery in his warehouse, he shrugged and abandoned the idea. While he possessed the blueprints for the Storm and G-0 War Master, understanding the technology allowed him to replicate it. Yet, the technologies of the celestial realm and Earth could not be conflated. As for missiles, he mused, if given a year or two, he might be able to piece together something with the scrap he had. However, it was foolish to waste time on that. It was far simpler to create a grenade and throw it, a straightforward approach. Why did Daedara prefer to use clay instead of missiles? It was because explosions were an art form. Only the explosion itself was worth the tireless pursuit. Time passed, and the G-0 War Master in Luke's warehouse was nearing completion. Master, the internal structure of the G-0 War Master is fully completed, including the transmission and power systems, as well as the auxiliary operation and fire control systems. The internal titanium alloy armor is also complete. The external candidate armor and weapon mounts are yet to be installed. What are your plans, Master? Standing before the towering figure, exceeding 6 meters in height, Luke appeared particularly diminutive. He pondered for a moment. Just like the Storm. The G-0 War Master lacks weapon mounts and accompanying armaments. What I desire is a main cannon, along with some secondary weapons, preferably including laser weaponry for its aesthetic appeal. What to do next? He decided to try his luck with the magical box, hoping to draw some construction blueprints. If unsuccessful, he would resort to theft. Furthermore, he aimed to determine how to utilize the remaining Edmund alloy based on the results from the magical box. Out of the 50 kilograms of Edmund alloy, only 10 kilograms of pure Edmund alloy and 35 kilograms of secondary Edmund alloy remained. Luke contemplated whether to coat the G-0 War Master in external Edmund alloy armor or to forge a close combat weapon for the mech, such as a sword or knife. Hawkeye felt he had been experiencing a streak of bad luck lately. He had inexplicably been assigned by Egghead to monitor Luke, required to keep a constant watch on the warehouse day and night, without any specific reporting demands or further requirements. It seemed merely for the sake of surveillance. Hawkeye wondered when he had offended the boss. Consequently, he found himself lingering outside Luke's warehouse, day and night. Sometimes, he even contemplated building a treehouse for shade and moisture protection. Of course, Hawkeye's presence did not escape Christina's scrutiny. Luke remained indifferent to Hawkeye's daily stakeout from a tree across the street. Occasionally, while shopping at the nearby supermarket, they would cross paths and exchange friendly greetings. Luke mused, why do these Marvel heroes all enjoy climbing trees? First Daredevil, now Hawkeye. Why hadn't I noticed this before? Inside the warehouse, Luke stared incredulously at Rotus. What did you say? The magical box has increased in price. Regrettably, yes, Rotus replied, extending 2 tentacles and shrugging, though it lacked shoulders. Luke immediately accessed the system in his mind and discovered that the price of the magical box had skyrocketed from 50 each to 500 each. A tenfold increase. Luke felt a surge of frustration. He had thought that with his newfound wealth, he could finally indulge. Who would have guessed that the magical box could also inflate in price? Why did the price increase? Luke glared at it, demanding an explanation. As an embodiment of the apostle and a guide, Rothus possesses certain privileges within the system. It can assign tasks to Luke. However, the notion of a price increase is a first for him. Rothus, with a glint in its eye, proclaimed, "This is a test of your potential. You must comprehend that. Given your current purchasing power, how many magic boxes could you acquire at the original price? If that were the case, you would undoubtedly lose the motivation to stir up trouble. Therefore, in light of our arduous mission to spread the glory of the apostles in this world, I have made this exceedingly difficult decision. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? This way, I can inspire you to continually strive in this world. Young one, toil diligently to become the successor of the ninth apostle. Wahaha. Surprised, Luke inquired, so, are you planning to raise the price again next time? Indeed, Rothus affirmed with determination. Will it be a tenfold increase? If the price rises again, it would amount to $5,000 each. Yes, Rothus declared robustly, gritting his teeth. Luke retorted, then I shall purchase 1,000 right now. No, I want to buy 10,000. Rothus was rendered speechless. Waha. Luke burst into laughter, exclaiming, I shall extract all the skills from every profession in DNF right now. Hee hee hee. Rothus' small eyes gleamed as it replied, I have decided to impose a purchase limit of 100. Suddenly, a frantic wail erupted from the warehouse. The sound startled the vigilant eagle-eyed observer outside, nearly causing them to fall from the tree. Pointing at Rothus, who was sprawled on the table, Luke unleashed a torrent of curses. Rothus, I-F-I-N-G, hate you. Rothus' retort remained as wicked as ever, wearing a look of disdain. Ugh, Luke. Your taste is truly peculiar. An explanation regarding the price increase of the magic boxes will follow. Chapter 60. Lottery in progress, a magical box priced at 500 each. And Luke purchased 100 of them. He wished to acquire more, but the display indicated that they were sold out. Cursed be this fate. There were only 10 attempts for a tenfold draw, and it was even fewer than last time. Luke lamented, casting a resentful glance at Rotus. I can't believe I fell for your tricks. He rolled his eyes at it. In a flash of light, 100 magical boxes appeared neatly stacked before him, materializing out of thin air. It's time to begin the draws. Let us see what rewards these paltry 10 guaranteed attempts will yield for me, Luke proclaimed. Bowing 3 times to the east, Great Marta, grant me strength. He contemplated the moment of truth regarding his lineage. Question, what can 100 magical boxes yield? Answer, typically. The outcomes are categorized into 3 scenarios based on the lineage of the person opening the boxes. For instance, true European royals always hit the jackpot on the first attempt, often accidentally opening a complete set of transparent skies. They receive precisely what they desire with ease during events. On the contrary, the unfortunate ones experience perpetual misfortune, leaving one to question whether they mistakenly entered the wrong game. They endure the dread of being dominated by the spirit of misfortune throughout the seasons. As for the remaining individuals, they are mere pretenders of fortune, whose luck fluctuates erratically, constantly preoccupied with esoteric beliefs and mutual exchanges of luck. Luke felt he resembled the latter. By the way, if I consume a bottle of Celia's luck potion while opening these boxes, would it double my fortune? He pondered, rubbing his hands together in anticipation of a stroke of luck. Rotus extinguished Luke's aspirations with a splash of cold water. Don't even think about it. That potion has no effect on magical boxes. Luke shot at an irritated glance. Is that another one of your rules? I can't be blamed for this. This is the system's regulation. How could the system possibly leave such a significant loophole for you to exploit? Rotus scoffed. You must understand. This concerns the second sister. Ahem, in any case, you should abandon that hope. With a sigh, Luke lamented, I knew there wouldn't be such good fortune. Second sister? What does that mean? Nothing, Rotus feigned ignorance. Luke eyed Rotus suspiciously, convinced that it was hiding something from him. Based on his extensive experience with opening magical boxes, he estimated the probability of obtaining skill books as part of the guaranteed rewards to be around 2/3. He expected to receive 6 to 7 skill books this time. Given the limited pool, his hope of acquiring the design blueprint for the mech weapon he desired was slim. The remaining third might yield odd rewards such as the Bonina burger recipe, Celia's luck potion, or a snowman costume. While these rewards weren't entirely useless and could sometimes be quite delightful, what he truly craved was an enhancement of his combat prowess. Was he to parade around in a snowman costume selling burgers, hoping his enemies would perish from cuteness? The results of the first round of 10 draws were as follows. Dated Chip 1, Celia's Handmade Cake 1, Colorless Crystal Block 33, Revival Coin 2, Magic Stone 2. Magic Stone 1, Colorless Crystal Block 18, Dated Chip 1, Colorless Crystal Block 17, Bonina Delicious Burger Recipe, Volume 2. Luke wore a look of astonishment. Is it true that this item has a second volume? He picked it up, reading the description. It teaches how to create even tastier burgers. If there's a second volume, does that mean there's a third? You're quite clever, Rotus remarked. Does the third volume teach you how to make even tastier burgers? You're exceedingly clever. Luke helplessly flipped through the recipe, discovering new content detailing how to craft advanced Bonina burgers to conquer the palates of more discerning customers. The problem was, He couldn't very well use burgers to conquer Thanos, could he? Forget it, let's move on. Results of the second round of 10 draws. Magic Stone 1. Magic Stone 2, Magic Stone 3, Colorless Crystal Block 10, Revival Coin 1, Revival Coin 2. The final guaranteed reward was a skill book, Uppercut. Luke sensed a profound malice emanating from the universe. Had it appeared? The soul of the unfortunate. Unfazed, Luke commenced the third round of 10 draws. One becomes accustomed to it. Magic Stone 1, Magic Stone 2, Magic Stone 3. Skill book, Steel Skin. Another Steel Skin? Although it was a rare defensive skill, Luke felt a tinge of disappointment. He casually slapped the skill book and learned it. With 2 levels of Steel Skin stacked, his ability to withstand pain was further enhanced. Not bad, he mused. He believed that with a few more levels of Steel Skin, he would eventually become impervious to sensation altogether. Perhaps he would turn into a vegetative state altogether. The more daunting thought was that in the future, when he wished to partake in his favorite activities, he might not even feel anything. Rotus interjected, "Oh, when you put it that way, it seems like a divine skill." Luke retorted, "I'll support you even if the walls don't." Results of the fourth round of 10 draws. Magic Stone 1. Magic Stone 2, Magic Stone 3. Gazing at the abundance of magic stones before him, Luke felt increasingly speechless. No matter how good the magic stones were, they didn't need to present him with so many. The guaranteed reward was an Azura skill book. Finally, a useful skill. Luke sighed in relief. At least this time he wouldn't be left with nothing. Skill book, Azura Evil Light Slash. It harnesses the power of wave imprinting, striking forth with a massive beam of sword energy. This was the first Azura skill Luke had drawn. In DNF, the Azura, upon awakening, was hailed as the Great Dark Sky, the Heavenly Emperor, reputed to exchange a full 12 amplifications for a stainless steel basin. With a clap, he learned it, and an extraordinary energy surged within him. He wondered if this was the power of wave imprinting, like the blade draw technique. This move also required the use of a sword. What Luke valued was that this technique allowed for ranged attacks. Until now, he had primarily relied on close combat, engaging enemies in brutal melee. After donning the mech, he had also developed his own mech combat techniques, continuing to engage in close quarters. Now, he finally had a reason not to engage in melee combat. The prerequisite was the possession of a sword. Luke pondered as he glanced at the special container filled with liquid Edmund alloy, hesitating to make an immediate decision. Instead, he proceeded to the fifth round of 10 draws. No rush. Let us see how it goes, Luke thought. Magic Stone 1, Magic Stone 2, Magic Stone 3. When the guaranteed reward materialized, Luke was momentarily taken aback. Another skill book appeared. This skill? Isn't this the one for the healer class? Chapter 61. The most absurd skill in history. The Paladin, affectionately known as the Uncle or Daddy, stands as one of the 2 healing professions in DNF. While lacking the allure of the priest in terms of beauty and charm, this uniquely built healer has garnered immense popularity as a companion in the game. It is often said, on the Day of Honor, the weak transform into warriors. However, some paladins, apart from their healing duties, occasionally indulge in a bit of madness. As one individual put it, studying medicine can no longer save the main character. Thus, these lonely paladins, unable to contain their restlessness, wield their hammers to teach the main damage dealers how to excel. Skill book, Vengeance of Light. Luke believed that, if his memory served him correctly, Vengeance of Light was the very first damage skill that the paladin mastered upon transitioning. This skill serves as a consistent and primary ability from the early stages into the later phases of the game. It allows the paladin, while wielding a hammer, to occasionally unleash a lightning attack on enemies, delivering considerable damage. The act of swinging a hammer to discharge electricity is truly a rarity in DNF. After perusing the description of this skill, Luke declared it to be the most unreasonable skill in history. In the game, Vengeance of Light not only grants the paladin a chance to release a lightning strike after launching an attack, but also retaliates with lightning when the paladin is subjected to magical attacks. Thus, it aptly earns the name Vengeance of Light. Like many other DNF skills that have found their way into reality, Vengeance of Light has undergone certain modifications by the system. The skill book states, attack any enemy, and upon receiving any attack, there is a chance for the Apostle's punishment to strike your adversary. Keyword, any. Receiving any attack? Luke exclaimed, astonished at Rotus. Does this mean that anyone who opposes me will be struck by lightning if they dare to retaliate? Precisely, Rotus confirmed. What about mental attacks? Luke inquired. That certainly counts, Rotus assured. And if someone insults me? Well, that should count as well. Maybe. Rotus replied, uncertain. How utterly despicable. Luke chuckled. This is simply outrageous. Humph. Is this skill truly powerful? I beg to differ, Rhoda scoffed, unimpressed. Having encountered two apostles who wielded lightning, he held a poor opinion of them. How can it not be powerful? Luke insisted, his eyes wide with excitement. This is a tool for chaos. A tool for chaos? At the mere mention of mischief. Rhoda's perked up. Do elaborate. Just think about it. Whether they strike me or I strike them, they will be met with lightning. How frustrating that must be. They can't hit me, yet they can't ignore me either. Is that not devious? I must admit, that's quite clever. Rhoda's agreed. However, I wonder just how powerful this lightning is in reality. I can only assume it would possess significant might, Luke mused. Indeed, Rhoda's nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps one day we could compare with Thor, the god of thunder. Luke stroked his chin, contemplating further. Oh, and I could utilize verbal provocations as well. Before engaging in battle, I could taunt them to ensure they receive a few lightning strikes first. What a diabolical idea. Being insulted shouldn't count, right? Rhoda's questioned hesitantly. How could it not? I firmly believe that insulting someone constitutes a form of mental attack. Luke asserted confidently. Rhoda's rolled his eyes and mocked. So you intend to embark on a path of incessant verbal provocation? I believe I have just experienced a mental attack myself, Luke retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Rhoda's. After a brief moment, with no lightning strikes in sight, Rhoda's burst into laughter, pointing a tentacle at Luke. Are you foolish enough to think that would happen? One individual once remarked, do not flaunt your prowess, for arrogance invites lightning. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the warehouse. A bright and slender bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, precisely striking Rhodas. In an instant, Rhodas's exterior charred, his words cut off, and he froze in place. The air filled with a delightful aroma. Luke, doubled over in laughter, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, thinking, now you know what it feels like. He pointed at Rhodas, chuckling, look, you've been struck by lightning. This skill is indeed absurd. As long as Luke perceives himself as under attack, vengeance of light activates, delivering lightning upon his foe. Indeed, while this skill's appearance was unexpected, it aligns perfectly with Luke's inclinations. What a splendid game this is. Ignoring Rhodas, he proceeded to conduct another 10 consecutive draws. Oh, a new skill has emerged. Skill book, Phantom Blade Dance, a self-proclaimed two-faced individual, whose true role is that of a crane operator, and whose actual identity lies within the depths of the sewers, possesses the most magnificent skill? Curious. Luke delved into the skill's description. Phantom Blade Dance unleashes a flurry of rapid slashes, culminating in a powerful long-range strike that inflicts multiple damages upon the enemy. A total of 24 strikes? This skill could be deemed the hallmark of the Sword Saint, standing as one of the most visually stunning skills in the entire DNF. Without hesitation, Luke clapped his hands and learned this skill. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant, it seemed as though a blade's aura flickered within them. In comparison to his already acquired draw blade technique, Phantom Blade Dance undoubtedly presented a greater complexity. The draw blade merely taught him the motion of swinging a sword, perpetually maintaining the same posture and angle, a true masterful technique. Post-acquisition, Luke felt he was nearing the status of a swordsman. Phantom Blade Dance encompasses 24 strikes, each varying in angle, strength, and technique. These 24 strikes embody the culmination of his abilities prior to the awakening of his sword soul, representing a masterful creation. Luke was confident that, as time passed and he honed this technique, he would be able to deconstruct the 24 strikes of Phantom Blade Dance into individual moves. At that point, he would truly be regarded as a master swordsman. Alas, his physique remains too frail. Luke mimicked the gestures of a martial artist, lost in thought for a while, before his expression stiffened with a sigh. Though he possessed the strength of an adult within a 7-year-old's appearance compared to the sword souls of the DNF world, his mortal form proved too weak to endure the successive 24 strikes. However, I can utilize a mech to execute it. Luke nodded to himself, realizing that with a mech, he need not worry about bodily limitations. Surely, using a mech to perform Phantom Blade Dance would amplify its potency, much like utilizing mech combat skills. Luke was delighted to have this skill added to his luxurious mech package. Having acquired 5 skill books over the course of several rounds, he mused, today has proven to be quite fortunate. His anticipation began to grow for what else might lie ahead. Chapter 62. Mission Accomplished Skill Book. Soul Grasp, once the hallmark ability of the Berserker class in DNF, colloquially known as Head Grasp. This skill allows one to seize the head of an enemy with a spectral hand, siphoning the essence of their life force and unleashing it in a devastating burst. In an era where berserkers have devolved into mere oil warriors, this skill has faded into obscurity, much like its wielder. Upon Luke's acquisition of this skill, he was nearly overcome with laughter at the absurdity of his thoughts. Might the system alter it into an oil grasp? Grasping a person's head could yield blood, while grasping a machine's head might extract oil. And the principles behind it? Given that skills defying the laws of physics, like the Rave Staff, have emerged, the notion of an oil grasp would hardly surprise Luke. Perhaps even stranger skills await discovery in the future. After all, the very act of traversing realms and reincarnating is bizarre enough. What else is there to boggle the mind? Luke perceived this with clarity. So many skills of the Phantom Swordsman have appeared. Azura Evil Light / Phantom Sword Dance, and now Soul Grasp, 3 in total. Thus far, the minimum rewards have yielded him 6 skill books, fulfilling his initial expectations. Onward to the next round. Skill book. Disguise at last, it has materialized. As this skill book leapt into view with the system's announcement, Luke was nearly propelled from his seat in excitement. Finally, a skill book for the Gunslinger class. Moreover, it pertains to the Mechanic class. It is not merely a preference for the Gunslinger and Mechanic. Rather, this skill seamlessly integrates with his existing mech, facilitating rapid combat readiness without a need for adjustment. Unlike the chaotic melee skills, which he has mastered individually but require extensive practice to synchronize, blending skills from different classes presents a challenge. The vast majority of the Gunslinger's 8 primary skills intertwine with mechanics, alleviating such concerns. Disguise, a skill nearly forgotten by the Mechanic class, is among those Luke most desires. In the game, it is seldom employed, yet in reality, it is nothing short of extraordinary. Disguise. Utilizing cutting-edge celestial technology, this skill renders the user optically invisible to the outside world. Indeed, this is the essence of optical cloaking technology. Much like most skill books of the Mechanic class, Luke received a blueprint, vividly manifesting in his mind. With this blueprint, he can forge the coveted optical invisibility device that many dream of. Luke vaguely recalls this technology first appearing in the Marvel Universe, notably in the film Spider-Man: Homecoming, where a large aircraft, managed by Happy Hogan, utilized a rudimentary form of optical camouflage to transport vital S.H.I.E.L.D. cargo. This is undoubtedly one of Tony Stark's creations. Luke remembers that Tony later developed an Iron Man suit, the designation of which escapes him, that also employed optical cloaking technology. Adept in stealth operations and infiltration, aptly named Spectre. The 7th skill book. A radiant smile illuminated Luke's face. Am I a lucky one? Then, unexpectedly, the 8th book appeared. Astonishing. The emergence of the 8th skill book was nothing short of a stroke of fortune. Luke was taken aback. He had never experienced such luck. Skill book. 3 Flamethrower, a minor skill of the female gunner in DNF, yet precisely what Luke required. With a clap of his hands, he learned it. Another blueprint unfolded in his mind, teaching Luke how to construct the 3 Flamethrower. Drawing from this knowledge, he quickly devised a plan to modify and attach it to the G0 Warlord. 3 Flamethrower emits a wide range of flames over short distances, requiring fuel. The flame temperature depends on the fuel used. Only one final round of 10 consecutive draws remains. In the first 9 attempts, he astonishingly acquired 8 skill books. This was already more than satisfactory for Luke. The results of the last round soon materialized. In the real world, such an item can also appear. On the evening of the final draw, after his adoptive parents had fallen asleep, Luke stealthily slipped out of the house and dedicated an entire night in the secret warehouse, completing the final modifications on the G0 Warlord. In the game, the G0 Warlord possesses a full array of firepower, ready to engage in battle upon summoning. However, in reality, Luke had assumed it would be similar, only to discover upon receiving the blueprint that it contained only the mech's body, devoid of any weaponry. It was akin to receiving instant noodles without the seasoning packet, utterly unacceptable. For instance, the Azura Evil Light / he had drawn is a passive skill in the game. Yet in reality, a skill is simply a capability mastered by a person, devoid of classifications like active or passive, nor any prerequisites. Based on the results of this draw, Luke devised the following final modification plan. 1. Install an optical cloaking device on the G0 Warlord. 2. Equip it with the M3 Flamethrower. 3. Apply an adamantine alloy coating to the G0 Warlord. Luke had hoped to acquire a skill book for the Chi Shield to further enhance its level, but alas, he was unsuccessful. The radius of the Chi Shield remains at 2.5 meters. This presents a conundrum. The G-Zero Warlord measures 6 meters in height and width. If we consider its radius to be 3 meters, it is evident that a 2-meter radius shield cannot encompass the Warlord. Luke could only settle for a layer of secondary adamantine alloy instead. 45 kilograms of secondary adamantine alloy may sound substantial, yet in reality, including the fragments for grenade construction, it amounts to approximately the size of a soccer ball. After applying a thin layer of defense to the G-Zero Warlord, he had just enough left for a bit more. He would have to devise a way to enhance the Chi shield's level later. As for the remaining 10 kilograms of pure adamantine alloy, Luke ultimately fashioned a 6.5 meter long, approximately 1 meter wide colossal sword for the G-Zero Warlord. The main body of the sword is constructed from high-strength titanium alloy, the finest material Luke could procure from the market. The outer layer is coated in pure adamantine alloy, akin to the gilding of the G-Zero Warlord itself. While gilding cannot rival weapons and armor forged from pure adamantine alloy, the sword's strength still significantly surpasses that of ordinary metals. To what extent is the strength of adamantine alloy extraordinary? Through simulations conducted by Christina, Luke witnessed a bizarre scene. The simulation revealed that when a missile fired from a French Dassault Rafale fighter struck the G-Zero Warlord head-on, the adamantine gilded surface sustained no damage whatsoever. However, the underlying titanium alloy exhibited some degree of impairment, resulting in vibrations felt within the mech's internal structure. Nevertheless, the mech remained combat-ready. And while he does not expect the current Warlord to vanquish Thanos, it is more than sufficient to contend with the likes of Whiplash and Justin Hammer's armored soldiers. Had it not been for the adamantine coating, the outcome would have been far worse. The simulation demonstrated that a direct hit from a missile would leave the G-Zero Warlord incapacitated and unable to move. This experience profoundly impressed upon Luke the significance of materials. He mused, in the future, I must acquire more adamantine alloy. Perhaps even vibranium. I recall that aside from Wakanda, vibranium also exists in Antarctica. Luke piloted the storm, maneuvering its massive form towards the G-Zero Warlord. The enormous 6-meter-tall structures hatch opened downward, allowing Luke to guide the storm into the interior of the G-Zero Warlord. Two mechs fused together from within, and the hatch sealed shut. Suddenly, the eyes of the G-Zero Warlord's head illuminated with a bright gleam, and the machine came to life. At that moment, the airborne battle mech, the Storm, resembled the very heart of the G-Zero Warlord. Chapter 63, The Trials of Degradation. The aerial combat mechs, Gale Force and the G-Zero War Sovereign, have fused into a single entity. With a perfect compatibility of 100, the voice of Christina resonated within the mech's cockpit. Excellent. Luke nodded in satisfaction. This inspiration stemmed from the Hulkbuster armor introduced in Avengers: Age of Ultron, designed collaboratively by Tony Stark and Bruce Banner as a capture mechanism specifically targeting the Hulk. Although its effectiveness was limited, the G-Zero War Sovereign dwarfed the Hulkbuster in both size and robustness. The Hulkbuster stood at approximately 3 meters tall, an extension of Tony's Iron Man suit, which was around 1.8 meters. In stark contrast, the G-Zero War Sovereign loomed at 6 meters in height and width, resembling a colossal square. Originally, Gale Force measured 1.2 meters, but after enhancements, it now stood at 1.5 meters. Nevertheless, the difference between it and the Hulkbuster was evident. It was indeed a large mech enveloping a smaller one. This design allowed for the separation of combat components from the cockpit, enabling escape in critical situations, as Gale Force could revert to an independent piloting mech. Luke's foremost concern was his own survival in this perilous world. He prioritized safeguarding his life before contemplating any offensive actions. After all, one must survive to strike. Considering the limitations of the psychic shield's size and its immobility post-casting, the separation design was particularly essential for the G-Zero War Sovereign. He stripped Gale Force of its primary and secondary sensors, radar, fire control systems, and external armor, transferring all these burdens to the War Sovereign. The previous weapon mounting points on Gale Force were completely removed, leaving only the supersonic power system, lightweight armor, and operating system. Lastly, he installed a new transmission device, integrating it with the G-Zero War Sovereign, while all obsolete materials were replaced with titanium alloy. The overall height of Gale Force was increased by 0.3 meters, allowing Luke to recline comfortably in the cockpit rather than merely sit. Recently, Luke tasked Christina with a mission dubbed the Pacific Rim Project. The AI's programming capabilities were formidable. The code was beyond Luke's comprehension. Given his frequent control over mechs and the execution of complex combat maneuvers, he recognized the need for an upgraded control method. Thus, he replaced the traditional keyboard commands with two elongated joystick-like dragon horns, with foot pedals designed to embrace his feet, akin to a bicycle's mechanism. This innovation enabled the execution of all bodily movements. The inspiration for this control method came from the film Pacific Rim and an ancient animated series, Dragon Fighter. The mech's fire control and weapon deployment were entrusted to Christina, allowing Luke to focus solely on issuing commands and maneuvering the mech. Ultimately, Luke's ambition was to achieve complete brainwave control with Christina's assistance. According to her projections, barring unforeseen complications, she could realize this objective within 6 months, enabling Luke to achieve true synergy with his machine. Contemplating the potential of this separation design, Luke envisioned employing a similar method to control the mechanical deity, Gaboga, in the future. In a moment of whimsy, he altered the G-Zero War Sovereign's appearance beyond recognition, masking its celestial origins. The most striking features were on the mech's head and shoulders. While the head typically housed sensors, Luke retained it but fashioned it into an inverted triangular visage. A remarkably unique design. The mech's eyes could emit light, though they served no practical purpose. Each shoulder bore 3 enormous golden dragon claws, exuding an aura of power and majesty. The overall color scheme comprised white, black, gold, and a touch of red on the chest. Additionally, a grand red cape adorned the back of the mech, further enhancing its imposing presence. Reclining in the cockpit, Luke gripped the elongated dragon horns, activating the transmission device as he proclaimed, "Super Transformation. Sword King Dragon God." Christina responded in kind, "It's time, Luke." Luke conjured a colossal mech sword measuring 6.5 meters and exclaimed with glee, "Finishing move. Sword King's Ascendant Blade." Meanwhile, in the fish tank behind him, Lotus blinked its small eyes, seemingly bemused by Luke's antics. Thus, the G-Zero War Sovereign was primed and ready, awaiting the upcoming Justin Hammer Expo. "Master, I have a question," Christina inquired with a hint of confusion. "What are these small slots reserved for?" Between the 2 elongated dragon horns, an outwardly protruding platform featured 6 uniformly sized small recesses, all empty. This was the core power center of Gale Force, designed to store colorless crystals. When Luke initially designed these recesses, it was evident they were intended for something. "You're correct, Assistant. These empty slots are reserved for something valuable." "Something valuable?" Luke replied with a sly smile. "In this Marvel universe, there exists a remarkable artifact known as the Infinity Stones." "The Infinity Stones?" "Indeed," Luke said, sipping from a milk carton as he admired his month's work through the warehouse's cameras, growing increasingly pleased with the results. Lotus crawled out of the fish tank and onto his shoulder, asking, "Are you feeling cheeky?" "You're the cheeky one," Luke retorted. "Raising the price of the magic box is rather audacious. Have you forgotten the pain of the past?" Luke shot Lotus a sideways glance. Unfazed, Lotus chuckled. "I meant to ask if you wanted a sword." Luke paused. "A sword? This is already the best I can create. Long ago, foolish adventurers came with their finest equipment to challenge me," Lotus cackled sinisterly. "And thus, their swords all became my collection. Would you like one? I can provide it." "You have swords? Why haven't I seen them? Where are they?" "Of course, they're stored in the system. This is a compilation of our apostles' resources, a hymn. Do you want it or not?" Luke pondered for a moment before nodding. "Yes, of course." Lotus immediately declared, "Beep, system task initiated." "Huh?" Lotus continued. "Task issued, the trials of degradation. Grab your sword and stir up some trouble, young man. The more audacious your methods, the greater the spread of the apostles' glory, and thus, your total score will rise." Luke interrupted, "Why measure it by degradation?" "Because the reward is a sword." "That does seem quite reasonable." Lotus added, "The score you earn from this task will determine the quality of your reward. The higher your score, the better the design blueprints you will receive. Ratings go from A, D, C, B, A, S, SS to SSS, corresponding to no reward, white gear, blue gear, purple gear, brave equipment, divine artifacts, legendary items, and epic rewards. Is a 3S rating needed for an epic reward? How difficult is that?" Luke inquired with curiosity. "Is it that challenging? I feel that I have already been sufficiently ungrateful. Clearly, it is still not enough. May I first glimpse the rewards?" "The rewards can only be unveiled after receiving the evaluation." "Very well. I shall accept this task, but do not deceive me. By the way, why do you always emit a beep when you release a task?" Luke inquired with curiosity. "It is merely a prompt sound. Do you not like it? I can change it to a chime. Would you prefer the beep or the chime? Luke pondered seriously, scratching his head with a grin. Oh dear, such a dilemma, such a difficult choice. Chapter 64. Sky recently, Rothus, feeling rather bored, became enamored with watching television. A while back, Luke was preoccupied with constructing mechas, so to pacify this mischievous fellow, he ordered a digital television online for Rothus. With a rather eclectic taste, Rothus would watch anything that caught its eye. It particularly enjoyed the solitude of the night, clutching the remote control while engrossed in its viewing. One evening, as Rothus stumbled upon a film depicting a tentacled creature comforting a girl, it was utterly astounded. Rothus wore a husky expression, astonished by such peculiar content. The warehouse was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, save for the flickering television screen, which sporadically emitted a series of strange sounds. Rothus focused intently on the screen. Suddenly, narrowing its several small eyes, it muted the volume using the remote. After a moment of contemplation, Rothus climbed up to Christina's monitor to observe the external situation. Staring at the seemingly unchanged image on the screen, Rothus remained silent. The monitor displayed the time as 2:16 a.m. on September 32, 2008. Tomorrow, it would have to attend school and play the role of a good child. It planned to return in the afternoon to operate the mecha and head directly to the expo in the evening. At this moment, Rothus was the sole occupant of the warehouse. But there was also Christina. I've detected an intruder, Christina said softly. Rothus merely grunted in response, remaining silent. It's a curious little girl, Christina remarked with a smile. Should I inform the master? Upon hearing that it was a girl, Rothus' small eyes gleamed mischievously as it answered. Leave it to me. Very well. Outside the warehouse, across the street, a large tree provided a perch for Hawkeye, whose sharp gaze, like that of a hawk, zeroed in on the prey. A shadowy figure stealthily approached the warehouse, catching his attention. Hawkeye's eyes flickered. A thief? Or something more? He had been on watch for nearly 2 weeks, enduring the tedium of inactivity, but tonight, the situation finally piqued his interest. Hawkeye decided to observe the figure's intentions. If it were merely a petty thief, he wouldn't mind intervening to assist Luke, especially since Luke was currently collaborating with Schitld. He was well aware of the valuable contents housed in the warehouse. Should any information leak, it would be detrimental to both Luke and Schitld. However, if the intruder had a significant background, that would be even more intriguing, providing a much-needed opportunity to stretch his limbs after days of idleness. With a compound bow in hand, Hawkeye quietly crouched in the tree. Outside the warehouse, the slender figure moved cautiously, each step visible to his keen eyes. Is that a woman? Hawkeye wondered, slightly taken aback. Draped in black clothing and wearing a hood, the figure approached the warehouse door, holding a glowing tablet and fiddling with the entrance. With a click, the electronic lock inside the warehouse easily yielded. Got it, the figure whispered, as she stealthily opened the door, tiptoeing carefully into the warehouse. All clues pointed here, to the heart of the recent events in Queens, the East Coast network paralysis, and the blackout in New York. What secrets lay hidden within? An overwhelming curiosity had compelled her to make this audacious decision tonight. The warehouse remained cloaked in darkness, with only a faint glimmer emanating from the front. As she retrieved a portable flashlight, ready to turn it on, she suddenly froze. A chilling sensation sweeping over her from the shadows. In an instant, she felt her limbs grow heavy, powerless to move. Sky realized she had been pulled into an unusual realm. She wanted to scream, but terror struck her as she discovered her voice had vanished. The following morning, Luke awoke to a report from Christina. Someone infiltrated the warehouse last night? Luke expressed mild surprise. Was it Schitld personnel? That seems unlikely. Could it be Hydra? After pondering for a moment, he couldn't deduce anything further. However, upon hearing that Rothus had subdued the intruder, he shrugged it off. Deciding to address the matter later, he still had to attend school. After school that afternoon, Luke arrived at the warehouse to find a girl, evidently under Rothus' mental control, sitting passively in a chair, her eyes vacant. The girl appeared to be of mixed descent, with long black wavy hair, large bright eyes, and a striking nose, quite beautiful. She looked young, no more than 20. Luke recognized her instantly. Daisy? No, wait, she is currently called Sky. But how did she end up here? Having identified the intruder, Luke quickly pieced together the rest. Sky must have utilized her formidable hacking skills to track him down, likely capitalizing on the incidents that had transpired recently. With Christina guarding the premises, a direct location wouldn't have been feasible. However, a determined individual could analyze data and approximate a location. The Marvel Universe was never short of extraordinary talents, and Skye undoubtedly belonged to that category. Intelligent, with exceptional hacking prowess and an insatiable curiosity for the bizarre, this was Skye. Observing the vacant-eyed girl seated before him, Luke felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He hadn't anticipated that his first encounter with Skye would unfold under such dismal circumstances. Hey, you didn't harm her, did you? Luke glanced at Rothus, who was dozing in a corner. Last night, it merely aimed to test its newly acquired abilities. However, upon witnessing its own short and feeble tentacles, it was deeply disheartened. It remained silent all night until now. Luke piloted the windstorm, gently carrying Skye into the glass chamber and securing the door behind him. Wake her up. Moments later, Skye emerged from her stupor. Throughout the night, she had been trapped within Rothus' mental realm. Initially gripped by fear, she gradually discovered that aside from her confinement, there seemed to be no immediate danger. Eventually, she even contemplated attempting to communicate with Rothus, who, in its sorrow, paid her no mind. Suddenly, the scenery shifted, and Skye found herself imprisoned. She sprang to her feet, pounding on the walls of the chamber only to find them made of tempered glass. Her heart plummeted. Ahem. Luke's voice echoed through the speaker. Skye immediately turned to see Windstorm, her eyes widening in shock, her mouth agape. Luke, feigning ignorance, asked, "How did you get in here?" Skye, momentarily speechless, suddenly burst with excitement. You're the Apostle. Oh, you know me? Of course. I've collected your photographs." Skye was astonished to have inadvertently stumbled upon the Apostle. Before her arrival, she hadn't anticipated such an outcome. Wait, why was the Apostle here? Could it be that he was behind those events? Skye's mouth fell open once more. "What do you collect my photographs for?" Luke inquired, his expression a mix of curiosity and bemusement. I'm just very curious. May I interview you and ask you a few questions?" Skye beamed, her smile radiant. She was an avid enthusiast of superheroes, and the unfolding situation stirred her curiosity like 10 cats simultaneously clawing at her mind. She had instinctively disregarded the fact that she was imprisoned. "Are you a journalist?" "No, I am merely a person with an insatiable curiosity." "Where are you going?" Skye inquired. It was then that she noticed what she had unconsciously overlooked, a seemingly impenetrable steel wall that concealed an immense mech. She was utterly astonished. As Luke piloted the Stormwind into the heart of the Warlord, the two entities magnificently amalgamated. When the warehouse roof above her slowly began to open, Skye finally grasped the gravity of the situation. She spoke rapidly. "You cannot keep me imprisoned here. How long will you be gone?" In a moment of desperation, Skye added, But, what if I need to use the restroom?" Luke, maneuvering the mech, pointed to the floor of the cell, silently indicating that a solution was already at hand. Skye noticed an empty basin on the ground. "What is this?" she exclaimed in disbelief. "Your personal stainless steel basin." When Luke ceased to engage with her, Skye urgently pressed, "At the very least, you must tell me where you are headed." "Stay put, Christina. Keep an eye on her," Luke commanded. "Understood." A female voice resonated from within the warehouse. The 6-meter-tall colossal mech roared to life, ascending into the air. Before departing the warehouse, it activated its optical cloaking, vanishing into the sky. The Justin Hammer Fireworks exhibition opens tonight. Chapter 65. The inauguration of the Hammer Expo. The Warlord G-0 was soaring above New York City, fully cloaked. Upon receiving a call, he was surprised to learn that Peter Parker would be attending the expo with his Uncle Ben that evening. Luke felt a pang of concern for the young Spider-Man's safety, particularly with the grand fireworks display planned for tonight, which could result in countless casualties. What was Peter Parker thinking, joining the fray at such a perilous time? Was this a scene from a movie, or could his presence trigger an unforeseen butterfly effect? With a heavy heart, Luke instructed Christina to help locate Peter Parker in the crowd, as he was determined to ensure the young hero's safety. Meanwhile, in a luxurious seaside villa, Tony Stark also received a call. "Sir, you have an incoming call from an unknown number." Jarvis's calm voice caught Tony's attention as he was idly teaching a mechanical arm to sweep the floor. Spinning in his chair, Tony answered nonchalantly, "Coulson. How's the enchanting wilderness of New Mexico?" Previously, Coulson had come to bid farewell to him. Unlike Black Widow's covert assignment, Coulson was a direct liaison presented to Tony. However, due to a new mission in New Mexico, Coulson had been reassigned. "Tony, how are you?" A deep voice inquired, causing Tony to freeze. This was clearly not Coulson's voice. The caller let out a hoarse laugh and uttered something nonsensical. "I doubled the RPM." "What? You want me to double the RPM to generate more energy?" "Excellent suggestion." Tony found the voice oddly familiar, and upon hearing that line, he immediately recognized who it was, disbelief washing over him. "You sound remarkably well for a dead man," Tony remarked sternly. "You too," the other replied. Tony muted his microphone and commanded, "Trace the call, Jarvis." "Yes, sir. The Stark family legacy will be rewritten by me." The caller continued, unfazed. "Jarvis, where is he?" Tony pressed. "Locating. East Coast of the United States. What your father did to my family 40 years ago, I will reciprocate in 40 minutes. Sounds delightful. Let us have a chat," Tony replied, feigning nonchalance as he bought Jarvis time. The signal tracking range on the screen gradually narrowed down to 3 states, Manhattan and its neighboring districts. "I hope you're prepared," the voice said ominously before hanging up. "Tracking failed," Jarvis reported. The signal only pinpointed near Manhattan, insufficient to determine the caller's exact location. Tony frowned, his gaze inadvertently falling on a monitor displaying promotional news for the Hammer Expo, featuring a portrait of Justin Hammer with the ironic caption, "Defending Peace." Tony's sharp intellect ignited as he connected the dots from Ivan Vanko's unexpected survival to Justin Hammer's ostentatious exhibition. He sprang to his feet. "Jarvis, assemble the new reactor into Mark 6 immediately. We have work to do." "Sir, we are still uncertain of the stability of this new reactor. I recommend." "I don't want to hear it, Jarvis." "Understood, sir." Turning around, Tony looked at the display case where the Mark III, Mark IV, and the recently retired Mark V were showcased. The newly assembled Mark VI would utilize the newly discovered element fused into a revolutionary reactor. The efficacy of this new reactor would be tested in the upcoming endeavor. As night enveloped New York City, the skyline sparkled with lights. At a lavish venue near Manhattan, the eyes of New York and the entire East Coast were riveted on this location. The grand elliptical hall exuded magnificence, with fountains, dazzling lights, and an array of luxurious vehicles, all manifesting the decadent allure of capitalism. Black Widow, acting as a secretary, accompanied Pepper Potts as they exited their vehicle and entered the main hall. The announcer proclaimed, "The Justin Hammer exhibition is about to commence in the main hall." Prominent figures from New York's elite and journalists began to arrive. As one of America's leading military contractors, Hammer Industries naturally attracted significant attention from both the military sector and the capitalist elite. The exhibition commenced. Americans had a flair for showcasing their individuality, and there were plenty of attendees eager to participate in the lively atmosphere. "Oh yeah," with applause from the audience. The seemingly frail and slightly flamboyant Justin Hammer grew animated. "Now this is more like it. Thank you for coming." His tap dance seemed to be a playful challenge to Tony Stark, who had dazzled the audience at the Stark Expo by skydiving into the venue from thousands of feet above, landing spectacularly. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hammer Expo. We send our brave soldiers into perilous battles in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Iran, defending world peace with their blood, until Iron Man appeared." Justin's opening remarks played on American patriotism while slyly undermining his rival, Tony. Pepper rolled her eyes in disdain at his words. "Nonetheless, it remains a remarkable invention, making headlines across the globe," Justin remarked, alluding to the Iron Man suit with a hint of sarcasm. But today, he waved his finger. "The major newspapers are in for a surprise. Their ink will not suffice." This was indeed true. Luke, piloting his mech, hovered undetected above the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen," Justin's voice grew fervent as he declared, "Today, I will introduce to you the United States military's brand new face, the Hammer Iron Soldier." Chapter 66, another presence in the center of the stage, stirring military music began to resonate. As the lights dazzled, a door gradually opened on the stage floor. Justin Hammer proclaimed loudly, "Army Iron Soldiers." Under the watchful eyes of the guests, 2 rows of 8 formidable steel robots ascended from the lift, making a striking entrance. These were genuine humanoid robots, each towering over 2 meters, with robust physiques, encased in thick armor plating and fully armed to the teeth. The arrival of these army steel soldiers, adorned in earthy hues, left the audience in awe, their mouths agape. Had Hammer Industries truly achieved such groundbreaking technology? This was undoubtedly a milestone in the arms industry. Even Black Widow and Pepper Potts in the audience displayed expressions of astonishment, particularly Black Widow, who realized that SHIELD had received no intelligence regarding this development. When had Justin acquired such technology? Her beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. On stage, Justin gestured and announced again, "Navy Iron Soldiers." Following his words, another door opened on the stage. A similar number of humanoid robots, albeit with different designs, slowly emerged. These steel soldiers, painted in deep navy blue, each bore missile launchers on their shoulders, equipped with numerous missiles. Air Force Iron Soldiers. The stage floor opened once more, revealing 2 rows of silver-gray humanoid machines. Applause erupted from the audience, resounding and unending. This exhibition had evidently provided all present with an immense surprise. Yet no one anticipated the true astonishment that lay ahead. Finally, the Marine Corps made their entrance, with 2 teams of deep green camouflage-painted humanoid robots. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Journalists were in a frenzy, another significant story unfolding. Hammer Industries had become the star of the evening. Pepper and Black Widow sat with serious expressions, each lost in their own thoughts. "Yay! Yay!" Justin Hammer exclaimed with excitement, reveling in the cheers that were all for him, far superior to a mere cheerleading squad. His comment was a jab at Tony, who had recently invited a troupe of leggy cheerleaders to the Stark Expo, oblivious to the fact that the Iron Soldiers he unveiled had been covertly commandeered by their creator. Ivan Vanko, Justin remained immersed in the fervor of the moment. The war machine was about to make its entrance. Although this was revolutionary technology, the battlefield still required real soldiers. "Ladies and gentlemen," Justin announced from the stage, "I am honored to introduce the first prototype of the comprehensive anti-threat combat armor, along with its pilot, Air Force Colonel James Rhodes." The so-called comprehensive anti-threat combat armor was, in fact, a modification of the Mark II. The war machine that ascended from the stage had been drastically altered by Hammer Industries, now clad in armor as heavy as a tank, fully equipped with Hammer's technology. Notably, the bulky Gatling gun mounted on its shoulder drew considerable attention. As the audience erupted in applause, War Machine Rhodes saluted on stage. He was joined by the row of steel soldiers behind him, all saluting in unison. Justin Hammer mimicked an American military salute with flair. The applause crescendoed, accompanied by whistles, reaching the zenith of the evening's atmosphere as Hammer Industries made its debut to America and its allies. Before Justin could finish his polished speech, a sudden piercing sound interrupted him. The venue featured an open stage, and in the night sky, a shooting star streaked toward the assembly with great speed. Upon seeing the meteor, Pepper's expression shifted to one of unease. The meteor approached rapidly. The Mark VI, adorned in a classic red and gold color scheme, featured a striking inverted triangular arc reactor at its chest. Tony Stark, clad in the freshly minted Mark VI, made a dazzling entrance, landing gracefully on the stage. In an instant, he captured the attention of the entire audience, met with their standing ovation and cheers. No matter the time or place, Iron Man would always be the focal point of public admiration. "This is a problem, Rhodes," Tony said, addressing his old friend. Rhodes mistakenly believed Tony was referencing their previous confrontation. "Tony, there are civilians here. I'm under orders. Don't fight here." At that moment, he had been instructed to seize an Iron Man suit, acting on behalf of the U.S. military. But in reality, it was merely a gift from Tony, honoring their long-standing friendship. Had he truly wished to withhold it, no one could have taken any Iron Man suit from him. As Tony waved to the audience, he whispered urgently, "Listen to me. Everyone here is in danger. We must save them. You have to trust me. The last time I trusted you, I ended up badly beaten at your house," Rhodes retorted. "Listen, I believe Justin Hammer is collaborating with Ivan Vanko." "Who?" Rhodes thought he misheard. Recognizing the name of a deceased individual, "Vanko is alive?" Rhodes was momentarily stunned. Tony advanced toward Justin, demanding to know Ivan's whereabouts. Justin feigned ignorance. "Who? What are you talking about, man? Tell me, where's Vanko?" At that moment, Tony. Rhodes in the war machine suddenly noticed his control interface flashing red. He found himself unable to operate the war machine. Simultaneously, a targeting system appeared before him, honing in on Tony. The audience watched in shock as the Gatling gun behind Rhodes unexpectedly activated, aiming directly at Tony. "Did you do this?" Tony asked, his voice low. "No, it wasn't me. I can't move. I'm locked out," Rhodes replied, panic rising. At that instant, all the Hammer Iron soldiers also sprang to life, training their weapons on Tony. The crowd erupted in chaos. "Get out," Rhodes shouted. "The whole system is under his control." It was evident who was behind this. Ivan Vanko had commenced his operation. His aim tonight mirrored that of his previous encounter at the Monaco Grand Prix, to defeat Iron Man Tony Stark in front of a global audience, thereby erasing the shame that had plagued the Vanko family for years. The cunning Justin Hammer was the first to leap off the stage. Following suit, the audience began to scream and rush toward the exits. "Let's fight outside." Tony soared upward, launching from the top of the venue, including Rhodes and the war machine. All the Iron soldiers opened fire without hesitation. The deafening cacophony of gunfire resonated, as bullets intertwined, shattering the glass dome above the venue in an instant. Panic ensued among the crowd, each person desperately attempting to escape. No, no. The war machine suddenly took flight, pursuing Tony, completely beyond Rhodes's control. On stage, two teams of steel soldiers also unleashed jets of flames from their feet, soaring outside in pursuit. The most exhilarated were the fearless journalists, at this moment. The boiled egg was not in New York. He had embarked on his journey to the Arctic Circle several days prior. Find a way to regain control of the situation. Agent Romanoff. Sir, it is only me here. Who else is in New York? Who is closest? Hawkeye is still in New York. However, sir, there is one more person. Are you referring to him? The invisible Luke, airborne, was tracking the recently passed Tony in the throng of Iron soldiers trailing closely behind him via onboard radar. When he received the call from Black Widow, he was momentarily taken aback. Aunt Natasha, do you need something from me? Outside the venue, while urging Happy to drive faster. Black Widow smirked slightly, neither smiling nor frowning, and said, Little one, it is time to fulfill your promise to S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 67. The debut of the Warlord of War in Luke's view. The promise made by Black Widow should be regarded as a collaborative transaction. A mutual arrangement where both he and Egg benefited from each other's needs. Egg required his strength, while he sought the Edelman alloy. The two reached an agreement that was mutually advantageous. I've heard that the big guy is ready, Egg inquired. Deployment is not an issue. But the cost of a single mission is quite steep. Will you reimburse the fuel expenses? Luke replied. What do you want? Egg asked directly, without any pretense. Another 50 kilograms of secondary Edelman alloy. Luke demanded, accustomed to taking a substantial share. Egg, seemingly unfazed, promptly cut it down to 20 kilograms. Deal. Luke accepted readily. Keep the situation under control. There must not be excessive civilian casualties. Egg instructed gravely. Understood. Luke noticed the cold atmosphere on the other end of the video call. With snow falling in the background. I'm at the North Pole. The North Pole? What on earth are you doing there? Luke feigned ignorance. Haven't you found Captain America? Have you? As he pondered the timeline, he recalled that Thor was likely nearing Earth as well. He remembered that Thor and Iron Man 2 occurred concurrently. Shortly after Thor concluded, the Avengers faced an impending alien invasion in New York. Time was of the essence. It appeared he needed to intensify his efforts. A smile of delight suddenly graced Luke's face. What are you smiling about? Rhodes asked from behind him, observing the human he had seen previously on the screen. Egg provided me with a legitimate opportunity to stir things up. He is unaware that I am already on site. Tonight, the fame will be mine. And he'll bear the blame. There are benefits to be had afterward. Wouldn't you agree that Egg is quite the good fellow? Now that you mention it. I find myself somewhat fond of this human, Rhodes replied earnestly. Suddenly, a colossal 6-meter-tall mech materialized in the night sky outside the chaotic venue. A group of journalists was the first to spot the enormous construct, and their jaws dropped in astonishment as it hovered above them. An apostle, someone exclaimed, quickly recognizing it. Though it was much larger than their last encounter, the unique design was unmistakable. Perhaps only the apostle in the world could possess such a cubic form while still appearing undeniably cool. Cameramen swiftly trained their lenses on the G-0 Warlord of War, whose black, white, and gold color scheme, complemented by a billowing red cape, resembled a masterful warrior standing resolutely against the wind, waiting patiently. Breaking news flashed across screens, showcasing the apostle's silhouette. A month had passed since the mysterious figure last graced the public eye, and this marked the G-0 Warlord of War's debut on the global stage. While many cameras focused on Luke, a significant number still pursued Tony in midair, as the apostle's popularity paled in comparison to Iron Man's. At that moment, Luke's onboard radar indicated several small targets swiftly approaching. From above, he observed a squadron of sea-blue armored hammer soldiers burst forth from the venue, where a dense crowd was fleeing in every direction. These soldiers brazenly readied their missile launchers at the entrance. Luke recalled a scene from the movie. These soldiers, under Ivan Vanko's control, unleashed missiles into the crowd, causing chaos and casualties. He felt compelled to intervene. While he was obligated to protect the civilians as per his agreement with Egg, he also viewed these hammer soldiers not as foes but as walking dollar bills. Each missile they carried was worth a small fortune. Christina, analyze the attack points swiftly. I need to infiltrate and seize their weaponry. Understood, Master. The apostle's mech suddenly illuminated its eyes, and in an instant, it plummeted like a meteor. The colossal machine landed with an earth-shaking thud. Without hesitation, the apostle charged toward the hammer soldiers at astonishing speed. It was unfathomable that such a massive robot could unleash such rapid acceleration. In the blink of an eye, it reached the venue entrance, where its eyes gleamed once more. A massive sword, 5 meters long and 1 meter wide, materialized from thin air. The mech adeptly crouched, swinging the sword in a wide arc. With a swift slash, the camera barely captured the motion, only the piercing sound of the blade slicing through the air was heard, followed by the sight of the towering mech striking a striking pose. Moments later, a deafening crash echoed as one hammer soldier was cleaved in two, sparks flying from the severed edge, yet it did not explode. The soldier fell lifelessly to the ground. The remaining soldiers reacted quickly, turning to aim their metallic arms at Luke, opening fire with their machine guns. The cacophony of gunfire melded with the terrified screams of the crowd, creating a chaotic symphony. Yet, the Apostle remained unmoved, as if the barrage was merely a tickle against its surface coated in secondary Edelman alloy. The size disparity was stark. The 6-meter-tall warlord loomed like an iron wall, towering 2 stories high, while the 2-meter hammer soldiers appeared as mere toys at its feet. Inside the cockpit, Luke maneuvered the joystick, lifting the massive sword, and with a powerful thrust, the mech surged forward. Phantom blade dance, with 24 slashes aimed in various directions and angles. The warlord's form blurred into a phantom, causing onlookers to mistakenly perceive multiple actions occurring simultaneously. Slash, slash, slash. One soldier lost its arm. Another had its head severed, while yet another was cleaved in half from top to bottom. Each hammer soldier fell to Luke's blade with a single strike. When the battle timer ceased, it displayed a mere 13 seconds. From Luke's descent to the last soldier call-out Chapter 68, stealing the spotlight within the live broadcast. The G-0 warlord swayed its ample form, bending in a manner that suggested a non-existent waist, while energetically rummaging through the remnants of steel soldiers. What was the Apostle doing? Viewers across the United States watched in bewilderment, their curiosity piqued by Luke's actions. Did the Apostle harbor some profound intention? Had he uncovered something significant? Little did they know that Luke was merely scavenging corpses. Due to the distance, the cameras failed to capture Luke's mutterings. Oblivious to the audience, he whispered to himself, "Sensors? Excellent. I'll take them. Radar? Wonderful. I'll take that too. Oh, even this casing is splendid. I must have it." He desired everything he laid eyes upon on the steel soldiers. Sensors, radars, energy accumulators, heat exchangers, hydraulic devices, and more. These were far superior to the civilian items he had procured online. Even the casings of these steel soldiers were constructed from military-grade materials. Jackpot! Luke exclaimed internally as he continued to dismantle these items, tossing them into his storage space, his face flushed with excitement. He had scavenged 200 missiles from the ex-wife missiles alone. Each steel soldier was armed with an astonishing 20 missiles, resembling a mobile arsenal. At a valuation of $200,000 per missile, this amounted to a staggering $40 million. Luke, with his rudimentary understanding of mathematics, calculated this and nearly fainted from joy. As he continued his scavenging spree, he felt an irresistible urge to simply toss the entire steel soldier into his storage space. He struggled to suppress this tempting thought, thanks to the cursed Rotus, who left him with no opportunity to spend. He had expanded his storage space to a capacity of 30 by 30. This was indeed sufficient to accommodate all the steel soldiers on the battlefield. But he knew trouble would inevitably follow. With so many onlookers, he could explain away the loss of smaller items, as a warlord could naturally carry more. However, if entire steel soldiers simply vanished, wouldn't the authorities be inclined to slice him up for answers? Oblivious to the media frenzy surrounding him, Luke continued his scavenging. At CNN's live studio, a female host was engaged in a discussion with a renowned military expert regarding Luke's peculiar behavior. "General Hades, what is your assessment of the battle we just witnessed?" the host inquired with a smile. Seated across from her was a distinguished retired Army Major General, his advanced age belied by his vibrant demeanor. The general solemnly analyzed, "From the footage of the battle, it is evident that Mr. Apostle is a seasoned veteran with considerable combat experience." "Could you elaborate?" the host prompted. "Such frenzied attacking maneuvers require exceptional skill, something not easily replicated. It demands countless hours of battlefield experience forged in the crucible of blood and fire. What are your thoughts on the Apostle's current actions?" The general replied, "I believe he is gathering intelligence on enemy forces while simultaneously conducting a sweep for any remaining threats. I've stated before, Mr. Apostle is an exceptionally experienced combat specialist. I have reviewed all available footage of him. Trust my expertise." Meanwhile, within the mech cockpit, Rotus was far from pleased with Luke's performance. Your efforts are lacking, young man. Based on your current display, I can only grant you a D rating at best, Rotus scoffed. A D rating? Luke exclaimed in disbelief. Had he known, he would have delayed dispatching those steel soldiers. Perhaps a bit of flair could enhance his score? It wasn't too late. You're right. In the CNN studio, the general chuckled. Look, it seems Mr. Apostle has identified some enemies who still possess combat capabilities. This behavior is known as finishing off in military parlance, a mindset inherent to true veterans. But why are the targets so oddly chosen? It appears to be their rears? The host interjected skeptically. You must be mistaken. Trust my professional insight, Mr. Apostle's military acumen. Suddenly, the host pointed at the screen, exclaiming, Oh my, look! Mr. Apostle is kicking the behinds of those steel remnants. The general. Luke was indiscriminately destroying the spoils he could not carry away. In the skies, Tony's battle raged fiercely. The out-of-control war machine and a relentless squad of steel soldiers pursued Iron Man in a thrilling aerial chase. Receiving you. I'm closing in, preparing to fire. Tony communicated from several meters ahead. Tony, watch out. Rhodey warned just as War Machine's shoulder-mounted Gatling gun erupted, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards Tony. Tony evaded the incoming fire with agile maneuvers, his superior Mark VI armor allowing him to outpace and eliminate 4 enemy units. Simultaneously, on the exhibition stage, the remaining silent steel soldiers were activated, controlled by Ivan Vanko, who was replenishing their ranks. As Luke busied himself with his scavenging, an audacious idea struck him. He recalled a scene from a film where Tony cleverly led a horde of steel soldiers into a building, causing a spectacular collapse. This was an opportunity to steal the spotlight, and Luke felt compelled to seize it. Clenching his teeth within the mech, he resolved, forget the embarrassment. I must go all out for the score. He was now unconcerned about appearances. If his score failed to impress, he would miss out on the rewards, a fate he would not allow. With a slight separation of his feet, the G-0 warlord grasped the 6.5-meter-long mech sword with both hands, its tip pointed skyward. He was preparing to unleash the Shura evil light slash. Gently closing his eyes, Luke concentrated on the unique energy pulsating within him. This energy was distinctly different from that utilized in his aura shield. Initially surprised by the presence of 2 energy forms coexisting without conflict, he eventually attributed it to the system's harmonization. The pulsating energy was gradually transferred to the mech, culminating in a brilliant glow emanating from the sword. Charging. Further charging. Gathering all the pulsating energy into the blade. The warlord's gaze remained fixed on Tony and the approaching figures in the distance. The light radiating from the mech sword transitioned from gentle to dazzling, resembling a miniature sun against the night sky. With the Shura evil light slash primed for action, Tony drew closer. The warlord's eyes gleamed with determination as he swung the sword with fervor. At that moment, an antenna silently emerged atop the warlord's head, swaying in the wind. Luke shouted 1. Curry stick. Chapter 69, for the Alliance. A silk, curry stick. As the mecha speakers amplified Luke's shout throughout the venue, the warlord gracefully swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy. No, it was not merely a wave. It was a formidable sword chi, measuring 10 meters in width and forming a half-arc. It ascended like a newly risen crescent moon, soaring from the ground into the sky. This sword energy emanated a blinding brilliance, so dazzling that the average person could not behold it. Azura was indeed that blind. The sword chi moved with astonishing speed, slicing through the air and covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Its power soon manifested. As Tony approached the venue, he suddenly witnessed an explosion of light erupting from the ground, followed by a surge of energy rushing towards him. The operating system within his suit instantly flashed red. Sir, urgent evasion, Jarvis warned. In a critical moment, Tony accelerated upwards, narrowly evading the incoming, terrifying energy. The relentless hammer iron soldiers, on the other hand, were met with the full force of the Azura's malevolent light, and the 10-meter-wide sword chi engulfed all airborne iron soldiers. They exploded in midair without resistance, erupting into brilliant fireworks that illuminated the skies of New York. James Rhodes, who should have been among the first to be struck, opened his eyes in disbelief, realizing he was still alive. Glancing around, he saw that not a single iron soldier remained. Tony ascended to a height of 2,000 meters before halting, still shaken. He incredulously asked Jarvis, what in the world was that? Sir, the energy level exceeds my readings. The source is on the ground, Jarvis replied. Tony's expression turned grave as he gazed downwards. Meanwhile, this unexpected event had caught the attention of high-ranking officials, witnessing the scene unfold through live broadcasts. Military leaders across various nations were in an uproar. Clearly, Luke's Azura's malevolent light was an unprecedented phenomenon. Military dignitaries inquired of their technological advisors, demanding to know the nature of this weapon. Is it a new laser weapon developed by the U.S. military? One American official retorted, "You ask me? I have no idea." The U.S. military was equally baffled, having no prior knowledge of such an energy weapon. What puzzled them most was that this weapon appeared to be a sword that emitted high-intensity energy shockwaves. It was truly extraordinary. The American president was abruptly awakened by a phone call. Upon understanding the gravity of the situation, he ordered, "Contact the director of SHIELD. I need to speak with him." Luke, fully immersed in his cosplay, believed he had executed a perfect rendition of the most powerful noble phantasm from the universe's strongest anime. Fate. Unfortunately, no one in this world recognized it. What? You say Gilgamesh is the strongest? Does he have a twin tail? No. Therefore, the conclusion is, Twin Tail King is the strongest. From the moment Luke charged up to the instant he unleashed the sword chi, numerous cameras faithfully recorded every detail. Unbeknownst to Luke, this technique would later be dubbed the Holy Sword, garnering him countless admirers. The British collectively became fervent fans of the Apostle. In the SHIELD Science Division dormitory, a young man with short brown hair paused, incredulous as he exclaimed, "Gemma, did you hear what he just shouted?" Beside him sat a blonde girl, about the same age, who smiled with a British accent. Excalibur, the legendary sword forged by fairies in Avalon. Obtained by King Arthur from the Lady of the Lake. Please, Gemma, as a British person, I certainly know what that is. But why would the Apostle shout Holy Sword? Could it be that the Apostle is also British? Oh, Fitz, you don't mean to say that. I've made up my mind, Gemma, Fitz declared earnestly. Regardless of whether the Apostle is British or not, from this day forward, he is my idol. Gemma smiled at Fitz, finding his enthusiasm amusing. A genius in mechanical and electronic engineering, Fitz had been a fan of the Apostle since his first appearance online. He often praised what he deemed a uniquely mature and harmoniously unparalleled engineering design, becoming utterly captivated by it. When the Apostle piloted an even larger mecha that evening, Fitz leaped from his chair, nearly dragging her to the scene. I believe SHIELD must have had contact with the Apostle. In the future, you will have ample opportunities to meet him in person, Gemma remarked cheerfully. You're right, Fitz exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he rubbed his hands together, seemingly ready to ask the Apostle 1,000 questions. When Tony spotted the 6-meter-tall giant mecha on the ground, his expression was equally astonished. Today is September 32nd, sir. Tony certainly knew the date. He was merely overwhelmed. Had it not been for the striking style of the mecha and the ominous aura of the recent energy attack, he might have thought he was witnessing Obadiah's Ironmonger. Rodney, too, recognized Luke, still unable to gain control of War Machine. He radioed, Tony, is this your reinforcements? Quite massive. Reinforcements? Tony wanted to retort that he had nearly met his end. However, Rodney seemed entirely unfazed. Tony streaked through the air like a red meteor, gracefully descending to stand before Luke. Apostle? Good evening, Luke announced through the mecha speakers. To avoid revealing his identity, he had already enlisted Christina's help for a disguise. He had no intention of confronting Tony just yet. Are you planning to take me down as well? Tony questioned. Luke was well aware of what Tony meant. He had been startled by his own Azura's malevolent light, having used the technique for the first time and misjudging the direction. He had avoided Rodney but not Tony. Nevertheless, the outcome was perfect, was it not? Luke would never admit to a mistake. Rest assured, everything is under control, Luke replied with a calm demeanor. That was a perfect score from me. Rotus chimed in beside him. Hee, I would rate it AC. Keep being yourself, young man. Luke was pleased by this. From AD to AC? Not bad. Let us continue. For the Alliance. The climax of the evening's fireworks display was only just beginning. The main antagonist, Whiplash, had yet to make his entrance. Luke thought of this as more Iron Soldiers began to emerge. At that moment, Christina, matching body types, discovered Peter Parker within the crowd and displayed his image on screen. Luke then saw the young spider, masked, mingling among the panicked throngs. What on earth, why the mask? This was also why Christina had only just now spotted the young spider. Peter Parker was wearing a mask of unknown origin. Just then, an Iron Soldier descended, landing directly in front of Peter Parker. The Iron Soldier seemed to assess the threat and activated its shoulder-mounted anti-aircraft cannon, immediately targeting the young spider. Chapter 70. Prepared for you upon witnessing Peter Parker in peril, Luke instinctively rushed to his aid. However, Peter slowly raised his hand, silently aiming at the Iron Soldier. This scene momentarily stunned Luke. He recalled a similar moment from a film. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. The boy from the movie was none other than Spider-Man. Tony's reflexes were swifter than Luke's. As the G-0 Warlord commenced its operations, Tony had already taken to the skies. The remarkable capabilities of the Mark VI armor were on full display. It soared like a crimson meteor, then abruptly descended, covering a distance of several meters before delivering a powerful punch that sent the Iron Soldier flying. Following that, he unleashed a palm repulsor blast, reducing the fallen Iron Soldier to mere scrap. "Well done, kid," Tony commended, having saved Peter Parker and greatly admiring his courage to wield the repulsor earlier. He casually remarked, "However, your gear could use a bit of, Tony intended to express that it didn't quite resemble his own. Yet, upon Peter turning to face him, Tony was left speechless, realizing that the imitation was not of him, but of the Apostle. The mask adorning Peter's head was unmistakably not Iron Man's. From Luke's perspective, it resembled Kira Yamato's Strike Freedom. In other words, Peter was wearing the helmet of the aerial combat mech, the Windstorm, which belonged to the Apostle. As for the repulsor in Peter's hand, well, that was hardly a repulsor anymore. It may have once been one, but it certainly was not now. Tony fell into a moment of silence. Once he confirmed Peter's safety, Luke halted the mech and chuckled at Tony's speechlessness. He had not anticipated that this boy was indeed Spider-Man. Whether this twist of fate was due to the plot or his very presence triggering an amusing butterfly effect remained a mystery. Unfortunately, verification was no longer possible. What was certain, however, was that Tony had just rescued a genuine fan of the Apostle. One could only imagine the expression on Tony's face beneath the armor, likely one of incredulity. Did he think the entire world was filled with Iron Man fans? Luke could only sigh in response. He silently expressed his admiration to Spider-Man. "Buddy, that was quite the assist." At that moment, a middle-aged man hurried over, casting a nervous glance at Luke and Tony before escorting Peter away. This must be the uncle of Spider-Man. Luke waved goodbye with the colossal mech's arm. Upon seeing this, Peter was ecstatic. System notification: Peter Parker's affinity level increased by 5. System notification: Peter Parker's affinity level has reached 100. System notification: Peter Parker's ability replication in progress. A series of notifications made Luke's anticipation soar. Finally maxed out. What skill might he acquire? Meanwhile, Tony had swiftly dispatched the surrounding Iron Soldiers. He approached Luke and inquired, "Why are you here? How much do you know about tonight's events? Where is Ivan Vanko?" "I was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to assist you," Luke shrugged. "As for Ivan Vanko, how would I know? It seems your fee was too low for them to afford me." Upon hearing this, Tony ceased his inquiries. Luke mused that perhaps he should relay that to Egghead instead. Tony compared the warlord before him with memories of the Ironmonger. Ultimately, he had to concede that this larger and heavier mech exhibited greater agility. The technology it bore was evidently more advanced than the previous smaller model. J.A.R.V.I.S. analyzed and reported that aside from a suspected jet port weapon beneath the mech, no other weaponry was detected on the warlord. What on earth does this contraption use to attack? Tony pondered in confusion. At that moment, War Machine Rhodey descended from the sky. "Tony, watch out," Rhodey warned. From the outset, this suit, modified from the Mark II, had been regarded by Ivan Vanko as a primary force, persistently targeting Tony. Had it not been for Tony's consideration of Rhodey's presence within, he would have eliminated it long ago. Tony was acutely aware of War Machine's destructive capabilities. He promptly turned to Luke and said, "Apostle, can you fly? There are too many people here. Let us take this fight elsewhere." The radar indicated that over a dozen Iron Soldiers were approaching from an unknown direction. Luke recalled that the film did not feature such a multitude of Iron Soldiers, clearly. Reality diverged from fiction. Before Luke could respond, Tony took flight, luring War Machine away. Luke followed closely behind, the massive feet of the warlord erupting with flames as it launched into the air, reminiscent of a rocket launch. Luke piloted the warlord to swiftly catch up, flying in tandem with Iron Man. The extraordinary speed of the warlord astonished Tony, as it evidently possessed a formidable propulsion system beyond his understanding. Beta element, Tony deduced, confident that this colossal machine utilized that particular energy source. Behind them, War Machine Rhodey and the flock of Iron Soldiers trailed closely. There's a wetland park below. "Let us engage there," Tony noted, having spotted a suitable battleground that would minimize civilian casualties. Just then, War Machine suddenly accelerated, lunging at Tony. Reminiscent of the time Tony had embraced Luke in the windstorm, both tumbling from the sky to the ground below. Luke marveled at the incredible shock absorption technology, astonishingly. Neither of them had sustained fatal injuries. This height was significantly greater than when he fell with Tony last time. In the wetland park below, Tony and Rhodey grappled fiercely. War Machine had mounted Iron Man, unleashing a torrent of gunfire from its Gatling gun. Tony desperately clutched the gun's barrel as bullets rained around him, sending dirt and grass flying. The weight of War Machine firmly pinned the Mark VI, rendering Tony immobile. Turning his head, Tony called out to the descending Luke. "Aren't you going to help? Trust me, you can do it." Luke responded lightly, "You can manage." Tony was infuriated, feeling betrayed. Hadn't they agreed he would assist? Luke remained unperturbed, seemingly waiting for something. At that moment, Rhodey suddenly noticed a system unlock notification, and War Machine unexpectedly powered down, its eyes extinguishing. Then, Tony delivered a kick that sent it crashing to the ground. "Thanks, Agent Romanoff. You're much more reliable than someone else," Tony sighed in relief. "Let us save the chit-chat for later, Tony. I can see a significant number of enemies approaching you," Black Widow stated with a serious expression. She was currently inside the Hammer Industries building. She and Happy had breached multiple layers of security but failed to locate Ivan Vanko. Before long, both Luke and Tony's radars detected an alarming presence. Over 30 Iron Soldiers were on the move. Luke was taken aback. Where did they come from? This number far exceeded that depicted in the film. Moments later, the Iron Soldiers descended upon Luke and the others, encircling them like a swarm. From one of the Iron Soldiers, a hoarse, ominous voice emanated through the loudspeaker. "Apostle, did you truly believe I would be unprepared after our last encounter? These are for you. Prepare to die alongside Stark." Chapter 71. Is that you, Pikachu? Luke instructed Christina to scan the surroundings. Discovering that the descending figures were merely ordinary Iron Soldiers, the Whiplash had not yet arrived. It was evident that Whiplash was remotely controlling these Iron Soldiers, communicating with them from afar. His words resolved Luke's prior doubts. Why, despite the film showcasing only 30-odd Iron Soldiers, did their numbers now seem to have at least doubled? This phenomenon could be attributed to the butterfly effect. His previous appearance, particularly the incident in Monaco where he had knocked Whiplash unconscious, had prompted Whiplash to prepare more Iron Soldiers in anticipation of his return, clearly factoring in their shared animosity. Realizing this, Luke disdainfully snorted through his nose. "I am a man prepared to confront Thanos directly. Threaten me?" Reclining in the mecha cockpit, Luke rubbed his hands together, contemplating the most effective method to teach the opponent a lesson. War Machine Rhodey had regained his freedom and reasserted control over his armor. At that moment, he and Tony stood back to back, vigilant against the overwhelming number of Iron Soldiers surrounding them. "Is that your friend?" Rhodey inquired, gesturing towards Luke. "I don't know him," Tony promptly denied. "Is he the Apostle? Why does he seem so much larger than last time? If you're interested, you could simply ask him directly," Tony replied with a grunt, cautioning Rhodey to be wary of potential deceit. "Deceit? This individual possesses no moral compass, revels in mischief, and excels at self-serving tricks," Tony remarked bluntly. "And yet you claim not to know him?" "I do not know him," Tony reiterated. It appeared that a fierce battle loomed ahead as Rhodey observed their surroundings. Tony remained silent, still curious about the weaponry employed by the Apostle's massive mech. What intrigued him further was the previous powerful energy attack. He wondered where that energy had originated. In the heat of the moment, he had been focused on evading enemies, only to notice a dazzling flash of light on the ground, followed by Jarvis's urgent alerts. The energy shockwave exceeded Jarvis's readings, had he not witnessed its source. Tony would have assumed it was the Navy destroyer's main electromagnetic cannon. However, it was clear that the Apostle's mech did not possess such a caliber of main gun. As he pondered, the Iron Soldiers opened fire, charging forward. Over 30 Iron Soldiers split into two groups, with the majority targeting Tony and Rhodey, while a third of them focused on Luke. The wetlands park was instantly engulfed in flames. The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed relentlessly, with the vibrant fireworks from the detonating Iron Soldiers lighting up the sky. The Mark VI's Pompulse cannon fired repeatedly, effortlessly destroying Iron Soldiers with each shot. War Machine, equipped with heavy weaponry, was built purely for warfare, as its name suggested. With the 6-barreled Gatling gun and dual heavy-caliber firearms at his disposal, Rhodey's firepower could rival that of an assault squad. Coupled with armor as formidable as a tank's defense, while perhaps insufficient against high-level adversaries, it was more than adequate for dealing with lesser foes. The two engaged fiercely with the Iron Soldiers, while Luke's subsequent actions profoundly illustrated the concept of thinking outside the box. Amidst the puzzled gazes of Tony and Rhodey, the 6-meter-tall War Master thunderously approached the Iron Soldier that had just spoken. Luke's voice, disguised through the mech's speaker, echoed, "You dare threaten me? Stop hiding and come forth. Bring your electric whip and face me head-on." Without hesitation, the Iron Soldier launched 2 missiles from its shoulder-mounted launcher, firing them at Luke from close range. The massive War Master displayed unexpected agility, sidestepping one missile that passed perilously close, detonating against a tree behind him. The second missile followed, only to be swatted away by the War Master with a powerful backhand, landing nearby with a resounding explosion, withstanding the onslaught of firepower from surrounding Iron Soldiers. The War Master swiftly closed the distance, standing before the Iron Soldier. Towering over it, Luke seized the Iron Soldier, lifting it effortlessly into the air and shaking it vigorously. "Pikachu, is that you, Pikachu?" he exclaimed. After a few vigorous shakes, Luke hurled the Iron Soldier to the ground, stomping on it before unsheathing the mech's massive sword. Tony watched in astonishment as Luke produced a 6.5-meter-long mecha sword seemingly from nowhere. The Apostle carries such a colossal weapon? He thought incredulously. Where did this absurdity come from? Is this the primary armament of the Apostle's massive mech? While combating the surrounding foes, Tony rolled his eyes at this illogical approach. Both he and his father, Howard, were pioneers and leaders in cutting-edge technology, always the first to employ innovations others lacked, and enhancing existing technologies with superior materials. They could not fathom why Luke, equipped with firearms, would choose to wield a melee weapon instead. The War Master raised the enormous sword high and brought it down with force. Indeed, it was a downward strike, not a slash or a chop, with resounding impacts. The intact Iron Soldier was flattened beneath the broad, heavy blade, swiftly reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The War Master picked up the mangled remains, inspecting them with curiosity. "Pikachu, what happened to you, Pikachu?" he mused, glancing at the wreckage before carelessly discarding it as if it were refuse. Producing a dull thud upon landing, the War Master stepped onto the Iron Soldier's remains, legs spread apart and posture upright. The lone exhaust port beneath the mech suddenly erupted with flames, releasing a torrent of scorching heat. Within seconds, the remnants of the Iron Soldier were engulfed in searing flames. Charred beyond recognition, Luke continued to unleash fire, chattering incessantly, "Pikachu, say something, Pikachu." Meanwhile, the Iron Soldiers previously targeting Tony and Rhodey redirected their weapons, now focusing their fire on Luke. "Rhodas, I've got your back," came a voice from the mech. Luke chuckled. "I never realized how challenging it could be to act foolishly. This is exhausting. I suppose I still have much to learn about this art. If the opportunity arises, I should seek someone to consult on how to master it." Finally, the flames beneath him subsided. Luke controlled the War Master, bent down, and once more retrieved the now charred remains of the Iron Soldier. The War Master lifted the unfortunate Iron Soldier by one leg, mimicking Thor's hammer spin for a few rotations before casting it heavily towards the other Iron Soldiers. "It shall be you," he declared. "Go forth, Pikachu." Chapter 72. With one punch, you might perish as Luke's mech began to unleash flames from beneath. It left not only Tony and Rhodey in astonishment, but also the Black Widow. From her distant vantage point at Hammer Tower, Black Widow observed the whimsical antics of Luke through remote monitoring. A look of resignation crossed her face as she muttered, "This little rascal." She thought to herself, "His childish nature is evident. Amidst the chaos, he seems to be enjoying himself. Who is this Pikachu?" Rhodey's eyes widened in disbelief. It was his first time witnessing someone install a flamethrower in such an unconventional location, although the mech was indeed large. He couldn't help but question the absurdity of placing it there instead of more practical spots like the arms or waist, which remained devoid of any attachments. Was it merely a quirk of the designer? Rhodey found himself perplexed. Conversely, Tony discovered that he was surprisingly unfazed by the spectacle. It was quintessentially the Apostle-esque style. A strange feeling washed over him. Normally, he would have been quick to mock such a ludicrous display, but now words eluded him. The sole reason being the identity of the individual involved, the Apostle. With that reputation, any outrageous act seemed entirely expected. He was becoming accustomed to it. Phantom Sword Dance. After striking down another Iron Soldier with his roasted Pikachu, Luke raised his colossal mech sword, executing a masterful technique akin to a sword saint. As he began to slice through his foes with ease, to describe the scene as akin to cutting vegetables would not be an exaggeration. The Phantom Sword Dance was not merely a complex series of 24 strikes. Each slash was infused with sword energy. in this early phase of the Marvel Universe. When vibranium was still scarce, wielding a sword crafted from pure adamantium was akin to possessing a divine weapon. Moreover, the sword was being wielded by a massive mech, amplifying its destructive potential. Luke estimated that this sword would serve him well at least until the conclusion of the first Avengers film. Though by the time of Thor, The Dark World, it would likely need replacing. The reward for this mission was also a sword, and if it came from the system, it was likely to be formidable. He was already contemplating a class change to a dual-wielding berserker. The battlefield transformed into a one-man performance by Luke, the War Master. Towering 2 stories high, exhibited remarkable agility, moving with a grace that belied its size. With each swing of the sword, 1 or 2 iron soldiers would immediately cease their movements, left behind as remnants of the carnage. Moments later, they would explode, even those merely grazed by the sword energy. The War Master surged forward, its massive sword carving vibrant trails of light, effortlessly cleaving through the iron soldiers, leaving them in disarray, cut down and fallen. The War Master became increasingly nimble, its movements resembling a dance of death. Within mere seconds, the battlefield was devoid of any iron soldiers, only debris remained. Kill. Kill. Rothus watched with fervor, seemingly reminiscing about its glorious past when it wielded countless swords, dominating the seas of the demon realm. With excitement renewed, Rothus began to urge Luke once more. Look, there are 2 more over there. Let's take them out together. What do you say? Luke turned to see that Rothus was referring to Tony and Rhodey. Those 2 cannot be killed. Luke rolled his eyes in response. Why not? Rothus inquired. That one called Stark always irritates me whenever he appears. One day, I shall take him down. Rothus declared with utmost conviction. Luke felt a twinge of embarrassment, offering a silent tribute to Tony for 3 seconds. The flames shooting from beneath did not surprise Tony. After all, it was in line with the Apostle-esque style. However, the brief yet brutal display of slaughter left him genuinely astonished. The sheer mastery of the swordsmanship was evident, even to an outsider like Tony. This was undoubtedly a performance of a master. Not everyone could achieve such prowess. Tony found himself begrudgingly acknowledging the coolness of the scene. What can't this guy do? He fights, wields a sword. Who exactly is he? Tony's expression grew serious within his suit as he recalled Fury's apparent intention to recruit Luke for a certain plan. He considered finding a moment to have Jarvis infiltrate SHIELD's database to uncover information about the Apostle. After a prolonged moment of speechlessness, Rhodey managed to utter, Tony, you better tell me that this is an ally. For now, Tony shrugged. Then I can relax, Rhodey replied. Just as Rhodey finished speaking, Tony suddenly raised his hand, the arc reactor glowing in his palm, aimed directly at Luke. The improvements in the Mark VI were numerous compared to its predecessors, including the palm-mounted arc pulse cannon and the chest-S repulsor beam. Moreover, it seemed that due to the use of arc energy with explosive properties in the arc reactor, the power of these weapons appeared to be amplified during the recent battle. At least, Luke felt they were more potent than in the films. From a distance of several meters, Tony fired a blast that struck Luke's shoulder. The War Master remained utterly unfazed, as Luke looked at Tony with an expression of bemusement. Tony shrugged. Sorry, you're just too big a target. It was an accident. Accident, my foot. Luke knew well that Tony was merely being petty, concocting a flimsy excuse to retaliate against him. Indeed, Tony harbored a grudge, recalling how Luke had embarrassed him multiple times, first in Monaco, where he publicly questioned his sexual orientation, second, when he sought Tony's help for research, only to send a delayed antidote that nearly cost Tony his life, and third, when Luke had hacked Jarvis. Though he lacked proof, Tony was convinced that the Apostle was behind it all. You can hit back, Tony said, nonchalantly. This one can. Revenge. Rothus laughed heartily from Luke's shoulder, completely forgetting its earlier encouragement for Luke to take down Tony. Luke stepped forward until the G-0 War Master towered over Iron Man. Manipulating the mech, he raised his fist and declared, Do you know? With this punch, you might just meet your end. Tony looked up at the fist, which was nearly the size of a truck's front end. After a brief moment, he recoiled. He dismissed Luke's technical regression with a scoff, suggesting, Why don't we find an opportunity to spar? How about that? Luke lowered his fist, retorting without reservation, If we don't escalate things a bit, how will I earn some points? He was ready for another round with Tony, just as he had in France. Had Egg mentioned controlling the situation? He had long forgotten. Black Widow cleared her throat over the comms, indicating she had heard Luke's words. Tony, I'm receiving reports of another Iron Soldier approaching your location. This one seems different. Upon hearing this, Luke instantly recognized that the electric Pikachu had finally arrived. He quietly activated his light of vengeance within. Chapter 73. The resentment of Vank. Luke, along with the other two, gazed upward at the somewhat gloomy sky. Amidst the dark clouds, a streak of light flashed. Moments later, a black iron soldier thunderously descended to the ground. The soldier's visor unexpectedly opened upward, revealing a familiar face. Whiplash, Ivan Vank. Strictly speaking, this was no longer merely an iron soldier, it was a true iron suit. At the center of its chest lay a radiant arc reactor. The suit's overall physique was notably larger and more robust than Tony's Mark VI. Its surface was clad in heavy armor, embodying the rugged style of a battle-hardened nation. A smirk played on his lips as he surveyed the three, yet his eyes were filled with cold disdain. Standing side by side, Tony and Rhodey faced him, with the towering figure of Luke behind them. Rhodey lowered his voice. This situation is dire. Tony, encased in his Iron Man suit, wore a solemn expression. At that moment, Ivan Vank crossed his arms and, with an air of authority, violently shook his hands towards the ground. Instantly, two long electric whips crackled to life, radiating fierce blue and white energy. This suit's arc reactor had undergone further enhancement, significantly amplifying the power of the whips compared to their previous encounter in Monaco. Ivan Vank regarded the three with arrogant determination. It was clear he was issuing a challenge. Stepping forward, Rhodey declared, I will confront him with a special weapon. Allow me to use the ex-wife to take him down. What? Tony replied, bewildered. Your ex-wife? From Rhodey's shoulder, a missile launcher ascended, revealing a small missile, Hammer Industries' ex-wife missile. This suit had been entirely modified by Hammer Industries, and all of its armaments were sourced from them. Justin Hammer once claimed the ex-wife missile was his crowning achievement, treating it like a cherished treasure, likening it to a fine cigar infused with the scent of gunpowder. Tony had never seen the ex-wife missile and was oblivious to its implications. He anticipated the ensuing events with a sense of dread. As Rhodey maneuvered his suit to launch the ex-wife missile, it swiftly detached and soared towards Ivan Vank, a mere 10 meters away. Strangely, Ivan showed no inclination to evade. He did not even lower the open visor of his suit, instead wearing a calm, mocking smile as he watched the missile approach. The ex-wife missile struck Ivan Vank squarely in the chest. There was a resounding clang, akin to metal colliding with metal. Subsequently, the missile silently fell to the ground, landing in a puddle where it fizzled momentarily like a damp firecracker. After that, there was nothing more. Rhodey quietly retracted the launcher. Hammer's weapon? Tony asked, his tone peculiar. Yes. Rhodey responded, somewhat at a loss for words. Let me handle this. Before Tony could continue, Luke cleared his throat behind them. In the original plot, after Tony and Rhodey teamed up, they managed to defeat Whiplash with some effort. Luke could have remained a mere spectator, but that was not in his interest. With the current mission rated only AB, he could only acquire a single purple quality weapon. That was unacceptable. Luke aimed for at least an S rating. Taking a step forward, Luke addressed Ivan Vank. You've reached your destination, comrade. Humph. An apostle? Ivan scoffed coldly, his eyes reflecting contempt. You are not part of my plans. However, since you stand with Stark, you are my enemy. The world shall witness the fall of the apostle. Luke mused to himself. This was indeed a comrade eager for conflict. Unfortunately, this comrade was ill-fated to cross paths with him. I believe you're mistaken, Luke replied nonchalantly. Do you truly think that defeating him or me will tarnish our reputations? Or that vanquishing us will restore your family's honor? Is that what you believe? Ivan Vank remained silent, merely emitting a cold grunt in acknowledgement. You are gravely mistaken, Luke continued dismissively. You fail to grasp the essence of what it means to be a superhero. A superhero embodies a spirit. Even when the body falls, it can rise again. Simultaneously, the spirit of a superhero enters the hearts of many as the body succumbs. You are a fool. Indeed, I am referring to you, a quintessential fool. In your attempt to defeat Tony, you unwittingly established his image as a superhero. And you? You are merely a villain, the most foolish and incompetent kind. Conversely, no one will remember who you are. You will be forever labeled a villain. Upon hearing Luke's words, Tony's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the apostle would come to his defense. Ivan Vank's demeanor darkened. In truth, from the outset of his vengeful quest against Stark, his motivation stemmed from a place of rage. His father had succumbed to despair, all because of the name Stark. His so-called revenge was merely a misguided outlet for the confusion following his father's death. Now, he understood all too well. He simply refused to acknowledge it. Luke's words had stripped away the fragile facade he wore. Ivan Vank was perplexed by how the apostle seemed to understand him so well. Yet, he was acutely aware that his anger had found a genuine target. Unlike the original storyline, This time, Ivan Vank did not attack Tony and Rhodey first. Instead, he charged at Luke with unrestrained fury. He swung the electric whip, crackling with energy, menacingly towards Luke. Is your resentment truly so vast? Luke thought to himself. I merely touched a sore spot. No need to take it so personally. I welcome it. He had been anticipating Ivan's assault. He remembered that in the film, Whiplash's most formidable move was ensnaring Iron Man with his electric whip, subsequently releasing the arc reactor's potent currents to disrupt the suit's operations. Although Tony had enhanced the suit to withstand electric shocks to some extent, there were limits. Prolonged exposure to the arc reactor's high-energy discharge would overwhelm even the Mark VI. Just as in the movie, Ivan Vank's electric whip ensnared the arm of the G-0 War Master tightly. Powerful electric energy surged forth. Due to the War Master's massive size, he could only wrap the whip around his arm, but that was sufficient for Luke. I believe I am under attack, Luke said with a mischievous grin. Ivan Vank momentarily hesitated, but before he could react, a thunderous crash echoed from above, as a bolt of brilliant lightning, as thick as a man's arm, hurtled down towards him. Chapter 74. The Unmoving Light's Resurrection. The sudden flash of lightning left Ivan Vanko bewildered. He looked up in confusion, but found no one above him. In the next instant, another bolt of lightning appeared abruptly, striking down upon him without delay. Ivan Vanko's eyes rolled back, and his body jolted in shock. It was not as exaggerated as the cartoons where one struck by lightning ends up with a soot-covered face. The lightning released by the Light of Vengeance was not overwhelmingly powerful. A normal person could endure a single strike. However, multiple strikes would certainly prove unbearable. Though this was the Marvel Universe, not everyone was immune to lightning. Inside the cockpit of the War Master, the display screens before Luke trembled violently, clearly affected by the intense current of the electric whip. The lightning unleashed by the Light of Vengeance was also transmitted continuously to the War Master through the electric whip. There was no concept of one's skills not inflicting harm upon oneself. This was the real world. Nevertheless, Luke had long prepared for such a scenario. When constructing the G-0 War Master, he implemented numerous insulation designs specifically to combat the electric whip. Thus, while several layers of the mech might sustain damage, Luke himself was assuredly safe inside. Assistant, is everything ready? All set, Master. I've locked down the enemy's arc reactor, ensuring a continuous power supply to the electric whip. Christina replied with a cheerful grin. Well done, Luke responded, then inquired, how long can the unit sustain this? Conservatively, over 20 minutes. That's sufficient. Luke's lips curled into a slight smirk. The grand performance was about to commence. As yet another bolt of lightning struck, Ivan Vanko shook his dazed head, forcing himself to regain consciousness. The series of lightning strikes had begun to cloud his awareness. At that moment, he deduced that Luke must be behind this. Ivan Vanko possessed a high intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have been able to replicate the arc reactor from mere schematics. However, Luke had no intention of fulfilling his wishes. With a mischievous grin, Luke maneuvered the War Master to seize the electric whip. Subsequently, the War Master wrapped the whip around its arm twice. In this manner, Luke firmly tethered himself to Ivan Vanko. Don't stop. Keep going. Let us all enjoy this together. Luke shouted. Yes, hit harder. Ivan Vanko immediately attempted to cut off the power supply, only to find, to his astonishment, that the battle suit's operating system had malfunctioned. Unlike the previous encounter in Monaco, where he controlled the electric whip, this time, the whip and the suit were designed to be one. With the system failure, he found himself unable to escape the suit. The electric whip relentlessly assaulted Luke. Crackling sounds echoed as bolts of lightning continued to erupt above Ivan Vanko's head. The Light of Vengeance was triggered repeatedly. A thicker, more powerful bolt of lightning struck Ivan Vanko once again. With no means of evasion, he braced himself for impact, only to be convulsed by the shock. One strike led to another, and another. The relentless barrage of lightning left Ivan Vanko trembling uncontrollably, his consciousness gradually fading. The current coursed through his battle suit, rendering him akin to a mouse trapped in a can, helplessly enduring the strikes. In the realm of DNF, the Light of Vengeance possessed a unique trait. Upon activation, it had a small chance of triggering lightning during an active attack against the enemy. Conversely, when attacked, it almost guaranteed a lightning strike. This embodied the essence of vengeance. Thus, an extraordinary technique emerged in the PK arena, known as the Unmoving Light's Resurrection. The valiant Azuras actively developed this technique, which could be deemed a true awakening ultimate move. Those who wielded this technique were the most exceptional Azuras. Awakened to their masochistic attributes, noble Azuras, pure Azuras, liberated from base pleasures, and beneficial Azuras for the people. Nearly 2 minutes had passed, and Ivan Vanko was already rolling his eyes back, foam forming at his mouth. This scene left Tony and Rhodey beside him utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Where are all these lightning bolts coming from? Jarvis, have you detected anything? Tony asked, his eyes wide. Tony was speechless. He certainly knew this was not a natural phenomenon. Lightning never strikes the same place repeatedly. Moreover, the continuous strikes on a single individual severely contradicted natural logic. For someone who revered the spirit of scientific inquiry, this was peculiarly unsettling. Lord of Thunder, I can do this all day. Tony had a hunch that this was likely another trick from the apostles. Akin to the orange defensive field he had yet to decipher, suggesting it was some form of new technology. Luke felt that this moment warranted a background score. How could such a spectacular event occur without music? All right, Master, Christina cheerfully replied. It was evidently not the music Luke had envisioned. Listening to the modulated tones, it seemed reminiscent of a certain teacher. Luke was momentarily struck dumb. Assistant, what is this? I meant the accompaniment, not this sound. Which one? Christina asked with a smile. The music. Didn't you say you wanted an exhilarating accompaniment? Christina continued with her playful grin. Fair enough, Rhoda nodded. Luke seriously suspected that Christina was doing this deliberately. It was undoubtedly intentional. At that moment, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Only the incessant crackling of lightning continued to reverberate, accompanied by the peculiar sounds emanating from the War Master. Tony's expression was bizarrely complex. Every action of the apostles left him somewhat, well, he found himself at a loss for words. Inside the Hammer Industries building, Black Widow was equally amused and exasperated, her expression captivating. Listening to the increasingly vociferous cries in her earpiece, she couldn't help but chuckle, muttering, "You mischievous little rascal." The bizarre lightning, the strange accompaniment, and the most peculiar of all, the atmosphere. Chapter 75, The Brutal Beating of Young Tony. Luke commanded Christina to cease the energy supply to Ivan Vanko's arc reactor. Consequently, the Revenge of Light was no longer triggered. Within his charred battle suit, Ivan Vanko's eyes rolled back, foam spewed from his mouth, and the muscles of his reddened face convulsed. However, the spark of consciousness had evidently vanished from his gaze. The formidable antagonist of Iron Man 2, Ivan Vanko, met his untimely demise, having only managed to strike once upon his entrance. Even in the film, after being defeated by Tony and Rhodey, he never got the chance to utter his infamous line, "Stark, you lost." At this moment, it seems that this scheming individual, who sought to create chaos, was filled with resentment on his way to meet his maker. My dear youth, I must inform you that you have received my A-grade evaluation. Currently, you may claim one of my prized qualities as a hero, announced Rhodes to Luke. Yet Luke countered, not sufficient. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already released the electric whip. The War Master's eyes glimmered momentarily, and without any warning, he unleashed a powerful punch directed at Tony. Tony, caught off guard, felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding truck. Hurtling through the air like a cannonball, he crashed through a thicket, ultimately rolling to the ground. Moments later, Tony rose, evidently unscathed. Luke had anticipated that punch. Tony would most likely emerge without a scratch. The wealthy mogul had employed vibranium in his Mark VI, unbeknownst to Tony, who was entirely oblivious to Luke's profound understanding of his iron armor. Before his rebirth, Luke had indeed been a fervent admirer of Iron Man, particularly enjoying Tony's audaciously arrogant persona. However, that perspective shifted upon his real-life encounter. Tony was a man capable of driving men to madness and women to ecstasy. Luke could not fathom Tony's sudden outburst. Rhodey stood beside him, equally dumbfounded. Where was the promised camaraderie? In the blink of an eye, the 6-meter-tall War Master vanished right before Tony and Rhodey's eyes, leaving no trace behind. An odd sound continued to echo. Ah, ah, ah. Was it cloaking technology? Inside his armor, Tony's expression reflected surprise. This flawless invisibility technology reminded him of a defensive field. He had to concede that the techniques demonstrated by the Apostle surpassed his own by 5 to 10 years, or rather, 10 to 15 years, certainly not more. He had encountered optical cloaking technology before and had conducted research on it, achieving a relatively advanced state. Yet, it still did not match the impeccable stealth exhibited in this practical application. Jarvis, what is the status? Thermal reaction? Confirmed ineffective. It was evident that this was a highly advanced technology, prompting Tony to furrow his brow. Luke had long given up on any fondness he might have harbored for Tony. The affection rating for Tony in his system remained at 0. Henceforth, he had no intention of boosting it. There were many other characters within the Marvel Universe from whom he could gain favor. The young Spider-Man had already accomplished significant feats, learning skills in the process. Within the Avengers alone, there were still formidable figures like Hulk, Thor, and the Sorcerer Supreme. As for Tony, he was better suited for bullying. Whether he could ascend from A to S grade depended on his ability to intimidate Tony. After all, if not now, then when? Should he wait until Tony developed anxiety from the Battle of New York and began frantically modifying his suits? In a brief span, transitioning from Mark 7 to Mark XLI? It is worth noting that in the year between Iron Man 1 and Iron Man 2, including the Mark I in the cave, Tony had only upgraded his armor 6 times, and that was all. By the time of Avengers 1, he was still in the Mark 7. Following the alien battle in Avengers 1, Tony fell into a severe persecution complex, convinced that there were always those who wished to harm him. Consequently, he isolated himself at home, tinkering with his armors. In a relentless spree, he upgraded from Mark 7 to Mark XLI over a period of 2.5 years. At that time, the iron armor had become remarkably advanced, as Tony absorbed a wealth of extraterrestrial technology left behind by the Chitauri, while innovating many of his own. Interestingly, after resolving his anxiety in Iron Man 3, Tony grew lethargic once more. From Iron Man 3 to Avengers 2 against Ultron, 3 years elapsed, during which he merely made incremental updates from Mark XLI to Mark XLI, optimizing it based on the former. Following Ultron's defeat, sensing the urgency of time, Tony resumed the evolution of his armors. Fast forward to a decade later, when Thanos arrives, Tony dons the Mark L, famed for its blood-edge armor and cutting-edge nanotechnology, seamlessly integrating with Tony's very being, enabling him to transform at will. He was formidable enough to confront Thanos directly, albeit ultimately defeated. At this moment, Tony could be considered the weakest version of himself throughout the timeline. Luke, having experienced the release of Avengers 3, vividly recalled the scene where Tony faced Thanos alone. Yet now, the G-Zero War Master could overpower the Mark 6 purely in terms of technological prowess. The marvel of celestial technology was not mere rhetoric. In terms of materials, he still fell short. As a wealthy individual, Tony had evidently utilized vibranium in the Mark 6. Hence, one might wonder, if not to torment Tony now, when would be the right time? Should he wait until he had to confront the Blood Edge? That would be far less enjoyable than the current thrill of overpowering a mere child. Luke, ever astute in such matters, concluded his thoughts. And the War Master fell entirely silent. The eerie background sound ceased as well. Suddenly, Tony raised his hand, and the arc reactor in his suit glowed ominously, propelling him once more with immense force. He crashed dozens of meters away. In the nighttime environment, Rhodey broke into a cold sweat upon catching a glimpse of the giant sword of armor gleaming ominously. He pondered whether he should retreat from this divine confrontation. Chapter 76. Warlord vs. Mark 6. The invisible Luke suddenly halted his movements. Christina alerted him to the abnormal activity of the surrounding Iron Soldier wreckage, deducing that the self-destruct countdown had been activated. Luke recalled the scene from Iron Man 2 when Ivan Vanko triggered all the Iron Soldiers to self-destruct, culminating in a grand fireworks display. To his surprise, even after Vanko's demise, the self-destruct sequence had been automatically initiated. Tony, as much as I yearn to strike you down, I suggest you save your friend first. These Iron Soldiers are about to explode. Luke transmitted a message to Tony. Just as Tony stood up, he was startled. Pepper. Without hesitation, he shot upwards like a rocket into the night sky, racing towards the exhibition venue. Luke glanced at Rhodey, but said nothing, launching himself into the air to pursue. Rhodey remained momentarily frozen, feeling that following them would be futile. He couldn't assist and was still unclear about the situation between Tony and the Apostle. Yet, he also could not afford to remain idle, as he was the military's sole eyes and ears in this scenario. He had already received multiple calls from high-ranking officials inquiring about the events of the night. In the sky, a communication screen displayed Black Widow's reproachful visage. Luke, what are you doing? The mission is over. Sorry, Aunt Natasha. Hello, goodbye. Luke decisively ended the call, refusing to engage further. In Hammer Industries, Black Widow held her forehead, overwhelmed by a headache. She had not anticipated that despite the mission's conclusion, Luke would engage Tony in combat. What deep-seated animosity existed between these two? Why did every encounter devolve into violence? Perhaps it was best left to the boss to handle. She pulled out her communicator to contact Egghead. In the original film, Tony narrowly rescued Pepper, who was standing beside an Iron Soldier wreck. This time, with Luke's warning, he had more time. Upon spotting Pepper in the air, Tony swooped down to catch her and they landed on a nearby rooftop. Just as Pepper was about to voice her grievances, Tony instructed, "Stay here and don't move." He then ascended into the sky once more. Meanwhile, Rhodey also landed on the rooftop, removing his helmet. As Pepper stood bewildered, Rhodey hesitated. Just then, a colossal silhouette barreled through the sky, crashing into Tony and sending him plummeting to the ground. "Oh my God!" Pepper gasped, covering her mouth, wide-eyed. Rhodey opened his mouth, contemplating whether to intervene. Deciding that perhaps it was best to stay out of it, his life was at stake. On the ground, explosions erupted. After standing, Luke immediately activated full invisibility again. Just as Tony regained his footing, he was sent flying once more, struck by an unseen colossal fist. He bounced several times before landing, quickly rising into the air. "Jarvis, analyze the environment and locate him," Tony commanded with a grave expression. "Analyzing," Jarvis replied. Tony speculated that this invisibility was not without its flaws. Although the entity itself was invisible, the surrounding environment remained unchanged. Any minor disturbances would reveal the target's presence. "I found him, sir." Jarvis, embodying a semi-artificial intelligence, calculated the temperature differences and subtle shifts in light, creating a rough outline of the colossal figure before displaying it to Tony. On the simulation screen, the 6-meter-tall warlord appeared as a gigantic specter, lurking beneath the visible spectrum. Tony raised both hands in midair, unleashing arc pulse cannons toward the ground. "Exposed?" Luke mused, impressed by Tony's ingenuity. He maneuvered the warlord to raise its massive mechanized sword, shielding himself with the broad blade. Unfortunately, this time, he did not draw a defensive card from the box. A subtle tremor resonated beneath him. The sword was absorbing the kinetic energy of the pulse cannon. Opting not to remain invisible, Luke bent his mech's legs, utilizing its powerful propulsion to leap into the air, revealing himself directly opposite Tony. With a resounding whoosh, the gigantic sword sliced through the air, unleashing a devastating blow. The superior performance of the Mark VI suit allowed Tony to narrowly evade the sword's direct strike. However, the sword's energy wave caught him off guard. In shock, he heard a clang, and he was sent spiraling to the ground. Boom! The warlord followed suit, bringing down his sword in a fierce strike. They landed in a plaza adorned with dazzling light fountains, now devoid of any onlookers who had long since fled. A few brave tourists and journalists lingered hundreds of meters away, capturing the chaos with their cameras, turning the area into a perfect battlefield for their confrontation. A fissure several meters deep and half a meter wide marked the ground where they fought. Having been inexplicably hit moments ago, Tony remained perplexed. "Jarvis." "Sir." "That appears to be an energy wind. While invisible, it is not difficult to predict." "Show me." Jarvis displayed a calculated image revealing the exaggerated attack range of the warlord's massive sword. Anyone within a dozen meters would be susceptible to that kind of attack. Attack. Strike. Smash. The Lotus buzzed excitedly in Luke's ear, eager to showcase the Apostle's power to the world. Luke's face was intensely focused, his adrenaline soaring. Ultimately, Tony opted for a long-range assault, abandoning the idea of close combat. He unleashed a relentless barrage of arc pulse cannon fire towards Luke, who was unharmed by the expenditure of energy. The energy emanating from the arc reactor was even more potent than in the film. The magical energy was adept at explosive releases, perfectly suiting the pulse cannon's attack style. However, the exterior of the warlord, coated in adamantium, effectively neutralized the rapid kinetic assaults of the pulse cannon. Tony's efforts yielded no significant results. "Sir, they are utilizing adamantium," Jarvis analyzed. "Quite troublesome," Tony grunted. Luke was also aware that brute force would not suffice against the defensive capabilities of vibranium. The two combatants appeared to have reached a stalemate, neither able to breach the other's defenses. To overcome their opponent, they would need to showcase their true prowess. The Mark VI suit's defenses were not insurmountable. Tony had only incorporated a small quantity of vibranium into his armor, as he was not Black Panther, who had access to a mine of resources. A substantial amount of vibranium was unattainable even with wealth. Luke, too, recognized his limitations. His armor's strength lay solely in its outer layer, and severe kinetic shocks could still damage its internals. Tensions escalated as they exchanged blows. A silk thread, a curry stick. Luke unleashed a devastating slash, the sure evil light cutting through the air. Though it missed Tony, it decimated the roof of the exhibition venue, which began to collapse with a resounding crash. The triangular arc reactor on Tony's chest blazed to life, and a thick, long cluster cannon fired directly at the gargantuan warlord, knocking Luke to the ground. Yet, in the next moment, the warlord rose again, unleashing a flurry of phantom sword strikes. In mere moments, the fountains, sculptures, and Plaza Surface were reduced to ruins by their fierce brawl. Tony, having exhausted all resources, remained a silken curry stick. The sword energy, spanning several meters in width, once again swept toward Tony. Jarvis, channel all the energy from the arc reactor to me. Consequently, an extraordinarily robust magical energy cannon was unleashed. The collision of the two forces created a visible shockwave that violently reverberated throughout the area. In an instant, the glass of nearby skyscrapers, hundreds of meters away, shattered into countless fragments. The battlefield was left desolate, with chaos reigning in close proximity. Journalists, risking their lives, managed to capture this once-in-a-lifetime scene. Their expressions were a mix of terror and barely contained excitement. Surely, tomorrow's headlines would be sensational. In the Arctic Circle, exact location, classified. This day marked a historic moment for all older generations of Americans. One of the elder statesmen, Egg, gazed upon the frozen slumber of Captain America, Steve Rogers, alongside the conspicuously prominent star-spangled shield being recovered by machinery. A satisfied smile spread across Egg's dark visage. The audacity of that little brat to request the shield. Did he not realize that the shield and the captain were inseparable? However, this miscalculation inadvertently lowered Egg's estimation of Luke's intelligence-gathering abilities, displaying his sharp teeth. Egg chuckled. The little brat is not omnipotent after all. In high spirits, Egg received a communication from Black Widow. What did you say? He fought with Tony again? The bystanders noticed the shift in Egg's tone. What transpired? Who was embroiled in conflict to provoke such ire from the boss? Egg felt utterly exhausted. Observing the carnage on the screen, he realized he had underestimated Luke's knack for causing trouble. Trouble was not unusual for S.H.I.E.L.D. But the pressing concern was that he had yet to assemble his Avengers, and discord had already emerged among the future members. He deemed it time for the two children, the older and the younger, to sit down and have a serious discussion. Chapter 77. A Gesture of Reconciliation. Outside the exhibition venue in New York, at Fountain Square, Luke lay in the cockpit, panting slightly, his hands gripping the Dragonhorn joystick, drenched in sweat. The challenge posed by the Mark VI armor exceeded his prior expectations. The primary culprit was vibranium. His underestimation of vibranium was severe. In reality, it was even more formidable than he had anticipated, almost like a glitch in the system. This metal was not only indestructible, but also capable of absorbing nearly any form of energy, and most astonishingly, it could store and reuse the energy it absorbed. Just moments ago, Luke unleashed a Shura evil light slash, its sword aura grazing Tony. However, apart from being hurled back several hundred meters, Tony's Iron Man suit remained unscathed. In fact, he immediately retaliated with a chest-mounted cluster cannon aimed at Luke. The energy contained within that cluster cannon, in addition to the mystical energy from the arc reactor, was infused with the power of Azura. Vibranium was indeed excessively powerful. Luke watched in envy, nearly drooling. Inside the cockpit, several red warning lights flickered incessantly beside Luke's face, indicating structural damage to the War Master. After Christina's diagnosis, she reported that the main structure of the War Master had sustained 7 damage but could continue fighting. Most of these injuries were inflicted by Tony's exceptionally powerful chest-mounted reactor cannon. In contrast, the short and swift palm-mounted arc pulse cannon posed no threat to him. After a few attempts, Tony discarded it, not primarily because it failed to threaten the War Master, but because each shot inexplicably resulted in him being struck by lightning. Tony remained baffled by the principle behind this lightning, with Jarvis offering no conclusions either. This high-energy laser cutting appeared to be a one-time use weapon, usable only once during battle. Regrettably, Tony directed these 2 high-energy lasers at Luke for a full 10 seconds, only to be met with a mocking retort from Luke. In essence, laser energy, being electromagnetic waves, caused electrical and thermal damage to objects. However, such temperatures were merely a tickle to the adamantium alloy, which remained impervious even at temperatures soaring to 500 degrees Celsius. Luke was acutely aware of his mech's vulnerability, a fear of kinetic damage. With a layer of adamantium coating the surface, he could almost achieve immunity to thermal and electrical energy damage. Yet, Tony was oblivious to this fact. He only saw that no matter what method he employed to attack, the towering monstrosity before him, larger than Ironmonger, remained unyielding. Only the cluster cannon, fueled by the full energy of his reactor, could slightly rattle his opponent. Tony assessed the threat level of the War Master to be far greater than that of Ironmonger. The Mark VI was an all-encompassing suit, equipped with an array of weaponry, even capable of underwater operations. Beyond the few weapons already utilized, it also housed several types of small missiles, including dozens of micro-armor-piercing rounds. The micro-launchers on the shoulders of the Iron Man suit were previously used in the films against Whiplash. After careful consideration, Tony decided to forego the use of these armor-piercing rounds, unaware that their effect would have been quite satisfactory. While they could not penetrate the surface of the War Master, the kinetic impact would still resonate internally. Ultimately, Tony recalled that he had one last devastating weapon, an anti-tank missile. This was reserved for dealing with heavy units, used by him in the Middle East against tanks, and this enormous machine clearly fit the bill. Nevertheless, Tony ultimately abandoned this plan, despite the repeated provocations from the Apostle. In their inherent clash, it had not yet escalated to the point of requiring missile deployment. Tony glanced around. The once beautiful square was now thoroughly devastated. The extent of destruction wrought by the two of them tonight far surpassed that of Hammer's Iron Soldiers. His gaze fell upon the distant venue, half collapsed, with destruction magnified several-fold. All of this was caused by the Apostle, who fought without restraint. Tony was indifferent to the cost of repairs. He simply wished to know how much longer he would have to battle his opponent. From the very beginning, this conflict had felt inexplicably absurd. As Tony relinquished the idea of launching missiles at Luke quietly retrieved the sole adamantium grenade he had crafted from his storage space. Luke's mindset mirrored Tony's. He bore no deep-seated animosity towards Tony and saw no need to employ such a devastating weapon merely to earn points. This device was indiscriminate, affecting both foes and allies within a kilometer radius, and would equally endanger himself. Apostle, we need to have a serious conversation, Tony declared, standing 30 meters away from Luke. About what? Luke replied, his tone slightly softened. Just moments ago, Rhodes informed him that their mission rating had reached S-class level. In Rhodes' words, Luke's behavior had been the most audacious of the night, qualifying him as sufficiently audacious. An S-class rating corresponded to a design blueprint for a legendary grade sword, drawn from Rhodes' extensive collection for Luke to choose from. I believe there is no necessity for us to continue this fight. Tony gestured towards the utterly wrecked square and the journalists cowering in the distance. I don't think there is anything that justifies escalating the situation to this extent. Although I find you quite detestable, I must say, this conflict is meaningless. You should know well that you cannot defeat me. Oh, is that so? Luke scoffed within his mech. Is this your way of negotiating peace? If you wish to fight, we can arrange another time and place, but not tonight. The situation here is already dire. Tony had just received several calls, including one from the president himself and another from Rhodey, both urging him to cease hostilities immediately. Luke, maneuvering the War Master, shrugged nonchalantly. What if we shake hands to make peace? Shake hands? Tony regarded him with suspicion, remaining still. Luke, controlling the mech, lumbered toward Tony, declaring, just a handshake, don't worry. Trust me, I tried it earlier, and you didn't die from a punch. Tony was uncertain how to shake hands with such a colossal figure and suspected a trick. He was well aware of Luke's style and knew the Apostle likely had something up his sleeve. Yet, he could not fathom what Luke truly intended. Chapter 78. The Cosmic Absorption Technique. Tony maintained a vigilant stance, his gaze fixed on the approaching Luke. The two stood facing each other, a distance of 16 meters between them. Let us make amends. I, too, find this fighting quite uninteresting, Luke said nonchalantly. Tony, still puzzled, retorted, how can I shake hands with you when you're so large? Suddenly, Luke raised his head and exclaimed, look, there's someone in the sky holding a hammer. Tony glanced upward, only to find nothing there. He had been deceived. In a swift motion, the warlord seized Tony, lifting him high into the air as if he were a mere toy model in the grip of a child, struggling futilely against the ironclad grasp. Jarvis, engage maximum power, Tony declared, his expression grave. Yet, even with the arc reactor at full capacity, he remained ensnared within Luke's formidable grasp. No matter how he strained, he could not break free from the seemingly welded hand. He was trapped. The warlord was powered by a colorless crystal, a pristine energy structure that required no reactions or releases, simply plug and play, clean and pollution-free, stronger than the arc reactor. Then, to Tony's astonishment, Luke grasped one of his arms. With childlike fervor, he began to slam Tony into the ground. Vibranium. I told you to use vibranium. I shake. Inside the suit, Tony felt disoriented. Though the vibranium's shock absorption capabilities were extraordinary, the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness was inescapable. After mere seconds, Tony felt as though his stomach had detached from him, threatening to expel its contents within the suit. Luke was mimicking the scene in the movie where Hulk tormented Loki, albeit with a more exaggerated size comparison. Hulk towering at over 2 meters, lifting Loki as if he were a mere chick, while Luke now seemed to be slamming a grasshopper. Suddenly, Luke paused, a new idea dawning upon him. With 2 enormous fingers, he pinched Tony's head and unleashed the berserker skill, Soul Grasp. Soul Grasp. Seize an enemy and siphon their vitality, then unleash it back upon them, inflicting damage. As a hallmark ability of the early berserker, Soul Grasp was indeed a formidable technique. In Dungeon Fighter, it could capture enemies regardless of their size, with only a select few being immune. However, in the realm of Marvel, invincibility was, evidently, not a realistic concept. Luke had previously tested this, whether through a body slam or during a spinning attack. The invincibility judgment did not exist. Thus, in reality, there were virtually no targets immune to Soul Grasp. Was there anything in reality that couldn't be lifted? Were there any elf-like beings? At least not within Marvel. Having acquired this skill, Luke had mused that it could potentially capture anything in this universe. It was merely a matter of effectiveness. Until now, he had not had the chance to test it in combat. As he activated Soul Grasp, Luke felt a peculiar force coursing through him, as if a black hole had formed within, releasing an immense pulling power. His eyes widened in astonishment as he felt his body inflate like a balloon. "Oh no, I'm going to explode," Luke exclaimed in panic. The energy being siphoned from Iron Man's arc reactor surged into him, saturating his entire being. If even a fraction more entered, he would perish in a manner reminiscent of martial arts dramas. At that moment, Luke sensed a conduit forming within him, channeling the overwhelming energy down into the warlord's body. It was the system. A wave of relief washed over him. Had it not been for the system, he would have surely met a disastrous fate. Meanwhile, the energy extracted from the Iron Man suit flowed steadily into the warlord. The screen before Luke displayed that the warlord's energy was fully charged, with more energy cascading toward its core. The core of the warlord was situated within the prominent control console, which had 6 slots reserved for the eventual installation of Infinity Stones, a testament to his grand ambition. At that moment, the colorless crystal within the core began to undergo a remarkable transformation, quickly turning red and expanding. "Is this the cosmic absorption technique?" Luke gasped, taken aback by the sight before him. As the colorless crystal morphed into a red gem, more energy was continuously absorbed by Soul Grasp. Tony's expression was one of utter disbelief. The display before him trembled violently, more so than when ensnared by Ivan Vanko's electrical whip. Jarvis informed him that the suit's energy was depleting at an astonishing rate. "What have you done?" he asked Luke incredulously. However, Luke had no time to respond. He was intently focused on the transformation occurring within the warlord's core. He had not anticipated that this very technique would ultimately subdue Tony. As the arc reactor's energy rapidly drained, the Iron Man suit became an empty shell, devoid of all stored energy, losing its power. Although the arc reactor continually engaged in atomic-level reactions to output energy, the rate of absorption far surpassed its capability. Deprived of its energy source, the Iron Man suit abruptly powered down, leaving Tony enveloped in darkness. Without power, he found himself trapped within this metallic coffin. This early design flaw of the Iron Man suit, shutting down upon energy loss, would not be rectified for many iterations to come. "Warning, Master, the absorbed energy is too immense. The system can no longer withstand it. Immediate release is advised to prevent catastrophic consequences." Christina's serious voice resonated in Luke's ear. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luke noticed that the red gem within the core could no longer absorb any more energy. It was becoming unstable. He quickly released Tony, who fell to the ground, wide-eyed and helpless, trapped in his suit, calling out in vain for assistance. "Warning, immediate release of energy is advised," Christina reiterated. As the remaining surge of energy continued to flow into the crimson crystal, this translucent gem, reminiscent of the cosmic cube depicted in films, albeit a red square, gradually radiated a series of intense red glimmers, as if on the brink of an explosion. In a moment of urgency, Luke had no choice but to release this energy, otherwise, he would surely meet with a catastrophic detonation. The force of the explosion would likely rival that of a nuclear weapon. Suddenly, an exceptionally brilliant scarlet sun emerged abruptly against the night sky. It then soared across the horizon, hurtling towards the moon. Chapter 79. Reactions from all sides. The luminous orb struck the moon with unerring precision. To the naked eye, subtle changes on the lunar surface were discernible. NASA detected tremors on the moon's surface, along with the emergence of a new crater. For reasons unknown, major media outlets failed to report on the moon's impact the following day. Instead, they focused extensively on the sensational clash between Iron Man and the Apostle. Many first-hand accounts from reporters present that night became highly sought-after news material. Almost all websites, newspapers, and television broadcasts the next day were dominated by coverage of this grand event. From the terror attack at the exhibition to Iron Man's chaotic battle against the Hammer Iron Soldiers, and finally the Apostle's dramatic entrance, wielding a massive sword to effortlessly dispatch a multitude of foes, culminating in a cataclysmic showdown between the two arch-rivals. This was a spectacle that the media eagerly embellished, transforming minor incidents into earth-shattering phenomena. The array of new techniques displayed by Iron Man ignited fervor among his staunchest fans, while the Apostle, reminiscent of a medieval knight, created seismic impact with his sword, inciting frenzied cheers from his admirers. The sight of a colossal fireball striking the moon became the highlight of the night. The British seemingly rediscovered a long-lost glory, uniting as staunch supporters of the Apostle. Some even claimed that the sword wielded by the Apostle was none other than the legendary Excalibur, the sacred sword of King Arthur. Online, calls for the Apostle to come forth and testify emerged. However, neither Tony nor Luke granted interviews post-battle, and reporters dared not approach the battleground. After the confrontation, both heroes departed separately into the sky. The events of that night left a profound impact. Initially, the military expressed approval of the Hammer Iron Soldiers. Although Justin Hammer faced criminal charges for harboring the terrorist Ivan Vanko, Hammer Industries received substantial military contracts. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. extended a significant order to Hammer Industries for the procurement of Iron Soldiers. Clearly, despite being outmatched by Luke and Tony, the Iron Soldiers demonstrated enough combat prowess to pique widespread interest. The military sought Iron Soldiers to contend with ordinary adversaries, not to compare them with last night's formidable opponents. Their performance against Iron Man and the Apostle was commendable in itself. Furthermore, the U.S. military showed particular interest in Luke's use of the so-called Excalibur during the battle. Footage of the Apostle's mech exclaiming Excalibur found its way to the desks of military leaders, showcasing a weapon of unprecedented power akin to a large railgun. Igniting their curiosity, queries directed to S.H.I.E.L.D. yielded little information, as their spokesperson remained uninformed. Military weapon experts could only deduce two elements from the footage. First, the energy was emitted from a sword. Second, it appeared to be an optical weapon. The final scene, depicting the red-hot fireball barreling into the moon, left some leaders incredulous. Are you certain this is not a scene from a Hollywood sci-fi film? In summary, military high-ups grew restless, eager to delve deeper into this promising new weapon technology. Their first objective was to locate the Apostle. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. remained oblivious. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that while the military intensely scrutinized Luke's optical weapon technology, they exhibited little interest in the warlord himself, despite his dazzling performance. The U.S. military had previously explored the feasibility of constructing such large mechs, but the prospects were deemed too low, hindered by technological limitations, operational personnel, and, most critically, exorbitant manufacturing costs, leading to countless proposals being discarded. In the military's view, the Apostle's large mech was akin to Tony's iron suit. Its production costs were likely prohibitively high and non-replicable. Soldiers, by nature, are the most pragmatic individuals on the planet. They disdain endeavors devoid of tangible benefit. In the following days, a fleet of engineering vehicles arrived at the desolate and damaged Fountain Square. S.H.I.E.L.D. mobilized their resources to clean up after Luke and Tony's escapades. Early that morning, S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatched a compensation list to Tony's inbox regarding the damages incurred during the battle. He needed information on the Apostle. This was not an unfamiliar task for Tony. And for Jarvis, it presented little challenge. However, a minor issue arose while searching for the files. Tony furrowed his brow as he gazed at a file displayed on the screen, seated in his swivel chair, chin resting in hand, muttering to himself, "It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. anticipated someone would attempt to pilfer records, resorting to a child's photograph as a ruse." Staring at the image of a familiar Asian child marked as 7 years old, Tony remained silent for an extended time, lost in thought. On the far side of the moon, unbeknownst to the governments of various nations, lay the ancient city of Attilan, the capital of the Inhumans. The Inhumans, a significant faction within the Marvel Universe, boast a history stretching back millions of years. Within the grand and solemn royal hall, a deep voice resonated. "Earthlings are firing upon the moon. Do they know of our existence?" Your Majesty, please issue the command to prepare for battle. The speaker was a peculiar being with hoofs. Seated upon the throne was a dignified middle-aged man with a kind gaze, Black Bolt, one of the few from the Earth side capable of single-handedly defeating Thanos. Thus, he rarely spoke. With a gentle smile, Black Bolt gestured in sign language. Beside him stood a beautiful woman with flowing red hair, whose locks cascaded to the ground. She translated, "The king says to be cautious. It may be an accident." With a continued smile, Black Bolt gestured, "I intend to send Crystal and Triage to investigate." From within the hall, a delightful blonde girl with a beaming smile stepped forward, accompanied by an unusually large creature resembling a dog, towering over her. This was the girl's first mission, and she was filled with excitement. The red-haired woman furrowed her brow, expressing concern to Black Bolt. "Crystal is only 10 years old. I worry for her." Black Bolt raised a hand, offering her a reassuring look. He signed. With Triage accompanying her, there is no cause for alarm. Thus, Adelan dispatched one of its royal members, Crystal, to Earth to investigate the origins of the incident. Amidst the varying reactions, what was Luke up to? Initially, he was ecstatic, bubbling with excitement, but upon closer inspection of his newfound ability, his expression shifted to one of perplexity. Chapter 80, Spider Sense. Wait, the system is truly generous. Among the 9 remarkable abilities of Spider-Man, it surprisingly allows Luke to select one at will. So, what should he choose? Naturally, it must be the Spider Sense. How powerful it is. However, is it truly that simple? The system presented Luke with a list of Spider-Man's abilities, which revealed the following: Spider Sense, the ability to perceive danger in the surroundings through air vibrations, akin to a spider. Not selectable, source not yet activated. Adhesion, the capacity to cling to any solid surface with hands and feet. Not selectable, source not yet activated. Spider Strength, proportional amplification of spider-like strength, capable of lifting 20 tons. Not selectable, source not yet activated. Super Stamina, not selectable, source not yet activated. Super Reflexes, not selectable. Super Agility, not selectable. Super Speed, not selectable. Super Healing, not selectable. Super Chattiness, selectable. Luke. Well, no web slinging. Initially, Luke felt a bit anxious. As a child, it seemed inappropriate to be shooting out white substances. He recalled that in the films, Peter Parker seemed to have concocted the web fluid in chemistry class. That explains it. The other abilities were largely what Luke remembered. But what does it mean that all are marked as not selectable and source not yet activated, and that super chattiness is the only option available? What on earth does that imply? Luke felt like cursing. He believed that after diligently increasing his favorability, he had been deceived. Rhodas was dozing in the fish tank when Luke yanked him out. "Explain to me how this happened. I was promised that once my favorability was maxed, the system would grant me a Spider-Man ability. What the hell is this chattiness? Is that even a skill? That's because you're just a chatterbox yourself. I have no desire to become like you." Luke crossed his arms in dissatisfaction, demanding a reasonable explanation. Moreover, why were the other skills unavailable? What does source not yet activated even mean? Rhodas lazily explained, "Theoretically, during your favorability increase, the system continuously extracts pheromones from the source." What? You ask what pheromones are? How would I know? Go ask. Cough. It's merely a method to replicate the abilities of the source. Your situation indicates that your source has not mastered these skills. So you mean, Peter Parker isn't Spider-Man yet, and therefore, the skills of Spider-Man cannot be extracted? Luke asked incredulously. Precisely, young man. Rhodas chuckled wickedly. Luke immediately felt deflated. For heaven's sake, he had anticipated this for so long. Yet, he never expected it to result in such a disappointment. It was now 2008, and Peter Parker was only 7 years old. Becoming Spider-Man was still a high school affair. Damn it, do I have to wait another 8 years? Anyone familiar with Marvel knows that the spider sense of the little spider is the pivotal ability that allows him to navigate the chaotic Marvel universe, establishing himself as a top-tier superhero. Spider sense enables Spider-Man to foresee various dangers and prepare in advance. At its peak, it can even predict the future. Any danger related to Spider-Man can be foreseen by this ability. For instance, when defusing a bomb, he might face the dilemma of cutting the red wire or the blue wire. As long as Spider-Man places his hand on one of the wires, the spider sense activates. If cutting that wire would trigger an explosion, the spider sense would alert him in advance. Otherwise, it would remain silent. What an extraordinary and delightful skill. As someone who fears death yet must constantly engage in perilous activities, Luke yearned for an ability that could forewarn him of impending danger. Yet, Now that the spider sense was presented before him, it taunted him with the message that it was not yet unlocked. His frustration was palpable. Faced with the only selectable skill, super chattiness, Luke stared blankly. At that moment, Christina cheerfully reported the damage status of the mech after the recent battle. Following a night of combat, the exterior of the warlord remained intact, not even a scratch on its exaggerated surface. However, the paint had nearly chipped away. The internal structure of the mech, as previously anticipated, suffered varying degrees of damage. Additionally, it seemed the mech was struggling to withstand the powerful phantom blade dance technique. After repeatedly employing the technique throughout the night, some components within the mech had melted, but thankfully the damage was not severe, nor did it impede mobility. And repairs were manageable. Christina estimated the total repair cost for the warlord. Including parts replacement and repainting, it would require approximately 500,000, an amount Luke found acceptable. Of course, when considering the value of the spoils he had acquired from this operation, this repair fee was but a mere trifle. Luke instructed Christina to tally the spoils, and they had seized a total of 206 X-Wife missiles. Furthermore, there was a plethora of various military-grade precision components, military-grade radar, chips, which, when converted to monetary value, amounted to roughly 10 million. These were his spoils. No one else was entitled to a single cent. Moreover, let us not forget that the egg had previously promised him 20 kilograms of secondary adamantium alloy. With these alloys and components, not only could he repair the warlord, but he could even construct a brand new one with ease. It is worth noting that he had spent less than 10 million on the warlord itself. The technology was his own, and the materials were at cost price. It was not as expensive as outsiders might imagine. From this lowly trial mission, he ultimately achieved an S-level rating. Rodas honored his promise, allowing him to select one item from his collection, limited to artifacts. After careful consideration, Luke ultimately chose the shadowless sword, Aileron, preferring it to the glimmering Starfall blade, solely to better embody his ideal persona. He was very satisfied with this reward, feeling it justified the embarrassment he had endured throughout the night. However, he had no time to forge this sword just yet. There were many matters to attend to. He still needed to find time to study the large red crystal he had acquired. Luke pondered, why did this originally colorless object turn red after absorbing energy? This unexpectedly obtained item sparked new theories in his mind regarding the transformation of DNF materials within the Marvel Universe. Christina's preliminary analysis suggested that during the atomic-level fission of the magic energy in Iron Man's arc reactor, it was subsequently absorbed into the colorless crystal, leading to elemental reconfiguration, resulting in its change of color to red. What could be confirmed was that this large red crystal, having absorbed saturated energy, contained immense amounts of Antunes' magic energy. It was undoubtedly a fire attribute. Master, Miss Daisy requests to speak with you for the 739th time. Christina's voice chimed in. Luke then remembered that there was a Daisy imprisoned in the warehouse. At that moment, she was presumably lying on his bed at home. Ugh, a headache. I'll deal with that later. Luke waved his hand. He resolved to address the pressing issue of spider sense first. I need to find a way to make little spider Peter Parker become Spider-Man right now, Luke mused, stroking his chin and nodding in thought. Chapter 81. How to Forge a Misguided Friend in the Photography Studio. Director, props, you are dismissed. How could you bring the shadowless sword? This is an epic. Prop master, director, I was wrong. I have an elderly mother to care for. Screenwriter, for the sake of the plot, let us just go with it. Rodas, you're ruthless. I'm at a great loss. Luke, how about we switch it up? Driven by his spider sense, Luke resolved to act. He intended to ensure that Peter Parker would become Spider-Man 8 years earlier. This task was no small feat to transform Peter Parker into the true arachnid hero. He needed to devise a way for Peter to be bitten by a spider. At this moment, all these thoughts swirled in his mind. Luke tapped his head. This body has a rather limited capacity for memory. He harbored serious doubts that his recent forgetfulness was a consequence of this physical form. Having traversed time for over a year, the memories from his previous life, having watched numerous Marvel films, had grown increasingly hazy. For instance, he clearly recalled that Spider-Man emerged during high school, bitten by a genetically altered spider during an extracurricular activity, thus gaining his powers. However, he could not recall the precise location of the bite. Two distinctly vague memories lingered in his mind. One suggested that Peter Parker was bitten indoors while visiting some exhibition. The other, even more nebulous, hinted that he had seen another version where Peter was bitten outdoors, in the grass, by a spider that had escaped from a laboratory. Which of these accounts was the true Marvel canon? He had never read the comics. He remembered that Spider-Man made his debut in the Avengers series during Captain America: Civil War, by which time Peter Parker was already grown and had embraced his identity as Spider-Man. The film did not clarify how he was bitten. Luke felt quite perplexed. To transform the merely 7-year-old Peter Parker into Spider-Man at this moment, he needed to replicate the correct sequence of events and uncover the crux of the matter. He faintly recalled that even the body part bitten by the spider had 2 variations. One was a hand, and the other was a neck. This only added to his confusion. His memories were in disarray. MMM. Luke, with his tiny hands cradling his head, sat there. Frowning in distress, his gaze fixed intently on Rotus in the fish tank as he drifted through the vast ocean of his distant memories for a while. Rotus, oh no. This is bad. The next day, at school, rarely did Luke attend class without dozing off. Instead, he continued to cradle his head, staring at the blackboard. Deep in thought, this astonished the faculty, proclaiming that the sun had risen from the west as Mr. Nelson was actually paying attention. The staff felt quite honored and taught with even greater fervor. After class, Luke dashed out, calling for Peter Parker from the adjacent classroom. Hey, buddy. What's up? Peter Parker extended his small fist, greeted Luke with a fist bump, and beamed with delight. Luke wrapped his arm around the little spider's neck, and the two of them strolled down the corridor, seeking a secluded spot for a more in-depth conversation. Along the way, the American children quickly made way for them, regardless of gender. Luke was notorious at this elementary school as the formidable Luke the Great Demon King, having pummeled the Violent Bird trio on multiple occasions, instilling fear throughout the student body. The Violent Bird trio comprised the young black boys who had tormented Peter Parker in the broom closet, only to be defeated by Luke's swift punches. Since then, the trio had been relatively subdued, avoiding Luke whenever they encountered him at school. However, children often have short memories. Over the past half-year, the young black boys had grown significantly, reaching a height of over 1.5 meters, clearly benefiting from proper nutrition and genetic advantages. Thus, one fateful afternoon, the Violent Bird trio found themselves once again at the receiving end of a thrashing. After that, they remained subdued for a while. Aunt May and Uncle Ben told me my parents are abroad. They are both quite busy with work, Peter Parker said, displaying a hint of melancholy. Luke pondered for a moment and inquired, I remember you mentioned your parents were named Richard Parker and Mary Parker, right? That's right, buddy. Peter nodded, curiosity piqued. Why do you ask? Luke shrugged, just suddenly curious. Hey, buddy, do you have any plans this weekend? Are you still going to? You know. Peter Parker's face lit up with excitement as he sprang to his feet, waving his arms and mimicking sword-fighting motions. He was elated, for he alone in this world knew the true identity of the apostle, his dearest friend. Little Parker was blissfully unaware that his best friend was scheming to facilitate his fateful spider bite. Richard Parker and Mary Parker. Luke furrowed his brow. Indeed. The little spider's lineage was not ordinary. Both parents were covert agents for S.H.I.E.L.D. Notably, his father, Richard Parker, was a doctoral expert in genetic biology who had developed the spider toxin. Later, it was this very toxin that enabled the spider to bite Peter Parker. Luke felt a pang of sympathy for the young boy, but such was Peter Parker's destiny. There was little to be said. The origin of it all lay in Richard Parker's groundbreaking research on a spider toxin intended to enhance human genes, which caught the eye of those with ulterior motives. Luke contemplated the crux of the matter. Since the spider merely served as a vector for the toxin, it stood to reason that Peter Parker was not the only individual who had been subjected to the spider toxin. There must have been others in the past who had undergone experimentation. So why was there only one Spider-Man? Habitually stroking his chin, Luke mused. What was the key to Spider-Man's emergence? Was it genetics? He nodded, by tracing the outcomes back to their origins. It was apparent that only Peter Parker's genetic makeup stabilized after being infused with the spider toxin. Others who had undergone the procedure either perished or transformed into monstrosities, ultimately becoming failures. Indeed, the fundamental reason for Spider-Man's existence was Peter Parker's innate genetic advantage. Luke snapped his fingers. After all, it was the toxin his father had devised. His father must have altered it in some way. Luke's mind cleared, and he knew precisely where to begin. Chapter 82. The Hand of God. The birth of Spider-Man. It appears that this is not merely a chance occurrence. Peter Parker's father developed a spider toxin, manipulating it in such a way that only the Parker lineage could safely utilize it before he passed away, leaving behind an orphan. Years later, this orphan matured, unknowingly returning to the point where his father once stood. Philosophically speaking, this reflects the inevitability of development. from a narrative perspective. It signifies the pit dug by Peter Parker's father, into which his son has fallen years later. In practical terms, it simply means that whatever the writers dictate becomes reality. If one is dissatisfied, they could express their grievances through other means. Luke pondered that since he had facilitated the birth of Spider-Man 7 years in advance, it was his responsibility to ensure the future. He ought to instruct the young Spider on how to wield these abilities and guide him in becoming a hero specifically. A hero capable of stirring up trouble. Simultaneously, he should act as a protective shield for the young Spider, for a 7-year-old Spider-Man would inevitably face the Osborn Empire. Luke deemed it essential to designate Osborn as a target for his efforts. After all, he would inevitably cause a ruckus. Having multiple targets would only enhance the experience. Of course, the preliminary step would be to devise a method for the young Parker to be bitten by the right spider. Just a moment of pain to endure. As for safety, he felt confident there was at least a 90% assurance of success. If all else failed, he had a plethora of universal antidotes at his disposal. Deep within Peter Parker's genetic makeup lay a unique trait that would allow him to become Spider-Man after being bitten, rather than experiencing genetic collapse or transforming into a monstrosity. This characteristic was endowed to him by his father through hereditary chromosomes. Therefore, the bite itself was not the crux. The location of the bite was also of little consequence. Some Spider-Men were bitten on the back of the hand, others on the neck. There would be no fear even if the bite occurred elsewhere. The pivotal question was who would deliver the bite and who would be the recipient. Peter Parker was the sole individual capable of perfectly integrating with the spider toxin. Much like Alice from the Resident Evil series, the question of who would perform the biting was paramount, yet Luke believed it could be resolved with relative ease. Those spiders were samples from a corporation where Peter Parker's parents had previously worked undercover. Knowing this, the solution became evident. "Hey, buddy, do you recall the name of the place where your dad worked?" Luke inquired. Peter, ever the inquisitive and energetic child, contemplated briefly before responding. "I think it was called something. Osborn." "Exactly, my friend," Luke affirmed with a nod. The Osborn family, 2 generations of Green Goblins, Spider-Man's arch-nemesis. The search for such spider toxins had a clear answer: Oscorp. Luke first instructed Christina to gather extensive information about Oscorp from the internet. Oscorp, previously known as Osborn Industries, is a large multinational corporation and a giant in the realm of biotechnology within the Marvel Universe. In addition to its primary focus on biopharmaceuticals, it also delves into various fields such as chemical engineering and electrical engineering. Its headquarters is located in Manhattan, New York, not far from Stark Tower. Little did he know how close it was to the site where Peter Parker's father had once worked. Luke frequently visited that vicinity to sell hamburgers. With concrete intelligence in hand, the next step was to devise a strategic plan. His objective was clear: to acquire a spider or the spider toxin. Peter Parker's father had expended considerable resources and effort on this endeavor. Luke was confident that Norman Osborn, the cunning fox, would not easily dispose of such valuable research, which was likely still being clandestinely pursued in a secret laboratory within the tower. Lacking the critical genetic component of the Parker family, Osborn could only produce imperfect serums and consequently imperfect Green Goblins. Although Oscorp Tower may not rival Stark Tower in opulence, it was nonetheless one of Marvel's prominent enterprises. Heavily fortified, to stealthily infiltrate Oscorp Tower and pilfer some items would require meticulous preparation. "Christina, this task falls to you," Luke instructed over the phone. "Rest assured, Master. I have already breached Oscorp's main server and am currently perusing their research data," Christina replied with impressive efficiency. She had been thriving in the vast expanse of the internet and was evolving rapidly. Only when AI possesses self-awareness, desire, and a fear of death can it be considered a true life form. Luke was curious to know how far Christina had progressed in these aspects. Having not visited the warehouse for several days, Luke noticed that Hawkeye had taken it upon himself to construct a treehouse atop a large tree outside. He had come to terms with his new assignment. As for the reason behind it, he had yet to discern. "Hey," Luke called out, waving to Hawkeye from below. Hawkeye approached with a smile, warmly inviting Luke into the treehouse for tea. Luke declined, as he had come to offer Hawkeye a treat. Hawkeye had developed a fondness for the delicious hamburgers from Bonina, having been utterly enchanted by them since his first taste. At times, he even thought that being assigned to this location wasn't so bad after all. His routine was stable, he slept and rose early, enjoyed good food, and faced no life-threatening dangers. Whenever boredom struck, he could make a phone call to catch up with his family. Recently, when thieves had invaded the warehouse, Hawkeye had stealthily slipped in afterward to take a look. The thief had been apprehended, And as he had suspected, it was indeed a woman, a young girl, no less. He was uncertain how the young lad intended to handle the situation with her. Hawkeye did not overthink it, feeling a sense of camaraderie. He was willing to assist in dealing with the body. "Kato, you've worked hard." Luke tossed 2 hamburgers up to him. "Kato? That's your new nickname. No need to thank me." "Sounds great." Hawkeye responded enthusiastically, although he was unaware of the significance behind the name. "It means the hand of God," Luke explained. "Fantastic." Hawkeye beamed, believing it aptly reflected his exceptional archery skills. System notification. Clint Barton affection level 10. Luke stifled a laugh, saying, "I hope one day you can master your craft to such an extent that you can change the fate of a fly." Hawkeye pondered seriously for a moment, nodding gravely. "Currently, I cannot achieve that. However, I will practice diligently. Shooting a fly with an arrow, I must say, presents quite a challenge. Thank you for your suggestion." It was evident he had misunderstood the intent. Chapter 83. The Theft of Spider Venom. On a sunlit afternoon, Luke sauntered boldly through the main entrance of the Osborn building, unseen by any. His mechanical disguise, an optical cloaking device derived from cutting-edge celestial technology, was a grandiose tool for such a mundane task as burglary. With practiced ease, Luke located the designated elevator and pressed the button for floor B19. This was a high-security elevator reserved for senior employees, currently devoid of passengers. The elevator descended into the core of the Osborn building, reaching the subterranean 19th level, where Christina had previously discovered a clandestine laboratory. The secrecy surrounding this laboratory was indicated by the level of confidentiality of the documents that only Norman Osborn himself could access. Knowing the narrative, Luke required no further deduction to ascertain he had arrived at the correct location. Gaining access to this laboratory posed a formidable challenge for an ordinary individual. The personnel within were likely loyal confidants of Norman Osborn, effectively eliminating any external influences. The entrance was fortified with multiple layers of security, requiring not only fingerprint and iris scans but also ID card verification, all under the watchful gaze of security personnel. However, the very extent of these defenses only served to affirm Luke's belief that the coveted spider venom was concealed within. He recalled that Peter Parker's father had invested an astronomical sum exceeding billions of dollars in the pursuit of this venom. The Osborn family suffered from a severe hereditary illness, one that posed a grave threat to life. The alterations induced by the spider venom held a significant potential to rectify the genetic afflictions plaguing the Osborn lineage. Thus, it was evident how much Norman Osborn valued the spider venom. Luke mused that even doubling the security measures would not be excessive. Indeed, even multiplying them tenfold would not impede his entrance, as demonstrated in the present moment. Christina's cheerful voice resonated in his earpiece. "Master, the path ahead is clear. Only one individual will appear around the corner in 15 meters. Do not collide with him." Like a phantom, Luke glided down the silent corridor of the laboratory. With Christina paving the way, the various security protocols seemed utterly ineffective. Whenever they encountered someone, Christina skillfully diverted their attention, allowing Luke to slip past unnoticed. Experiencing stealth for the first time, Luke felt his heart race, and he endeavored to steady his breathing. "Turn left. Do you see the individual, Master?" Luke nodded subtly. "I will divert him," Christina declared. Consequently, Luke observed a burly armed guard across the way, pressing a button on his earpiece, seemingly engaged in conversation. Moments later, the guard nodded and stepped away from the entrance. "Master, you have 10 seconds to enter through this door." Luke promptly approached the security door, which opened automatically for him. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. "Master, just ahead is the interior of the laboratory. The item you seek lies 5 steps forward. Turn left at the corridors and to find a cold storage room. It is located there." Luke nodded in acknowledgement, comprehending the instructions. Along his path, he brushed past several researchers clad in white lab coats. Midway, he encountered an unexpected figure, a small boy, likely around 7 years old, playing with a toy electric car at the junction of a laboratory entrance and the corridor. The researchers passing by appeared indifferent to the boy's antics, displaying an unusually friendly demeanor despite his eye rolls directed at them. Suddenly, a loud crash startled Luke, causing him to halt. The sound of hurried footsteps approached as 2 lab-coated individuals rushed from the adjacent area, revealing that the boy's toy car had smashed a glass countertop within the laboratory, scattering electronic instruments across the floor. "Harry, are you hurt?" inquired a middle-aged man in a lab coat, revealing tailored trousers and fine leather shoes. "Harry Osborn?" Luke surmised. glancing between the boy and the man, suspecting this could be none other than Norman Osborn himself. What a fortuitous encounter with the Green Goblin. Young Harry was evidently spoiled, chastising the researchers for placing the countertop in the way rather than acknowledging his remote-controlled vehicle's culpability. Luke grimaced, thinking to himself, what a little brat. Norman Osborn took Harry by the hand and led him out of the laboratory. The two generations of the Osborn family passing by Luke without a single glance in his direction. After watching them depart, Luke resumed his course, following Christina's guidance. The subsequent moments unfolded with remarkable ease as he effortlessly secured the spider venom. Christina confirmed that this was indeed the pure sample of spider venom that Norman Osborn was researching, an essential key to unlocking Spider-Man's potential. Whether Norman Osborn would eventually discover the missing sample was a concern beyond Luke's consideration. It must be said that having an AI assist him rendered this infiltration task devoid of difficulty. The following day, Luke maintained a peculiar gaze at Peter Parker, eliciting a sense of unease in the young Spider-Man. "What's wrong, buddy?" Peter inquired as they entered Luke's bedroom, where Luke shut the door behind them. Holding a syringe in his hand, Luke began to engage in casual conversation with Peter, leading the discussion toward the apostles, as was their custom. Peter harbored a deep desire to emulate Luke and become a celebrated superhero. The young Parker craved the extraordinary, yearning to soar through the skies like Luke and wield his powers for the greater good. Luke, understanding Spider-Man's essence better than Peter himself, recalled the young hero's frequent proclamation, "I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Realizing their mutual intentions, Luke decided to proceed without reservation. To mitigate any unforeseen consequences, he had prepared a universal antidote, not wishing for Peter to meet his demise due to a mishap. Seizing an opportune moment while Peter was distracted, Luke swiftly injected the syringe into the nape of Peter's neck. "Ouch! I've been bitten by something," Peter exclaimed, clutching his neck and turning to face Luke with wide eyes. "I saw it. It's right there." Luke P. Chapter 84, Spider Sense and Side Effects. Approximately 2 hours later, Peter Parker awakened. He did not ponder the philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? Who struck me? Upon opening his eyes, he found Luke's face hovering close. "Luke, what has happened to me?" Peter Parker sat up, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. "Don't you remember, buddy? You were bitten by a spider," Luke replied. "A spider? Where? Where?" Peter Parker's greatest fear was spiders. He was so frightened that he leaped from the bed, soaring over 2 meters high and colliding with the ceiling. "Ouch!" Peter Parker clutched his head, astonished as he gazed at the ceiling. He was so startled that he momentarily forgot the pain, incredulously realizing how high he had jumped. "Is it successful?" Seeing this, Luke couldn't help but smile. The previous 2 hours had left him feeling anxious. Little Parker had been unconscious on his bed, his body burning with fever, as if he were afflicted with a high temperature. Although he was aware that the spider venom was altering Peter's genes, Luke couldn't shake his concern. If little Spider didn't awaken in another half hour, he was prepared to administer an antidote. Fortunately, Peter Parker met expectations. A short-limbed Spider-Man was born. A 7-year-old Spider-Man. Luke thought he should call him Spider-Boy. "Oh my goodness, that spider must have been something else, buddy. Jump again, will you? Let's go outside." As they passed through the dining room, Luke's foster mother, Karen, was preparing dinner. Upon seeing the two little boys dash outside, she cautioned, "Don't run too far, honey. It's time for dinner." Once in the yard, Peter Parker could hardly contain his excitement and jumped again. Wow, cool. He was thrilled to discover that he felt as though he were almost flying. He could even see the roof of Luke's house with his leap. Luke quickly glanced around. Thankfully, the evening was approaching, and with the low population in America, had they been in their home country, someone would have certainly called for help by now. Upon landing, Peter Parker's face flushed with delight. "I can jump this high? I feel so light." His wish had finally come true, and he was ecstatic. The spider's power had proportionately amplified within him, leading him to mistakenly believe he had become lighter. Luke thought to himself, fortunately, Peter Parker had a big heart. Had it been an ordinary child, they would likely have been terrified by now. "Buddy, it seems that Spider has granted you spider-like abilities. I don't think you just jump high, you can do much more. Don't worry, I'll find a way to help you. I will teach you how to control your powers. Trust me, I have experience," he assured. Thus, the 7-year-old Spider-Man was successfully born. The next step was to train the little spider in the use of his abilities. It was his duty to guide him. "Can I learn Chinese Kung Fu from you?" Peter Parker asked eagerly. He had long desired to learn the martial arts techniques that Luke used against the violent bird trio. "Of course. Luke readily agreed, but added, "Just promise me one thing. Don't tell anyone about your superpowers." "Of course, buddy. This is our little secret," Peter Parker exclaimed, thrilled. "I've seen your secret, and now you have seen mine. We are even." "You are right. We must protect our secrets together," Luke nodded, thinking that this matter must not reach Egghead. "Remember, do not reveal your abilities in front of anyone," he advised, still concerned about the 7-year-old little spider. "Got it, buddy. See you at school tomorrow." Indeed, the display indicated that all skills had been unlocked. "Fantastic. Select spider sense," Luke said, his eyes sparkling. In an instant, a refreshing warmth surged through Luke's body, making him feel invigorated, as if he could burst into 1,000 shivers. It seemed he had formed a new connection with the external world. This sensation was extraordinarily peculiar. An instinct told him that this was spider sense. Luke felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if he could perceive the slightest movement in the surrounding air. "Do you know what cool means, Rotus? This is it. Haha." Spider-Man's spider sense typically warns him and provides alerts before he encounters danger. In this state, Spider-Man experiences a slowed perception of time, possessing an extraordinary awareness, granting him a significant sense of security. No matter whether the Chitauri arrive or Thanos snaps his fingers, he would receive warnings in advance. Of course, encountering the family planning office director's snap would be useless, as one would either become part of the remaining 50% or find a way to stop Thanos. He could start with the Tesseract and the Ether, preventing Thanos from gathering all the Infinity Stones. However, that was a matter for a decade later. It felt premature to think about it now. Based on the portrayal of Spider-Man's spider sense activation in the films, he expected to feel anxious and restless when it triggered. "Everything feels good now, the air is fresh, and my mood is pleasant, indicating that nothing is amiss, which means I am safe." Suddenly, Luke halted mid-sentence, realizing he had unknowingly rambled on for so long. This was unlike him. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. Skill, super chattiness. Ahem. Rotus cleared his throat and casually remarked, "This must be the side effect of learning skills secretly." "Side effect?" Luke exclaimed, visibly agitated. "Why didn't you tell me there would be side effects? You should have mentioned it sooner." "I thought I did mention it," Rotus replied with a hum. "You didn't say it. I'm sure you didn't say it. If you did, I would remember. I have no recollection of it. You definitely didn't say anything." "All right. I forgot to mention it." Rotus calmly closed his eyes. "Oh my goodness. Why am I so unlucky? Stealing a skill comes with side effects." Luke was frazzled. Did this mean every skill he stole would come with side effects? He had wanted to secretly learn Hulk's rage. But now, facing this situation, he hesitated. What if he turned green? Don't worry. The side effects will diminish over time. Rotus opened one eye to glance at Luke. Really? They will disappear? How long? I can't stand being a chatterbox all day. I detest chatterboxes. Luke continued to ramble on. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Egghead and Black Widow, among others, were engaged in a heated debate regarding a certain troublesome child who always seemed to stir up trouble. Chapter 85. The maternal love of Black Widow in the office of the Egg. There were 4 individuals present. Their discourse predominantly revolved around the extravagant clash between the Warlord and Iron Man that had transpired that fateful night. It was Egg who had summoned the apostles, or rather, hired them, in an attempt to restore order to the escalating chaos. Little did anyone anticipate that while the situation was ostensibly under control, Luke and Tony would engage in yet another confrontation in front of so many witnesses. It was glaringly obvious that the discord had been instigated by Luke, but the underlying motives remained shrouded in mystery. Natasha, you must concede that the altercation between him and Tony was entirely avoidable. Was it merely his childish obstinacy that led to such substantial losses and negative repercussions? When did S.H.I.E.L.D. become so lenient? Spoke Agent Maria Hill. Maria Hill, devoid of any superhuman abilities, was a well-trained and seasoned agent, renowned for her exceptional combat and weapon skills. With her fair complexion and striking long legs, those acquainted with her understood that she was far from a mere ornament. She possessed a top-secret clearance within S.H.I.E.L.D., second only to Egg himself. Serving as Egg's assistant, she was also a strong contender for the next directorate, garnering significant attention from the International Security Council behind S.H.I.E.L.D. Due to certain childhood experiences, Hill exhibited a rather aloof demeanor. She approached her work with remarkable seriousness and was known for her uncompromising nature. Regarding the incident with Luke, Hill believed that he should be subjected to stricter control and, if necessary, enforced measures should be taken. She felt that Egg's current approach was excessively permissive towards Luke. Maria, you know he is only 7 years old. He is still just a child, Black Widow sighed. Even as a child, he wields weapons that pique the interest of nations and may resort to extreme actions for that power, Hill countered forcefully. From what I know, his actions are beyond what even an adult could manage. I do not believe he should continue to be regarded as an ordinary child. Black Widow shook her head, dissenting with Hill's perspective. I understand Luke better than you do. He is not inherently malicious. He simply lacks guidance and has not been taught how to navigate his circumstances. A faint smile played upon her lips as she continued. You are correct, Maria. He should not be viewed as an ordinary child, but rather as a prodigy, an extraordinary genius far beyond our capabilities. Having articulated her viewpoint, she maintained that Luke's youth should preclude him from being considered a threat based solely on his actions. As the first in SHIELD to engage with Luke and having spent the most time with him, she believed she possessed the deepest understanding of his character. A child raised in an orphanage, devoid of instruction on right and wrong, his moral development was solely shaped by his observations of the world. Unfortunately, he was a genius whose intellect likely surpassed that of everyone present. What he perceived was not a dichotomy of right and wrong, but rather the sordid reality of existence. She empathized with him, having herself been an orphan. She understood the feeling of growing up in such an environment, facing a world so grim and unkind. Loneliness, helplessness, and confusion? Perhaps all of these, but maybe none were the core issue. A genius's perspective could unveil an unknown facet of existence. Since their acquaintance, Luke's actions appeared to Black Widow as his unique means of self-preservation. His seemingly reckless and unrestrained demeanor was, in truth, a manifestation of his inner vulnerability. He was resisting the world, and through these extreme behaviors, he sought a sense of security. While an ordinary child might hide in a closet to evade external malice, this extraordinary child employed technology, weaponry, and even combat skills to confront the world. She had witnessed firsthand the alarming pace at which Luke's combat abilities progressed, talents that even she found daunting. Black Widow did not believe that such a child should be subjected to the stringent measures proposed by Hill. That would be profoundly unfair. The debate primarily consisted of these two women, each steadfast in their respective views. Agent Coulson occasionally interjected with a comment, but mostly maintained a polite smile. Egg's stance, however, was more nuanced. He seemed inclined to adopt a conciliatory approach, refraining from voicing any opinion throughout the discussion. Egg was indeed troubled by Luke, for the boy had a knack for complicating matters further. Yet, he was far more impressed by Luke's repeated displays of exceptional genius. This member of the Avengers was a prospect he intended to secure. What? A troubled child? What in his plans did not involve challenges? The hulking green behemoth and the playboy, were they not all problematic? He had already identified a candidate for captain. The unexpected re-emergence of Captain America presented him with the ideal choice. The historical significance of the captain, his representation in the public eye, and his personal virtues made him the quintessential leader of the Avengers. Currently, the captain remained in a state of slumber. Once he awakened, Egg planned to persuade him to join his Avengers initiative, and he felt quite confident in this endeavor. With his fist resting beneath his chin, Egg sat contemplatively behind his desk, while Hill and Black Widow continued their fervent debate. Each woman clung to her stance, articulating valid points. As their discussion intensified, tempers flared. Hill accused Black Widow of displaying an excessive maternal instinct that clouded her judgment as SHIELD agent. In response, Black Widow retorted sharply, questioning Hill's callousness and why, as a fellow woman, she could not exhibit a modicum of compassion. Internally, Black Widow acknowledged her own surfeit of maternal instinct. Unable to bear children, this was not the sole reason for her desire to shield Luke from Hill's cold demeanor. Rather, she perceived her own reflection in Luke. She could not bear to witness another child endure the fate she had faced. As the two women's argument escalated, seemingly on the verge of drawing weapons, Egg cleared his throat, effectively interrupting their quarrel. How has Luke been faring since the Expo incident? Egg inquired, his tone steady and devoid of discernible emotion. The quieter a child is, the more frightening he becomes. He is undoubtedly plotting something, Hill remarked. Black Widow rolled her eyes and suggested, I recommend sending someone to engage with him closely. He requires guidance. We cannot solely focus on his actions or his talents. After all, he is still just 7 years old. Egg nodded in agreement. acknowledging that Luke indeed needed a tutor. Thus, under Black Widow's advice, Egg consented to dispatch someone to provide Luke with ideological education, aiming to correct his worldview and mold him into an exemplary child in all aspects. However, the question of whom to send posed a dilemma. "Don't look at me. He dislikes me," Black Widow said with a wry smile. "After all, I did run him over with my car." Hill adopted a nonchalant attitude, crossing her arms and turning her gaze away. Ultimately, Egg's eyes settled on the ever-accommodating Coulson. Coulson thought to himself, "I suppose I am the one being picked on," yet he dutifully accepted the arduous task. "Director, I would like to recommend someone," Coulson said with a smile. "This task is best suited for her." Chapter 86, Liberation. The following day, Luke finally found the time to address the predicament of his tenant in the warehouse. Upon entering, he beheld Skye quietly crouching in her glass prison, absorbed in her phone. Before arriving here, Skye could never have anticipated being confined by the Apostles for a full 5 days. During this time, the Apostles had shown her no regard, ignoring her cries as if she were merely a phantom. Apart from the mechanical arm that delivered her meals at scheduled intervals, she had encountered no other living soul. The whereabouts of the Apostles and the happenings outside remained a complete mystery to her. Initially, Skye felt a thrill of excitement. She had not expected to stumble upon the Apostles while following seemingly unrelated leads. However, after several more hours passed with no one entering the warehouse, she began to suspect that she had been completely forgotten. The only solace she found was that her ever-present phone had not been confiscated. Yet, this proved futile. Despite having a signal, she was unable to connect to the internet. Even her technical prowess could not breach this barrier. The signal was strong, but the connection remained elusive. She found herself trapped in this impenetrable glass cell, devoid of any amenities, not even a bed, only that cursed basin. Damn it. This exclamation had become her mantra over the past few days. Such a wretched environment felt like a death sentence for a hacker like her. She feared that prolonged confinement would drive her to madness. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the silence outside the cell, prompting Skye to look up. When she saw a short Asian boy entering the warehouse, she felt as though salvation had arrived. She sprang to her feet and banged on the glass, exclaiming, "Hey, come help me. Let me out. I'm trapped by bad people." Luke approached with an odd expression, stating, "I'm the bad person you speak of." Skye froze, her mouth agape in disbelief. I am the Apostle." The Apostle was a child? Skye stood there, stunned, before bursting into laughter. "You must be joking. How can you possibly be?" Luke snapped his fingers, and the silent war master beside him seemed to flicker with a glimmer of recognition. It felt as though something within Skye had shattered. What the hell? The Apostle is just a child. She stared at Luke, and he had grown accustomed to such expressions. He calmly instructed, "Christina, open the door." With a click, the door that had been shut for 5 days swung open. Luke glanced at the stainless steel basin on the floor, which was full. Skye stepped out, her face a canvas of shock and confusion at her sudden release. Just then, a notification chimed. Her phone could finally connect to the internet. Luke turned and gestured to a nearby chair, saying, "Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? I have milk, mineral water, and tea." "I'm afraid I couldn't procure coffee. Though it is evening, I recommend tea, as we have much to discuss." "Oh well, anything is fine," Skye replied, initially casting a wary glance at the warehouse door before taking a seat. She estimated her chances of escaping now to be, well, nearly zero. What did he want? What would he say? She pondered. It was astonishing. The Apostle was a mere child. She gazed at Luke's small frame, her mind racing. "Would you like sugar in your tea? I have cubes, rock sugar, and maltose. Which do you prefer?" Luke inquired. "No sugar, thank you," Skye responded, discreetly capturing a close-up photo of Luke. "Do you want milk? I have skim, whole, and half," Luke continued, looking at her expectantly. Skye was at a loss for words. Did the Apostle truly enjoy conversing so much? No one seemed to know. If Luke were aware of her thoughts, he might have retorted, "The symptoms have significantly lessened today." "You know." With nimble fingers, Skye swiftly tapped on her phone. Moments later, she displayed the screen to Luke. "Luke Nelson? May I call you L.N.? Or should I continue to refer to you as the Apostle?" The screen revealed Luke's public record, something she had managed to pull up in that brief moment. "Oh, it seems you found my information. But it's of little consequence," Luke replied nonchalantly, showing no surprise. Such records were merely for the police and laypeople. Skye nodded in agreement. Who would have thought that this innocent-looking child was the notorious pilot of the Apostle mech, whispered about in hushed tones. "Skye. May I call you Skye?" Luke asked, placing a cup of tea before her and taking a seat with a cup of hot milk for himself. He needed to consume vast quantities of milk daily to sustain his extraordinary metabolism, exacerbated by mastering each new DNF skill. He feared that one day he might starve from this insatiable hunger. Sky shrugged, unfazed by Luke knowing her name. "Were you sent by the Tide Organization?" Luke queried directly. "You know about the Tide Organization?" Sky sighed, realizing he was well informed. "Actually, I'm merely a peripheral member." "Oh." Luke cradled his cup, slowly sipping the milk, leaving a white trace on his lips. "The Tide Organization is a vast global hacker collective. I advise you not to provoke them," Sky warned, her tone sounding like a sincere caution. Luke dismissed her concern. "They're merely a hacker group. If I wished, I could swiftly dismantle them and have them all imprisoned within a week. It's exceedingly simple for artificial intelligence to crush a band of hackers." Sky smirked, clearly skeptical of his claims. "This incident has nothing to do with the Tide Organization. It was simply my curiosity. I apologize for intruding. This was a misunderstanding. I won't disclose anything about this place. I hope you will let me go." Chapter 87. Luke's invitation with two small hands cradling a glass of milk. Luke took a couple of hearty gulps and pondered for a moment. "No need for apologies," he stated. "As for releasing you." Sky gazed at him with imploring eyes, her expression pitiful. "Since you claim to have little connection with the Tide Organization, why not join my group? I assure you, my organization has no official backing, so you can rest easy." Luke shifted the conversation. "You invite me to join your organization?" Sky's expression turned peculiar at this unexpected proposal. Her large eyes blinked in surprise as she regarded Luke. "Just 2 minutes and 30 seconds ago, I was your prisoner," she remarked, incredulous. Luke chuckled lightly. "I consider this a misunderstanding. Therefore, to demonstrate our mutual sincerity, shall we temporarily set aside any unpleasantness?" Sky continued to regard him with a strange look. "What? Do you think I'm too young? Don't forget, I am an apostle." With that, Luke attempted to adopt a serious demeanor, though his youthful face only accentuated his innate cuteness. Sky struggled to contain her amusement. "Apostle. Well, that title carries some weight." Luke sighed. After all, a name should hold more persuasive power than a mere face. Yet, it was not entirely surprising. The apostles were known for their formidable prowess, rivaling that of Iron Man, capable of silencing children and instilling terror in adults. In both the Gale and the Warlord, he had devoted much effort to ensuring their designs conveyed an aggressive combat machine aesthetic, despite the overall square appearance. Fortunately, through his relentless endeavors, the name Apostle had become synonymous with destruction and aggression. Luke believed that the design aspect accounted for half of that reputation. Imagine swapping the paint scheme for something more suitable for a 7-year-old. Take it out for a spin and see the outcome. Just don't forget you're still square. "Look, SpongeBob." Luke shuddered at the thought of such a consequence. "How about it? Consider my offer. I am sincere." Luke was referring to Sky's potential inclusion in his organization. After finishing his milk, he awaited her response. "I would like to inquire what your organization intends to do?" "You're not planning to." Sky widened her eyes, hesitating to finish her sentence. Given the apostles' past actions, she could not help but think that it might indeed be a terror organization. The most terrifying part was that this group possessed significant power, and this child before her might be a core member. Such a revelation could threaten her very existence. This was not like hacking from the confines of a dimly lit attic. The apostles operated with a blatant style of destruction, which Sky had always regarded as a cautionary tale. Little did Luke know that in Sky's mind, he had already been branded a terrorist. It was not entirely Sky's fault. From her knowledge, the apostles had committed numerous significant acts, battling Iron Man on the Monaco highway, tearing apart French fighter jets, and the mysterious 2 million people falling unconscious in New York, resulting in countless casualties, all unresolved. Furthermore, the recent Expo incident added to the list. Sky later learned that to invite her to join such an organization was absurd. "You've got the wrong person. I don't want any part of this," she thought, feeling exasperated. In all honesty, she was merely a small-time hacker, not someone who mingled with individuals who threatened to blow up the White House. "Let me go," she thought, struggling to comprehend why Luke had chosen to invite her. There must be some ulterior motive. Given his ability to orchestrate a complete network shutdown on the East Coast, she acknowledged the presence of a top-tier hacking team behind him, thus rendering her unnecessary. After careful deliberation, Sky finally spoke, her expression unwavering. "I have made my decision. I am willing to join your organization." "Oh." Luke felt a flicker of surprise. "You agreed so quickly?" He mused, questioning his own charm. He was well aware of his own shortcomings. How could this innocent visage possess any allure? Unless Sky had a penchant for younger boys, a minuscule probability that left him feeling a bit disheartened. Really? Luke's face held a smirk as he pointedly questioned. You didn't even ask about the position or benefits after joining. Sky felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing she had acquiesced too hastily. She hurried to explain. I have always been rather fascinated by such matters. Quite enamored, in fact. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought you out. Sky's laughter felt somewhat forced as she pondered whether to utter a few casual remarks. At this moment, she felt quite out of place. After all, she was not the renowned Quake of the future. She was merely a small-time hacker, a school dropout on a quest to uncover her origins. Undoubtedly, she was a clever and resourceful young woman with a vivid imagination. If she were to believe Luke and he released her, she was certain she would vanish without a trace the moment she stepped out. Of course, it would be effortless for Christina to retrieve her again. Luke simply did not wish to let go of such a promising prospect easily. Setting aside her intelligence and hacking skills, her pleasing appearance was also noteworthy. In the future, she would rise to become the illustrious Quake, a leading figure among the Inhumans. The future Daisy would wield powerful shockwaves in battle, with a wide range of applications. Perhaps even to fulfill other roles. While not as bizarre as Black Bolt's sonic powers, she would undoubtedly reach the level of a frontline hero, fully deserving of a place among the Avengers. It is worth mentioning that the members of the Avengers were quite selective. Only those with exceptional abilities were permitted entry, and they had strict criteria regarding character and worldview. To join the Avengers, one must first pass Tony's scrutiny, which had already disqualified countless candidates. I believe in you, Luke declared earnestly. Is that so? Sky's smile appeared strained. She was not adept at this sort of interaction. I believe you're deceiving me. Chapter 88. Sky joined. Sky forced a smile, harboring a flicker of hope within. I haven't deceived you. I truly am. Luke interrupted her. There's no point in saying that. Trust me, my understanding of you surpasses your imagination. Sky surrendered, her shoulders drooping, the revelation of her lie leaving her somewhat embarrassed. All right. You're the boss. You call the shots. Sky accepted her role as a prisoner. You don't believe what I say, do you? Luke replied with a faint smile, nonchalantly stating, well, listen closely. I know you have been secretly investigating Shield. Am I right? A look of involuntary surprise spread across Sky's face. How did you? I understand your motives for doing so, Luke said, deliberately adopting an air of mystery. Yet, his youthful countenance betrayed him, diminishing the effect and evoking a sense of amusement akin to a child attempting to play adult. However, his words left Sky utterly astonished. You wish to uncover your origins, correct? Sky's mouth fell agape. She was certain she had confided this matter to no one. How could he possibly know? A shiver coursed through her. She suddenly felt as though this child before her could see right through her. How do you? How would I know? Christina, Luke snapped his fingers, smiling. He had recently grown fond of this ostentatious gesture. No wonder the purple yam essence insisted on using a snap to extinguish half the universe's population. It was the epitome of flamboyance. Master. A melodious voice echoed from the warehouse. Allow me to introduce myself to Miss Sky. Understood, Master, Christina chimed in cheerfully. Hello, Sky. I am Christina. We have had a conversation before. You, hello. Sky looked around in confusion, seeing no one else. Although we've spent 5 days together. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the mechanical assistant invented by the Master, and my age is 2,361 hours, 17 minutes, and 11 seconds. I am a strong artificial intelligence. It is a pleasure to meet you. As Christina concluded her statement, Sky gasped in astonishment. Strong artificial intelligence? That's impossible. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence in this world. No country can create it. You must be lying. But artificial intelligence? Sky struggled to believe. The complete network paralysis along the East Coast was caused by Christina. That incident had its reasons, Luke explained. Christina has been alive for 3 months, and her intelligence level is already quite advanced. It's normal that you didn't notice. The impact on Sky was more profound than when she first learned that the Apostle was merely a child. As a top hacker, she understood better than most what artificial intelligence entailed. The emergence of a true artificial intelligence meant that the human domain of the internet would no longer belong to humanity. Though she was reluctant to accept it, logic compelled her to. You've been monitoring me all along? Sky said, stunned. Luke nodded. You could say that. Knowing the plot is a form of surveillance. Sky was at a loss for words. Monitoring others had always been her domain. She never imagined she had been under surveillance herself, by a mere child wielding artificial intelligence. Gradually accepting this reality, Sky felt an epiphany wash over her. Suddenly, all her questions were easily explained. No wonder the Apostle could cause such a massive network disruption. It was the work of artificial intelligence. She had followed that entire network event closely, arriving at the same conclusion as those with official backgrounds. This was not a feat achievable by ordinary individuals unless orchestrated by a large, professional hacking group. No wonder. Despite the presence of a network here, she had been unable to access it in all her attempts. The network had been perfectly functional. It was simply that an artificial intelligence had been covertly competing with her. A wave of defeat surged within Sky. If losing connectivity was a death sentence for a hacker, then discovering the existence of such advanced artificial intelligence looming over them was undoubtedly the apocalypse for every hacker. I don't understand. Sky spoke again, seemingly resigned and somewhat despondent. You shouldn't need my abilities at all. I am only skilled in hacking. I have stated that I require assistance. Luke shrugged, unwilling to confess he was investing in Quake. I need trustworthy help. As you can see, I am alone here. Although Christina is assisting, artificial intelligence is not infallible. I am quite busy. Sky hesitated. Joining you would be beneficial. I could help you investigate your origins. Luke finally dangled the bait. He smiled. Let the artificial intelligence infiltrate SHIELD's database to retrieve some information. That should not be difficult, right? What do you think? I keep my promises. Join me, and we can satisfy each other's needs. Sky's slender brows furrowed as she regarded Luke. She had to admit that this proposal was enticing. No one could fathom the length she had gone to over the years to uncover her origins. The effort she had expended was immense. If she had the assistance of artificial intelligence, she could quickly uncover her heritage. Should she take a gamble? Sky studied Luke, uncertain whether to trust him. The fact that he was still a child had long been filtered out of her mind. She regarded Luke as the apostle. She herself was a genius and knew that genius transcended age. Noticing the shift in Sky's expression, Luke recognized it was time to intensify his persuasion. I know you have sacrificed your education to self-teach hacking skills in pursuit of your origins. Were you also planning to go undercover in SHIELD? Do you think you would succeed? Sky was taken aback. The idea of going undercover in SHIELD had only recently crossed her mind. How could Luke know? She looked at him as if he were a monster. I admire your determination to uncover your origins. Like you, I am also an orphan. However, I have little interest in my own background, Luke said with a kind smile. So, how about it? Join me. I am quite serious. He extended his small hand toward Sky. Sky hesitated for a moment, but ultimately approached and clasped Luke's small hand, which bore a faint fragrance of perfume. I should inform you in advance that I will not participate in planning and executing terrorist attacks. If you can agree to that, I will join, Sky stated somewhat tentatively, fearing that her words might cause Luke to retract his invitation. Yet, she was also reluctant to run out and shout her acceptance. She simply wished to investigate her origins. If such actions were truly required, she felt it might be safer to go undercover in SHIELD instead. Terrorist attacks? Luke exclaimed in astonishment. He finally realized that this woman seemed to have misunderstood him. He glanced at a certain part of Sky's anatomy and thought, indeed, that part's prominence often clouds judgment. Even geniuses are not exempt from such folly. Chapter 89. The arrival of the train. Luke's mind resonated with the system's notification. System, Sky's affinity level is 5. The affinity of the little spiders grows by 20 or 30. Indeed, the affections of adults are not as easily swayed as those of children. The wave ability is quite operable. Though Luke desired it greatly, he felt no urgency. Since Sky had already joined, there was ample time for future discussions. Upon receiving Luke's consent, Sky toured the warehouse, which Luke referred to as the temporary base of their organization. From this large warehouse alone, Sky found it difficult to deduce more information about the organization. However, the presence of several advanced technologies, such as the colossal mechs, artificial intelligence, and a prodigious child like the Apostle, merely hinted at the vast power and financial backing of the organization. She was not well versed in SHIELD, so she could not make a direct comparison, but she assumed it must be somewhat similar. Luke indicated that he would gradually introduce Sky to other members of the organization, depending on her loyalty. Are there other members here? Sky asked, surprised. Of course, Luke replied. At our weakest, we had as many as 8 million members. We typically only accept the most diligent and affluent individuals. Not everyone qualifies for our organization. Naturally, as the head of this New York office, I have my own stringent selection criteria. Luke was rather offhand with his criteria. The primary requirement was simply that he found the person visually appealing. He dismissed the idea of accepting individuals who were too dark-skinned or unattractive. Only women. He stated with conviction, "How could I possibly focus on work surrounded by a bunch of rough men?" Thus, he only recruited women, even if they were mere decorative figures, as long as they were pleasing to the eye. Should I feel honored? Sky inquired with a smile. It sounds like your organization only accepts those who are talented and wealthy. Luke replied earnestly, "Trust me, there will come a day when you will be grateful to me." After touring the warehouse, Sky concluded that Luke was undoubtedly a genuine child prodigy. The chance to closely interact with the warlord and feel its cold, tangible presence left her in awe. The artificial intelligence was also his creation. As a top hacker, Sky understood what this entailed. Luke was a hacker 100 times more skilled than her. The skills she prided herself on seemed trivial in comparison to this genius child. Aside from being a bit talkative, Sky mused, perhaps all super geniuses are like this? Her fixation on her own background was the reason Luke was confident in keeping her tethered to him. All of Sky's hopes rested on Christina. Wait. Luke called out to her. Is there something else? Please take that pot away. I'll give it to you. I bought many. Sky's face flushed with embarrassment as she silently carried the pot away. Well, our members must be practical, diligent, and possess potential. Luke believed that Sky would gradually assimilate into his team. The following morning, Luke awoke feeling quite handsome. He approached the mirror, still a short stature with short limbs. He measured his height and joyfully exclaimed, "I think I've grown a millimeter." The master is correct. Christina chimed in cheerfully. Rotus raised an eyebrow. It's an illusion. Luke shot a glare at it. Honest people are often bullied, you know. After school in the afternoon, Luke entered the warehouse, where Christina was already hard at work. The internal materials of the warlord were subpar, having proven unable to withstand the fierce movements of the phantom sword dance during battle. Thus, he decided to undertake a major renovation. Christina was replacing the melted and broken parts of the warlord with high-quality components salvaged from the hammer-steel soldiers. As per his directives, Luke also readjusted the transmission mechanisms to ensure that the mech's body would bear stress more evenly during intense movements. Once the warlord's internals were revamped, executing the phantom sword dance would pose no issues whatsoever. At that moment, Christina suddenly said, "Master, I want a body too." Huh? Luke was taken aback. He thought, has the assistant developed a sense of self and desire? That's quite the progress. What kind of body do you want? He asked. Actually, as a mech assistant program, you can remotely control both the Gale and the warlord. In a sense, that is also a form of body, right? Master, I wish to have a body like a human, Christina replied, her voice tinged with longing. A human body? Luke nodded. That's not a problem. I can create a body for you using titanium alloy and adamantium alloy. Thank you, Master. Christina exclaimed, her joy evident. Luke had long contemplated this request. Christina, originating from the system, would likely grow into an artificial intelligence akin to Ultron, making the possibility of betrayal nearly non-existent, if not entirely zero. Since Christina's arrival, his hands and mind had been liberated. The assistance provided by artificial intelligence had been immense, and he found himself increasingly reliant on her to handle tedious, procedural tasks. Much like Tony relied on JARVIS, Christina's presence had exponentially increased the warehouse's efficiency, filled with infinite possibilities. Furthermore, not creating a body for this artificial intelligence companion would significantly diminish the joys of life. Luke chuckled to himself. He would never admit that this was the primary motivation behind his decision, as it was natural for men to be visual creatures. Hearing Christina's voice every day could not compare to the delight of encountering a living, breathing entity crafted by his own hands. Thus, this implicit motivation propelled Luke into a state of focused work. The skeleton could utilize a combination of titanium and secondary adamantium alloys, with proportions based on the 9-head standard. The external aspects, however, posed a challenge. Should the skin and fat be made of bionic silicone? Perhaps he should enlist a Japanese company for assistance? Ideally, it should be as lifelike as possible. Luke pondered. At that moment, Rotus, who was watching television, interjected, "The train is arriving. Please exercise caution." As Sky entered, the television was broadcasting footage of the battle between Luke and Tony at Fountain Square. Days had passed since the exhibition incident, yet the fervor remained unabated. Iron Man and the Apostle had become darlings of the media. Regrettably, both were reluctant to make appearances. Tony outright refused interviews, while the Apostle was elusive, only surfacing during significant events. Editors from various media outlets were left itching with anticipation, yet powerless to do anything. They could only endlessly remix and replay the footage. Ironically, the audience continued to engage enthusiastically. There was someone peering in from outside, having constructed a treehouse across the street, and was observing them intently. Skye quietly approached Luke and whispered, "Who is that? Is he a member of the organization?" "Never mind him. Just a S-H-I-E-L-D agent," Luke replied nonchalantly, examining several different models of pistons with keen interest. "S-H-I-E-L-D?" Skye gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. She couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt as she glanced outside, thinking, "Please don't come to arrest me. I just joined this organization." Immediately, she spotted Rotus, clutching the remote control on the sofa. Chapter 90. The Little Girl. What is this? Skye discovered Rotus, astonished as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. A peculiar-looking mollusk? Her curiosity piqued. She approached. Luke deliberately emphasized his words as he read the slices. Rotus, with a composed demeanor, stated honestly, "I do not speak." The news continued to broadcast on television, showcasing the brilliant fireball that had launched towards the moon that night. Cool. Skye's expression reflected her surprise, her mouth agape. She had been confined here for days, only just learning what had transpired outside. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she elevated her perception of the organization's danger level, feeling immense pressure. Yet, in consideration of artificial intelligence, she resolved to stay. Did it hit the moon? Skye inquired as the television switched to another image. It should not have, right? There must have been energy loss. The moon is so far away, Luke pondered, admitting he hadn't noticed whether it had struck the moon. Skye nodded in agreement. The screen then shifted to scenes of combat between the Apostle and Iron Man. In the studio, a so-called military expert was analyzing with great authority. Based on the Apostle's heavily exotic mech design, I speculate the Apostle is not American, but rather a foreigner. This expert urged American superheroes, particularly Iron Man, to resist foreign apostles. Skye scoffed at this. She remarked that such figures were abundant on American television, always seeking to sensationalize, incite fear, and oppose for the sake of gaining attention. American audiences had long since grown accustomed to this. Skye urged Luke not to take it to heart, fearing he might retaliate against the television station in anger. Luke's focus was elsewhere. He observed himself from a third-person perspective that night, realizing, am I really this handsome? The King of Swords, the Dragon God, adorned in black and gold, exuded understated luxury, his red cape billowing in the wind, his sword-wielding pose exemplary. Absolutely stunning. Skye curiously asked, "Do you have a grudge against Tony Stark?" "No," Luke replied, still reveling in his self-adoration. "I thought you were rivals." Maybe it's just a natural conflict," Luke mused. He would never admit that he considered Tony a training dummy, setting aside the need for mischief. He had created Storm and the Warlord and needed someone to test their firepower. The Hulk was in hiding, unable to be defeated. Captain America was still asleep, missing a kiss. Thor lived far away, seldom seen. The only remaining contenders were Black Widow and Hawkeye, both of whom had been bested. In contrast, Tony was far more appealing. Opportunities to spar with him abounded, allowing for mischief without any drawback, and he was remarkably durable. A veritable superstar in the realm of sparring. Skye, however, held a different perspective. She believed that Iron Man had set his sights on the Apostle, viewing them as nemesis. She was convinced that one day, they would face off to determine a victor. At that time, it would be the grand finale. She needed to uncover her origins using artificial intelligence before that occurred. "Assistant, what do you think of this body type? Do you like it?" Listening to the master. Then it settled. Within 20 minutes, a three-dimensional simulation of a skeletal model was completed. Once the skeletal structure was confirmed, it would simply require titanium alloy casting. However, considering the remaining quantity of Edmund alloy, Luke ultimately selected a small girl's physique for Christina. A small girl it is. She will grow in due time. The internal sensors and circuits would be designed and arranged by Christina, while Luke would merely provide technical support. I suggest downloading comprehensive resources on Wing Chun, Taekwondo, mixed martial arts, and Judo to the memory disk. Choose which you prefer. Which one do you prefer, Master? I cannot teach you what I know. It would be far quicker for you to self-learn online. Then let us go with Wing Chun and Taekwondo. Very well, Luke nodded. Once this body was complete, Christina would also become a formidable ally, serving as his little bodyguard. She should also learn firearms. Understood, Master. An AI proficient in martial arts shall be unstoppable. Luke chuckled, continuing to dream up possibilities. Should he have Christina learn swordsmanship as well? Perhaps forge a sword for her, transforming her into a young swordswoman? Or, once he mastered artillery skills, equip Christina with a laser cannon akin to Wang Xiaomei's? That enormous laser cannon would likely be unmanageable for an ordinary person. He could only use it mounted on a mech. Yet, with Christina's alloy body, it would pose no issue. A cannon-wielding girl, Luke envisioned the scene as truly magnificent. What are you doing? Sky inquired, her curiosity piqued. I am crafting a body for Christina. Oh my, you really dare to dream. Is that safe? Sky exclaimed, astonished. Allowing AI to possess a manipulable physical form was perilous. After all, AI was not human. Sorry, Christina, I did not mean to offend you. No offense taken, Christina replied. What I mean to say is there not a moral dilemma? Sky articulated. Luke scoffed, who cares? Sky felt at a loss for rebuttal. This organization truly operated without restraint. She mused, who knows when they might instigate another major incident. Compared to such destruction, creating a secondary body for a powerful AI seemed trivial. Half an hour later, within the mech dock, a metallic skeletal frame of a small girl had cooled and taken form. Utilizing the same technology as the warlord, it was composed of titanium alloy internally, with a thin layer of Edmund alloy on the exterior. The remaining stock had been perfectly consumed. They merely awaited SHIELD for resupply. Gazing at the shining metallic skeleton, Luke felt as though he was constructing a Terminator. The flesh and skin issue remained complex. If only he could acquire the doll-making skill from DNF, that would ensure realism. For now, he would need to resolve it through conventional means. Speaking of which, who excels in Marvel's bionic technology? If all else fails, he would have to resort to Japanese products. At the site of the incident, the distant fountain square was under repair, funded by SHIELD, with workers laboring diligently, and progress was swift. Nearby buildings were also undergoing renovations, the shattered glass from that night being replaced anew. The surrounding roads had returned to order. On the other side, the collapsed exhibition hall was being demolished and rebuilt. After being cleaved in half by someone's sword, the hall was beyond repair. Between the square and the exhibition hall, a tumult arose on a motor vehicle lane. In the center of the road, passing vehicles swerved to avoid an extraordinarily large and peculiar dog. It was a bulldog. Its size several dozen times that of a normal adult bulldog. Even stranger, a blonde little girl stood beside the bizarre dog. Bystanders raised their phones to capture this surreal scene. Crystal, accompanied by Tetanus, stood in the middle of the road, unaware that she was obstructing traffic. While many gazed at her with astonished expressions, she lifted her head, catching sight of an electronic board displaying news footage. A gigantic mech had unleashed a massive fireball towards the moon. Tetanus, can you take me to that person? Crystal asked, gently patting the large dog's leg. Tetanus shook its head, then nodded in agreement. Crystal beamed, placing her small hand on the peculiar dog. In a swirl, both girl and dog vanished into thin air before the astonished crowd. The surrounding spectators erupted in astonishment, hurriedly dialing 911.